A tragic youth, overwhelmed by the burdens of reality, unexpectedly traverses into the enchanting realm of elves he has long desired. Armed with an impeccable memory, exceptional intellect, and martial prowess, he shatters conventions to forge cataclysmic combination techniques by melding the skills of petite sprites. From culinary arts to forging and strategic planning, his omnipotent lifestyle allows him to thrive effortlessly. This tale is not merely one of fervent resurgence, but an epic chronicle of the awakening of the weak, tearing asunder the shackles of fate. Chapter 1. The Dream Sets Sail. Long Eye is a diligent young man, harboring aspirations of ascending the hierarchy of the food chain within human society since childhood. He possesses remarkable abilities, often resolving many intricate issues in daily life. Yet he perpetually feels at odds with the world around him. Wandering aimlessly along the street, he appears forlorn and desolate. Today, he was dismissed from his job, and when he called his girlfriend, she coldly suggested it was time to part ways, urging him to cease his entreaties. Life seemed devoid of any glimmers of hope. Upon returning home, he opened his computer to watch the animated series Pokémon, a realm of vibrant joy and tranquility that stands in stark contrast to his own existence. This world represents one of the rare sources of warmth and solace in his life, offering him the familial and friendly connections he so desperately longs for in the harshness of reality. As he gazed vacantly at the screen, witnessing Ash's battle against Paul's Infernape and Electivire, he mused wistfully about the possibility of venturing into the Pokémon universe. Lost in thought, he remained oblivious to the torrential rain and the thunderous storm outside. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning pierced through the window, culminating in an explosion from his computer. Just before losing consciousness, he reflected that such an ending was acceptable, as he had little attachment to this world. Fate, at times, offers unexpected surprises. As he gradually regained awareness, he found himself levitating in midair. He murmured, "Am I dead?" To his astonishment, a grave and ancient voice responded, "Indeed." "Who are you?" he inquired. "The one who will fulfill your dreams." "Where are you?" "I cannot reveal that to you. I sensed your strong desire to enter the Pokémon world, and before I send you there, I can grant you a few additional requests." "Do you have any wishes?" "I wish to possess extraordinary memory and retain all my recollections. Though not all those memories are pleasant, they are the testament of my existence," he articulated. After a moment of contemplation, the voice replied, "Very well, I shall not deny such a simple and sincere request. Furthermore, I will bestow upon you additional benefits. As for their nature, you shall discover them gradually in that world." With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Upon awakening, he found himself lying on a vast meadow, the air invigoratingly pure. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "You are an orphan, bearing your original name. Your body has been modified by me, and the secrets of your physique are for you to uncover. You now inhabit the body of a 10-year-old, one of the trainers alongside Ash. Your parents succumbed to an incurable illness just days ago, and in your sorrow, you collapsed here." Without further ado, someone approaches. "Xiaoya, where are you?" A figure appeared before me, unmistakably Xiaoji, clad in a hat and denim attire. "I knew you would be here. Don't be too disheartened. Tomorrow marks the day of our departure." He contemplated. "Now that I am here, I shall embrace my new identity and carve out my own path." With a smile, she replied, "Thank you, Xiaoji. I have come to terms with it. From tomorrow, we shall be rivals." Xiaoji, ever the simpleton, chuckled upon seeing Xiaoya's lack of tears and took her home. It turned out that my residence was right next to Ziotis. I also had the pleasure of meeting Aunt Hanako, Xiaoji's mother, who was remarkably kind and invited me to dinner that evening. As night fell, I lay in bed, reflecting on my circumstances and bidding farewell to Earth. The world of Pokémon, I have arrived. At the break of dawn, I made my way to Professor Oak's residence. The professor was exceedingly benevolent and possessed a delightful sense of humor. Accompanying me were his grandson, Xiaomao, and a young girl named Xiaolan. Xiaomao was as boastful as ever, while Xiaolan appeared to be quite shy. "Where is Xiaoji? He hasn't overslept again, has he?" Xiaomao indeed had a keen understanding of Xiaoji. "Grandfather, let's give us our Pokémon first." "Very well." Xiaomao selected Squirtle, Xiaolan chose Bulbasaur, and I opted for Charmander. "Come forth, Charmander, Squirtle, Bulbasaur." The initial Pokémon exhibited an indomitable expression with its large, expressive eyes. Upon seeing Charmander, I could not suppress my excitement. Charmander sensed its owner's emotions and nuzzled my hand affectionately. Finally, Long Xiaoya felt at ease and smiled, completely unaware of the three in a state of astonishment. Xiaoya, you can smile too, Xiaomao remarked, as Xiaoya had always been perceived as rather aloof. Professor Oak snapped back to reality. Ah, so you are not as indifferent as you seem. Now it's time to distribute the Pokédex. He presented us with 3 Pokédex and Pokeballs. I shall take my leave, Xiaoya declared, storing Charmander away and exiting Professor Oak's laboratory. I dashed home to gather my essential belongings before setting off. Chapter 4. The journey begins. I sprinted to the entrance of Jinshin Town, eager to capture Pokémon. I hastened to the riverbank where Xiaoxia was fishing, awaiting the unfolding of events. Releasing Charmander, I commenced its training. I required Charmander to possess not only formidable flames, but also strength and stamina. Thus I initiated specialized training focused on its control over fire. It appeared that Charmander had promising potential, having already mastered Flamethrower, Metal Claw, and Double Team, indicating significant achievements in power, flame control, and speed. After a brief training session, I began to prepare lunch. Just as I was halfway through, a small Rattata burst forth, seemingly drawn by the aroma of food. Well, my first companion shall be you. Charmeleon, unleash your flames. Sensing danger, the Rattata deftly dodged and bared its teeth at Charmeleon. You possess a commendable battle instinct. Our fates are now intertwined. Charmeleon, use Shadow Clone. The Rattata panicked. Now execute Steel Claw. Charmeleon struck with its Steel Claw, sending Rattata flying. Finally, unleash Flamethrower. After the attack connected, I tossed a Pokeball. It blinked twice before halting. I had captured Rattata. I released Rattata and treated its wounds, and it acknowledged me as its master. After finishing lunch and preparing to depart, a flock of Spearow flew overhead. It appeared Ash was already on the run. I pursued them, finding Pikachu and Ash unconscious. At that moment, Ho-Oh appeared, and both Charmeleon and Rattata sensed the powerful presence. Do you wish to grow stronger? Rattata. Charmeleon and Rattata were invigorated. Very well, from this moment on, I shall train you rigorously. Are you prepared to endure hardship? Rattata. I captured Ho-Oh and stored the 2 Pokémon, waking Ash and providing some treatment for Pikachu. Ash inquired, Leaf, what are you doing here? I spotted the Spearow flock during my training. No time for chatter, we must hasten to Viridian City for Pikachu's treatment. Oh, we raced to Viridian City, but were intercepted at an intersection by Junsha. Leaf quickly retrieved the Pokédex to verify our identities, and Junsha, riding her motorcycle, escorted us to the Pokémon Center. After receiving a lecture from Nurse Joy, Ash began Pikachu's treatment. Ash, aren't you going to contact home? Oh, I completely forgot. Ash reached out to Aunt Hannah, just as Professor Oak's call came through. Ash, Leaf, are you together? Yes. Leaf, I have something exciting. Leaf replied, presenting the captured photos to Professor Oak. Quickly send them to me. No rush, Professor Oak. I need to request something. Could you prepare a gravity ball for me? Of course, you'll get that ready. Just send me the photos. I'm eager to study them. I sent the photos, and the gravity ball was transmitted back. After our conversation, Pikachu was nearly healed, and Nurse Joy wheeled it out. Suddenly, disaster struck. The roof's glass shattered, and 2 Pokeballs fell from above. One contained a wheezing, and the other a coughing, both exuding a menacing aura. Ash exclaimed, what's happening? Since you sincerely inquired, one of them replied, I shall generously inform you. To prevent the world from destruction, to protect the peace of the world, to promote love and truth, we are the charming and delightful villains, Jesse and James. We are the rocket team traversing the galaxy. A bright tomorrow awaits us beyond the white hole. That's how it is, meow. Indeed, the trio of lively companions has made their entrance. Come forth, Rattata, I exclaimed, tossing my Pokeball. Heh, children will always be children. Employing such a feeble Pokemon, Musashi sneered. You can talk after you win, Rattata. Quick attack. Rattata transformed into a streak of purple light, colliding with Ekin's. At that moment, Ash's Pikachu awakened, rejuvenated by the strength of his fellow Pokemon. Following the narrative's progression, Pikachu ignited the gas bomb. Thus, Team Rocket commenced their relentless pursuit of Ash and his Pikachu. Chapter 2. The Forest of Tokua, the Samurai Boy. At the break of dawn, I replenished my supplies with joy before departing from the Pokémon Center. Upon arriving at the Tokua Forest, I began my rigorous training. Rattata engaged and waited, running to attain its usual state, while Charmander unleashed Flamethrower upon a massive boulder until it shattered. As I prepared our midday meal, Rattata executed a quick attack under the weight, growing accustomed to the burden, while Charmander surprisingly mastered the move Fire Spin. All right, Let's take a break, Leaf suggested. I provided some Pokemon food for Charmander and Rattata before allowing them to rest. I also explored my own physical capabilities, and just as I grasped the hint, a silver arc swept across my table, snatching away some food. To my astonishment, it was a shiny Pidgey, shimmering silver and remarkably swift. Aha! You won't escape this time. You are destined to be our companion. Rattata, use Quick Attack. Clearly, this Pidgey was combative, matching Rattata's Quick Attack with its own. The purple light and silver arc danced in a fierce exchange. This Pidgey was impressive, holding its ground against Rattata, who was burdened. If Rattata did not learn additional skills, it might struggle, as it currently relied solely on speed techniques, Quick Attack, Double Team, Agility. Just as I contemplated recalling Rattata, I noticed its incisors glimmering. Could it be? I exclaimed, Rattata, Hyperfawn. The Pidgey, caught off guard by Rattata's hidden strength, was struck directly. Go Pokeball! The ball fell to the ground, shaking violently before finally ceasing its movements. After releasing the Pidgey and administering some healing, I prepared additional Pokemon food. Once it had finished eating, I examined Pidgey's current skills: Quick Attack, Sand Attack, and Hurricane. It appeared to be just a notch below Rattata. After recalling my Pokemon, I continued my journey. After traversing a short distance, I called out, "Come forth from the grass ahead." In the realm of Pokemon, I found myself intimately acquainted with my surroundings. It seemed this was one of the perks of my transmigration. How did you discover me? Emerged a boy clad in samurai armor from the bushes. Are you a trainer? Indeed, Leaf replied. Let us engage in an unknown Pokemon duel, declared the young warrior. Very well, I am Long Guy, responded the other as they both released their Pokeballs. Go Charmander. Charmander, unleash Flamethrower. Onix, evade and execute tackle. Onix deftly dodged the flames, charging fiercely toward Charmander with its formidable horns. Charmander, meet the challenge with Metal Claw. The two Pokemon clashed, their powers colliding in a moment of intense struggle, neither yielding an inch. Long Guy contemplated the need to enhance Charmander's strength. Vortex of Flames. Onix, caught off guard, was struck directly and succumbed to defeat. You are quite formidable, I concede, remarked the warrior. You are impressive as well, Long Guy replied. After inquiring about the way out of the evergreen forest, he departed. Spending 2 days within the forest, he conducted rigorous training with Charmander and the others. Charmander mastered Sonic Punch, while Rattata, through an unexpected encounter with fire, learned Fire Fall. Pidgey, progressing swiftly, grasped both Quick Attack and Double Team, later adding Aerial Ace to its repertoire. I devised combination techniques for each of them to experiment with. Observing their considerable growth, I ultimately left the evergreen forest and arrived at Pewter City, hoping to spark evolution during the gym battle. Interested in purchasing some stones, young lad? An elderly man appeared before Long Guy. No, thank you. Could you please direct me to the Pokemon Center? I need to rest my Pokemon before challenging the gym. Long Guy responded curtly. Ah, you wish to challenge the gym? Then follow me. Upon reaching the Pokemon Center, Nurse Joy examined the Pokemon as I stocked up on supplies from a store. I was fortunate to have the support of the Pokemon League and Professor Oak, which enabled my journey. Your Pokemon are all in excellent health, Joy remarked with a smile. Thank you, I replied, exiting the center and making my way to the Pewter Gym. I am here to challenge the gym, Long Guy announced. Brock emerged, asking, are you the challenger? Indeed. How long have you been with your Pokemon? What does that have to do with the gym challenge? Well, I accept your challenge. Shall we make it a 2v2? That works for me. Go Geodude. Geodude, you say? Then I choose Rattata. The battle was about to commence. Your Rattata is still carrying weight. Aren't you going to release it? Brock inquired, astonished. I appreciate your concern, but I prefer it this way. Let's begin. All right, Geodude, use Rock Throw. Dodge it, Rattata, and employ Quick Attack. Rattata swiftly evaded and collided with Geodude, though the damage was minimal. Impressive speed, but Geodude's Rock-type advantages counter Rattata's normal type. Do you think I lack basic knowledge? You seem rather complacent. Let's wrap this up quickly. What? Brock exclaimed, taken aback. Lightning Strike. Brock clearly was unprepared for the move, unable to evade as it struck. Geodude, use Rollout. Rattata met Geodude Rhydon, sending it flying and rendering it unable to battle. Return. Onix, you are formidable, but can you triumph over it? Go Geodude. Come back, Rattata. Just as he intended to recall Rattata, a radiant glow enveloped it, leading to its evolution, breaking free from its constraints. Once the transformation was complete, a robust Rattata stood before him. Return, Rattata. Why must you withdraw it? It has just evolved and needs to acclimate to its newfound strength. What will you use then? My initial partner, Charmander, come forth. As Charmander emerged, it unleashed a jet of flames, clearly excited from the prospect of battle, having not faced an opponent in some time. Your Charmander is well trained, he remarked, though upon noticing the sandbags strapped to its limbs, Brock could only shake his head in resignation. Let the battle commence, Onyx. Use tackle. Charmander, counter with Sonic Boom. Charmander's Sonic Boom struck Onyx squarely on the head, causing it to stagger backward. Onyx Dig, unleash a fire spin into the hole. Trapped within the burrow, Onyx had no avenue for escape and was directly hit. Brock sensed something amiss. Onyx quickly emerged. It was evident that Onyx had expended considerable energy. For the finishing blow, Charmander used Metal Claw. The Metal Claw landed squarely on Onyx, sending it crashing to the ground, its eyes swirling, clearly incapacitated. Return. Onyx, you have fought valiantly. Here is the Nidoking badge. Please accept it. Thank you. Farewell. After a night of rest at the Pokémon Center, he indulged in a warm shower. Today's battle was exhilarating, he mused. Standing before the mirror, he took a moment to scrutinize his appearance. Having arrived in the Pokémon world, he had yet to truly appreciate his own physique. With elegantly arched eyebrows, deep, clear eyes, a straight nose, and exquisitely thin lips, his face exuded an air of calm detachment. Though diminutive, his physique showcased a perfect golden ratio. The light around him seemed to dim in comparison. He stood casually, radiating a natural and inviting aura. This peculiar sound has indeed brought me considerable fortune, he reflected, recalling how the captured Pokémon tended to nuzzle against him. Fortuitously, I have arrived in this world. As thoughts of his past life flooded back, he couldn't help but sigh. This body possesses commendable physical attributes. It seems I should diligently practice what I failed to master in my previous life. With exceptional memory, the knowledge he once learned became vividly clear, even allowing him to innovate to higher levels. Enough of this, it's time to rest. Tomorrow, we shall set off for Mount Moon. Chapter 3. The Unexpected Sprite at Crescent Moon Mountain. In the early morning, Longai departed from Nibby City and arrived at Crescent Moon Mountain. Just as he approached a cave entrance, he was greeted by a cacophony of noise emanating from within. Following the sound, he discovered two Machops engaged in a fierce battle, seemingly evenly matched in experience, using their bare hands to execute simultaneous strikes, a pure test of strength. Upon noticing Longai's presence, both Machops halted their combat and turned to glare at him with fierce intensity. You possess commendable strength. Let us battle. I intend to capture both of you. The Machops stood ready, demonstrating a keen sense of battle awareness. Come forth, Pidgey and Charmander. As Pidgey emerged, it shimmered with a silvery glow, while Charmander exuded an air of confidence. Charmander unleashed a torrent of flames, and Pidgey darted forward with electrifying speed, skillfully coordinating their assault from opposite sides. To Longai's astonishment, one Machop countered the fiery barrage with a rock smash, while the other managed to intercept Pidgey's swift attack. Realizing their formidable strength, Longai decided to engage them fully. Charmander executed a sonic punch in close combat, while Pidgey employed its agility with a move reminiscent of Shadow Clone. Despite the Machop's brute force, their speed could not match that of Pidgey, and the first Machop fell, defeated. Longai swiftly threw a Pokeball to capture it. Soon after, Charmander's duel also reached its conclusion. The remaining Machop, shaken by its companion's defeat, left an opening that Charmander exploited with a decisive punch, leading to its capture as well. After healing the captured Machops, Longai stored them away and proceeded through the cave, setting his sights on Hualan City. For the sake of clarity, some Pokémon are not suited for carrying weight, and thus, they are only burdened during training. Your understanding is appreciated. As Longai traversed the path to Hualan City, night had fallen. Seeking a suitable camping spot, he veered off the main road and found a river to set up camp. He released his Pokémon, assigning them tasks to prepare dinner. Once their chores were completed, the Pokémon engaged in self-care. Charmander, motivated to grow stronger, trained diligently, spurred on by Rattata's recent evolution. Meanwhile, Rattata rested, accustomed to its body, and Pidgey took a moment to nap on a nearby tree, creating a serene atmosphere. All right, everything is ready. It's time to eat. Charmander and the Machops paused their training, and Rattata, along with Pidgey, stirred awake. Longai had learned much about Pokémon cuisine from Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center, and combined with his own culinary skills, the meal was exceptionally delightful for his Pokémon. However, he remained oblivious to a pair of eyes lurking beneath the river's surface, watching him intently. Longai chose not to store his Pokémon away and instead slept alongside them. In the early morning, he was awakened by a series of splashes. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find a Phoeba, a water-type Pokémon that should not have been present. You shall be mine. Upon arriving in Hualan City, he inquired about the location of the Pokémon Center and set off. At the Pokémon Center, he requested Nurse Joy to conduct a checkup for his Pokémon while he rested in the waiting area. Your Pokémon have completed their examinations, Nurse Joy announced. Oh, thank you, Longai replied, retrieving his Pokeballs before departing. Is this the Hualan Gym? Longai pondered aloud while standing beneath a structure resembling an aquarium. Upon entering the dojo, I found Sister Hualan performing an exquisite water ballet, leaving me to ponder the purpose of such a place. I retreated to the backstage area to await the conclusion of their performance. Today's show was undoubtedly a success, as 3 lovely maidens approached, Sister Sakura among them. May I inquire who you are? She asked. I am Long Guyue, here to challenge the dojo, I replied. Greetings, I am Sakura, the eldest sister. This is my second sister, Maiden, on the left, and my third sister, Changpu, on the right. If you wish to challenge the dojo, please follow me. We arrived at the side of a swimming pool for our duel. Is it acceptable to begin? Sakura inquired. Absolutely. Let us commence without delay. Come forth, Kingler, I called, releasing my Pokémon. What's this Pokémon? It looks rather unappealing. Is it a Magikarp? Maiden and Changpu mocked. The Magikarp, having offered no resistance during its capture, perhaps due to our high affinity, seemed to exhibit a hint of melancholy in its eyes. Angered by their disdain for my Pokémon, I retorted. Does it truly appear unattractive? Let me show you how misguided your judgments are. Magikarp, now is your moment to shine. Display your grace to all. Upon hearing this, Magikarp seemed invigorated, its eyes filled with determination. Just as it prepared to act, an unexpected brilliance enveloped it, signaling its evolution. Ah, such is the power of fate. I mused. As the dazzling light receded, a stunning Pokémon emerged. With a perfect, streamlined form, its once red fins transformed to blue, and its blue tail fins glimmered golden. The sight left all present utterly awestruck. To my surprise, my Magikarp evolved into a shiny Milotic. How beautiful! This is simply incredible. Is this the same drab fish? Sakura's voice brimmed with disbelief. Maiden and Changpu echoed her sentiments. Milotic, renowned as the most exquisite Pokémon, possesses the ability to quell negative energies. Dwelling in the depths of pristine lakes, it radiates healing waves when its body shimmers in vibrant pink, often referred to as the beautiful serpent, I explained slowly. Milotic, since you have just evolved, there is no need for battle. Leave it to your companions, I suggested. However, Milotic shook its head. Very well. Then let us engage in battle. Miss Sakura, please commence. All right, Kingler, use tackle, dodge it, and unleash Water Pulse. The Water Pulse struck directly, invigorating Kingler. Stay strong, Kingler. Now, use dive and follow up with Ice Beam. Kingler was frozen solid, rendered unable to battle. Is that sufficient, Milotic? I inquired, to which Milotic nodded in affirmation. Why are you recalling it? I haven't seen enough yet. Maiden protested, with Changpu agreeing. I am here for the badge, not a performance, I coldly replied. Let us continue battling. Come forth, Pidgeotto. I tossed out my Pokeball. All right, let us go, Celio, Sakura responded with resignation. Swift and decisive, I urged. Pidgeotto, sensing my impatience, adopted a fierce demeanor and executed its most powerful technique, the quick attack. In the blink of an eye, Celio was rendered unable to battle. The White Sea Lion, Sakura, exclaimed in astonishment, clearly not expecting to lose so swiftly. All right, I concede, she said with a hint of resignation. Your strength is formidable. In that case, return, Bobo. The latter, evidently dissatisfied, sulked back into the Pokeball. This is the Hualan Gym badge, the Water Drop badge, Sakura announced. Holding the badge aloft, Lonely Leaf, grasping the badge, turned to leave, but Sakura called out. Wait a moment. What is it? Lonely Leaf replied coldly. Is it possible for your Pokemon to accompany us in the performance? Sakura hesitated. It's impossible. My Pokemon cannot be lent out. Especially not to 3 vase-like creatures for a show. Angered by the sister's discontent, Lonely Leaf spun on her heel and departed. Chapter 4. The March of Evolution. Ash's arrival upon returning to the Pokémon Center. Ash felt a wave of relief wash over him after Nurse Joy conducted a thorough examination of his Milotic, confirming that there were no adverse reactions. Retrieving his Pokeballs, he returned to his room and contemplated his itinerary. The next gym awaited him in the Leafy City. He recalled the story of a trainer named Xiaoming, who aspired to achieve 100 consecutive victories before embarking on his journey. While Ash was not particularly eager to meet him, he did find the training apparatus he had devised quite impressive and contemplated acquiring several for his Machoke and Charmander. as their burdensome weights hindered their movements. He resolved to travel alongside Ash's companions for a while. While waiting for them, he decided it was an opportune moment to train Charmander. Bobo, in theory, should have evolved by now, but without a formidable opponent to stimulate its growth, it remained in its current form. Early in the morning, Lonely Leaf awoke, freshened up, and sought a spacious area in the Pokémon Center for rigorous training, specifically a battle against a Rattata with Charmander and Bobo. After all, the trio had been by his side the longest, and with only Rattata having evolved, it had become a source of unspoken rivalry for Charmander and Bobo. Engaging them in battle was essential to ignite their pride and encourage their evolution. Charmander, Bobo, your target today is Rattata. Defeat it, Lonely Leaf commanded, igniting their competitive spirits. As the battle commenced, Rattata fought with all its might, provoking them. Without delay, Bobo dashed forward with astonishing speed. Due to its rigorous training and the stark contrast in strength and speed following its evolution, Rattata was no longer an easy opponent. Its evolution had granted it the ability to dig, promising a bright future. However, it would eventually have to rely on breaking through its limits, as Rattata's growth cycle was notably brief, leading to swift evolution. The foundation of my previous training had been to unlock the potential within Rattata, ensuring it had ample room for growth post-evolution. Back in the fray, Rattata swiftly dodged Bobo's attack by burrowing underground. Charmander hastily approached the burrow's entrance, unleashing a torrent of flames in an attempt to flush Rattata out. To its surprise, Rattata did not flee, but merely dug a few steps forward. As Charmander neared the opening, it fell victim to an unexpected strike, sent sprawling by Rattata's counterattack. Seizing the moment, Bobo unleashed a rapid thunderbolt, intensifying its offensive pace. But Rattata matched its speed, colliding directly with Bobo, rendering it ineffective. Rattata then launched a relentless assault, pushing both Charmander and Bobo into retreat. Charmeleon and Pidgey were once again sent flying, and it was then that Long Guy noticed the peculiar transformation occurring in them. "Come back, Rada. You performed admirably," he commanded as Rada retreated and quietly observed the metamorphosis of his companions. After the radiant glow subsided, a robust Charmeleon stood confidently in the arena, while Pidgey, adorned in shimmering silver feathers, sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. After recalling his Pokémon into their Pokeballs, he prepared to have Nurse Joy check their condition, only to turn around and find two individuals standing before him. "Shimizu, what brings you here?" Long Guy inquired, somewhat surprised. "Xiaoya, your Pokémon are remarkable," Shimizu expressed with admiration. "Shimizu, do you know him?" Brock asked. "Yes, we live in the same town. We are neighbors and have grown up together," Shimizu replied. "I forgot to introduce myself last time. I'm Brock," he said politely. "I am Long Guy," responded. "By the way, Shimizu, have you challenged the gym yet?" "Not yet. Brock advised me to let my Pokémon rest before I challenge it," Shimizu answered. "Once your Pokémon are rested, may I challenge you, Xiaoya?" Shimizu asked. "Let's discuss that after you win your gym badge," Long Guy chuckled. "Certainly. I am determined to earn that badge," Shimizu exclaimed excitedly. "Let us go see if Pikachu and the others are ready." Upon reaching Nurse Joy, they found Pikachu had just completed its examination. "Your Pokémon are all very healthy." Nurse Joy smiled. "Thank you, Miss Joy," Shimizu expressed his gratitude. Pikachu immediately leaped onto Shimizu's shoulder, curiously observing Long Guy. "Pikachu, this is my friend, Xiaoya," Shimizu explained. Pikachu greeted Long Guy, who was amused by Pikachu's endearing demeanor and reached out to embrace it. Shimizu attempted to intervene, but noticed that Pikachu not only did not resist, but seemed to revel in Long Guy's affection, stirring a hint of jealousy within him. Returning Pikachu to Shimizu, they set off for the Hualan Gym. Shimizu entrusted his newly evolved Charmeleon and Pidgey to Nurse Joy and followed Shimizu, while Brock went off to replenish supplies. Upon arriving at the Hualan Gym, they discovered Misty pacing back and forth at the entrance. "Shimizu," she called as he approached. "What are you doing here?" she asked curiously. "Well, Misty hesitated. "Who is this?" She redirected the topic. "I am Long Guy," he answered confidently. "Let us go inside. I'm eager to challenge the gym," Shimizu said impatiently. Just as Misty was about to object, Long Guy interjected, "Let us head in together. There's no need to pay attention to your three tiresome sisters." "How do you know?" Misty began. But Long Guy had already walked into the center of the gym. The two followed suit. It seemed those three sisters were truly insufferable, still performing. "Shimizu, you wait backstage. Misty and I will be in the duel arena," Long Guy instructed. "Oh, understood," Shimizu replied. Long Guy led Misty to the very spot where the gym battle would take place, and they took their seats in the audience. After a few minutes, Shimizu and the three seemingly ornamental sisters approached. Sakura noticed someone in the audience. "Misty, what brings you here?" she asked. I came with friends, Misty replied. I see. And how about you? Sakura inquired, glancing at Long Guy and the others. Long Guy coldly replied, to be honest, I have no desire to remain here for another moment. The cherry blossoms no longer lingered. Following the narrative, Ash and Misty faced off, with Team Rocket causing a ruckus in between, yet Ash successfully acquired his badge. Upon exiting, Brock awaited him. Did you manage to obtain the badge? Brock inquired. Yes, Ash replied, lifting his shirt to reveal the water drop badge. Now, let's head to Leaf Green City. What about you, Misty? I'm going to Leaf Green as well, she responded. Shall we travel together, Leaf? Ash asked. Indeed. It can be rather dull alone, Leaf readily agreed. Splendid. Let us go, Ash declared. They headed to the Pokémon Center to retrieve their Charmeleon and Pidgeotto's Pokeballs before departing from Hualon City. Chapter 5. The Beastmaster. Xiaoming traveling alongside Ash and Misty certainly added much joy to the journey. Ash and Misty bickered daily, while Brock and I discussed the care and nurturing of Pokémon. Along the way, we encountered numerous trainers. Haha, a 10-game winning streak. Ash exclaimed. You're amazing. A challenger remarked. It's nothing, Ash replied, intentionally revealing his badge. Misty shook her head in disapproval. It was merely pity that had prompted such kindness. Brock could only smile. By the way, Leaf, how many matches have you won? Misty asked. I'm not quite sure, Leaf answered. None of the challengers could withstand Rattata's quick attack, Brock recalled. I believe it was a 45-game streak. 45 wins? That is impressive. You might just defeat Xiaoming, the challenger remarked. Who is Xiaoming? Ash inquired. He has established a private gym ahead, nicknamed the Beastmaster, and boasts a winning streak of 98, the challenger responded. So formidable. I must challenge him, Ash declared excitedly. Let us go. He dashed ahead. Misty, Brock, and Leaf could only follow reluctantly. Beastmaster Xiaoming, do not let me down, Leaf thought to herself. Upon arriving at the gym's entrance, Ash called out, Is anyone here? I'm here to challenge. A young boy stepped forward, asking, Are you the challenger? Are you Xiaoming? Ash queried. Indeed. And are you here to become my 99th victory as fertilizer? Xiaoming retorted arrogantly. You are far too conceited. I shall defeat you, Ash responded with fury. Then follow me. Xiaoming instructed, leading everyone into his dojo. As expected, Ash was defeated. Leaf, it's your turn. You can surely win, Misty encouraged. Yes, Leaf, avenge me, Ash urged excitedly. All right, Ash, you should learn from this, Leaf replied. However, Xiaoming, please allow us to observe how you train your Pokémon. I can see your Sandshrew is trained exceptionally well. No problem. It's all the same to me, Xiaoming replied nonchalantly. Let us begin. Go, Charmeleon. Leaf threw out her Pokeball. Sandshrew dig, Xiaoming commanded, and Sandshrew swiftly burrowed underground to evade the attack. Is that all you've got? Leaf scoffed. You seem not as formidable as I had imagined. What did you say? Xiaoming fumed. I don't want to waste time. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. A torrent of flames surged into the hole, engulfing it entirely. Flamethrowers, do such skills truly exist? Ash inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. Come forth, Sandshrew, Xiaoming urged. As for Sandshrew's movements, Gully had perceived them entirely. Just ahead of Charizard, the metallic claws glinted ominously. As Sandshrew emerged from its burrow, it was met with a fierce assault. Is Sandshrew all right? Xiaoming asked, concern etched on his face. Sandshrew shook its head to indicate it was unharmed. Very well. Let us continue, Xiaoming declared. Yet Gully withdrew Charizard. What are you doing? The match is not over, Xiaoming exclaimed, irritation bubbling within him. I concede, Gully stated. Do you look down upon me? Xiaoming's fury was palpable. Humph, cast aside your foolish notions. I merely wish to convey that strength is not solely acquired through relentless training. It is through the experiences of travel that one truly grows stronger, Gully replied coldly. Chastened by Gully's reprimand, Xiaoming fell silent, recognizing his misstep. Thank you, I understand now. I shall embark on my journey, and one day, I will defeat you, he asserted with determination. I shall await that day. A faint smile flickered across Gully's lips. Very well, allow me to show you to the tent, Xiaoming offered. Certainly, I possess an abundance of these. I shall fetch several for you, Xiaoming generously proclaimed. Returning with 6 items. Thank you, Gully expressed gratefully. All right, Ash, let us be on our way, Gully said, turning back. I hope to see you at the Quartz Plateau. Farewell, Gully extended his hand. Indeed, farewell, Xiaoming replied, clasping Gully's hand tightly as he and Ash departed, continuing their journey. Where's this place? It is shrouded in fog, Ash lamented. Unmistakably, Ash and his companions had lost their way. In that case, let us pause for afternoon tea, Brock suggested. The task of gathering firewood now rested upon Ash and Gully, who rushed toward a faint light visible ahead. They soon discovered a person sprawled on the ground. surrounded by several others, and hurried over. What is transpiring here? Ash demanded angrily. This is our learning. Please do not interfere, one of the onlookers replied. Leave. Gully coldly commanded. The individual, momentarily struck by Gully's formidable aura, retreated with his companions. Thus, we followed the beleaguered boy into the school. The boy's boastful claims provoked Xiaoxia, who unleashed her stereo, sending the boy's stunned flower Pokémon flying with a water gun. The boy's face contorted in disbelief. Thus, you are incapable, a voice chimed in. A beautiful girl, accompanied by several others, approached. Shengdai? The boy exclaimed. You are the illustrious Shengdai, are you not? Ash gushed. In 8 years. You shall be a beauty, Brock chimed in. Enough of your foolishness. Gully admonished, prompting Ash and Brock to fall silent. Indeed, I am Yuding Shengdai, the girl replied. Proceeding to reprimand the boy, Xiaoxia, unable to contain herself, challenged Shengdai. At that moment, Gully interjected, Step back, Xiaoxia. You are not ready yet. Turning to Shengdai. He continued, You are an exemplary student, correct? Then I shall witness just how formidable an exemplary student can be. Bring forth your companions. Gully beckoned to the others. Do not underestimate us, they declared, tossing out their Pokeballs, with Shengdai releasing her Geodude. Come forth, Charizard. 5 seconds to victory, Gully commanded, launching his Pokeball with precision. How is it possible? Exclaimed Xiaoxia in astonishment. Just as the words left her lips, the fire dinosaur unleashed a fiery blast, leaving only the rock Pokémon standing, still in shock. Before it could react, the fire dinosaur executed a sonic punch, sending it flying and rendering it unable to continue fighting. This is astonishing, the young boy remarked, recalling the fire dinosaur. Weren't you all quite proud? Didn't you boast of your strength? Yet you can't even manage basic commands, he reprimanded with a stoic expression. All right, let us depart from here, said Guyu. Oh, understood, replied Ash, Xiaoxia, and Brock, hastily following him out of the Pokémon school. Guyu turned back and said, Let us part ways here. Why? Xiaoxia and Ash asked anxiously. I still need to train. I cannot focus while with you all. So, I apologize, Ash, Guyu responded. In that case, very well. But I shall certainly become stronger by our next meeting, Ash declared resolutely. Haha, I shall look forward to that, Guyu replied with a smile. Then, farewell. Yes, farewell. Chapter 6. Intensive training and pre-battle preparations. After parting ways with Ash and his companions, Guyu continued training diligently within the forest. The training apparatus, having undergone Guyu's modifications, exhibited enhanced efficacy, with its suppressive power doubled from the previous baseline. To further augment this, superior materials would be necessary. Typically, the fire dinosaur and the Maghop brothers engaged in combat training. Meanwhile, due to her aversion to the sensation of the training apparatus, Milotic trained separately. I instructed Rattata and Pidgey to attack Milotic, urging her to evade to the best of her ability. I, too, did not remain idle. Having adapted the apparatus for human use without inflicting harm, I commenced my own physical training to ascertain whether my body would yield discoveries beyond mere observation and improvements in fitness. After a period of rigorous training, I realized my body had become akin to a bottomless pit. In terms of strength, speed, and stamina, what once measured at 50 had now surpassed 100, witnessing an overall increase of over threefold. The training apparatus became second nature, yet I refrained from removing it. Subsequently, I began honing my combat techniques. However, fighting entails more than mere striking, so I integrated the training of the fire dinosaur and Maghop into my regimen. Initially, the fire dinosaur and its companions did not regard me seriously, but after suffering a setback due to Guyu, they recognized that their master was not to be trifled with. Thus, the 3 little Pokémon united in their training efforts alongside Guyu. The more we trained, the more astonishing it became. Guyu's physical coordination and dynamic observation reached an unforeseen realm. From initially struggling under the onslaught of the fire dinosaur and its companions to being able to anticipate their movements, I evaded their attacks effortlessly, with not even a strand of hair touched. Eventually, upon seeing their master approach for training, the fire dinosaur and Maghop opted to flee, leaving Guyu shaking his head in exasperation. After such an extensive period of training, the Pokémon exhibited remarkable improvements. The fire dinosaur mastered Steel Tail, Dragon Rage, and Heat Wave. The Maghop brothers, following the fire dinosaur's lead, learned Flame Punch and Sonic Punch, and even grass techniques such as Chain Kick and Hell Rolling during their combat practice. Furthermore, after extensive training on Crescent Mountain, Maghop successfully executed the cross-cut thanks to Guyu's guidance. In the art of evasion, Minus displayed an impressive array of techniques, masterfully wielding the Water Gun, Water Pulse, and Ice Beam, while also mastering the Liquid Ring. Furthermore, it adeptly integrated the initial skills of the clumsy fish, the water splash leap, to evade with remarkable ingenuity. In the course of its dodging, it also enhanced its speed and learned the shadow clone technique. BB Bird acquired the wing flap, while the fierce storm and vacuum slash were mastered, and Lotta learned the headbutt and charge. I, too, experienced a comprehensive enhancement, elevating my abilities to an astonishing 5-fold increase. Feeling that the training had progressed sufficiently, Guy prepared to depart. He made his way to the seaside of the White Cliff, where he discovered the Jinghui Lighthouse. Upon arriving at the base of the lighthouse, he rang the doorbell, which emitted a peculiar sound. Following the noise, a voice emanated from the intercom, inquiring, "Who is it?" "I am Long Guy from Mossera Town," Guy responded. "Oh, from Mossera Town? Please, come in." The main door creaked open slowly. "Welcome to Jinghui Lighthouse." As Guy stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of a massive fossil helmet perched on the staircase. "Where are you?" Guy inquired. "I am inside the fossil helmet." "Could you lend me a hand?" came the voice from within. Of course. Guy approached the fossil helmet and pressed a button on the figurine's body, causing the fossil helmet to detach and reveal a young man. "Hello, I am Jinghui." The youth introduced himself. "Greetings. May I ask if there is a telephone?" Guy replied. "It's over there." Jinghui gestured towards the phone. "Thank you." Guy expressed his gratitude. He successfully contacted Professor Okido. "Oh, it's Little Leaf. Long time no see," Professor Okido remarked, while enjoying a bowl of ramen beside him. "Why hasn't Shimizu sent over any Pokémon? Have you been the same?" Okido questioned. "I was just about to mention that. In a few days, I will send a Pokémon your way. Please take good care of it," Guy stated. "What Pokémon?" Okido probed. "You'll find out then," Guy teased. "Very well, where are you now?" Professor Okido asked. "Hello, Professor Okido," Jinghui interjected as he walked by. Noting their engrossed conversation, Guy took the opportunity to step away to the seaside, releasing his companions. Minas, upon seeing the ocean, eagerly dove into the water, as it was time for them to relax after their rigorous training. "Everyone, enjoy yourselves today, but be sure to return before nightfall," Guy called out. They all responded enthusiastically. Just as Guy was about to leave, he heard a voice behind him. "Little Leaf." To his surprise, Shimizu had arrived, indicating that the evening would be lively. "Little Leaf, you're here too?" Shimizu inquired. "Yes, I just arrived today and let my Pokémon out to unwind," Guy replied casually. "Where are Kasumi and Takashi?" "They're behind us." Shimizu began, but was interrupted as Kasumi and Takashi rushed over. "Guy, you're here as well," Takashi exclaimed. "Yes, there's a young researcher residing in that lighthouse. You might want to ask him some questions, as it could be beneficial for you," Guy suggested. As Ash and his companions hurried towards the lighthouse, Guy called back the little Pokémon, stating that they were to engage in battle tonight, a moment to showcase their prowess. The atmosphere was charged with determination, indicating that they were ready. Guy then turned to the Machoke brothers. "Machoke, your experience has reached a critical threshold. I trust you can sense this as well. I shall now release you from your constraints. Are you prepared?" Guy inquired. The Machoke brothers nodded resolutely, having long anticipated this day. Guy unfastened the training devices from Machoke, and after a brief moment, 2 brilliant beams of light illuminated the beach. As the radiance faded, 2 robust Machamps stood before everyone, curiously examining their newly empowered bodies and the surging strength within them. Guy addressed them. "Your task is to master this power before nightfall. Do you understand?" The Machamp nodded in affirmation. Recalling his Charizard, Pidgeotto, and Rattata, Guy turned to Milotic, saying, "Milotic, you have a task as well. Tonight, you will remain at the base of the cliff. If you observe 2 individuals with Meowth, use water gun to send them flying," Guy instructed, to prevent unforeseen circumstances. He meticulously prepared for the mission, awaiting the target's arrival. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Machamp approached Guy, appearing to have harnessed the strength within their bodies and having learned the skill of body enhancement, a technique that bolsters both offense and defense. Guy remarked, "Now your strength is sufficient to disregard the burdens imposed by the training devices, so there is no need for them any longer. When we reach the next city, I will procure better equipment. All right, you two, return and rest. We have a battle to face tonight." Guy withdrew the Machamp into their Pokeballs. Upon returning to the lighthouse, Guy discovered that everyone had ascended to the top. So he hastily made his way up the tower and found that the gathering had only just begun. Chapter 7. The Gigantic Dragonite. Chapter 27. The gigantic Dragonite Jinghui was playing the enchanting melody intended to attract the mysterious Pokémon when a shadow gradually approached, responding harmoniously to the sound. "I long to see you," Jinghui explained, enveloped by the feelings evoked by the music. Meanwhile, Milotic was growing increasingly bored while waiting, until a colossal shadow caught its attention. Upon realizing it was a gigantic Pokémon, Milotic comprehended why its master had been so earnest today. It began to take its task seriously, meticulously observing from the cliff's edge. Indeed, it soon spotted the target and unleashed a powerful water gun, sending Team Rocket sprawling before it concealed itself beneath the waves, remaining still. Just as Jinghui was about to scrutinize the mysterious Pokémon, Guy noticed the commotion at the cliff's base and understood that the threat had been neutralized. He approached and called out, "Dragonite, may I join you in searching for your companions?" Jinghui, astonished, exclaimed, "You mean this Pokémon is a Dragonite?" He examined it closely and noted that the shadow indeed bore a resemblance to Dragonite. But how could it be so enormous? The Dragonite appeared to be captivated by the words of Goi, its gaze filled with inquiry. Goi discerned its intent and spoke, "Indeed, I can help you find your kin. However, your kind has dwindled significantly, and while I can assist you in meeting a few of your brethren, I cannot promise a large gathering." Goi felt a twinge of uncertainty, yet at that moment, Dragonite shook its head and gestured emphatically. Jinghui provided a brief explanation, revealing that Dragonite did not seek numerous companions. It merely yearned to know if any of its kind still existed, and to meet them would suffice. Upon hearing this, Goi swiftly continued, "I know where you can encounter your kind. Would you be willing to become my Pokémon, to seek your companions alongside me, and fight together?" Dragonite responded. And this time, Goi understood that without its affirmation, it would not accompany him. Goi smiled and said, "Very well, I shall earn your approval. However, we cannot battle here. Shall we move to the nearby beach?" Dragonite nodded and made its way towards the sandy shore. As the battle commenced, Goi released his Pokémon, Charmeleon, Rattata, Pidgey, and the two Machops. "Misdreavus, return," Goi called, and the stunning Misdreavus emerged gracefully from the sea. Upon sighting Misdreavus, Ash, Misty, Brock, and Jinghui were all taken aback by the beauty of the Pokémon. Ash hurriedly pulled out his Pokédex, only to be met with silence. No data available. How could there be no data? Ash lamented. The knowledgeable Jinghui interjected, "That is Misdreavus, a Pokémon from the Hoenn region, and it is quite rare in that land." "What is the Hoenn region?" Ash inquired, bewildered. "Hoenn is another continent, across the sea," Jinghui replied, but the battle was about to begin. Goi began to strategize for the imminent confrontation against a creature towering like a skyscraper. "Charmeleon and Rattata, focus all your might to deplete Dragonite's stamina. Pidgey and Misdreavus, do everything in your power to disrupt Dragonite's attacks, while Machops, enhance your physical prowess to the utmost. We shall buy time, and the final blow will be entrusted to you." Once the tactics were established, the battle commenced. Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Rattata, execute Quick Attack with all your strength. Be cautious of evasion. Pidgey, use Quick Attack to interfere with Dragonite's move. Misdreavus, employ Ice Beam to freeze Dragonite's feet and hinder its movement. Be vigilant, go, Goi commanded. And the four Pokémon charged into action. The fiery Charizard and Rattata initiated the onslaught, while Dragonite, due to its massive size, could only endure through sheer stamina. Charizard's Flamethrower struck directly at Dragonite's chest, relentlessly inflicting damage, while Rattata incessantly targeted Dragonite's abdomen with its Quick Attack. In a bid to retaliate, Dragonite attempted to counter Rattata, but was helpless against its speed, compounded by the fact that its feet were frozen by Milotic's Ice Beam. When it sought to unleash thunder, it was interrupted by Pidgey, thwarting its attack. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided as Dragonite began to charge its Hyper Beam. Pidgey attempted to intervene, yet Dragonite withstood the assault, successfully maintaining the release of its move. At that moment, the two Machops surged forward, indicating that the decisive clash was imminent. Seeing the Machops advance, Goyu commanded Rattata, Pidgey, and Milotic to withdraw. Charizard then unleashed its Dragon Rage, blending the essence of Dragon-type Fury into its fire-based attacks. Machop executed a cross-chop, releasing a formidable column of flame that collided with Dragonite's Hyper Beam, resulting in a colossal explosion. The blast sent shockwaves across the sea, stirring up waves. At that moment, the Machop brothers charged in, delivering a direct cross-chop to Dragonite's abdomen. Immobilized after firing its Hyper Beam, Dragonite was struck twice by the cross-chop, causing it to stagger backward in agony. Upon witnessing Dragonite's fall, Goyu retrieved a pre-prepared gravity ball and hurled it onto the beach, where it vibrated violently, suggesting that Dragonite was nearly out of energy. After a few convulsions, the ball ceased its movements and was subsequently teleported away, allowing Goyu to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The team gathered around Goyu, who praised their outstanding efforts, eliciting joy among the Pokémon. "All right, everyone, let's return and rest," Goyu said as he recalled them. "Xiaoyi, I can't believe you captured such a colossal Pokémon," exclaimed Ash, incredulous. Indeed, you are remarkable, chimed in Misty and Brock in agreement. Jinhui approached, expressing his surprise. Goyu, I never imagined you would successfully capture Dragonite, and a giant one at that. Far larger than the usual size. Goyu shook his head, attributing the success to the collective effort of the team. Well, dawn is upon us. I must take my leave, he stated, walking into the forest and gradually disappearing from view. It seems Ash has had quite a challenge, Brock sighed. Yes, Goyu is incredibly strong, Misty added. No matter how strong he is, I will catch up to him. Just wait. Xiao Yi, Ash declared resolutely, gazing in the direction Goyu had vanished. After walking a short distance, Goyu found a tree and lay down, exhausted from the night's battle, his nerves still taut. He succumbed to sleep almost immediately. Unbeknownst to him, in Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town, someone was on the brink of madness. Ah, a new Pokémon has arrived. Let me see who it is, Professor Oak said, seated before his computer. Yes, it's from Xiao Yi, and it appears to be a Pokémon caught with a gravity ball. I must see what Pokémon it is. Professor Oak perused the data and discovered the details of a small sprite within a Pokéball. To his astonishment, Xiao Yi had captured a Dragonite, a remarkably rare creature. However, he pondered whether using a heavy ball for such a catch was somewhat excessive. Upon examining the subsequent information, Professor Oak was left in utter disbelief. How could a Dragonite grow to nearly 70 meters? Where had Xiao Yi procured this monstrous being? His voice echoed throughout the research facility. Chapter 8. Spiritual Harmony and the Tears of Solitude. Lonely Leaf, the dragon, lay peacefully asleep, enveloped in the serene stillness of the forest. If one listened closely, they could discern the rhythmic sound of its breathing. The unique aura of the dragon merged with the tranquil essence of nature, gradually dispersing throughout the woods. The forest's sprites sensed a harmonious and inviting energy emanating from a particular direction, compelling them to rush towards its source. Various creatures, such as Rattata, Pidgey, and Caterpie, gathered around the figure of the human before them, puzzled by the comforting sensation that radiated from him. Some sprites became so entranced by this aura that they evolved. However, the weather took a turn for the worse. Ominous clouds gathered overhead, signaling an impending downpour. To their surprise, several sprites approached Lonely Leaf, lifting it gently and transporting it deeper into the forest. Deep in slumber, Lonely Leaf remained oblivious to the events unfolding around it. The sprites carried it to a cave, resting it against the wall just as the rain began to fall. Yet, the sprites soon detected a change in the atmosphere. What was once gentle had transformed into an air of melancholy. Immersed in dreams, Lonely Leaf reflected on the fragments of a past life, ultimately marked by solitude. It confined itself within a small, dark room devoid of light. The sprites, sensing its profound loneliness, gathered closely around Lonely Leaf. An Eevee curled up on its lap, gazing with concern at this human, having just experienced a moment of warmth from them. It yearned for the human to return to that gentle state, disliking the aura of loneliness that now surrounded them. For it too had endured solitude for far too long, wandering the forest alone without interaction from other sprites. In a dream, Lonely Leaf observed the dark enclosure illuminate, transforming into a different scene. It beheld the worried expressions of numerous sprites watching over it. Gradually, Lonely Leaf awakened to find the sprites encircling it, and upon glancing at the torrential rain outside, everything became clear. A single tear rolled down its cheek. The innocence and companionship of the sprites dispelled its loneliness, prompting tears to flow. Indeed, the past was to be left behind. Now, it had companions, a new life, and new aspirations. No longer would it dwell in despair, but rather embrace life and pursue new dreams alongside its friends. Lonely Leaf ceased its weeping, wiped away the tears, and smiled. Sensing the return of that comforting aura, the sprites rejoiced as well. As the rain subsided, I followed the sprites to the forest's edge, departing under their watchful gaze. Eevee seemed to have made a decision, darting off in the direction Lonely Leaf had vanished. As Lonely Leaf traversed the path, it suddenly sensed a rapid approach from behind. Turning around, Eevee leapt directly into Lonely Leaf's embrace. "Would you like to walk with me?" Guy inquired, to which Eevee nodded in affirmation. Guy did not immediately return it to its Pokeball, as he could only carry 6 Pokémon at a time. Instead, he placed Eevee upon his shoulder and continued on his journey. That day, a trainer arrived in Withered Leaf City, with an Eevee perched on his shoulder. Indeed, it was the Dragon Guy. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, Guy handed his Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, who was taken aback not only by the presence of Eevee, but also by the 6 Pokeballs he presented. It was only after Guy explained that Eevee was still a wild Pokémon that she breathed a sigh of relief. During this interlude, Guy visited a department store, purchasing various components to upgrade his training device, and crafted several additional Pokeballs of varying sizes for future needs. Once he had completed his tasks and returned to the Pokémon Center, a severely injured Oddish was brought into the medical room. Guy reclaimed his Pokeballs, cradled Eevee, and inquired of Joy about the condition of the Oddish. Joy sighed, explaining that it had been attacked by Makis, the leader of the Withered Leaf Gym, and that this was the 13th such case this month. However, upon finishing her explanation, she realized that Guy had already disappeared. Upon learning that the injuries were inflicted by a person, an inferno of rage ignited within Guy as he made his way to the Withered Leaf Gym. "Where's the gym leader? Show yourself," Guy bellowed as he pushed open the grand doors. "Oh, another victim has arrived," a man mocked. "I am here to challenge the gym," Guy replied coldly. "I am Makis," emerged a tall figure from the shadows. "You are the gym leader, let us duel," Guy stated icily. "Very well, the gym battle will be a series of 11. Is that acceptable?" Makis responded. Without hesitation, Guy threw out his Pokeball, and as Charmeleon emerged, it exuded a fierce aura. Makis summoned his Raichu in response. "Charmeleon, do not hold back. End this battle with utmost speed," Guy commanded in a voice laced with fury, evidently incensed by the gym leader's actions. Charmeleon, sensing its master's genuine anger, launched into an aggressive assault, though unaware of the reasons behind it. "Huh, child, do not boast too much," Makis jeered, but instantly regretted his words as he watched Raichu being sent flying by a single punch from Charmeleon, losing its fighting capability. Charmeleon was taken aback by the ease of the victory, pondering the unexpected frailty of its opponent. Guy, having recalled Charmeleon, coldly asked, "Where's my badge? I should have one, correct?" Snapping back to reality, Makis, awed, replied, "You are incredibly strong. Here is the proof of your victory over the Withered Leaf Gym, the orange badge." Guy accepted the badge and turned to leave, but paused midway. "Makis, should you fail to learn your lesson and continue to treat challengers and their Pokémon as you have in the past, I would not hesitate to see the Orange Gym shut down," Guy warned, unleashing a momentary aura of menace. In an instant, he retracted his presence and departed the gym. Makis and his companions were left in a state of shock, contemplating the sheer terror of the young trainer. By the heavens, this boy is formidable. Where does such intense energy come from? Makis resolved to temper his approach moving forward. Returning to the Pokémon Center, I equipped everyone with the new training devices, familiarized myself with them briefly before collecting them back. After witnessing the strength of others, Eevee felt a surge of ambition and desire for power. Unable to resist, I prepared a simpler training device for Eevee, which was significantly less burdensome. However, I emphasized the importance of establishing a solid foundation before utilizing the high-intensity training apparatuses. I then spoke with Rattata regarding the situation with Professor Oak. Initially reluctant, Rattata agreed to my suggestion of seeking Dragonite to learn new skills. After contacting Professor Oak and discussing the circumstances, I sent Rattata back. Once I secured Eevee and its Pokeball, I released it again and embraced it as I returned to my room. Chapter 9. The Dragon Master. Dato. Early in the morning, I, Long Guy, organized my belongings, checked my Pokeballs, and left the Pokémon Center with Eevee. We arrived at the port and settled into a hotel, awaiting the arrival of the SS and the traps set by Team Rocket. Bored, I noticed a figure lurking suspiciously in an alley. Upon sensing my gaze, the individual hurriedly fled, prompting me to follow. Halfway through the chase, the person vanished. After searching for a while, I suddenly heard a whoosh from behind. I ducked to evade the attack and swiftly turned to snatch away the individual's concealed hat. This was trivial for me at that moment, but upon seeing the person's face, I was taken aback. The fiery red hair betrayed his identity, Dato, the Dragon Master. "Dato, what brings you here?" I inquired, astonished by his presence. "Quite nimble, aren't you? I am Dato. May I ask your name?" He replied with a smile. "I am Long Guy, hailing from Mossera Town." I responded, "Long Guy, that name seems familiar." Dato mused for a moment before expressing surprise. "You are the trainer who captured the giant Dragonite." I was taken aback by Dato's knowledge of this event. "How do you know of this?" "Oh, it's simple. After you captured the giant Dragonite, Professor Oak constructed a private coast for it at the Alliance. I happened to visit," Dato explained. "I see. But what are you doing lurking around here?" I inquired. "I heard rumors that the nefarious Team Rocket has been active here lately, so I decided to investigate," Dato replied. "Mr. Dato, would you be willing to battle with me?" I wished to gauge my current abilities. I hesitated before asking. "Certainly. I, too, am eager to witness your prowess," Dato responded enthusiastically. "Let us find a suitable location." Following Dato, we arrived at a secluded forest. "This should suffice," he said. I nodded and released my Pokeball, summoning my Charmeleon to stand on the battlefield. Dato noticed the device affixed to Charmeleon and understood why this young trainer could capture such a formidable Pokémon. He prepared himself for the battle, tossing his own Pokeball to reveal a majestic Dragonite that radiated an overwhelming presence. Indeed, the champion-trained Pokémon exudes an impressive aura, suggesting that exerting full strength is now imperative. Charizard, come forth, Koya commanded, summoning his Charizard and releasing it from its restraints. As soon as the device was removed, an intangible presence emanated from Charizard, albeit significantly weaker compared to Dragonite. However, Dato was increasingly astonished. A novice trainer had managed to cultivate the nascent form of an aura in such a short span. With further training, it could stand on par with his Dragonite. All right, Mr. Dato, Koya stated. Let us begin. Dato snapped back to attention. Very well, let us commence. Flame Sonic Punch, Koya instructed, and Charizard surged forward, landing a direct hit on Dragonite's abdomen, causing it to recoil in pain. Dato thought to himself, I didn't anticipate this. Charizard has reached such levels in speed and power. If it evolves, I truly wonder what my chances would be. Nevertheless, he quickly commanded Dragonite, ascend and unleash Water Gun. As Dragonite adjusted its position and soared into the air, it aimed a water gun at Charizard. Charizard, use Flamethrower, Koya directed. Flamethrower? Dato was unfamiliar with this technique. A swirling inferno erupted, but Dato believed it wouldn't be so straightforward. The flames collided with the water gun, and rather than being suppressed, the water was vaporized by the fire. Observing this, Dato immediately ordered Dragonite to evade, declaring, Water Gun 1T suffice. Employ Hydro Pump. After dodging, Dragonite unleashed a more powerful Hydro Pump. Koya remained unperturbed, calmly instructing, You elevate, and I shall elevate as well. Charizard responded with an even mightier fire column, directly breaching the Hydro Pump and striking Dragonite, which let out a cry of anguish in midair. Dato was left dumbfounded, pondering the nature of these techniques. The control over speed, power, and elemental forces seemed to be on a precarious balance. This could not continue. Dragonite, use Dragon Rush. A blue aura enveloped Dragonite as it barreled through the flames, striking Charizard and sending it flying. Chapter 10, Boarding the S, and Mr. Dato. I believe we can conclude, Koya remarked. Dato was about to inquire further when a flash of light erupted in the direction where Charizard had been sent flying. Indeed, Charizard was evolving. The luminous glow gradually intensified, revealing the silhouette of wings. Once the brilliance subsided, a tall and robust Charizard emerged, its aura rapidly expanding and clashing with that of Dragonite, significantly intensifying the atmosphere. Mr. Dato, I think we can end this now. I would like to take Charizard back for Nurse Joy to examine, Koya stated. Very well, Dato replied. Koya swiftly gathered Charizard and departed. After Koya left, Dato exhaled deeply and shook his head, contemplating the excitement that awaited at the upcoming Quartz Conference. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center and handing Charizard over to Nurse Joy for examination, Koya donned a new training device and returned to his room with Eevee. The evolution of Charizard had propelled him to a new pinnacle, indicating that it was time to incorporate new members, as his Pidgey and Machoke had nearly reached their limits, poised for evolution and enhancement at any moment. A day later, the S, and docked at the port, where free tickets were still being distributed. Long Guyue seized one and boarded the ship. Upon entering the hall, he unexpectedly spotted Mr. Dudo. Mr. Dudo, you're here as well, Guyue approached him. Seeing Guyue, Dudo welcomed him warmly. Indeed, rather than conducting a slow investigation, it is far more direct to walk into the trap. Absolutely, Guyue replied. There's a certain thrill in directly thwarting the enemy's schemes rather than meandering aimlessly in inquiry. Hearing such words from Guyue ignited a fervor within Dudo. By the way, I have a question. By strength, my Dragonite should surpass Charizard. So why do I always find myself at a disadvantage in skill? Especially when I employ water-type moves that counter fire types. This isn't a secret. I merely combine certain skills to achieve complete fusion. These skills are far more intricate than merely 112, Guyue responded. No wonder. But I must say, your Pokémon exhibit impeccable power and speed, and their mastery of skills is astonishing. I never imagined you could utilize skills in such a manner. Indeed, the synergy of skills is not as simple as 112. Dudo remarked. Isn't that little Leaf? A voice called from behind. Turning around, Guyue found Ash and his companions approaching. Ash rushed to Guyue's side and, noticing Dudo beside him, inquired, May I ask who this gentleman is? At that moment, Brock stepped forward. Are you Mr. Dudo? Who is Mr. Dudo? Ash asked, bewildered. Brock smacked Ash lightly on the head. You fool. Mr. Dudo is the champion of Kanto, arguably the strongest in the region. Oh, is that so? Is he stronger than Little Leaf? Ash's innocent question extinguished Brock's irritation, leaving even Dudo to chuckle slightly. Mr. Dudo is indeed stronger than I am, Ash. A champion does not merely emerge victorious in tournaments. They must also conquer the Elite Four and the former champion to earn the title, Gyue clarified, fully aware of Ash's personality. Wow, that's impressive. Ash's eyes gleamed with excitement. Enough talk. Let's find something to eat, Gyue suggested. He led them to the dining area, where Ash immediately dashed towards a duel taking place. Ash is incorrigible, Gyue sighed with a smile. How did you end up with Gyue? Brock asked Dudo. Well, I encountered Mr. Dudo on the road yesterday and exchanged a few words, which led to my acquaintance with Gyue, Dudo explained. All right, everyone, let us enjoy this gathering, Dudo said. With that, each of them dispersed to seek their preferred delights. Chapter 11, The S.S. And Sinks Gyue stepped out of the hall to feel the sea breeze on the deck. Don't you want to watch your friends battle? Dudo approached Gyue. Don't you sense an uncomfortable atmosphere aboard this ship? Gyue inquired. You noticed that too? It would be peculiar if you hadn't, given your keen observational skills. Dudo replied with a smile. Little Leaf, where have you been? I searched for you everywhere. Ash rushed over. I prefer not to be in overly bustling places, Gyue remarked. At that moment, a gentleman approached Ash and complimented. Your Butterfree is quite impressive. Ash replied. Your Rattata is commendable as well. The gentleman continued. Would you be interested in a Pokémon trade? Why trade? Ash inquired. The gentleman explained. As long as both parties agree, any Pokémon can be exchanged. Oh, I see. What do you think, Gyue? Ash asked. Gyue replied sternly. I can only say this. If you dare to trade, do not claim to know me. Nor should you assert you hail from New Barktown. I do not associate with those who recklessly treat their Pokémon as mere commodities. I fear being embarrassed. Gyue's expression was one of anger, as she deeply despised individuals who frivolously exchanged their Pokémon. Upon witnessing Gyue's intense reaction, Dato realized how significant Pokémon were to her, which explained the strength of her companions. Ash, startled by Gyue's fury, understood the gravity of the situation. I apologize. I cannot casually part with my companions, he stated. The gentleman's expression darkened further upon hearing Gyue's words, and with a cold snort, he departed. Just then, a commotion erupted from the hall, indicating that Team Rocket had commenced their operation. Mr. Dato, I have a strong aversion to Team Rocket. I wish to invite you to join me in battle, Gyue declared earnestly. You need not say it. I share the same intention, Dato responded with a smile. Ash, hurry and find Misty and Brock, Gyue instructed. Mr. Dato, let us proceed. Charizard, come forth. Gyue summoned Charizard, while Dato released Dragonite. The emergence of these two formidable Pokémon captivated the entire scene. Mr. Dato, let us commence. Charizard, use Flamethrower to eliminate those individuals with strange devices, Gyue commanded. Dragonite, you too, take down all of them. The powerful combination of Charizard and Dragonite astonished everyone. As Team Rocket's members fell in groups, either fainted by Charizard's fire or struck down by Dragonite's thunderbolt. Once they were subdued, chaos ensued as the ship began to sway dangerously. Mr. Dato, the ship is sinking. We must leave at once, Gyue urged. Understood, Dato replied as he mounted Dragonite to escape the vessel, while Gyue took to the skies on Charizard. As the ship sank, people managed to flee, yet fate had other plans, and Ash and his friends remained aboard. With no choice, Gyue followed Dato to the scenic resort of Blamperky. En route, Dato returned to the Pokémon League upon completing his mission, while Gyue found a hotel on the beach to settle in. Anticipating the upcoming encounters with Pokémon, Gyue called Professor Oak to request a gravity ball. After learning about Rattata and the giant Dragonite, she returned to her hotel. Early the next morning, Gyue sought an isolated beach for intensive training, assigning tasks to her team. On the shore, Charizard engaged in water immunity training, while Milotic supervised Eevee's speed evasion drills. Pidgey utilized its skills to slice through the waves, strengthening its wing power, and the two Machops trained in combat alongside me, as I intended to impart some fighting techniques to them. All right, everyone, let's proceed. The Machop brothers observed as the others departed for training, then turned to their master, curious about the lessons he would impart. Now, you shall attack me, relying solely on your physical strength, without holding back. Do you understand? Asked Gyue. The Machops, well aware of their master's prowess, nodded resolutely. Chapter 12. Beach Training and the Beauty Pageant. Let us begin. Gyue prepared to initiate the session. Noticing his peculiar stance, the Machops exchanged glances and charged forward. Onlookers from Earth would surely exclaim in astonishment at the sight of Tai Chi. Indeed, Gyue had mastered numerous martial arts in his previous life, becoming proficient in various styles and weaponry. His training in the pet world had enhanced his physical capabilities beyond comprehension, and with the development of his intellect, he effortlessly grasped the essence of these martial arts. The two Machops lunged at him, their powerful fists aimed at Guyu. However, upon striking him, they felt as if they had hit a mound of cotton, their strikes rendered ineffective, and were swiftly sent flying. Rising to their feet, they charged at Guyu once more. This time, he countered with precision, landing 2 solid blows on the Machops, sending them sprawling. As they stood up, their faces filled with admiration. Guyu felt a hint of awkwardness and cleared his throat. Ahem, what you just experienced was Tai Chi, which employs softness to overcome strength. The strikes you faced were from the Vajra fist, emphasizing brute force. Which style would you like to learn? After a moment of contemplation, the Machops chose to study Tai Chi and Vajra fist, respectively. To distinguish them, one was named Howie, practicing Tai Chi, while the other was called Haogong, focusing on Vajra fist. After a day of training, the brothers rapidly improved their mastery of the techniques, proving themselves as talented combat Pokémon. As the day came to a close, Eevee had mastered several skills: quick attack, agility, swift, double team, shadow ball. Charizard learned flamethrower, Pidgey acquired air slash, and Milotic, through its attacks, learned blizzard. Having reviewed everyone's training progress, Guyu called them back and returned to their inn. As the day passed, Guyu ventured to the scenic coastal area, seeking a moment of relaxation. Beneath the sun, he stood out remarkably. His striking appearance, coupled with an aura of charisma, transformed him into a star on the beach, attracting the attention of numerous girls, much to his chagrin, as it disrupted his plans for repose. Departing from the beach, Guyu arrived at Uncle Lou's quaint restaurant, where he fortuitously encountered Ash and Professor Oak. Ash, what brings you here? Guyu inquired. Oh, Guyu, you're here too, Ash replied. Upon hearing Ash's words, the others turned to look, and Guyu felt a bit bashful, offering a smile to Misty and Brock. Professor Oak, Annie Hannah, it's delightful to see you all. Oh, Xiaoyi, you've arrived as well. You've gained quite a reputation, Professor Oak jested, noting that alongside Dragon Trainer Longye, you had valiantly rescued the crew of the S. And, not to mention, your capture of that colossal Gyarados has certainly stirred quite a commotion. What are you all up to? Asked Guyi. We're preparing to hold a beauty pageant, Professor Oak replied. Allow me to assist you, Guyi offered. Thus, the beauty contest unfolded with great fervor. The first to perform was Misty, accompanied by her Starmie and Squirtle, followed by the interruption of Jessie and James. During the display of Arbok and Weezing, they were unceremoniously kicked aside by Green. Witnessing Green's brash demeanor, Professor Oak could only shake his head in exasperation. Ash rushed forward, while Longye stepped away from the audience to the walls. Longye had long held disdain for Green, who always flaunted an air of superiority, which was quite infuriating. Longye intended to teach him a lesson, releasing Milotic to unleash a water gun at Green. Green was caught off guard by the attack, fuming. Who dares to ambush me? It is I, Longye replied. Green and the others turned towards the voice, where they beheld a dazzling Pokémon circling around a striking young man, an enchanting sight that captivated everyone. After a moment of stunned silence, Green snapped back, infuriated. Xiaoyi, what do you mean by this? Longye, icy in demeanor, retorted. Do you believe yourself so illustrious? Without Professor Oak, you are nothing. Hearing these words, Green's bravado wilted, rendered speechless and retreating in humiliation. Professor Oak observed Longye with a shake of his head, lamenting her lack of mercy, and hoped for some change in Green. At that moment, Team Rocket emerged to create chaos, but was swiftly dealt with by Ash. After the incident, everyone exchanged farewells and departed. While on the road, Green confronted Longye. Chapter 34. The gigantic tentacruel, what is it that you want? Longye inquired, regarding Green. I could not counter your words earlier. Now I challenge you, Green declared. I refuse to engage with worthless opponents, Longye stated, brushing past Green. You underestimate me. I'll show you my true strength. Go, Nidoking. Green tossed his Pokeball, and Nidoking stood defiantly before Longye. You truly wish to battle? Very well, I shall oblige. Longye replied coolly, releasing Hawlucha. Let us test your new abilities and see how well you have mastered them. Hawlucha nodded and faced Nidoking, while Green impatiently commanded, Nidoking, use Horn Attack. Nidoking charged fiercely, but Hawlucha remained unfazed, utilizing its physical power to execute a mock punch. The powerful strike landed squarely on Nidoking, sending it flying, struggling briefly before collapsing onto the ground. As Xiao Mao gazed at the fallen Nidoking, disbelief washed over him. It was unfathomable that his Pokémon had been effortlessly defeated with a mere punch. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that Guyi was no longer by his side. Determined, he silently vowed to Guyi, I will undoubtedly triumph over you. With this resolution, he departed from the spot. After a while, a figure approached, Professor Oak. With a sigh, he remarked that Xiao Mao ought to mature, acknowledging Guyi's formidable prowess, worthy of the recognition bestowed by Datu, before he took his leave. Arriving at the small dock, Guyi encountered Ash and his companions, joining them for a night of respite at the Pokémon Center. It seems we've missed the communication ship, Ash said, scratching his head. Indeed, Guyi replied, having been aware of the missed opportunity. Just then, a loud explosion echoed across the sea, signaling the onset of events. After rescuing those in peril at sea, they followed the others to the peculiar old woman, who was promptly rejected. Upon exiting the old woman's chamber and walking a short distance, her voice blared through the speakers, announcing a lavish reward for repelling the agate jellyfish. Moments later, a radiant glow appeared upon the ocean, heralding the emergence of a colossal 60-meter poison-spiked jellyfish. Quick, Ash, lead everyone to safety, Guyi urged. What about you? Ash inquired. You will find out soon enough. Just go, Guyi insisted. All right, Ash replied, hastily retreating. Everyone come out, Guyi commanded. Tossing forth his Pokeballs, Charizard, Pidgeot, Milotic, and Garchomp emerged, ready for battle. Having prepared thoroughly, Guyi had removed his training apparatus earlier that day. Charizard, your primary target is the gigantic poison-spiked jellyfish. Pidgeot, execute surprise attacks. Milotic and Garchomp, ensure not a single agate jellyfish reaches the shore. All right, let's go. Just as he concluded, his EV on his shoulder began to fidget. What is the matter, EV? You wish to battle too? Upon seeing the determination in EV's eyes, Guyi acquiesced. Very well, join the fray at the coastline, but do not overexert yourself. As the battle commenced, everyone surged forward. Charizard charged toward the poison-spiked jellyfish, unleashing a furious dragon rage upon its ruby form. In pain, the jellyfish retaliated with a sweeping tentacle aimed at Charizard, who deftly dodged and countered with a flamethrower. Thanks to the incorporation of the newly learned skill, Inferno, the attack's potency surged, engulfing half of the jellyfish's body in flames, causing plumes of steam to rise. While the poison-spiked jellyfish was preoccupied with Charizard, Pidgeot seized the opportunity to strike from above with a high-speed vacuum cut, a fusion technique that shattered upon impact with the jellyfish's gem. Guyi observed the aerial confrontation before turning his gaze to the coastline. Milotic unleashed a flurry of ice beams, crafting intricate ice sculptures along the shore, while Garchomp executed powerful mock punches, sending the approaching agate jellyfish crashing back into the depths. Garchomp utilized Tai Chi to forcefully repel the jellyfish, much to Guyi's astonishment. Meanwhile, EV, the little dynamo, unleashed a barrage of shadow balls towards the agate jellyfish, resembling a formidable artillery barrage. As a radiant light cascaded from above, Guyi raised his gaze towards its brilliance. The evolution of the Fiero had commenced, manifesting as a majestic, silver-glimmering creature. Upon completing its transformation, a luminous sphere began to coalesce at the beak of the Fiero. Before long, a robust beam of light struck the tentacle, visibly sapping its vigor. To Guyi's astonishment, the Fiero had learned the move Hyper Beam. It was evident that a swift resolution was imperative. With this thought, Guyi commanded Charizard to unleash its fury. Seizing the moment, a colossal fireball began to gather at Charizard's mouth, culminating in a devastating pillar of flame that engulfed the tentacruel. Overwhelmed, the tentacruel collapsed into the sea, creating a tumultuous wave. Guyi promptly threw a gravity ball, capturing the tentacruel within. This time, the orb trembled only slightly before ceasing its motion and teleporting away. Calling back Charizard and Fiero, Guyi observed the Agron jellyfish retreating upon witnessing the disappearance of the tentacruel, although they remained clustered near the shore. Approaching the Agron jellyfish, Guyi addressed them. We comprehend your sentiments. I shall restore your home. He then commanded Charizard and Fiero to obliterate the marine facilities. Following Guyi's orders, they reduced the structures to ruins. With the source of their habitat's destruction eliminated, the Agron jellyfish retreated into the depths of the ocean. Yet, a few obstinate ones lingered, including a frenzied old crone, whom Guyi dispatched with a dragon rage from Charizard. Upon witnessing their triumph, the brothers Howley began their evolution. Perhaps due to Guyi's teachings, Haogong exhibited a slight metallic sheen on his limbs, radiating a vigorous aura. It appeared that the lessons imparted had induced a mutation within their Pokémon. Conversely, Haoji displayed minimal physical alteration, yet his presence exuded a steadfastness akin to a mountain. During the battle, Eevee had awakened newfound powers, while Milotic learned Icy Wind. It seemed evident that Milotic's ice affinity surpassed its water capabilities, necessitating focused training on water-type skills. as it remained the primary water Pokémon. After assessing the condition of his team, Gully returned them to their Pokeballs. With the ordeal resolved, a collective sigh of relief was shared. Ash, witnessing Gully's acquisition of another formidable creature, felt invigorated rather than disheartened, viewing Gully as a benchmark to surpass. Once reunited with Ash and his companions, Gully boarded the next communication vessel, departing from the small pier. At Professor Oak's laboratory in Pallet Town, the professor noticed activity around the transporter. Investigating, he exclaimed, what has Gully captured now? Upon examining the data, he discovered it was a tentacruel. As he continued to scrutinize the details, veins bulged on his forehead. What is this, Gully? A Dragonite over 70 meters long wasn't he enough for you? And now another tentacruel exceeding 60 meters? Are you trying to exhaust me? Oak's lament echoed across Pallet Town. Unbeknownst to Gully, he sensed an unusual feeling intensifying as he drew closer to his destination. Reflecting on the journey ahead, a thrill of trepidation coursed through him. Just then, a voice resonated. You have arrived. I have awaited your presence. Chapter 14. The Maiden's Gorge. As Guy contemplated the legends surrounding the Maiden's Gorge, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. He couldn't shake the thought that the strange voice guiding him to this world had bestowed upon him such an identity. Yet, he decided to dismiss his concerns, believing that whatever awaited him would unfold naturally in due course. Perhaps, unforeseen benefits would arise from this journey. With that thought, Guy felt a sense of relief wash over him. He unleashed the formidable strength of his companion, Diao, who donned the training apparatus tailored to their physique. Before retreating to his quarters for rest, at dawn, Guy ascended to the deck, where the destination gradually emerged before his eyes. Xiaoyi, you're up so early, exclaimed Xiaoji. Yes, we are almost there, Guy replied. Really? Let me see. Xiaoji rushed over. It's true. We have finally arrived. After a while, the ship docked at the Maiden's Gorge pier, coming to a halt. We finally made it. I didn't realize there was a festival today, Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly as he disembarked. However, Guy could not share in his joy, for he caught sight of the Maiden from the gorge. Finding an excuse to part ways with Xiaoji and the others, he wandered to a secluded spot. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "Wait a moment." Turning around, he was met by the sight of a withered figure resembling a kappa. Guy, however, felt no surprise and directly addressed the creature. "Guac, cease your antics." The kappa appeared momentarily taken aback. "How did you discern my identity?" Guac inquired, reverting to its true form. Guy replied, "I can sense your aura. You carry a chilling presence that no human should possess." "Ah, I see. Since you've unraveled my disguise, come with me," Guac said, gliding down a narrow path. After a moment's contemplation, Guy resolved to follow. As they traversed the path, indeed, Guac led him to the stone sculpture of the Maiden from the gorge. "Guac, why have you brought me here?" Guy asked. "I have something to entrust to you," Guac replied, producing a crystalline necklace. "This necklace holds the spirit of the Maiden. She senses the presence of her husband within you." Guac's revelation struck Guy like a bolt from the blue. He found it difficult to accept, pondering the absurdity of his existence in this world. Even if reincarnation were true, it shouldn't be so chaotic. What on earth was happening? Guy was engulfed in confusion, his gaze losing focus. At that moment, a phrase echoed in his ears: "The world is indeed real." This statement jolted Guy back to clarity. Indeed, if he could arrive in this world, why should such a fortuitous connection be deemed impossible? His eyes regained their luster, and a newfound openness radiated from him. Guac sensed the transformation occurring within this human, realizing that he had attained a deeper understanding of the realm of souls. Having experienced this awakening, Guy took the necklace and hung it around his neck. After a while, the necklace emitted an enchanting glow, and Guy watched in awe as it gradually melded into his very being until it completely vanished. As Guy regained his senses, he inquired of Gaisai, who explained that the necklace was a crystallization of a young girl's soul and longing, now fused within him, destined never to part. Guy closed his eyes, feeling the profound yearning. After a moment, he opened his eyes and gazed at Gaisai, asking if his task was complete and whether he would accompany him on a journey. "Certainly," Gaisai replied. "Your powerful soul energy is highly alluring to spirits, and I have nowhere else to go." "Very well, then. Please follow me invisibly," Guy instructed as he led Gaisai to the Pokémon Center, where he contacted Professor Oak. "Ah, it's you, Xiaoya. You've become a superstar. Those two colossal Pokémon have significantly elevated your fame," Professor Oak exclaimed. "Professor, I wish to transfer my Charizard," Guy stated. "Oh, I see. By the way, Xiaoya, your Rattata is truly remarkable. It has mastered Hyper Beam and has also learned Rocket Headbutt. I must say, Xiaoya, you possess exceptional skills," Professor Oak remarked. "All right, Xiaoya. Charizard's Pokeball has been sent over. That will be all. After ending the call, Guy called forth Gaisai, returning him to the Pokeball, and departed from the Maiden Gorge, heading towards the next gym. Chapter 15. The Golden Gym. Throughout their journey, the Machoke brothers integrated their skills into the Taijiquan forms of the Iron Fist, experiencing significant advancement. Pidgeotto had fully mastered the synergy of speed and strength, while Eevee, the ghostly Pokemon, fused Shadow Ball with Awakening Power, achieving rapid-fire capability. Milotic, sensing its inadequacy in Water-type skills, dedicated itself to rigorous training, mastering Water Gun, Aqua Tail, and even Hydro Pump, the most formidable Water-type move. Its command over water had far surpassed that of ice. Gaisai posed the greatest challenge, lacking a physical form. I could only have him continuously utilize his skills to strengthen his mental fortitude. Having lingered in the Maiden Gorge for so long, Gaisai had indeed grasped several skills, including Hypnosis, Meditation, Shadow Ball, Nightmare, and Shadow Sneak. Upon arriving in Golden City, Guy visited the Pokémon Center for checkups before departing. Approaching the Golden Gym, just as he was about to enter, a peculiar older man called out to him, advising against challenging Naza. Guy cast a cold glance at him, thinking of those who fail to cherish their parents, lost in the realm of psychic powers. Such individuals would learn from Naza that psychic abilities are not the pinnacle of strength. By the way, old man, you must be Naza's father. I hope you can intervene before I utterly defeat her. This is the only way to reach her, he declared before stepping into the gym. Behind him, the old man murmured, this youth is no ordinary one. I truly hope he can awaken Naza from her obsession with psychic powers. Upon entering the gym, a man in a white coat appeared before Guy. Who are you? He inquired. Take me to Naza. I am here to challenge the gym, Guy replied, exuding a hint of menace to intimidate the man, initially inclined to mock. The man was taken aback by the fearsome youth before him and quickly led Guy to Naza's duel arena, retreating thereafter. Emerging from the shadows was a small child. Come forth, Naza, it is you I intend to defeat. A girl with striking green hair and piercing eyes stepped into view. I am Naza. Should you triumph, the golden badge shall be yours. Should you fail, you will remain here for eternity. Come forth, Hogang, declared the child, directly summoning the formidable creature. You are so eager. Go, Casey. Naza released Casey. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, both the child and Hogang remained motionless, their eyes closed. Naza, infuriated, watched as Casey evolved into Yungara, and she commanded Yungara to unleash its psychic attack. However, Hogang stood resolute, having mastered the powerful steel fist, where stability proved essential. The child was immersed in the understanding of psychic abilities, having inadvertently discovered the capacity to harness the strength of Pokémon. This unexpected revelation granted the child the mastery of water, prompting thoughts of Naza's psychic prowess. He yearned to acquire such abilities, recognizing their dual potential for training Pokémon. Naza, realizing her psychic attack was being disregarded, felt a surge of frustration. Just then, the child opened his eyes. Hogang, it's time to conclude this battle. Upon hearing his master's command, Hogang's eyes snapped open, and with a swift and powerful punch, he struck Yungara, who was unable to evade in time. Yungara was sent crashing into the wall, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. The child withdrew Hogang. Naza, your power is indeed formidable, but without your psychic abilities. What else do you possess? Naza, enraged by his words, attempted to retaliate with her psychic powers, only to find them ineffective, as if they had vanished into the abyss. At that moment, the child charged towards Naza with a long punch, causing her to panic and feel helpless. Suddenly, Naza's father teleported before her, shielding her from the child's assault. The child halted his fist just before her father's face, retracting his hand. Naza nestled in her father's embrace, evidently liberated from her emotional turmoil. Once my mother is restored, I will walk toward you. This is proof of your victory, she declared, presenting him with the golden badge. The child accepted the badge and departed the Golden Gym, continuing his journey. Chapter 37. A cry for help. Having left the city of Golden, the child subjected his Pokémon to strenuous training, experimenting with his newfound abilities. Throughout the journey, he insisted on rigorous practice with his Pokémon, exhausting them in the process. Doubts arose within him. He pondered whether he was truly human or Pokémon, for he discovered that he could not only wield their powers, but also execute their techniques. Initially, his Pokémon were overwhelmed by his relentless training, wary of confronting him directly, fearing he might unleash a skill that would leave them disheveled. Gradually, the child began to comprehend various abilities, noting that each skill altered not only his capabilities, but also his demeanor. It could be said that where once he had been merely handsome, he had now transformed into an exceptionally striking figure, radiating an extraordinary aura. During a midday respite, the solitary leaf inadvertently established a unique psychic wavelength connecting with the little sprites, who had just completed their training and were now engaged in leisurely conversation. My master is terrifying. The blows truly hurt. One sprite lamented. He struck me head-on and sent me flying. You fared better than I did, another replied. You didn't witness the way my master mercilessly tossed me about with his tai chi. I was left dazed and confused. The sprite of the majestic eagle added. My master is remarkable. He can soar without wings. I truly wonder what he is made of. And as for my master, he has the audacity to wield our signature moves. I have come to realize he is even more flamboyant than I am, mused the graceful water serpent. Eevee's master is inherently formidable, the ghostly sprite interjected, but Jengar's master is downright bizarre. He uses psychic powers to torment me mercilessly. To prevent the solitary leaf from overhearing their candid exchange, Jengar remained oblivious to the peculiar glances directed at him. Unbeknownst to him, when the solitary leaf caught wind of Jengar's remark about him being bizarre, he stealthily approached Jengar from behind, his expression darkening. Am I truly that strange? He questioned, his countenance thunderous. Jengar, unaware of the impending confrontation, responded, of course. Regret washed over him as he recognized the tone of the voice. It was unmistakably that of his master. Upon turning to confirm his suspicion, he found the master beaming at him, prompting Jengar to flee in haste. However, upon witnessing Jengar's escape, the solitary leaf utilized his psychic abilities to immobilize him, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he said, Why run? I mean you no harm. Yet, to Jengar, that smile bore an unmistakable resemblance to a devil's grin, followed by a terrified scream, Help! Moments later, Jengar lay crumpled on the ground, evidently having endured considerable torment. You brought this upon yourself, Eevee jeered, speaking without a filter. But how is it that our master comprehends your words? The solitary leaf interjected. I forged a mental connection through psychic powers, allowing me to hear your conversations. Approaching the group, he continued, Ah, I see. I must henceforth maintain my distance from our master to avoid a fate akin to Jengar's, they all thought inwardly. After a brief intermission, the solitary leaf resumed his journey. Rainbow City, a bustling metropolis, evoked a torrent of emotions within him. Indeed, after a long and arduous trek, he had finally arrived at Rainbow City. As he strolled down a vibrant street, he noticed a perfumery bustling with activity. It must be the renowned fragrance of the Rainbow Gym. Subsequently, the solitary leaf explored the city's highlights, eventually arriving at the local arcade. Given his presence, how could he leave without securing a prize? After observing for a while, he made a decisive move, purchasing 1,000 game tokens to commence his endeavors. That day, the arcade presented an unusual sight, a striking young man accompanying a veritable mountain of tokens, all of which the solitary leaf had amassed. When he placed the mountain before the staff, their expression was one of sheer astonishment, akin to the art of Sichuan opera's face-changing. Please hold on a moment. The staff member said, Due to the sheer volume, I am unable to make a decision. I will fetch our supervisor. After a brief interval, a composed middle-aged man approached. He was the one. The staff member addressed the man, affirming, This is him. The young lad, your amount of gold coins is rather substantial. Here is a list of prizes for you to peruse. If you find anything appealing, I shall bestow upon you your rewards. Guyi, indifferent to the prospect of acquiring anything particularly remarkable, felt his eyes brighten upon discovering a master ball among the prizes. Additionally, there were insulating balls, heat balls, freeze balls, and an enigmatic Pokémon egg. Guyi nodded in acknowledgement and accepted his rewards before departing the arcade, making his way directly to the Rainbow Gym. Chapter 17. Rainbow City. Upon arriving at the Rainbow Gym, a figure barred Guyi's path, inquiring about his identity and purpose. Guyi replied, I am here to challenge the gym. Ah, I see. Please, enter. I shall inform the gym leader, the individual responded. Guyi proceeded to the waiting area, and shortly thereafter, the attendant returned accompanied by a young girl. Greetings, I am the gym leader, Elygia, the girl introduced herself. Guyi replied, Hello? I am Long Guyi. Very well, let us commence our battle. The match will consist of 3 Pokémon. The first to fall 2 shall be deemed the loser. Is that acceptable? Guyi nodded in agreement. Come forth, Vileplume. Elygia released her Pokémon from its Pokeball. Go, Eevee. Guyi called to the Eevee perched on his shoulder. The battle commenced, with Vileplume launching a Vine Whip attack, sending forth 2 tendrils towards Eevee. Eevee, quick attack. Guyi commanded, and Eevee darted swiftly to Vileplume's side, colliding with it. Now use Shadow Ball. A sphere of dark energy enveloped in awakening power was unleashed from Eevee's mouth, striking Vileplume and causing a significant explosion. As the smoke cleared, Valplume lay on the ground, clearly unable to continue. Return, Valplume, Elygia said, recalling her Pokémon. You are quite formidable. Next is my Gloom. Gloom, Leaf Tornado. Elygia commanded. Eevee. Unleash a barrage of Shadow Balls. Guyi directed, and Eevee retaliated with Shadow Balls that disrupted Gloom's attack, leading to its incapacitation as well. Elygia sighed. You truly are strong. Here is proof of your victory, the Rainbow Badge. Thank you. Guyi accepted the badge, leaving the Rainbow Gym to pursue his next objective. He arrived at the renowned Breeder's Street in Rainbow City and found the shop owned by the esteemed breeder, Xiaoxue. Upon seeing her, Guyi couldn't help but marvel at her beauty, yet he noticed her worried expression. He approached and asked, What troubles you? Xiaoxue, upon noticing Guyi, appeared puzzled. My Vulpix has been feeling unwell since this morning. Guyi, observing Vulpix's condition, pondered for a moment and asked, May I take a look? Xiaoxue, taken aback for a moment, replied, Of course. Guyi approached Lu Wei, and after confirming his suspicions, he gently massaged several points on Lu Wei's body. The painful expression on Lu Wei's face gradually eased. Guyi turned to Xiaoxue and remarked that it seemed Lu Wei had ingested something harmful. To be precise, he had been afflicted by a relatively benign toxin. Xiaoxue, surprised, exclaimed, How could that be? Who would do such a thing? Guyi replied, In this street of breeders, competition for customers is exceedingly fierce. Xiaoxue responded, I never imagined there would be competition. You are too naive. While you may not wish to compete, there are those who would seek to harm you, Guyi stated. The most pressing matter now is to catch the person responsible for the poisoning. Do you have a plan? Xiaoxue inquired. That person will not easily give up and will likely return. We must lay in wait for them tonight. By the way, why did a few massages on Lu Wei suffice? Xiaoxue asked. During the massage, I stimulated some acupoints on Lu Wei, Guyi explained. I see. Xiaoxue pondered thoughtfully. As night fell, Guyi concealed himself behind a cabinet. True to his expectations, the poisoner returned. Guyi immediately sprang forth, seizing the individual by the shoulder and subduing him. Xiaoxue turned on the light, revealing the man's face. You're the owner from across the way. Why would you do this? The man replied defiantly. Isn't it because you've stolen all my customers? Guyi retorted. Your inability to attract customers is your own shortcoming. Do not blame others for it. I believe it would be more fitting for someone like you to be taken to Miss Junsha. As Guyi prepared to escort the culprit away, Xiaoxue intervened, saying, Let him go. I will not pursue this matter. Guyi regarded Xiaoxue and said, This is your choice. Xiaoxue nodded, and Guyi released the man, allowing him to depart. As the man reached the door, he remarked, I understand now why I cannot measure up to you, and hurriedly left. After spending a night at Xiaoxue's establishment, Guyi was preparing to leave the next morning when Xiaoxue asked, May I accompany you on your journey? Guyi was taken aback and asked, Why? Xiaoxue replied, I realize I am still immature, and I wish to be with you to learn more. Guyi, not entirely oblivious to warmth and kindness, acquiesced. Thus, Xiaoxue became Guyi's first companion on this journey, and they continued on their path. Chapter 18. The lightning bird appears in Black Cloud City along the way. Xiaoxue grew increasingly curious about Guyi's abilities. Not only was Guyi exceptionally skilled in massage, but his techniques were also exquisitely precise. Xiaoxue realized that her own massage skills paled in comparison, and Guyi was equally adept at caring for small Pokémon. Throughout the journey, Xiaoxue learned a great deal. Eventually, the two arrived in Black Cloud City, a place ravaged by industrial pollution. Guyi noted the severity of the pollution, which caused an involuntary sense of aversion within him, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City, Guyi and Xiaoxue planned to replenish their supplies before setting off, but unexpectedly, a power outage occurred. What is happening, Miss Joy? Guyi inquired. I don't know why, but the electricity has been unstable for the past few days, frequently cutting out, Joy replied. Guyi sensed that there was more to it and asked, Miss Joy, could you tell me where the power plant is located? Joy hesitated for a moment and replied, Oh, no problem. Following the route indicated by Joy, Goyo and Xiaoxue arrived at the power plant. Observing the open gate, they entered directly. Upon reaching the power room, they found two staff members collapsed at the entrance. Xiaoxue, stay here and tend to them while I go inside, Goyo instructed. Understood, Xiaoxue replied. As Goyo stepped into the power room, he was taken aback by the sight of a small, astonishing sprite. This creature, adorned with golden, spiky feathers, possessed sharp eyes and radiated an electromagnetic aura. A bird-like sprite perched upon the generator caught Goyo's attention. Indeed, it was Zapdos. Upon noticing Goyo, Zapdos emitted a piercing cry, clearly infuriated by his presence. Instead of being intimidated, Goyo smiled broadly. Suddenly, an aura of chill enveloped Zapdos, akin to prey being stalked by a predator. Sensing the formidable presence before it, Zapdos unleashed a powerful thunderbolt at Goyo, who did not flinch or evade the attack. While Zapdos anticipated that the human would be electrocuted, it was taken aback to see Goyo not only unscathed but seemingly reveling in the experience. "Ah, splendid. It feels just like a full-body massage," Goyo remarked, leaving Zapdos bewildered. "What kind of monster have I encountered? My electric shock can incapacitate even other electric-type Pokémon, yet this human appears to be enjoying it." Goyo approached Zapdos gradually. "Would you care to become my Pokémon?" he inquired. Having gauged Goyo's strength through their earlier exchange, Zapdos shook its head defiantly, unwilling to submit so easily. Goyo sighed, realizing that stronger measures would be necessary. "Come forth, Howgong," he called out, reluctantly summoning his companion. "I leave this to you," Goyo said before stepping away from the scene. Howgong approached Zapdos with a mischievous grin, and moments later, a scream resonated through the power room. The Eevee perched on Goyo's shoulder shook its head, feeling pity for Zapdos. Upon hearing the commotion, Goyo hurried back inside, discovering that Zapdos had endured a considerable beating from Howgong, who was now triumphantly perched atop it. After recalling Howgong, Goyo approached Zapdos once more. "So, are you willing to be my Pokémon now?" he asked. Zapdos nodded vigorously, fearing another encounter with Howgong. With a sympathetic gaze, Eevee looked at Zapdos as Goyo threw an insulator ball. The lights flickered twice before settling. With the issue resolved, Goyo exited the power room, where the two staff members were regaining consciousness. He approached them, stating, "I have resolved the problem. Xiaoxue, let us depart." "Yes," Xiaoxue replied, hurrying to catch up with him. Leaving Heiyun City behind, Goyo continued on his journey toward Masera Town and Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Oak, savoring a bowl of ramen, noticed the teleporter buzzing with activity. "Oh, what creature has this little leaf brought now?" he pondered. Upon reviewing the data, he noted, Zapdos. Just a standard Zapdos. Returning to his meal, he was suddenly taken aback. Spitting out his food, rushing back to his computer, he exclaimed, "My goodness, a Zapdos. Goyo, where did you muster the audacity to capture such a Pokémon?" Chapter 19. A new life in the deep mountains. Goyo and Xiaoxue found themselves in the depths of the mountains, searching for the shallow pink gym. Yet they had magnificently lost their way. Now taking a midday respite, Goyo felt a sense of relief with Xiaoxue's presence, as she took full responsibility for their provisions. Guyi was diligently training his little Pokémon, engaging in practical combat exercises. At this point, he was capable of single-handedly challenging all 6 Pokémon he carried. After the training session, Guyi allowed everyone to rest in place and laid down himself, savoring a moment of tranquility, gradually drifting into slumber. Observing their master's rhythmic breathing, the Pokémon exhaled in relief and settled down. Howgang remarked on his master's prowess, stating, "We are merely living punching bags." Yao Ji echoed, "Indeed, the awakened Shadow Ball I unleashed was effortlessly shattered." Maynaz added, "My skills were turned against me. I was left utterly disoriented." Bai Jiao chimed in, "I was knocked from the sky to the ground, barely able to rise." Guac lamented, "While you all suffer physical torment, I endure mental anguish. Who could be more unfortunate than I?" The group chattered animatedly. Guyi found their noise somewhat bothersome and slowly awoke. Guac, noticing, quickly announced, "The master is awake. Everyone, lie down as before." The Pokémon all assumed their previous defeated postures, mimicking their earlier positions with remarkable precision. Had Guyi heard Guac's words, his reaction would have been one of bemusement. Upon awakening and seeing everyone still lying down, Guyi smiled and stretched, then departed from the area. Once Guyi's shadow vanished, the Pokémon rose. Guac sighed, relieved to have escaped unscathed. Bai Jiao and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. But their respite was short-lived as an ominous chill enveloped them. Turning slowly, they were met with a familiar yet terrifying grin. Moments later, the forest echoed with anguished cries, causing some Pokémon to hesitate in emerging. After the cacophony subsided, the group nodded in agreement. "Our master is truly fearsome." At that moment, a brilliant light erupted from Guye's backpack. He mused, "It seems the egg is about to hatch." Hastily retrieving the egg, the radiant glow gradually diminished, revealing a small Pokémon with vibrant green skin, Ujira. Just as Guyi was taken aback by this revelation, Ujira opened its eyes, spotted Guyi, and joyfully leapt into his arms, affectionately nuzzling his face, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Guyi attentively assessed Ujira's health before recalling the other Pokémon and carrying Ujira back to the campsite where Xiaoxue waited. Upon seeing Guyi return with an unfamiliar Pokémon, she rushed over, inquiring about the little creature. Gui explained. This is a Pokémon egg I won in Rainbow City. It hatched just now. Xiao Shui, curious, asked what is its name. Gui replied, it's called Ujira, a rare Pokémon from Chengdu. Understanding its rarity, Xiao Shui refrained from further questioning. Gui then produced some berries, mashing them into a puree to feed Ujira, who relished the treat and soon fell asleep. Watching Ujira slumber peacefully in his embrace, Gui felt a profound sense of responsibility to care for it. Gradually, a gentle aura emanated from him, and Ujira slept soundly, resembling a cherubic infant cradled in the warmth of maternal love. Chapter 20. The Shallow Red Gym. Gui gazed affectionately at the slumbering Ujira, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Xiao Shui, amused by Gui's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Typically, he was as cold as ice, yet it was evident that he held a special fondness for the little Pokémon. Thus, Gui and Xiao Shui spent this tranquil afternoon, celebrating the birth of new life. Ujira has awakened. Gui found himself genuinely amused by the adorable sight of Ujira rubbing its eyes. After tidying up their belongings, Gui and Xiao Shui resumed their journey. Given Ujira's tender age and the fact that their party was already at capacity, Ujira had no choice but to be cradled as they traveled onward. The atmosphere grew lively with Ujira's addition, and Xiao Shui took a great liking to the little creature. Their laughter echoed through the air, and Gui realized that solitude was far less appealing than companionship. Gradually, the walls around his heart began to soften. Days passed, yet Gui still had not located the Shallow Red Gym. One midday, as Gui and Xiao Shui continued their search, Gui sensed a presence trailing them. Picking up a small stone, he hurled it toward a tree, only to see a round little Pokémon tumble down. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a fluffball. Gui mused that this might be a Pokémon from the Shallow Red Gym. Do you know where the Shallow Red Gym is? He inquired of the fluffball. The fluffball nodded, but when Gui urged it to lead the way, it shook its head vigorously. Just as Gui's irritation began to surface and he contemplated more forceful measures, Xiao Shui intervened, offering some food as an enticement. After a moment, Xiao Shui returned with the fluffball in tow. All right, Xiao Shui said to Gui. Gui observed the fluffball, which still appeared frightened of him. His earlier intensity had been rather daunting. The fluffball guided Gui to an ancient house. Upon entering, it led him deeper inside, and Gui encountered no obstacles, as he had already anticipated the traps laid before him. Eventually, they arrived at a corridor. The fluffball pushed aside a wooden panel in the wall and ventured in, with Gui following closely behind. Suddenly, a swarm of darts shot toward Gui. He smiled, effortlessly catching all the darts and tossing them back. Oh, seems I've hit something, he mused, but upon seeing the situation before him, he quickly shut his eyes. You're quite impressive, a voice remarked. Amiyako, she continued. But as she noticed Gui's closed eyes, she realized something was amiss and let out a piercing scream. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui, who had been waiting outside, rushed in upon hearing the girl's scream, only to find Gui standing alone. Although Gui had not harmed Ayako with the darts, they had grazed her clothing, revealing more than intended. Upon realizing her attire was torn, Ayako shrieked and fled, leaving Xiao Shui to find only Gui. Noticing a hint of redness on Gui's face, Xiao Shui understood. After all, Gui had once been an innocent soul, and his cold demeanor was merely a fade forged by solitude, inevitably leading to moments of embarrassment. After a while, Ayako emerged through the back door, accompanied by a man clad in a ninja outfit. It seemed that this was Ayako's elder brother, the dojo master. However, Ayako appeared somewhat flushed, leaving one to wonder if it was due to anger or shyness. Upon seeing them, I introduced myself as Long Guy, here to challenge the dojo. The man responded. I am Aju, the master of the Shallow Red Dojo. Shall we have a match of 2-2? Guy replied without hesitation, that sounds fine. Very well. Let us begin. Go Mew. Aju threw forth his Pokeball. Guy quickly followed suit, releasing, Go Eevee. The moment Eevee appeared, Aju initiated the offensive with an attack called Illusion Light. Guy remained unfazed. As Eevee deftly evaded the assault, it unleashed Quick Attack, swiftly dodging the incoming strike. Eevee barreled toward Mew, sending it flying across the arena. Observing Mew's predicament, Aju swiftly commanded, Mew, use Stun Spore. Mew steadied itself and released the Stun Spore. But Guy countered with, Eevee, break through with Shadow Ball. Eevee unleashed a series of Shadow Balls infused with awakened energy, shattering the Stun Spore and striking Mew, resulting in a cascade of explosions. As the smoke cleared, it became evident that Mew's eyes were swirling, indicating it had lost its fighting capability. Return, Mew. Go Zubat. Aju recalled Mew and summoned Zubat. Guy also called back Eevee, replacing it with Go, Pidgeot. The moment Pidgeot emerged, it chirped with excitement, clearly bored from waiting. It appeared that Pidgeot's strength had reached impressive levels, and it was time to send them to Professor Oak for further training and skill enhancement. Aju, taken aback by the shimmering Pidgeot, regained his composure and remarked, "Your Pidgeot is indeed a rare shiny Pokémon, and its physique is remarkably perfect. It seems you have excelled in nurturing Pokémon." Guy replied, "Thank you for the compliment. Let us continue the battle." Aju nodded, "Yes, let's proceed. Zubat, use Supersonic." Guy commanded, "Pidgeot, attack at light speed with Aerial Ace." In an instant, Pidgeot traced a silver arc in the air, moving so swiftly that Zubat struggled to track its movements. Zubat was struck repeatedly by Pidgeot's silver beams and was swiftly defeated. As Zubat plummeted from the sky, Aju sighed and recalled it. "I concede, I have lost." Guy also returned Pidgeot. At that moment, Aju approached, presenting a pink badge as proof of his defeat. "This is the pink badge." Guy accepted the badge, saying, "Thank you. We shall take our leave now." With that, Guy departed the shallow red dojo with Xiaoxua. Watching Guy leave, Ayako turned to Aju and said, "Brother, my training is still insufficient. May I join them?" As Guy walked along the path, a voice called from behind, "Wait for me." Turning around, he saw Ayako, now dressed in travel attire. "What is it?" he inquired. Ayako asked, "May I travel with you?" Guy replied with a smile, "That is certainly fine. More company adds to the enjoyment." Ayako, blushing, lowered her head and said, "Thank you." Guy, not paying much attention, turned back and continued on his way, while Xiaoxue and Ayako hurried to catch up. Chapter 21. The Wild Wilderness Area at long last. They had arrived at the Wild Wilderness Area. The young leader of the expedition stretched lazily. Indeed, after traversing the vast grasslands inhabited by the naturally raised Pokémon of the Lalum tribe and passing through the Pokémon Sanctuary, Guyi and his companions had finally reached their destination. It was time for Guyi to replenish his collection of Pokémon. Most of his current companions were already quite formidable, and a change was in order. Upon entering the reception area of the wilderness, Guyi called out, "Hello, is anyone here?" After a brief moment, an elderly man emerged from a room. Guyi inquired, "Are you the person in charge of this wilderness area?" "Indeed. I am the administrator of this region." The man, named Kaiser, replied. "We wish to capture some Pokémon. What are the regulations?" Guyi continued, "In the wilderness area, you are permitted to use only the 30 specialized wild balls and fishing rods for capturing Pokémon. Should you violate these rules, beware of my Thunder Brothers," Kaiser warned, producing a firearm as he spoke. "Understood. We shall adhere to the regulations," Guyi replied, somewhat nonchalantly. Kaiser then presented 3 toolboxes containing the wild balls and fishing rods. Xiaoxue and Lingzi each took one, and after distributing the toolboxes, they approached the entrance of the wilderness area. Guyi declared, "Let us venture forth to capture Pokémon. We shall regroup here once we are finished." Xiaoxue and Lingzi, armed with their toolboxes, proceeded into the wilderness, while Guyi returned to the reception area. "Mr. Kaiser, do you have a transmission device?" "Yes, there it is," Kaiser said, pointing to a video phone. Guyi contacted Professor Okido. The professor, upon seeing Guyi and his accompanying Ujira, expressed surprise. "Ah, Guyi, you have a Ujira. This is a rare Pokémon from Chengdu. It has been a while since we last spoke. Is something amiss? Where are you now?" "Professor, I am currently in the wild wilderness area. I need to transfer some of my Pokémon. Please allow the new arrivals to accompany the veterans. I will be sending over my Machoke, Pidgeot, Milotic, and Jengar. So please bring back my Dragonite. I have some matters to attend to." "Ah, I see. Very well. I shall retrieve your Dragonite from its Pokeball. Please send over the Pokeballs you wish to transfer," the professor replied. Guyi promptly sent over his Pokémon, securing Ujira in a Pokeball and placing it in his pocket, feeling a sense of relief. After a short while, Professor Okido returned. "Guyi, I am sending over your Dragonite now. Additionally, 2 other Pokémon are eager to see you. Come forth," the professor said, stepping aside to reveal Charizard and Rattata. Guyi was delighted to see them. "How have you both been?" The 2 Pokémon nodded vigorously, clearly in good health. At that moment, Professor Okido approached. "I have received all the Pokeballs you sent over. By the way, your Charizard has now mastered the move Hyper Beam. That will be all for now." "Yes. I have also received the Pokeball for Dragonite," Guyi said, concluding the call and taking his toolbox as he made his way toward the entrance of the wilderness area, stepping into the wild expanse beyond. Throughout his journey, Guyi encountered numerous Pokémon, yet none captured his heart. He wandered aimlessly, unsure of his purpose, until he stumbled upon a unique Tauros amidst a herd, its striking azure fur distinguishing it from the rest. Seizing the moment, Guyi threw a wild ball and successfully captured the blue Tauros, marking a promising beginning. Gradually, he encountered several other Pokémon, capturing a couple of promising ones, a snubbull and a ditto. With these new companions, Guya's spirits lifted, and his desire to capture more Pokémon began to wane. As he continued on his path, he suddenly heard commotion in the nearby thicket. Investigating, he discovered a group of Scythers surrounding a kneeling, deep green Scyther, which bore a prominent and menacing scar across its face. Guya's heart raced. He found himself enamored with this particular Scyther and resolved to capture it. He charged from the underbrush, confronting the other Scyther. Incensed by his interference, they lunged at him. Without hesitation, Guyi unleashed a powerful Mach Punch, sending the assailants flying. Once the skirmish concluded, he approached the deep green Scyther, who gazed at him with eyes full of admiration. It was evident that Guyi had succeeded in capturing this Scyther. After securing the Scyther, Guyi made his way to Dragon's Valley, where he found a spacious area to release his mighty Dragonite. Here, Dragonite, are your kin. Call out to them, he encouraged. Dragonite, filled with joy at the prospect of reuniting with its relatives, soon summoned a Dragonair from the lake, which emerged in a swirling vortex. Guyi, sensing the reunion, quietly withdrew, allowing them their moment. Once he left Dragon's Valley, Guyi found himself with some leisure time. He reclined beneath a tree and produced a flute from his belongings. Indeed, it was a flute. In his previous life, he had developed a fondness for this instrument through his studies, and he had commissioned one during his travels in the Pokémon world. Though he had yet to play it, now seemed the perfect opportunity to test it out. Slowly, Guya's lips met the flute, and a melodic resonance began to fill the air. He played a piece titled The Yellow Oriole Spreads Its Wings, a renowned composition that captures the essence of the Oriole soaring freely in the clear sky. The piece is divided into 4 sections, culminating in a coda. The first section depicts the rising sun, refreshing the earth as all living beings awaken, creating a beautiful tableau, with the flute's notes required to be clear and melodious. The second section illustrates the Oriole's awakening, flitting among the branches, singing joyfully as if announcing the commencement of a day filled with freedom and happiness. The third and fourth sections portray the Oriole flying freely against the azure sky, reveling in the beauty of nature as it sings with abandon. The coda concludes the piece with a gentle tempo and expansive, beautiful flute tones. Guyi gradually immersed himself in the enchanting ambience of the music. In that moment, the once boisterous fairies of the meadow ceased their clamor, captivated by the celestial melody that filled the air. Some curious little fairies scampered towards the source of the sound, gradually gathering around Guy, who was surrounded by a throng of tiny sprites, including the young Shiyu and Lingzi who had been capturing fairies in the meadow. They noticed the little fairies rushing in a particular direction, drawn by the enchanting strains of a flute, and thus they followed suit. Upon arrival, they were astonished to discover that it was Guy playing the flute. Shiyu marveled at the many surprising facets of Guy, while Lingzi appeared utterly entranced by the melody. The gentle breeze whispered through the air as the flute's notes gracefully soared, painting a picturesque scene of a handsome youth surrounded by a circle of enchanted sprites and 2 young maidens lost in the harmonious reverie. Chapter 22, The Grass-Type Showcase. Bicycle Race. The enchanting flute tune reverberated throughout the entire meadow, captivating the spirits residing there. As the melody gradually came to a close, Guy slowly opened his eyes, fully aware of his surroundings. Rather than expressing surprise, he smiled and inquired, "So, what do you think, everyone? Is it pleasant?" The little fairies surrounding him did not disperse. Instead, they leaped toward him, leaving Guy in a state of bemusement. Shiyu and Lingzi, observing Guy amidst the throng of fairies, couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment, Guy rose and called out, "All right, everyone, come down." Heeding his words, the little fairies detached themselves from Guy and clustered around him instead. Turning to Shiyu and Lingzi, Guy exclaimed, "So you both have come as well?" Shiyu replied, "We followed the little fairies here. I never knew you could play the flute so beautifully." Guy shrugged. "It is my favorite pastime. Naturally, I strive to excel at it. By the way, what fairies did you capture?" Shiyu cheerfully announced, "I caught a Happiny and a Jigglypuff." While Lingzi added, "I caught an Ekans and a Nidorina." Guy responded, "I see. Will you continue your pursuits?" Shiyu and Lingzi shook their heads, indicating they had enough for now. Guy, contemplating, thought it was time to check on Dragonite. "I'm heading to a certain place. Would you like to join me?" Shiyu and Lingzi nodded in agreement, following Guy towards the Valley of Dragons, unaware that a little fairy had stealthily trailed behind them. Upon reaching the Valley of Dragons, they were immediately struck by the immense figure of Dragonite. Both Shiyu and Lingzi were astonished to behold such a colossal fairy. Guy approached. "How's it going, Dragonite? Have you been enjoying your time?" Dragonite beamed with joy, clearly delighted to see its kin. "Can you return now?" Guy asked, to which Dragonite nodded. Guy retrieved Dragonite into its Pokeball, But as he did so, Lingzi gasped, "Guy, this enormous fairy is yours." Guy affirmed, "Indeed it is. I simply kept it at Professor Oak's since capturing it." Guy then glanced at the still-present Hactragon and its child, thanking them. Hactragon paused momentarily before shaking its head and returning to the lake with its offspring. Watching the mother and child depart, Guy led Shiyu and Lingzi away from the Valley of Dragons. As they emerged from the Dragon's Valley, a diminutive sprite suddenly appeared before Guy. Upon closer inspection, this ethereal being, with its verdant body, was adorned by a black flower on one hand and a purple flower on the other. Xiaoxue inquired, "Guy, do you recognize this little sprite? It is quite exquisite." Guy replied, "This is a sprite from the Fanyuan region, known as the Poison Rose. I never expected to encounter one here, especially a rare glimmering sprite." Lingzi, intrigued, asked, "What makes you say that?" Guy continued, "Typically, a poison rose has a deep green body, with a blue flower on the left and a red one on the right. However, this one has a cyan body, with a black flower on the left and a purple one on the right." Upon hearing Guy's explanation, both Xiaoxue and Lingzi understood. Guy approached the poison rose, noticing its shimmering eyes filled with a profound desire to accompany him as his sprite. The poison rose nodded in agreement. Guy produced a wild ball and captured the poison rose. As he watched it being subdued, Lingzi remarked, "Guy, you usually seem so aloof. How is it that your affinity with sprites is so high?" Guy retorted with a statement that left her momentarily speechless. "It's a matter of character." Thus, he successfully captured the sprite he desired, sending the ones he intended to return to Professor Oki. Now, Guy's collection of sprites included Giratina, Eevee, Houndour, Scyther, and the Poison Rose, while Xiaoxue had Ninetales, Chansey, and Jigglypuff, and Lingzi possessed Swablu, Arbok, and Nidorina. With that, Guy and his companions departed the wild area and continued on their journey. They soon arrived at the bicycle path leading to Sunshine Town, where they encountered a predicament. They lacked bicycles to cross the bridge. While deliberating at the Pokémon Center, Joy approached them, noticing their distress. "Is there something troubling you?" she inquired. Xiaoxue responded, "We are worried because we don't have bicycles to cross the bridge." "Ah, I see," Joy replied cheerfully. "Our Pokémon Center has extra bicycles that you can borrow. Just return them at the Pokémon Center in Sunshine Town." "Thank you, Miss Joy." Guy and the others expressed their gratitude. Joy smiled and said, "No need for thanks. The bicycles are in the parking lot. Please help yourselves." Guy, Xiaoxue, and Lingzi made their way to the parking lot, each selecting a bicycle. They mounted their bikes and ventured onto the bicycle path. Feeling the refreshing sea breeze caress their faces, Guy sped ahead, with Lingzi in pursuit. "Do you think you're the only one who can ride fast?" Lingzi challenged. "Let us race and see." Guy replied, "A contest it is. I'm not afraid." Lingzi retorted with determination. Xiaoxue, trailing behind, cautioned, "You too, be careful." As Lingzi chased Guy, she felt increasingly frustrated. Just as she was about to overtake him, he would suddenly accelerate. Finally, exhausted, she conceded, "All right, I give up. I can't ride any longer." Xiaoxue soon caught up with her. After reaching a rest stop midway, they paused to recuperate. Just as they were preparing to continue, a commotion erupted ahead. A group of unruly youths on bicycles approached, encircling Guy and his friends. "What do you want?" Xiaoxue asked. The leader of the delinquents declared, "If you wish to cross the bridge, you must first defeat me." Guy replied coolly, "Fine. Eevee, come forth." He tossed out a Pokeball hastily, saying, "I don't want to waste time." The delinquent also released his sprite, a Geodude. Eevee swiftly resolved the encounter as Guy commanded, while the delinquent youth remarked on his arrogance. The colossal rock Pokémon, Rhydon, executed a rolling attack, transforming into a sphere and barreling forward. Eevee retaliated with 2 awakening Shadow Balls, which detonated upon impact, leaving Rhydon incapacitated on the ground. Retrieving Eevee, Guy inquired if they could depart now, to avoid further delays. He unleashed a menacing aura that left the delinquent youth trembling in fear. "You may leave," Guy declared, and he, along with Xiaoxue and Lingzi, departed. The delinquent youth watched them go, feeling a chilling sense of dread, as if he had been targeted by a demon. They reached Sunshine Town only after nightfall. Guy and his companions rested at the Pokémon Center for the night, and at dawn, they resumed their journey, leaving Sunshine Town behind as they ventured towards their next destination. Chapter 23. Training, Encounters, Departure. As Guy and his party advanced towards their next destination, they arrived at a forest and began their camping life anew. In preparation for their arrival at Stun Town, renowned for its production of evolutionary stones, Guy aimed to solidify the foundation of his Pokémon. Before commencing training, Guy assessed the abilities of his new companions: Scyther, Quick Attack, Blade Dance, Agility, Fury Cutter, Swords dance and slash. Herdier, tackle, quick attack, fire fong, flamethrower. Rosalia, stun spore, poison sting, leech seed, leaf tornado, grass whistle, sunny day. Bagon, sandstorm, roar. Awakening power, iron head. Guy was pleasantly surprised by the impressive abilities of these wild Pokémon, particularly the newly hatched Bagon, which unexpectedly possessed the advanced skill, Iron Head, likely inherited from its lineage. Guy had completely mastered his psychic abilities, allowing him to employ gravity techniques. Each day, his Pokémon trained under this gravitational force, leading to significant enhancements across various facets of their capabilities. Xiaoxue, however, was less concerned about her Pokémon's strength and focused solely on caring for them, while Lingzi, inspired by Guy's training methods, requested his assistance in training her Pokémon as well. They began with a gravity level of 1 times, gradually increasing it to 5 times. Under this intense gravitational stimulus, Lingzi's fluffy Pokémon, Swablu, evolved into Altaria, while Guy's Pokémon, through rigorous training, continuously leveled up, acquiring innumerable skills. After a week in the forest, everyone achieved Guy's training goals. Scyther learned, Sickle Slash, Shadow Clone, Cross Cut, and Aerial Ace. Herdier mastered, Agility, Takedown, Flame Charge, and Crunch. Rosalia acquired, Toxic Spikes, Sweet Scent, Petal Dance, and Solar Beam. Bagon learned, Rock Slide, Dig, Rock Smash, and Stone Edge, while also mastering the inherited skill, Iron Head. Additionally, Ibu, training alongside them, made significant progress, learning, Takedown and Body Slam. Although Ibu was on the cusp of evolution, Guy temporarily sealed this power, intending to allow the evolution at the right moment. After assessing the training results and feeling satisfied, Guy prepared to pack up and depart. As they prepared to depart, Guy sensed something approaching from behind. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the underbrush, wearing a hat, and with a Pikachu perched on its shoulder. It was none other than Ash. Panting heavily, Ash exclaimed, "Cough, cough, it's truly you, Guy." Taken aback by Ash's unexpected appearance, Guy chuckled to himself, realizing that Ash had managed to catch up. "I didn't expect you to follow me," Ash replied with a goofy smile. "I just saw a shadow that resembled you and ran over, not expecting it to actually be you." At that moment, Misty and Brock also arrived. "Why are you running so fast?" Misty inquired. "Oh, it's Guy? No wonder you were in such a hurry," she exclaimed upon recognizing Guy, her eyes wide with surprise. "What's the matter, Guy? Is this your friend?" asked Yukino. As she approached, just as Guy was about to explain, Brock suddenly bounded in front of Yukino, exclaiming, "Oh, it's Miss Yukino. I never anticipated meeting you here. I am truly honored." Seeing Brock in such a love-struck state, Guy could only shake his head in exasperation. At that moment, Misty playfully tugged on Brock's ear, pulling him away. With Brock momentarily distracted, Yukino sighed in relief. Guy then introduced the group, saying, "This is Ash, a fellow trainer who set out on his journey with me. We hail from the same town, Pallet Town." Alongside him is Misty, the Cerulean Gym's younger sister, and Brock, the Pewter Gym leader. This is Yukino, a renowned breeder from Rainbow City, and this is Aiko, the sister of the Vermilion Gym's leader. After everyone was acquainted, they decided to travel together. "Oh, so you are the Miss Yukino that Brock has been searching for in Rainbow City. Why are you traveling with Guy?" Misty asked. Yukino smiled, explaining, "I realized I have much to learn about caring for Pokémon, and I believe traveling with Guy would provide me with valuable experiences." "I see," Misty replied. Brock, blushing, added, "Miss Yukino, it is such a privilege to meet you." Yukino responded modestly, "I don't possess anything remarkable. There's no need for such courtesy." Brock insisted, "You are far too humble, Miss Yukino." Thus, the 6 of them continued their journey, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Guy realized, for the first time, that he had changed. He was no longer the solitary figure he once was. He relished the lightheartedness of being with others. The group of 6 emerged from the forest and arrived at a quaint town, where they replenished their supplies before moving onward. At a crossroads, Guy parted ways with Ash. The upcoming events were crucial for Ash, and Guy did not wish to intrude. If memory served him correctly, this was the moment when Ash would deepen his bond with Pikachu in the forest, and Guy was determined not to interfere. Thus, he resolutely bid farewell to Ash and ventured deeper into the forest toward his destination, the foothills of Evolution Mountain. The forest was abundant with verdant foliage, and Goy was particularly enamored with the essence of nature. By a babbling brook, Goy decided to take a respite, halting to absorb the serenity around him. A gentle breeze wafted through, suffused with a soft ambience. Suddenly, Ayako suggested, "Given such a splendid view, Goy, would you play a tune on your flute?" Little Snow wholeheartedly agreed. Reluctantly, Goy retrieved his flute, bringing it slowly to his lips, and as he began to play, the enchanting notes of Gusu Xing resonated through the air. Gusu Xing, characterized by its kunku opera melodies, encapsulates the essence of Jiangnan. The composition exudes elegance, portraying the picturesque scenery of the ancient city of Suzhou, historically known as Gusu, and the joyful sentiments of its visitors. The tranquil introduction conjures an image of morning mist, with pavilions and bridges inviting exploration. The lyrical tempo allows wanderers to immerse themselves in the exquisite gardens of Gusu. The lively interlude bursts forth with exuberance, reflecting the playful spirit of the travelers. The theme reemerges, and within the compressed melodies, the tune becomes even more captivating, enveloping one in the stunning vista, evoking a sense of lingering enchantment. This composition, rich in nuance, showcases the flute's melodious timbre, soft, broad, and rounded, while incorporating techniques such as harmonics, percussive sounds, and trills, common in southern flute performances, thus rendering the music profoundly moving and immaculate. In harmony with the breathtaking landscape, Goi's rendition of Gusu Xing seamlessly blended into the world around him, enhancing the wonder of the realm. As Chapter 24 unfolds, titled The Indomitable Electric Beast, Eevee's Evolution, Goi's ethereal flute melodies, coupled with his unique aura, made it undeniable that the entire world existed in reverence of him. Upon the conclusion of the piece, Little Snow and Ayako remained entranced by the exquisite music. Goi, putting away his flute, noticed their return to reality. Ayako remarked, "Goi, you truly seem to be capable of anything." To which Goi modestly replied, "I am not that remarkable." Little Snow interjected, "Oh, but you are far too humble. Not only are you exceptional in nurturing and understanding Pokémon, but your training methods are impeccable. Moreover, with such a beautiful flute melody, I find it hard to be surprised by anything that happens to you." Goi found himself speechless. With the melody fading, Goi, accompanied by Little Snow and Ayako, resumed their journey. After 2 days traversing the forest, they returned to the main path, and during their time in the woods, Goi stumbled upon an unexpected treasure, an electric beast. During a leisurely afternoon break, Guy sought a moment of solace, only to be drawn by a cacophony of sounds nearby. As he approached quietly, he discovered a flock of fiery sparrows, led by a great-mouthed sparrow, viciously attacking an Electabuzz. Observing the fierce battle, Guy noted an alarming detail. The Electabuzz had yet to unleash its electric attacks, relying solely on its lightning punch to combat the relentless onslaught of the fiery sparrows. Despite its valiant efforts, the Electabuzz began to succumb to the overwhelming assault, its body becoming a tapestry of injuries. The great-mouthed sparrow sensed the Electabuzz dwindling strength and, with a piercing beak strike, launched it into the air. Guy, initially poised to rush to its aid, hesitated as he witnessed the Electabuzz slowly rising to its feet and charging back into the fray. The ensuing battle was nothing short of astonishing. One fiery sparrow after another fell, sent flying by the great-mouthed sparrow's fierce attacks. Guy's emotions surged, yet he refrained from intervening, respecting the warrior's dignity within the Electabuzz. As the battle wore on, the Electabuzz, now barely conscious, fought on instinct alone. Eventually, only the great-mouthed sparrow remained. Just as it prepared to strike with another beak attack, the Electabuzz unleashed a thunderous roar, toppling the great-mouthed sparrow while finally succumbing to its own exhaustion. Seeing the Electabuzz collapse, Guy rushed to its side, cradling it and hastily returning to the campsite where Xiaoxua awaited. Upon glimpsing the injured creature, Xiaoxua rushed over, alarmed by its grievous wounds. "What happened to this Pokémon?" she inquired, her voice laced with concern. Guy, pressed for time, urged her to fetch the healing supplies without delay. Responding swiftly, Xiaoxua gathered various remedies, and after hours of diligent care, they finally confirmed that the Electabuzz would recover. A collective sigh of relief filled the air as Guy recounted the harrowing events. Hearing the tale, Xiaoxua's eyes glistened with unshed tears, reproaching Guy for not intervening sooner. This Electabuzz is a naturally proud warrior, unwilling to yield until the very end, even at the cost of its life. To have intervened would have been an affront to its honor, Guy explained. After hearing his rationale, they fell silent. And at that moment, the Electabuzz awakened. As it blinked its eyes and attempted to rise, Guy hurried to its side. "Stay still, your wounds have yet to heal," he cautioned. The Electabuzz, initially intent on resisting, softened at the sight of its savior's concerned gaze and lay back down. Thus, Guy devoted 2 days to caring for the Electabuzz in the forest. During this time, even the small Pokémon, including Jira, felt a twinge of jealousy at the attention lavished upon the Electabuzz. Yet, upon learning how the Electabuzz had come to be injured, they held no grievances. In truth, They admired the Electabuzz. Had they faced a similar ordeal, they could not guarantee they would possess such indomitable spirit and resolve. After 2 days of attentive care and treatment, the electric beast had fully recovered. Observing the creature's return to health, Guyi decided to depart. However, the electric beast initially followed him without drawing much attention. As they neared the forest's edge, Guyi realized that the electric beast had entirely succumbed to his charm. Indeed, through his meticulous nurturing over the past 2 days, the electric beast had come to recognize Guyi as its companion. Thus, Guyi successfully tamed the resilient electric warrior, the electric beast. Elated by this achievement, he set forth towards the foothills of Evolution Mountain. A day later, a group of travelers arrived at Rhydon town, nestled at the base of Evolution Mountain. Guyi, having hastened his journey, reached Rhydon town. After inquiring around, he made his way to the villa of the EV brothers. Upon arriving at the villa's plaza, he was surprised to find Ash and his companions already present. As Guyi approached, he paused midway, noticing that the trio, accompanied by the thunder, water, and fire spirits, were surrounding a young boy holding an EV, proclaiming that innocence was misguided and that the allure of Pokémon lay in evolution. To win, one must evolve. Upon hearing this, Guyi could no longer remain composed. "You are the ones who are naive," he interjected. The trio turned, astonished to see Guyi at this moment. While Ash and his friends were taken aback, the brothers were incensed. How could you possibly understand the capabilities of evolved Pokémon? With a cold smirk, Guyi approached the boy with the EV and stated, "You wish for this child as EV to choose your path of evolution, do you not?" The eldest brother, Rhydon, affirmed, "Indeed, only through evolution can one prevail." Guyi retorted, "Such foolishness is the hallmark of the incompetent. Evolution may enhance a Pokémon's abilities, yet it also confines their potential. You claim that one cannot win without evolving? Very well, go forth, EV." Guyi tossed out his Pokeball. "Oh, you have an EV as well? Then we accept your challenge," Rhydon declared. "Who will you choose to battle?" Guyi, with a dismissive laugh, replied, "No need to choose. Let us face all of you together." Aki, brimming with anger, exclaimed, "What audacity! You dare to underestimate us." Water, the spirit of the water-type Pokémon, echoed his sentiments. Guyi calmly stated, "Let us see if you can win." Rhydon, now furious, responded, "Fine, you seek a fight. We shall oblige." Aki, prepare the water. The thunder, fire, and water spirits positioned themselves opposite EV. As Rhydon called for the battle to commence, Guyi simply commanded, "Shadow Ball Barrage." In an instant, EV transformed into a miniature cannon, firing a relentless stream of shadow balls. The 3 spirits could only evade, unable to advance a single step, ultimately succumbing to the relentless bombardment of shadow balls. The 3 brothers began to ponder whether allowing EV to evolve prematurely was a blessing or a curse. Observing them, Guyi understood that they would undergo a transformation. Just then, a young boy approached, exclaiming, "Big brother, you're amazing. I want to be an EV trainer too." However, Guyi maintained a stoic demeanor and replied, "Young lad, I am not EV's trainer. I merely facilitated the release of its potential prior to evolution. Such an evolution holds significance." To validate his assertion, EV unfurled its seal, its body beginning to shimmer with light. The most astonished by EV's evolution were the 3 brothers, for they witnessed EV evolve without the aid of an evolution stone. As EV completed its transformation, a delicate, pink creature graced the eyes of the onlookers. Ash could no longer contain his curiosity. "Guyi, doesn't EV have only 3 evolutionary forms? What is happening here? What is this one called?" The 3 brothers gazed at Guyi with eager eyes. Guyi imparted his wisdom, stating, "To strengthen a Pokémon, one must allow it to evolve into a form that it desires or is suited for. Blindly evolving without understanding the various forms of EV results in a Pokémon that often pales in comparison to one that has been trained and evolved purposefully. The disparity is profound." The brothers implored, "How many evolutionary forms does EV possess?" It was evident that the youth before them possessed extensive knowledge of Pokémon, and they were eager to learn. Guyi slowly elucidated, in addition to the current water, fire, and electric types, there exists the psychic type solar EV, which requires a certain level of friendship during the day to evolve, and conversely, the dark type lunar EV, which needs to evolve at night with the requisite friendship level. Additionally, there is the grass type leaf EV, which can only be found in the Sinnoh region and evolves using a moss stone, as well as the ice-type Glacian, which evolves using an ice rock. In total, there are 7 forms, and my EV is a solar EV. In Chapter 25, titled Team Rocket, South Wave, to substantiate his claims, Guyi produced a sketch he had drawn to allow EV to choose its evolutionary path. Although merely a sketch, it proved immensely beneficial to the three brothers. "Thank you for enlightening us so much," they said, bowing deeply. Guyi smiled and took his leave. As Guyi reached the town's entrance, Leizong hurriedly approached from behind, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance. Please accept this small token." Guyi, not one to indulge in sentimentality, accepted the gift box and simply remarked, "Take care," before continuing on his way. On the road, Guyi glanced at the gift box, noting its substantial contents: evolution stones for water, fire, and electric types, as well as a moonstone, a sunstone, and surprisingly, a light stone, which would be perfect for the poison ivy. With the stones secured in his bag, Guyi and his companions resumed their journey. Having departed from the foothills of Evolution Mountain, Guyi sought a swifter route to the Grateful Valley, opting to traverse the forest rather than the main path. As they journeyed through the woods, Guyi and his companions trained diligently, their Pokémon growing ever stronger. As they walked, Guyi unexpectedly stumbled upon a cave. However, he refrained from approaching, for he noticed that the cave entrance was guarded. A closer inspection revealed their identities as members of Team Rocket. Guyi instructed Xiao Shui and Ling Zi to remain still while he stealthily approached the two guards. Seizing an opportune moment, he swiftly incapacitated them, donned their uniforms, and infiltrated the cave, leaving Xiao Shui and Ling Zi outside to rest. The solitary leaf retracted its presence and stealthily entered the cave. Upon entering, it found no one else present. Evidently, this secluded place had only two individuals stationed here. As it approached the heart of the cave, it beheld a myriad of diminutive spirits contained within vessels filled with liquid, each adorned with peculiar devices atop their heads. To its astonishment, a figure was busily engaged with machinery. Sensing the presence of the solitary leaf, the individual turned and inquired, "Has something gone awry? How did you get in here?" Once certain that no one else was around, the solitary leaf replied, "Your people have been dealt with. I am a trainer who stumbled upon this place. May I ask who you are?" The individual appeared taken aback, clearly surprised that anyone would venture into such a remote forest. "I am Nanbois, a scientist with Team Rocket." "Ah, so you are Professor Nanbois, the renowned genius of Team Rocket," remarked the solitary leaf. Nanbois, evidently proud, acknowledged this with a nod. However, the solitary leaf interrupted his moment of pride, stating, "Nanbois, I implore you to cease your current experiment. Do you wish for a safe resolution, or?" A hint of menace seeped into the solitary leaf's tone. Yet, Nanbois remained obstinate, chuckling, "You are quite arrogant. Come forth, my test subjects." Several small spirits, equipped with devices, emerged from the containers. The solitary leaf observed the scene, realizing it could not release its companions. Originally intending to spare the elderly man, it thought better of it. "Very well, everyone, dismantle those devices from the spirits' heads." Nanbois had anticipated that the enhancements from the devices would easily ensure his victory, but he was gravely mistaken. Within mere minutes, it was not the solitary leaf spirits that were subdued, but rather the wild spirits that had their devices destroyed, regaining their senses. The solitary leaf turned to Nanbois, who was now genuinely frightened, having assumed that this location was secure and thus poorly defended. "Professor Nanbois, why subject yourself to this?" After a while, as the solitary leaf emerged from the cave, Xiao Shui and Ling Zi breathed a sigh of relief. The solitary leaf addressed them, "All is resolved. Let us depart." With the solitary leaf leading the way, Xiao Shui and Ling Zi followed suit. Meanwhile, Nanbois found himself bound within the cave, confined within one of the vessels meant for the spirits. It was a cruel twist of fate, as Nanbois was now experiencing the luxurious treatment typically reserved for the wild spirits he had captured. Chapter 26. No way. Following the brief encounter with Nanbois from Team Rocket, the solitary leaf and its companions continued their journey towards their destination with ease. Along the way, Xiao Shui learned a multitude of massage techniques for spirits from the solitary leaf, while Ling Zi had her own spirits trained alongside the solitary leaf. Their travels proceeded in an orderly and harmonious manner. During their journey, the spirits of the solitary leaves once again enhanced their abilities. The evolved solar spirit, with its newfound psychic attributes and guided by the expertise of solitary leaf, mastered an impressive array of skills. The training yielded remarkable results. The solar spirit acquired telekinesis, psybeam, psychic, reflect, and protect. The Houndoom learned burn up, heat wave, quick attack, and flamethrower. The Rosalia mastered solar beam, poison powder, energy ball, grass knot, and sleep powder. Gyarados harnessed rock slide, dark pulse, and stone edge, while the Scyther perfected fury cutter, air slash, and bug buzz. Electabuzz not only retained its original skills of thunder punch, volt tackle, and thunder, but also learned new techniques such as thunder wave, cross chop, and drain punch. Among them, Houndoom evolved into Houndoom with the use of a fire stone, mastering quick attack and flamethrower post-evolution, while Gyarados transformed into Gyarados, learning Stone Edge thereafter. Thus, the secondary members of Solitary Leaf's team had successfully caught up with the primary members. After several days of arduous travel, Solitary Leaf finally reached the edge of the forest, on the verge of exiting its confines. Feeling a sense of relief, Solitary Leaf allowed the team to rest and took a moment to relax as well. Gyarados, despite its evolution, remained quite dependent on Solitary Leaf, resting beside them. The Solar Spirit, too, was not particularly active and joined in the repose. Houndoom languidly basked in the sunlight, while Rosalia soaked up the rays as well. Scyther and Electabuzz, both combative in nature, engaged in physical training, battling purely through their physical prowess. Such moments were blissful, yet the heavens seemed unkind, as a sudden tempest erupted. The sky darkened ominously, with flashes of lightning illuminating the scene. Solitary Leaf discerned that this was no ordinary weather phenomenon. A black hole gradually formed at the center of the storm clouds. Hastily, Solitary Leaf gathered the team and sent them back to the campsite's cave, but was caught off guard by a surge of lightning, rendering them unconscious. As the tempest subsided, a crater remained where the lightning struck, from which an object began to emerge. Upon closer inspection, it was a ring. The ring appeared to have sensed the unconscious Solitary Leaf, hovering momentarily above them. As if making a decision, before it adorned Solitary Leaf's ring finger, piercing the skin and staining the ring with blood. Following a flash of red light, the ring vanished. Meanwhile, Shuriwe waited in the cave for Solitary Leaf's return, only to discover that the outside commotion had ceased. However, Solitary Leaf lay unconscious on the ground, unresponsive to their calls. Unable to rouse them, Shuriwe carried Solitary Leaf out of the forest and into a nearby village for recuperation. As Guye's consciousness gradually returned, he opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in a vast expanse of white. Fear gripped him, and he wondered if this was the end. Suddenly, a radiant light illuminated the surroundings, and once the brilliance faded, Guye beheld a stunning woman before him. However, he could not continue to gaze. His cheeks flushed crimson upon realizing that she was unclothed. Unperturbed, the woman smiled and inquired, "What is the matter? Am I not attractive?" Being a pure-hearted youth of merely 10 years, Guye stammered, "You are truly beautiful, but your attire." At this, the girl understood her predicament and gradually conjured a garment to envelop her form. "All right, you may look up now." When Guye finally raised his gaze, he beheld her visage in full clarity. Beneath elegantly arched brows, her deep, pure eyes sparkled like crystal-clear water, bright and transparent. Her delicate features were complemented by a refined nose and a charmingly petite mouth, with thin lips that revealed a row of pearly teeth, reminiscent of shattered jade. When she smiled, 2 dimples graced her cheeks, adding to her floral beauty. Her skin was smooth and flawless, akin to porcelain, radiating a lustrous glow. There was an air of heroism intertwined with her beauty, truly captivating, as if she were a spring blossom blooming in the snow, or an autumn orchid adorned with frost. Guye found himself momentarily entranced, murmuring to himself, "She is truly a fairy." Observing his astonishment, the girl chuckled, "My dear master, you are quite adorable." This laughter roused Guye from his reverie, and he queried, "Who are you? Where's this place? How did I end up here?" The girl's laughter faded as she responded, "I am the spirit of a ring known as the Chinquan Ring. Your predecessor, during a grand battle, was forced to self-destruct, creating a powerful black hole. In my realm, even the mightiest perish within such a void, but I am no ordinary entity, being an ancient artifact. I absorbed energy within the black hole and drifted for a long time before discovering this place. I used my own power to breach the barrier of this world and enter." After her explanation, Guye was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "No way. It can't be that simple." In the 28th chapter, A Fortunate Encounter with the Artifact, Guye had never anticipated such a peculiar form of transference, especially one involving a ring. Nevertheless, he was left speechless, curious about the ring spirit. Guye learned that her previous master was also a traveler who had fortuitously acquired the Chinquan Ring. In that world, he had been insufferably arrogant, believing himself invincible, which ultimately led to his tragic demise at the hands of others. Despite his haughty demeanor, he chose self-destruction. When Guye inquired if the ring's spirit had a name, she confessed that she had never revealed her true form to that insufferable master, thus she lacked a name. Now, as the current master of the Chinquan Ring, Guye decided to bestow upon her the name Jier. Upon receiving her name, the ring's spirit beamed with joy and leaned in to kiss Guye, leaving him blushing adorably. Upon discovering that the Chinquan Ring housed a spatial dimension, complete with various artifacts from that realm, including some esoteric techniques. Guyi felt a sense of wonder. Yet, being unfamiliar with them, he set them aside for the moment. Thus, he and Jie Shui engaged in prolonged conversation within that ethereal space as time gradually unfurled. Once Guyi grasped the situation, he realized that their consciousness resided within this realm and recalled the presence of Xiao Shui and others. He inquired about the means to exit this space, for their concerns weighed heavily on him. Gradually, Guyi opened his eyes, greeted by the sight of a wooden ceiling. As he slowly rose, he noticed Ling Zi resting beside his bed. A warm smile spread across his face, touched by this rare feeling of being cared for in this world. Sensing his movement, Ling Zi awakened and, upon seeing Guyi smiling, was overwhelmed with relief. "Are you all right?" "We were terrified." Guyi shook his head, reassuring her, "I'm fine." "Where am I?" "I've been unconscious for several days." Ling Zi explained, "We watched you collapse and couldn't rouse you. So we brought you to a village near the forest. You've been in a deep slumber for 2 days. Do you have any idea how worried we were?" Guyi bowed his head apologetically. "I'm sorry for causing you concern." At that moment, Xiao Shui entered the room, her gaze lighting up upon seeing Guyi awake. "You're up. How do you feel? Are you okay?" Her inquiries struck Guyi deeply, revealing his own vulnerability. Though he felt profoundly moved, he managed to suppress his emotions and replied with a smile, "Yes, I'm much better. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days." Xiao Shui waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. We're companions. It's what we ought to do." Seeing that Guyi was well, she sighed in relief. "Well then, let us rest here for another day and resume our journey tomorrow." Guyi, invigorated by her words, thought to himself, "Yes. There are the little spirits awaiting my capture." Eager to leave, Guyi descended from the bed and stretched his limbs. After adjusting his body, he stepped outside. As soon as he emerged, he was joyfully tackled by the sun spirit, with everyone else surrounding him, their anxious expressions revealing their concern for him. After exchanging pleasantries, Guyi took a leisurely stroll around the quaint village, thus passing the day in peace. On the following morning, Guyi and his companions packed their belongings and departed from the village. After a day of arduous travel, they finally arrived at Neon Town, the city that never sleeps. Aware that the denizens of this city were notoriously restless due to their insomnia, Guyi sought refuge in a local inn. However, the restless spirit of Ling Zi soon emerged, who insisted that since they had arrived in the city that never sleeps, they ought to indulge in some entertainment. Unable to refuse her enthusiasm, Guyi reluctantly agreed to accompany her, stipulating that they would return after a reasonable amount of fun. Thus, Guyi, Xiao Shui, and Ling Zi found themselves at an arcade, each exchanging 1,000 chips for a chance to play. After a day of revelry, Xiao Shui Ling Zi was completely engrossed in her pursuits. However, when they approached Gully, they found themselves astonished. Gully had once again embarked on a frenzied quest to amass gold coins, gradually accumulating a veritable mountain of wealth. When the time came to redeem her prizes, Gully carted away her golden bounty, leaving behind a dazed crowd and rousing the stupefied Xiao Shui Ling Zi. At the redemption counter, Gully was captivated by the Sichuan face-changing performance. After a while, they departed the arcade, each clutching a precious egg, due to their abundant coins. Gully inquired about the availability of more eggs and decided to acquire 3, one for herself and one each for Xiao Shui Ling Zi. Thus, they returned to their inn. Early the next morning, Gully left the bustling Neon Town to continue her journey. In Chapter 28, The Fool's Valley and Fossil Pokémon, Gully and her companions departed from Neon Town, with the 2 girls cherishing their Pokémon eggs dearly. Eventually, they arrived at the Fool's Valley, only to discover that something was amiss. Gully hurried over to find Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang struggling to move a pile of stones. Realizing the urgency, Gully exclaimed, "Is there trouble?" "Xiaojiang, Xiaoxia, is everything all right?" Upon seeing Gully, they urgently replied, "Hurry, Ash has fallen." Observing their distress, Gully reassured them, "Do not fret, I will retrieve Ash." Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang expressed their gratitude, but then a realization struck them. How would Gully descend? To their astonishment, Gully suddenly vanished, leading them to ponder whether she possessed superpowers. Upon entering the underground chamber, Gully discovered Ash commanding his Charmeleon in a fierce battle. Despite Ash's growth, he was still overwhelmed by numerous fossil Pokémon. Gully summoned her Arcanine to assist Ash, only to find a group of fossil Pokémon blocking their path. With a swift command, Arcanine unleashed a flamethrower, yet a few Pokémon remained resilient. Acknowledging their tenacity, Gully decided to capture them, tossing out 4 Pokeballs containing Ammonite, Anorith, Kabuto, and Kabutops. Once the battle concluded, Gully rushed to aid Ash, who was barely holding on. Upon witnessing Gully's Arcanine swiftly dispatch a fossil Pokémon, Ash, bewildered, asked, "Where did that Pokémon come from?" Gully approached from behind, declaring, "It's mine." "Ash, Xiaolei, what are you doing here?" Ash exclaimed in surprise. "We can talk later. Let us focus on the task at hand." Suddenly, all the fossil Pokémon retreated into their cave. Ash joyfully exclaimed, "We're saved." But Gully cautioned, "Not yet." As Ash was about to inquire further, a howling sound emanated from the cave, and a gray flying Pokémon appeared before them. Ash, astonished, remarked, "What kind of Pokémon is that?" At that moment, the Pokédex chimed in, identifying it as Aerodactyl, a carnivorous Pokémon characterized by its sharp fangs, which it uses to capture prey. Concerned, Ash turned to Gully and asked, "What should we do?" Gully, exuding calmness, instructed Ash to stand back. "Allow me to handle this," she said, positioning herself strategically. "Arcanine, use Flamethrower." Aerodactyl evaded the attack and retaliated with a destructive beam aimed at Arcanine, but the swift canine was not easily struck, deftly dodging the onslaught. The Wind Speed Dog, poised for another strike, intended to capitalize on the side effects of the destructive ray. However, to everyone's surprise, the fossil pterosaur not only evaded the attack, but unleashed yet another formidable technique, the Billion Shockwave, dispersing the flames. The Wind Speed Dog, caught off guard, was sent flying. It seemed that a direct confrontation was inevitable, with the outcome hinging on whose skill would prevail. The Wind Speed Dog, igniting its full potential, combined all its radiative abilities into a singular, powerful, and searing column of fire. The fossil pterosaur retaliated with the destructive ray, and after a brief stalemate, the column of fire began to inch closer to the fossil pterosaur, which was clearly growing weary. Ultimately, the fossil pterosaur was struck, collapsing into unconsciousness, its body shrouded in darkness. Gently, Guyi tossed a Pokeball to capture the fossil pterosaur. As Guyi secured the little creature, Ash approached, exclaiming, "Guyi, you are truly remarkable. But how do we get out?" Guyi replied, "Of course, I will use the same method I employed to enter." Just as Ash was about to inquire further, a blinding light enveloped them, and the scenery around them transformed, revealing that they had exited the cave and returned to the outside world. "Guyi, you can teleport. You possess psychic abilities," Ash exclaimed, to which Guyi could only nod in acknowledgement. Upon emerging, Ash was swiftly surrounded by Misty and Brock, who expressed their relief. "Ash, thank goodness you are safe." "Thank you, Guyi." Guyi shook his head, signaling that no thanks were necessary. Subsequently, Guyi handed over the egg discovered in the Great Fool Valley to Ash and the others, for after all, the Pokémon known as Boku Bibi held many stories. They returned to Xiaoxue and Lingzi, preparing to depart together. At Pallet Town, in Professor Oak's laboratory, Guyi arrived with yet another Pokémon. As he opened the computer, Professor Oak, though somewhat prepared, was still taken aback. "My goodness, fossil Pokémon, the Ammonite, the Anorith, the Kabuto, and the fossil pterosaur have all been gathered." Chapter 29. The birth. Guyi and his companions continued their journey in an organized manner. After evolving through the Moonstone, Lingzi's Nidorina transformed into Nidoqueen. "Ah, Guyi! Look!" she exclaimed, calling out to Guyi, who was walking ahead. Guyi turned his head in confusion and noticed the dazzling light emanating from the sprite egg cradled in Xiaoxue's hands. He paused, observing the situation within the egg intently. Gradually, the brilliance faded, revealing an adorable feline sprite. Let there be no misunderstanding. It was not a mere Meowth, but indeed a Spritzee. "What a charming little sprite," Lingzi exclaimed. "I never anticipated it to be a Spritzee from the Hoenn region, known for its tendency to chase moving objects uncontrollably. Sometimes, it even spins around in pursuit of its own tail, becoming dizzy in the process." "You are truly fortunate, Xiaoxue," Lingzi added, as Xiaoxue smiled and cradled the Spritzee in her arms, clearly enamored. Observing the newly hatched Spritzee, Lingzi felt a pang of envy, glancing longingly at the egg in her possession, wishing for an earlier evolution. As if in response to Lingzi's hopes, her egg began to hatch, radiating a brilliant light. Guyi was taken aback to find Lingzi's egg also hatching. However, upon seeing the newly emerged sprite, he could no longer maintain his composure. Astonishment washed over him. How could it be this creature? Evidently, it was another unfamiliar sprite for Lingzi and the others. Hearing Guyu's words, they inquired, "Do you recognize it, Guyu?" He nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, I do. This is a powerful sprite, the stomach Pokémon, stomach beast. Its body is primarily composed of its stomach, capable of consuming objects as large as itself. Its unique digestive fluids can break down anything. Today has been overwhelmingly stimulating," Guyu remarked helplessly. At that moment, Xiaoxue and Lingzi halted their actions and directed their attention to Guyu, saying, "Check your bag." Initially, Guyu did not comprehend what was amiss with his bag. But upon realizing the issue, he hurriedly unfastened it and retrieved his egg. I cannot believe we are hatching on the same day. I am eager to see what I will receive, he exclaimed with excitement. Xiaoxue and Lingzi looked on anxiously. Once again, after a burst of light, they beheld a small dragon sprite emerging, slowly rising with a hard skull. Guyu exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, I've hit the jackpot." Xiaoxue and Lingzi approached him, asking, "What is it? Why such a strong reaction?" Guyu steadied himself, saying, "It's a Bagon, a rock-type Pokémon that dreams of soaring in the azure sky. It frequently trains by ramming its head against rocks, making its skull as resilient as steel." After listening, Xiaoxue and Lingzi inquired, "But why are you so excited?" Guyu continued, "Each region boasts its own rare and unique sprites. For instance, in the Kanto region, we have Dragonite, which evolves into Dragonair and then Dragonite. In the Johto region, I possess a Beldum that evolves into Medong and then Metagross. This Bagon is a rare sprite from the Hoenn region, on par with the rarity I just mentioned." Xiaoxue and Lingzi understood the preciousness of the Bagon and grasped the excitement that filled Guyu's heart. On this day, marked by the birth of the little sprites, the group found themselves compelled to camp. As the day unfolded, the three sprites naturally formed a bond and soon began to play joyously together. Guy observed them quietly, and by noon, he proposed to prepare a meal. It was evident that Guy was wholeheartedly devoted to the sprites. When Lingzi heard his intention to cook, she was initially skeptical, as she had never witnessed him prepare food since joining his journey. However, upon hearing Xiaoxue praise Guy's culinary skills, her anticipation began to grow. Guided by the preferences of the sprites, Guy meticulously prepared meals tailored for the three little ones, including a traditional dish of dumplings, an item unheard of in Japan, and even more so in the sprite realm. When Lingzi saw the food Guy presented, her curiosity piqued. "What have you made, Guy? I've never seen anything like it," she inquired. "This is my exclusive creation. Do take a taste, but be cautious, it's hot," Guy replied. Lingzi, using her chopsticks, picked one up and took a bite. A wave of exquisite flavor washed over her, with savory broth flooding her senses, truly delicious. "Oh, this is delightful. I've never tasted anything so exquisite," exclaimed Xiaoxue, who also sampled the dish. She gazed at Guy in astonishment, realizing that she had only glimpsed a fraction of his abilities. "Had it not been for the birth of the sprites, you would likely have kept this talent hidden," she remarked. Guy felt a twinge of unease under Xiaoxue's scrutiny and swiftly redirected his focus, bringing the prepared sprite meals to the little ones. "Enjoy," he said with a smile, embodying the essence of a caring father. The three tiny sprites sniffed the offerings before eagerly diving into their feast, clearly relishing the flavors. Returning to the table, Guy was bemused to find that a whole plate of dumplings had vanished in no time. With no choice but to cook more, he wore a look of dismay that elicited amused glances between Xiaoxue and Lingzi. Thus, the day celebrating the arrival of three new lives was joyously spent amidst delicious food and laughter. While cradling his precious Dragonite, Guy and his companions passed through a town, where Xiaoxue and Lingzi recalled their sprites into their Pokeballs. However, Guy, with his full quota of Pokémon, could only hold on to his. Upon reaching the town square, they noticed a crowd gathered around a figure. Guy squeezed through the throng and was taken aback when he recognized the individual before him. "Mr. Yulong, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. Indeed, it was the esteemed Dragon Master Dato. Upon noticing Guy, Dato smiled warmly. "Ah, Guy? Long time no see," he replied. Guy shook his head in exasperation, sometimes feeling that Dato hardly embodied the image of a champion. Xiaoxue and Lingzi approached, astonished to witness the interaction, realizing that Guy was acquainted with Mr. Dato. Amidst the bustling crowd, the group led by Guy arrived at Datu's residence. Once inside the room, Datu inquired if anyone would like a drink. Guy, sensing the tension from both Xiaoxue and Lingzi, directly requested, "Datu, a cup of coffee without sugar, please. And you all, feel free to make yourselves at home." Datu, displaying his amiable nature, readily agreed, stating, "Indeed, there's no need for formality here. It's just like being at home." Observing Datu's warm demeanor, Xiaoxue and Lingzi began to relax. "Thank you, we'll just have some tea," they replied. Once everyone settled around the coffee table, Lingzi took the initiative to ask, "Mr. Datu, how did you come to know Guy?" Xiaoxue, clearly curious, also awaited the answer. With a smile, Datu responded, "I encountered Guy while on a mission in Kai City. We had a battle." "Oh, who emerged victorious?" Lingzi inquired eagerly. Datu hesitated slightly before Guy interjected, "It was a draw. My Pokémon evolved during the match, which led to its termination." Datu seemed to recall something. "By the way, I have two matters to discuss. First, Guy, where did you capture your fossil Pokémon?" Upon hearing this, Guy appeared puzzled. Datu elucidated. Due to the rarity of fossil Pokémon, any discovery must be reported to the League for proper protection. Understanding the implication, Guy replied, I found it in Dasha Valley. There should still be many fossil Pokémon slumbering beneath the earth. Datu acknowledged, I see. You've provided significant assistance to the League. However, you mentioned there was another matter? Guy prompted. Indeed, a guest from another region requires my attention, he explained. Who is it? Guy asked. Just then, Datu's phone rang. After the call, he turned to Guy's group and said, the person has arrived. Let us go see. At the entrance, they encountered a figure clad in a black trench coat, with flowing golden hair partially obscuring one eye. Guy was utterly taken aback, losing all composure. Xiaoxua. Intrigued, queried, do you know her? Yes, but I can't speak, he responded, having recognized her. At that moment, Sharona noticed the Pokémon in Guy's hands. Oh, isn't that a Bagon from the Hoenn region? She exclaimed. Datu, catching on, remarked, you're quite fortunate, Guy. Where did you acquire such a treasure? Guy was momentarily taken aback. It was then that Datu clarified. Guy won the Pokémon egg at an arcade in Neon Town, and not just one egg. Both Xiaoxue and I also have one, albeit with different Pokémon. After contemplating the considerable number of coins needed to exchange for 3 Pokémon eggs, both Datu and Sharona expressed their astonishment at Guy's remarkable luck. However, the conversation shifted as Datu inquired, why not retrieve the Pokéball? Guy explained, my Pokémon capacity is full. I intended to return one to the Pokémon Center in this town, as Bagon is still small and needs to stay with me. But due to a series of events, I was delayed. Datu responded, in that case, I have a phone and a teleportation device you can use. Thank you so much. Could you take me there? Guy expressed his gratitude. Datu led Guy to the teleportation device, where Guy dialed Professor Oak's number. Oh, Xiaoya. It has been quite some time since we last communicated. Is there something on your mind? Professor Oak inquired. Indeed, replied Konya. I have recently acquired a precious dragon, and my inventory is full. I need to send a few Pokémon back. I see. Well then, which Pokémon do you intend to transfer? I wish to send over the Sun Pokémon. Alright, Professor Oak, mid-sentence, noticed Dado and Cynthia behind Konya. Oh, is that Dado, accompanied by the champion of Sinnoh? Cynthia? Greetings, both Dado and Cynthia politely acknowledged. The authority of Professor Oak is not merely for show. Professor Oak, I have sent them, Konya stated. And after a brief moment, he received confirmation. Xiaoya, with 2 champions by your side, seized the opportunity, and with that, the call ended. Konya discerned Professor Oak's implication. Although he excelled in training Pokémon, Oak believed his experiences paled in comparison to those of the 2 champions. Oak intended for him to engage more with them, unaware that Konya's experiences might surpass those of both. Arriving at their resting place, Konya addressed Cynthia. Miss Cynthia, this request may be unreasonable, but could we engage in a Pokémon battle? Dado appeared taken aback by Konya's audacity to propose a match against Cynthia at this moment. Cynthia, noticing the determination in Konya's eyes, set down her teacup. Very well, she replied. Dado, is there a battle arena available? Dado responded, yes, in the backyard. Follow me. Once in the backyard arena, Konya and Cynthia stood opposite each other while Dado assumed the role of referee. Are both sides ready? Dado asked, to which they nodded in agreement. The match will be one-on-one. Let the battle begin. Konya, go forth, Arcanine. Cynthia, I choose you, Garchomp. As the 2 Pokémon emerged, a powerful aura erupted from them. Dado thought to himself, I never anticipated that Konya would master his Pokémon to this extent. It seems I have found a successor. Konya, use extreme speed. Cynthia, aware of her opponent's proficiency in fusion techniques, remained unfazed. Garchomp, Dragon Rush. The 2 Pokémon clashed with intensity. Arcanine, use Flamethrower. Garchomp, combine Sandstorm with Stone Edge. Unexpectedly, Cynthia executed a combination move that shattered Arcanine's attack. Arcanine was ensnared within the Stone Edge-enhanced Sandstorm, sustaining considerable damage. Konya recognized his imperfections and flaws, remaining composed. Thank you for battling with me, Miss Cynthia. It is only through challenging strong opponents that one can grow stronger. I, as well as my Pokémon, are eager for an exhilarating duel. Cynthia, clearly astonished by Konya's resolve, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of nurturing the rise of a Pokémon master. Inspired by his words, she responded, very well. Let us give it our all. With a smile, Guyi urged his swift hound to engage in a fierce battle, inviting all to abandon their burdens and join the fray. The battle commenced with the fierce Gyarados, as the 2 figures intertwined in a breathtaking display. The swift hound relentlessly attacked the Gyarados, which responded with powerful strikes, eschewing any defense in favor of pure aggression. The atmosphere crackled with explosive energy as the combat endured for half an hour. In the final blow, Gui's swift hound succumbed and lost its fighting capability. Yet, Gui felt a sense of solace, for his swift hound stood proud, even in unconsciousness. Chapter 32. Doll Festival. Both Cynthia and Gui acknowledged each other's prowess. Shaking hands in mutual respect, Cynthia remarked, "You have allowed me to partake in a duel of formidable strength. Your advancement may surpass all boundaries. I am delighted to have battled with you, as I have gained significant progress from this encounter." Gui quickly responded, "I must express my gratitude. This duel has illuminated my path. I had been directionless, solely focused on training and enhancement." "Thank you." Dato approached, saying, "Enough with the modesty. This duel was truly spectacular. Gui, I am confident that among future champions, you will find your place." Gui smiled and replied, "Let us hope your words ring true." With that, they all returned to their apartment. A day later, Gui departed from the quaint town. Along the journey, Xiaoxue expressed her admiration for Gui's abilities. Meanwhile, in the town, Cynthia remarked to Dato, "A new star has emerged, forging the path of the strong, as the mighty rise to prominence." Through his battle with Cynthia, Gui had opened the gateway to the realm of the powerful. Their travels continued, leading them to Doll Town. However, Gui lamented, "Now I truly understand the plight of boys," as he bore an immense load of items. Indeed, after a long trek, Gui and his companions arrived at Doll Town. Coincidentally on Doll Festival Day, when the whims of girls are indulged and boys become mere laborers, Gui found himself burdened, tasked with the extravagant shopping of two girls. Although Xiaoxue exhibited some restraint, the accumulation of goods continued unabated. Gui suddenly had an idea. He retrieved a Pokeball and released his Electabuzz, commanding it to assist with the heavy lifting as part of today's training. However, after some time, Electabuzz felt overwhelmed by the increasing weight and realized it had been duped by its master. Gui soon recognized his miscalculation, as he too began to feel the weight of his own burdens. At noon, during their break at the inn, Gui collapsed in exhaustion, while Electabuzz, beside him, thought, "You tricked me, yet here I am, utterly worn out." If Gui had known the thoughts of Electabuzz, he might have found himself in a fit of laughter. "I bought so many things," exclaimed Lianzi. "Are you going out again, Xiaoxue?" Xiaoxue shook her head. "No, we've purchased enough." Thus, they spent the afternoon resting at the inn. Upon hearing of a beauty contest, Lianzi eagerly dragged Xiaoxue along, and Gui, with no choice, was also called to join. Upon arriving at the contest venue, Lianzi registered, while Xiaoxue, uninterested, chose not to participate. As they arrived at the audience seats, Gui spotted Ash and Brock and made his way over. It had been a long time since they last met. "Ash," he called out. Hearing his name, Ash turned around and his face lit up with joy. "Gui, you're here too." Brock, upon seeing Xiaoxue, rushed over, exclaiming, "Long time no see, Miss Xiaoxue." Xiaoxue could only manage a wry smile. At this moment, the competition commenced, and the spectators settled down, their eyes glued to the performance. Ecology, along with Misty and Team Rocket's Jessie, were continuously advancing in the tournament. However, ecology unexpectedly fell short in the round against Misty. After all, the newly hatched Pokémon was not yet ready for battle, leading to a regrettable exit. As the storyline dictated, Misty triumphed in the competition. Ash and Brock gathered around, and Misty congratulated her, while Gui stepped forward, saying, "Oh, Gui, you're here too," Misty replied. "All right, the competition has concluded. Let's return and rest well. We have to continue our journey tomorrow," Gui said, leading Xiaoxue and ecology back to the inn. Chapter 33. Pokémon Identification Examination. I apologize for the delay due to issues with my broadband yesterday and the lack of internet cafes in the vicinity. I humbly seek your forgiveness, and I truly wish to avoid writing those tedious stories, hence the removal of Ash's ordinary plotline. On their journey, Gui and his companions progressed steadily. Today presented a unique event, the Pokémon Identification Examination. Gui registered to participate, eager to assess his knowledge of Pokémon. While meandering through the examination hall, he unexpectedly encountered Ash. "Oh, Gui, you're here too," Ash exclaimed. Gui smiled and replied, "Yes, let us all do our best. Attention please, the Pokémon Identification Examination is about to commence. Please take your seats." Gui found his designated spot, number 1, as the first round began. The first question was, is the tongue of a Lickitung twice the length of its body, circle or cross? The second question, the proverb states that Ninetales lives for 1,000 years, and Blastoise for 10,000 years, circle or cross? The third, what is the nickname of Machoke, circle or cross? The fourth, the only move that Magikarp can learn from the beginning is Splash, circle or cross? The fifth, The smallest Pokémon is Caterpie, circle or cross. The sixth, where was Weezing first discovered, circle or cross. Guyi found the first round rather simplistic. He could scarcely fathom how anyone could fail these questions. In the second round, a round shadow appeared. Guyi, though aware of the storyline, nonetheless answered Electrode. The correct answer was, of course, Wigglytuff when viewed from above. It became evident to Guyi that the first round was merely a warm-up, while the second posed genuine challenges. He remained meticulous as new images appeared on the screen, and he accurately answered with minimal errors, finishing in first place with an impeccable score. The third round involved practical combat. Guyi and Ash approached the area to select their Pokeballs. Guyi casually picked one, being the first to take the stage. Guyi, I'll cheer for you. Ash encouraged. Guyi waved his hand, saying, Instructor, I look forward to your guidance. Very well, let us begin, the instructor announced. Come forth. They both tossed their Pokeballs. The instructor S released a Charizard, while Guyi S revealed a timid Swablu. No way a Swablu? Ash remarked. It seems Guyi is in for a tough battle, Brock added. However, they all failed to notice the subtle curve at the corner of Guy's mouth. The truth is as it stands. Have you surrendered? The instructor inquired. Instructor, you underestimate me. Guy replied with a smile. I remember your assessment Pokémon are all quite high in level, aren't they? Indeed, but what of it? The instructor responded. Guy chose not to dwell on his words and turned instead to Mauchio. Do you wish to believe in me? Facing this unfamiliar person, Mauchio glimpsed a look of trust and nodded. Thank you, Guy said. Upon hearing Guy speak, Mauchio resolutely turned and approached the battlefield. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation began. Mauchio began to radiate light, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. The most shocked was the instructor, who realized that his Pokémon was evolving under the trust of a young boy. As the light faded, the vibrant Masquerain emerged, signaling the commencement of an exciting battle. All right, instructor, let us begin, Guy stated. Oh, very well, let us get started, the instructor replied, regaining his focus. Meanwhile, Archer, the cameraman following Ash and his friends, busily captured the moment. Incredible. Evolution prompted by trust, he exclaimed. Go, Charizard. Use Flamethrower. The instructor commanded. Masquerain, teleport. Guy countered. The flamethrower missed its mark as Guy continued to direct a series of teleportations. Poison powder, toxic spikes. Under the relentless assault of Masquerain's toxic abilities, Charizard succumbed and fell. Return Charizard. You are truly remarkable. Your understanding of Pokémon abilities is impressive. I never expected to encounter such an excellent trainer, the instructor remarked. Thank you for the compliment, Guy replied, recalling Masquerain, who smiled as it returned to its Pokeball. Chapter 34. The Crimson Lotus Gym, Xiaobo alright. Let us continue. Go, my second Pokémon, the instructor proclaimed, tossing a Pokeball. Guy followed suit, and the instructor revealed his second Pokémon, a Geodude. While Gaius was none other than Electabuzz. I could curse my luck. This is unfortunate, Guy muttered. For others, facing Geodude would indeed be a daunting challenge. But Guy excelled with Electabuzz. Geodude, use Rollout. Electabuzz, catch it. Electabuzz, standing firm, embraced the rolling attack of Geodude. What? The instructor was taken aback. He never anticipated Guy would respond this way. Electabuzz, toss it. With a surge of power, Electabuzz launched Geodude into the air. Just before Geodude fell, Guy commanded, Electabuzz. Use Brick Break. Electabuzz leaped high, striking Geodude down with a powerful blow, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Geodude was left unable to battle. The instructor could only express his astonishment. Guy had effectively countered the type disadvantage with sheer strength. The third battle can be termed Guy's showcase. His third Pokémon was Venusaur, while the instructor's was Frogadier. Thus, Guy successfully acquired the assessment badge and departed, leaving Ash to handle the ensuing matters. After their travels, Guy and his companions arrived at Crimson Lotus Island, only to find it transformed into a tourist attraction. Where's the Crimson Lotus Gym? Lingzi lamented. Guy, however, strolled on calmly, for he was certain the gym remained. After a while, a peculiar old man appeared. He was likely Xiaobo. A chilling sensation enveloped my mind, while warmth coursed through my body. The young man, Long Guy, found himself at a loss for words, as Xiaobo's antics proved to be quite amusing. Xiaobo, seemingly uninterested in prolonged discourse, was soon confronted by Guy, who revealed that the answer to his riddle was a hot spring. Xiaobo, momentarily taken aback, questioned, What are you talking about? Who is Xiaobo? Observing Xiaobo's feigned ignorance, Guy's patience wore thin. What I mean to say is, if you refuse to acknowledge me, I believe discussing matters concerning the alliance shouldn't pose any issue, he remarked with a sinister glint in his eyes. Xiaobo, sensing the underlying threat in the young man's demeanor, felt a shiver run down his spine. Very well, I am indeed Xiaobo, he admitted, removing his disguise. Guy smiled apologetically. I apologize, Xiaobo, for employing a few tricks. I am Long Guy. Ah, Long Guy, Xiaobo mused, recalling the name. You are the one referred to by Du as the master of the strongest spirit. That is the highest praise I have ever heard from him. Guy was surprised to learn of Du's esteemed opinion. Xiaobo gestured, follow me to my gym. They arrived at a quaint inn nestled within a volcanic crater, leading to the gymnasium. All right, we have arrived. Are you ready for the gym battle? Xiaobo inquired. Guy nodded affirmatively. Excellent. This is my first Pokémon. Go, Ninetales. A splendid Ninetales gracefully took its place on the battlefield. Guy released his Pokémon, Flygon. Take the stage. This marked Flygon's inaugural battle. So, you chose a bug-type Flygon. Fire types are the bane of bugs, Xiaobo remarked. Type advantage is irrelevant. For me, combat is what truly matters, Guy retorted. Let us commence. Ninetales, unleash Flame Vortex. Flygon countered with Sword's Dance, not merely to defend, but to ruthlessly tear through the flames. Waves of air sliced towards Ninetales. And Xiaobo discovered that no matter the method employed, he could not harm Flygon, who continued its relentless dance. The force of the air slashes grew increasingly formidable, prompting Xiaobo to withdraw Ninetales while Flygon ceased its dance. Xiaobo inquired, what is the principle behind your Sword's Dance? It transforms a mere supportive skill into a formidable offensive move. Guy explained, it's quite simple. I integrated air slash into Sword's Dance, coupled with consecutive strikes. The resulting power is insurmountable. The strongest offense constitutes the finest defense. This technique, in my view, is the epitome of perfection. Xiaobo, astonished by Guy's explanation, mused indeed. It is no wonder Du holds you in such high regard. This move is truly exceptional. Chapter 35. The Crimson Lotus Badge. The descent of the Molters. Next up was the armored Tyrannosaurus. Go, Xiaobo commanded. Guy recalled Flygon and sent forth his Electabuzz. Upon emergence, Electabuzz crackled with electricity, brimming with vitality. Armored Tyrannosaurus, advance, Xiaobo declared, as the imposing creature charged towards Electabuzz. To his astonishment, Electabuzz stood firm against the onslaught. What? Xiaobo exclaimed, taken aback, yet maintaining his composure. Armored Tyrannosaurus, use Earthquake. Electabuzz, though evidently displeased by the tremors, remained steadfast. Guy commanded, Electabuzz, use Brick Break. Xiaobo hastily instructed his armored Tyrannosaurus to counter with Arm Thrust, recognizing that this strategy was best suited for their battle. Now, unleash a series of Brick Breaks. Guy urged. Two small sprites clashed fiercely, and gradually, Xiaobo realized that the steel Tyrannosaurus was beginning to struggle under the intensity of the battle. In the final confrontation, the steel Tyrannosaurus halted its advance and fell to the ground. Xiaobo recalled his Pokémon, acknowledging its strength, and proclaimed, now it's time for my trump card to emerge. Come forth, the fiery little sprite, the Charizard. As the Charizard leaped from the magma, a vibrant blaze enveloped its form. Gui retracted his Electabuzz and summoned, Go Arcanine. Xiaobo remarked, so you intend to counterfire with fire? Indeed, Gui replied. That will make for an exciting spectacle. Arcanine, unleash Flamethrower. A searing flame surged forward, and Xiaobo commanded, Charizard, respond with your own flamethrower. The two torrents of fire collided, resulting in a violent explosion that rippled across the arena. Arcanine, use Fire Spin. What? Very well, then. Charizard, Fire Spin. The two fiery spirals crashed into one another, neither yielding an inch, until they could no longer withstand the pressure and erupted once more. After exchanging several such moves, Gui remarked, at this rate, we may not determine a victor. Be cautious, for I am about to unleash my most powerful technique, Xiaobo warned, preparing himself. Charizard channeled all its strength into the forthcoming Fire Spin, while Arcanine readied its flamethrower. Xiaobo, initially uncertain of the technique's nature, recalled Gui's fusion moves and realized the impending attack would possess great might. The Fire Spin collided with the overwhelming force of the flamethrower, gradually diminishing, until the flames surged directly towards Charizard, engulfing it completely. The flames dissipated, revealing Charizard, who succumbed to the overwhelming assault and fell, leaving the battlefield. Xiaobo produced the Crimson Lotus Badge. Gui accepted it gratefully, saying, thank you. As he turned to depart, Xiaobo mentioned, there is a volcanic island nearby, home to a legendary firebird. You should visit it when you have the chance. Thank you very much, Gui replied, and with that, he exited the gym. Gui returned to the Pokémon Center, where he asked Xiao Xueling Zi to wait for him. He set off towards the volcanic island, carrying the Pokeball he had just exchanged for with Professor Oak. As Gui journeyed forth, he noticed the area was deserted, pondering why the locals appeared so timid. He understood that a volcano would not erupt without warning. Continuing his ascent towards the summit, the lush vegetation gradually gave way to barren rocks, and the temperature increased steadily. Guyi removed a layer of clothing and stowed it in his backpack, pressing onward. At last, he arrived at the volcano's crater, drenched in sweat. Gazing into the depths, he beheld desolate rocks and bubbling lava. Just as he contemplated whether his journey had been in vain, a sharp cry pierced the air. Looking up, he saw a magnificent firebird. The firebird, Guyi murmured, realizing his trip had not been in vain. The firebird, possessing keen eyesight, quickly spotted Guyi at the crater and let out a shrill cry, seemingly warning him to vacate its territory. Firebird, come forth in battle. I aim to capture you, Guyi shouted at the soaring creature. The figure approached D, and after a long absence, D responded in kind. As D conversed with the individual, Ayako could not contain her curiosity and inquired about the stranger's identity. Guy swallowed hard, revealing that this person was an equal to D, the champion of the Sinnoh region, Cynthia. Both Ayako and Koyuki were taken aback, astonished at having encountered two champions in a single day. What an unexpected turn of events. Guy, too, found it hard to believe, yet reason told her it was indeed true. She stepped forward, addressing Miss Cynthia. Hello. Observing the approaching handsome youth, Cynthia inquired of D, who is this? D introduced. Oh, I forgot to mention. This is the one I spoke of previously, the trainer who captured the colossal Dragonite. Guy, who battled my Dragonite on equal footing with his Charizard. D continued. This is Miss Cynthia, the champion of the Sinnoh region. Cynthia, realizing Guy was the one who had captured the massive Dragonite, extended her hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Guy, taken aback, composed herself and shook Cynthia's hand. Oh, it's not as grand as Mr. D makes it sound. I merely had a stroke of luck, Guy replied modestly. Cynthia smiled. Encountering and capturing such a magnificent Dragonite is not merely a matter of luck. Guy chose not to dispute this, releasing her hand as they all entered D's apartment. Guy was evidently puzzled by Cynthia's presence. Why is Miss Cynthia here in Kanto at this time? She asked. Allow me to clarify, D interjected. Miss Cynthia has come to Kanto to take a few unique Pokémon back with her. I am here to host her, as I had no other engagements. Guy reflected for a moment. So, Miss Cynthia plans to travel here for a few days? Indeed, Cynthia confirmed. I am merely here for a warm welcome, D chuckled. I never intended for it to be a grand affair, Cynthia teased. Witnessing the two champions, Guy felt a sense of disbelief. Who could have imagined that the formidable champions one encountered in battle would be so unassuming in private moments? It was a revelation. Chapter 36. The legendary bird. Upon hearing this, the legendary bird ceased its movements, gradually descending to stand before Guy, calling out a few times, seemingly beckoning Guy to send forth his Pokémon. Guy retrieved the freshly exchanged Pokeball. Come forth, Charizard, Guy called, tossing the ball high into the air. A fiery figure materialized before him. Upon seeing his master, Charizard's eyes transformed into crescent moons, clearly elated to reunite with Guy. It's been a while, Charizard, Guy remarked. This time, I found you a worthy opponent. Let us see your true strength in this battle. Charizard nodded in affirmation, while the legendary bird, showing respect for the forthcoming duel, descended from the volcano to the ground. Then I shall initiate the attack, Guy stated to the legendary bird. Charizard, unleash Dragon Rage. He commanded. Charizard took to the air, executing the Dragon Rage attack, a blast of energy with a diameter of 1 meter aimed at the legendary bird. However, the legendary bird, displaying remarkable agility, swiftly evaded the attack. The legendary Moltres unleashed a torrent of flames, exhibiting an extraordinary power far surpassing that of the likes of Arcanine and Charizard. The flames struck Charizard, who withstood the onslaught, albeit leaving behind a faint mark of scorching injury. Although Guy was aware of Moltres' divine status and its remarkable level, he was astonished that Charizard could merely endure the fiery assault, yet still sustain damage. Guy understood that he could not afford to be careless in this battle. Charizard, employ Sonic Boom followed by Dragon Tail, Guy commanded. Moltres evaded the Sonic Boom, but lacked the agility to dodge the subsequent Dragon Tail, which struck it squarely, causing it to stagger. Now, Charizard, unleash Dragon Rage, Guy shouted. While Moltres managed to stabilize itself, it was still overwhelmed by the potent energy of Dragon Rage, which struck true and inflicted significant harm. As the attack subsided, Moltres stood defiantly, panting heavily. Despite being a divine creature, Dragon Rage was devoid of tier distinctions. It was infused not only with the fusion of fire, but also with the devastating force of the dragon element. The only variances lay in speed and impact. Once the attack had found its mark, speed became inconsequential, and the sheer force of the skill was indeed formidable. Guy believed that no skill had yet surpassed this one. Moltres took to the skies once more, and Guy mused on its resilience. Despite having endured such a formidable move, it still possessed the will to continue fighting. With a mighty cry, Moltres gathered a yellow energy sphere in its beak, releasing a powerful beam of light. It's the destruction beam. Moltres had realized that fire-type moves were not particularly effective against Charizard. Shadow Clone, Guy commanded urgently. In a moment of critical urgency, Charizard executed the Shadow Clone, dodging the destruction beam, which exploded upon striking the ground, sending shockwaves that nearly toppled Guy and showcasing its immense power. Charizard, once more. Combine Dragon Rage with the destruction beam, Guy instructed. Moltres seemed to sense the impending danger, gathering a massive fireball as it sped towards Charizard. Both Moltres and Guy understood that this round would determine the outcome of the battle. Moltres unleashed its flames, executing its most formidable fire-type move, Incinerate. Incinerate was unleashed before Dragon Rage could take effect, and Guy knew that even Charizard would find it challenging to withstand such a devastating blow, especially given Moltres' fierce determination behind this attack. Endure it, trust in yourself, Guy issued his final command, for he could scarcely fathom the magnitude of Moltres' Incinerate. The attack struck Charizard squarely in the chest. Despite the agony etched on its face, Charizard persevered, retaliating with Dragon Rage that cascaded forth and engulfed Moltres, erupting around it in a tremendous explosion. Overwhelmed, Moltres succumbed and plummeted from the sky. Chapter 37. I have returned to Newtown. Go Heat Ball. Gullyui hurled the Heat Ball, acquired from the gaming hall in Rainbow City. As expected, the Heat Ball proved resilient to high temperatures. Unaffected by the searing flames emanating from the Firebird, it successfully captured the Firebird within the confines of the Pokeball, which swayed twice before settling into stillness. Observing the Heat Ball being transported away, Gullyui approached Charizard, noting the charred, dark burns upon its chest. You have sacrificed so much for victory, he murmured, gently stroking Charizard. In an instant, Charizard seemed to forget all its pain, smiling at Gullyui and lifting him into a warm embrace. Gullyui felt immense joy. After all, Charizard was his very first companion on this journey, and their bond was ineffable. All right, let us return, Gullyui declared. Charizard lowered itself, allowing Gullyui to mount. With a powerful flap of its wings, Charizard soared away from Volcanic Island, returning to Lotus Island. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center on Lotus Island, Gullyui was met with a sigh of relief from Xiaoxua Lingzi, who was glad to see him safe. I will recall Charizard now. Let us take the communication ship back to Newtown, Gullyui said. After a restful day aboard the ship, the next morning heralded Gulyui's return to Newtown, the very town where his journey had begun. As he walked along the familiar path, a profound sense of nostalgia enveloped him, akin to returning home. I'm back, he exclaimed, flinging open the doors of Professor Oak's laboratory, where he found the professor busily rearranging items. Oh, Gullyui, you have returned. Welcome. Professor Oak greeted with a warm smile. Indeed. How have my Pokémon fared? Gullyui inquired. Ahem, are you not even curious about me? Professor Oak teased. Your little creatures are in the courtyard. You may go see them. You have truly done well, capturing one of the legendary birds, the Firebird. And with the addition of Zapdos, you now have two. Gullyui chuckled as he made his way to the backyard. After searching for a while, he finally encountered a running Cerulean Tauros. Despite not having seen its master since being captured, it recognized Gullyui immediately, galloping towards him. Long time no see, Tauros. Where is everyone? Will you take me to them? Gullyui asked. Tauros nodded, lowering itself to indicate Gullyui should climb aboard. Without hesitation, Gullyui mounted Tauros, and together they raced to the shoreline, where two colossal figures came into view, Dragonite and Tentacruel. Upon reaching the coast, Gullyui called out, Dragonite, Tentacruel, it has been so long. Both Pokémon squinted in delight upon spotting Gullyui. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves echoed nearby. It was Tauros, rushing to gather everyone. Soon, Gullyui's Pokémon gathered around him, clinging to him with joy. He felt overwhelmed, for this was a feeling he cherished deeply. His Pokémon were his entire world. As he gazed at each of his beloved companions, tears of genuine happiness filled his eyes, for he realized that their existence was the very essence of his own. As the master wept, the little sprites were left in a state of bewilderment, frozen in place. Gullyui, realizing her lapse in composure, quickly regained her demeanor and smiled, asserting that everything was fine, merely overwhelmed with joy. Sensing the gentle aura emanating from her master, laughter erupted among them all. After engaging in delightful play for an extended period, Gullyui returned to the lounge of Professor Oak's research facility. Upon seeing her, Professor Oak exclaimed, Ah, Gullyui, why are you back so early? Have you obtained all your badges? Gullyui replied, Not yet. I just wanted to return to Pallet Town for a visit. I plan to head to the nearby Tokua Gym for my final badge. Chapter 38. Homecoming. The final stop, Tokua Gym. Professor Oak inquired, I see. When do you intend to set off? Guyi responded, I'm just here for a brief visit. I'll be heading there now. Xiao Xue and Lingzi have already gone ahead and are waiting for me at the Tokua Pokémon Center. Very well, off you go then, Professor Oak urged. My Pokémon are already in the yard. I've only brought Charizard. You should check the Pokémon data. Upon saying this, Guyi noticed that Professor Oak had already disappeared, a testament to his fervent obsession with Pokémon research. Guyi found herself standing outside her long-missed home, where Aunt Hanako was watering the flowers. She smiled and greeted, Guyi, you're back. Guyi nodded, yes, I'm back, Aunt Hanako. Aunt Hanako remarked, you've returned quite early. Has your journey concluded? Guyi shook her head, not yet. I still need to go to Tokua Gym to obtain the green badge before it's truly over. Ah, I see. Well, I wish you success in advance. Aunt Hanako said gratefully. Stepping into her familiar abode, Guyi noticed that the house remained immaculate, a clear indication of Aunt Hanako's diligent upkeep. After a brief visit, she departed, making her way towards Tokua City. Swiftly, she arrived at the Tokua Pokémon Center, where Xiao Xue and Lingzi greeted her with urgency. Why did you arrive so late? I apologize, I was feeling nostalgic at home, Guyi replied. All right, let us head to Tokua Gym. Xiao Xue nodded in agreement. Following the directions, they reached Tokua Gym, only to find Shigeru and Satoshi loitering at the entrance. Guyi approached them. Satoshi, Shigeru, what are you doing here? Satoshi replied. Guyi, Shigeru just mentioned encountering a mysterious and exceptionally powerful Pokémon, claiming he couldn't defeat it, and advised me to give up. Satoshi, don't be rash. Shigeru must have his reasons for saying so. Though he can be arrogant, he is indeed more skilled in training than you are at this moment, Satoshi conceded. Turning her attention to Shigeru, Guyi asked, what Pokémon did you encounter? Shigeru, sweating profusely, admitted, I'm not sure. It was adorned with metallic devices and possessed immense psychic power. My Pokémon wouldn't stand a chance against it. Guyi pondered, indeed, it must be Mewtwo. She then looked at Satoshi. Could you let me enter first? Satoshi nodded, of course, Guyi, I believe you will prevail. I refuse to accept that such a formidable Pokémon exists. Guyi turned to Xiao Xue and Lingzi. You two wait for me outside, and with that, she stepped into Tokua Gym. Upon entering the dojo, one encounters a composed middle-aged man gently stroking his beloved cat. Upon noticing the arrival of the solitary leaf, he introduces himself as Sakaki, the master of the Tokua dojo, inquires if the young boy intends to challenge him. The solitary leaf, having traversed from Earth, harbors no fondness for Sakaki, referring to him coldly as the leader of Team Rocket. Sakaki's expression shifts slightly at the mention of these words, but he swiftly regains his composure, a testament to his mental fortitude. The solitary leaf takes note of this but cannot help but admire the prowess of the founder of Team Rocket. Sakaki asks, what did you just say, young boy? The solitary leaf shakes his head, dismissing it as mere self-talk, and inquires if they may commence the gym battle. The two are clearly engaged in a tactical exchange. But Sakaki has already marked the solitary leaf as a significant contender. Very well, let us begin, he states, releasing his first Pokémon, Geodude, into the arena. However, the solitary leaf, determined to overpower Sakaki, swiftly calls forth Charizard, releasing it from its Pokeball with fervor. Charizard emerges with an imposing presence, leaving Sakaki astonished by the youth's formidable prowess, something he has only felt from the Elite Four or the champion. This boy is indeed fearsome. Geodude, use rollout, commands Sakaki. Geodude rolls forward with remarkable speed, suggesting that Sakaki has concealed his strength. Yet, it proves insufficient as Charizard effortlessly counters with Dragon Rage, unleashing a fireball that detonates upon impact with Geodude, rendering it incapable of battle. Sakaki is taken aback, exclaiming, young boy, your strength is impressive, but do you truly believe you can defeat him? At that moment, a door opens, revealing a Pokémon clad in metallic armor, Mewtwo. The appearance of Mewtwo signifies not just a new phase of the battle. The solitary leaf is determined to capture it, as Mewtwo's origins stem from an accident, one for which Sakaki is responsible. Sakaki remarks, the next steps are yours. Let this young boy understand the meaning of power. I must take my leave. Chapter 39. The Battle of Mewtwo. As Sakaki departs, the solitary leaf remains expressionless. At that instant, Mewtwo makes its move, enveloping Charizard in a tangible psychic shield, proving that Mewtwo's abilities are indeed formidable. Fortunately, Charizard is in the fray, for otherwise, defeat would be imminent. Charizard struggles under Mewtwo's overwhelming power. As Mewtwo prepares to advance, the solitary leaf interjects, Do you find meaning in this, Mutwo? Mutwo halts, using telepathy to inquire. How do you know my name? Who are you? The solitary leaf remains silent, understanding Mutwo's discontent with its own existence. The presence of a human who knows its name causes Mutwo to hesitate. Just as Mutwo is about to unleash its fury, the solitary leaf poses a profound question. What is the purpose of your existence? This query leaves Mutwo in a state of confusion, contemplating, who am I? Why do I exist? Observing Mutwo, the solitary leaf feels a pang of sorrow. Its existence is a result of human folly. You are lost, he states. Your power is indeed great, but there are those who surpass you, each with their own purpose or reason for being. Mutwo's gaze flickered, acknowledging my existence. Who am I? Mutwo was engulfed in torment. I assisted that individual in his endeavors. Yet I remain uncertain if his assertions hold any truth, for my understanding of my own existence's purpose is shrouded in ambiguity. Lonely Leaf bellowed in frustration. You may trust anyone, but not this person. Mutwo was taken aback, gazing at the figure before him. Why are you angry? What have I done wrong? Allow me to share a matter with you that may enlighten your understanding. In this world, there exist mysterious creatures known as Pokémon. It is a realm of tranquility. However, humans harbor those who relish destruction and abhor peace, epitomized by a formidable malevolent organization known as Team Rocket. They specialize in capturing powerful Pokémon for their nefarious schemes, disregarding the well-being of these creatures. Upon hearing this, Mutwo's anger surged. Calm your fury and listen. Lonely Leaf continued, and Mutwo gradually composed himself. Dissatisfied with the powers of ordinary Pokémon, this wicked organization sought the legendary, potent Pokémon. Yet, every legendary creature proved to be immensely powerful. During one of their expeditions, they discovered the eyelashes of the mythical Pokémon, Mew. Utilizing their advanced cloning technology, they derived a formidable creature from Mew's eyelashes, namely, Yu, the genetically engineered Pokémon, Mutwo. Observing Mutwo, Lonely Leaf remarked, Now do you comprehend the source of my ire? Mutwo erupted. How ironic that I have unwittingly served my enemy. Thank you, humans. No need for gratitude, Lonely Leaf replied, but my purpose here extends beyond this revelation. First, temper your wrath. I do not wish to disrupt my plans. Mutwo inquired, What is your scheme? Lonely Leaf smiled. Precisely because I am aware of your entirety, Mutwo. I have come not only to reveal your existence, but also. He pointed at Mutwo. I intend to capture you. You are my destined ally. Mutwo chuckled in surprise. Do you possess the capability for that? Without sufficient strength, you lack the qualifications to subdue me. Lonely Leaf returned a smile. I anticipated it would not be so simple. I cannot guarantee victory over you, but I am prepared for battle. Very well, Mutwo replied. As long as you possess this capability, I shall accompany you. Excellent. Charizard, unleash your full power. The fire dragon descends. Lonely Leaf had developed Charizard's ultimate form. The arena began to blaze with heat, and upon closer inspection, one could see a thin layer of flame enveloping Charizard, with fierce flames igniting from its hands, feet, and wings. Mutwo adjusted his stance, breaking free from his constraints. Indeed, the power before him could engage in combat. Mutwo initiated a psychic interference to control Charizard. Lonely Leaf interjected, Mutwo, you place too much faith in psychic abilities. Charizard's fiery membrane dissipated Mutwo's psychic interference through its intense heat. Lonely Leaf commanded, Mutwo, true strength is not solely embodied in one's abilities. Now, witness the power forged through effort. In a swift melee, Charizard charged at Mutwo, delivering a fiery punch. Mutwo attempted to block the strike, but underestimated Charizard's might. Stumbling backward and discovering a burn mark on his wrist from the impact, Guyu remarked to Mutwo, Your power is formidable, yet you cannot harness it. Strength alone is insufficient. Mastery is your shortcoming. Continue to battle, for Charizard's move should not be wasted. Once unleashed, it must persist until the fight concludes. Mutwo understood that fighting alongside Charizard required it to envelop itself in psychic energy, yet it fell short of the perfection exhibited by Charizard's dragon ascendance. The two figures intertwined in an unending dance, their powers colliding so fiercely that even Ash and his companions outside could sense it. Gary commented on the fierce duel of Pokémon, astonished by the sheer terror of their unleashed strength. All eyes were fixed on the pewter gem, while Guyu remained wholly focused on the confrontation with Mutwo, unwavering in his resolve. The intensity of their clash drew Guyu further into the enchantment of Pokémon dueling. After several minutes of confrontation, Guyu declared, Mutwo, cease. I believe we have achieved enough. Mutwo, still unyielding in its quest for victory, was met with Guyu's insistence that it could no longer continue. Charizard had reached its limits, having expended an overwhelming amount of energy. You are different. You possess an inexhaustible source of power. Though you may not fully control it, It continuously provides what you need. Guyu withdrew Charizard and Mutwo, advising, "Leave this place and seek your own significance. If you are without direction, come to me. I can assist you in mastering your strength." As Guyu prepared to depart, Mutwo called out, "Wait, may I accompany you in search of purpose?" Guyu was taken aback. Mutwo, a being of immense power, desired to follow him. "It is simply because you have earned my acknowledgement," Mutwo responded. With a smile, Guyu produced the final prize from the Rainbow City arcade, the Master Ball. "If you wish to join me, step inside," he invited. Mutwo approached and placed its hand on the Master Ball's button, thereby establishing its residence alongside Guyu. Having captured Mutwo, Guyu sought to create an excuse for utilizing its psychic abilities by blowing a hole in the roof. Moments later, Sakaki returned, expecting to find a defeated boy but was met with an entirely different scene. Mutwo was nowhere to be found, and the roof bore a significant breach. Sakaki regarded Guyu with suspicion, to which Guyu shrugged and explained, "Well, after a brief skirmish, your Pokémon went berserk, broke the roof, and fled. What now?" Sakaki turned away in frustration, while Guyu continued, "Oh, what about my badge?" Sakaki scoffed and tossed him a green badge. With the badge in hand, Guyu exited the pewter gym. Ash, seeing Guyu emerge, rushed over to inquire, "Did you win?" Guyu revealed the badge, and Ash understood. Guyu had succeeded. "Now it's my time to shine," Ash declared, but the pewter gym was now off limits, causing him to stomp in annoyance. Guyu reassured him, "It's fine, Ash. You can come back tomorrow. A few days won't make a difference." Frustrated, Ash stormed off, and the group returned to Pallet Town. Chapter 40. Return to Pallet Town. Upon their return, Aunt Hanako was preparing a sumptuous feast. Her joy at Ash's return was palpable, and together with Misty, Brock, and Lily, they enjoyed a delightful and hearty dinner at Ash's home. After dinner, Xiaoxua Lingzi followed Guy to his home. Since Guy lived alone, there were plenty of empty rooms, and she decided to spend the night there. After a refreshing bath, Guy unexpectedly fell into a deep slumber, revealing that camping could not compare to the comforts of home. In his dreams, he found himself in a pristine white space, where he encountered a beautiful girl, the spirit of the Qianquan ring, Jier. Guy, bewildered, wondered how he had come to be in this place. "Master Jier, have you almost forgotten me?" he asked, a tinge of embarrassment in his voice. Indeed, since the day he had acknowledged her as his master, there had been no further communication, and he had almost forgotten her. Gathering his courage, he apologized, "I'm sorry." Jier pouted, clearly a bit miffed, but after a moment, she smiled and said, "All right, I forgive you. I actually couldn't reach out to you before because breaking through the dimensions consumed a considerable amount of energy. After acknowledging you as my master, I entered a state of dormancy until I replenished my energy. Then why have you brought me into this space now?" Guy inquired. Jier appeared somewhat helpless as she replied, "I wanted to ask if you have any interest in cultivation." "Cultivation?" Guy echoed, puzzled. Jier explained, "It refers to practicing the techniques of cultivation." "Why do you need me?" Guy asked. "Though I don't mind, I require a reason. This cultivation technique is closely related to me. Currently, I possess no abilities, and I need you to cultivate the corresponding technique, the Xiaoyao Qianquan Ju." "Can I really cultivate?" Guy queried. "There are certain requirements for practicing techniques." Jier smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry. Due to my uniqueness, only individuals like you, those from your world, can cultivate it. Is this clear?" Guy pondered for a moment. Realizing that Jier was indeed a unique divine ring exclusive to his world, Jier playfully leaped onto Guy, affirming, "Exactly." However, Guy felt quite flustered, as the faint fragrance emanating from Jier stirred his senses. Jier, aware of how intimate their position was, quickly got off, her cheeks flushed. "Is this acceptable?" Guy replied affirmatively, but then inquired, "What about the technique?" "Close your eyes, and I will transmit it directly to your mind," Jier instructed. Guy complied, and slowly the technique flowed into his consciousness. It comprised 6 layers: Xiaoyao, the essence of freedom, the Xiaoyao world, and the true heart of freedom. This encapsulated the essence of the technique. Guy successfully grasped the first layer, awakening with newfound insight. Just the first layer offered him immense benefits. His abilities surged significantly, and his mental fortitude became vast. Although it did not rival that of a powerful being, it reached a formidable level akin to that of extraordinary entities. Yet, he had not completely mastered the first layer and was merely at the threshold of cultivation. Thus, Guy spent the night immersed in this transformative experience. In the early morning, Guyi was awakened by a melodious sound. Upon opening his eyes and gazing at the ceiling, he turned to the side and, upon seeing Jia swiftly sat up. "How did you end up here?" he inquired. Jia smiled and replied, "Because you have cultivated the carefree universe technique, I can manifest as a spiritual body, and only you are able to see me." Guyi sighed in relief. "I see." He then got out of bed, freshened up, and made his way to the living room where Xiao Shui and the others had already prepared breakfast. "Good morning, Xiao Shui," Guyi greeted. "Breakfast is on the table." However, Ling Zi was grumbling nearby. "Xiao Shui told you to stop cooking. Don't you want to eat Guyi's food?" Xiao Shui blushed slightly. Ever since that one time Guyi had cooked, Ling Zi had been craving his culinary creations. Guyi then declared, "All right, I will prepare lunch today." "That sounds wonderful," exclaimed Ling Zi. After finishing breakfast, Guyi visited Xiao Ji's house. "Aunt Huazi, is Xiao Ji home?" Huazi replied, "Oh, Guyi." Xiao Ji left early to challenge the gym. "I see. Thank you," Guyi responded. He then took Xiao Shui and Ling Zi to Professor Oak's research facility, allowing them to learn about Pokémon. Guyi ventured to the seaside to capture Pokémon. It must be said that due to his previous training, Guyi had built a solid foundation in Pokémon handling. If the Pokémon he had trained alongside Charizard were considered first-tier combatants, the ones he carried now were approaching the second tier, while most of those not in his possession had already fallen to the third tier. The recently captured Pokémon were primarily at the bottom of the fourth tier. At noon, Xiao Ji returned triumphantly, having obtained the green badge, and even from Team Rocket no less. To celebrate, it was conveniently lunchtime, and everyone gathered at Guyi's house. Professor Oak, Huazi, Xiao Ji, Xiao Mao, Xiao Xia, Xiao Gang, Xiao Shui, and Ling Zi. Initially, Professor Oak had expected Huazi to be the chef, only to discover that she was merely assisting Guyi, the true culinary maestro. After waiting for over an hour, a series of visually appealing and aromatic dishes emerged, showcasing Guyi's exceptional cooking skills. Among the delicacies were scrambled eggs with shrimp, braised pork with preserved vegetables, sweet and sour pineapple pork, vegetarian dinghu, stir-fried shredded vegetables, and spicy cabbage, all of which whetted everyone's appetite. Xiao Ji could hardly contain himself, salivating profusely, while Xiao Mao lamented, "Guyi is truly extraordinary. Not only is he adept at training Pokémon, but he also excels in cooking." Guyi stepped forward. "Please, everyone, start eating. This is merely an appetizer. The main course will follow. Aunt Huazi, do join us. I can manage the leftovers myself." "All right," Huazi replied. As soon as the signal was given, Xiao Ji could no longer restrain himself and began to devour the food, exclaiming, "Delicious. Truly delicious." The others soon followed suit, their appetites ignited, and before long, several dishes had been nearly consumed. Guyi cleared away the empty plates and presented 3 colorful platters filled with translucent dumplings. "Now, here comes the main course, dumplings." The red platter contains shrimp dumplings. The green platter features 3 flavored dumplings made with pork, carrots, black fungus, and cabbage, while the white platter is filled with beef dumplings. Aptly named. "Now, let's give them a try," Guyi encouraged. With past experiences in mind, everyone eagerly partook, especially Professor Oak, who, at first unaware, realized too late that there was little left to savor. This time, he was truly in for a treat. After indulging in a feast, everyone lay prostrate, unable to move. Ash reclined on the sofa, still exclaiming how delicious everything was, while Green had abandoned any pretense of competing with Koya, recognizing the futility of such a rivalry. Hanako, however, had eaten her fill and decided to assist Koya in tidying up the remnants of their meal. Thus, life continued on, rich in flavor and rhythm. Chapter 41. A gathering of Pokémon. Before embarking on their journey to the Quartz Plateau, Koya remained at Professor Oak's laboratory. Snow had been invited by the Pokémon Breeding Research Association, and Ayaka had been summoned back by her brother. Meanwhile, Koya dedicated her time to training her Pokémon, thoroughly refining their abilities and witnessing an array of newly acquired skills. What follows is a list of the Pokémon Koya had previously carried along with their respective skills. Charizard, Alloy Claw, Flamethrower, Shadow Clone, Flame Vortex, Sonic Punch, Flame Punch, Steel Tail, Dragon Rage, Heat Wave, Fire Blast, Destruction Beam, Dragon Tail Rattata, Quick Attack, Thunderbolt, Shadow Clone, Bite, Fire Fong, Dig, Headbutt, Charge, Destructive Beam, Rocket Headbutt Pidgeot, Thunderbolt, Sand Throw, Gale, Quick Attack, Shadow Clone, Wing Attack, Vacuum Cut, Air Slash, Destruction Beam. Machope Brothers, Barehanded Cut, Rock Smash, Flame Punch, Sonic Punch, Combo Kick, Hell Roll, Cross Cut, Body Enhancement, Learn Tai Chi from Koyuki and Diamond. Eevee, Thunderbolt, Quick Attack, Agility, Shadow Clone, Shadow Ball, Awakening Power, After Evolution, Sunlight Spirit, Telekinesis, Psychic Beam, Psychic Disruption, Reflect Shield, Protect Ghastly, Hypnosis, Meditation, Shadow Ball, Nightmare, Shadow Sneak Milotic, Water Splash, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Ice Beam, Liquid Ring, Shadow Clone, Blizzard, Frozen Wind, Snowstorm, Water Jet, Water Tail, High Pressure Water Pump, High-pressure water cannon Scyther, Thunderbolt, Backslash, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, Sword Dance, Slash, Reaping Scythe, Shadow Clone, Cross Cut, Agility, Air Slash. Dragonfly Spin Herdier has evolved into Manectric, Fong Strike, Thunderbolt, Fire Fong, Flamethrower, Quick Attack, Charge, Flame Charge, Crunch, Burnout, Heat Wave, Agility, Fire Blast Rosalia, Paralyzing Powder, Poison Sting. Leech Seed, Leaf Blade, Grass Whistle, Sunny Day, Toxic Spikes, Sweet Scent, Petal Dance, Solar Beam, Photosynthesis, Poison Powder, Energy Ball, Grass Knot. Sleep Powder Gyarados has evolved into Sand Gyarados, Sandstorm, Noise, Awakening Power, Iron Head, Charge, Self-Destruct, Rock Blockade, Dark Pulse, Rock Blade Electabuzz, Thunder Punch, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Electromagnetic Wave, Rock Smash, Focus Punch. Other unmentioned Pokémon and new skill menu. New skills: Charizard, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Rattata, Cosmic Wave, Pidgeot, Raptor, Machope Brothers, Explosive Punch, Focus Blast. Sunlight Spirit, Psychic Power, Gravitational Field. Ghastly has now evolved into Jengar, Shadow Punch, Shadow Claw, Milotic. Hail, Ice Breath, Scyther, Bug Buzz, Iato Slash, Special Technique taught by Koiki. Manectric, Steel Tail, Rosalia, Leaf Storm, Sand Gyarados, Rock Slide, Iron Defense, Electabuzz, Electromagnetic Cannon, Thunder Fong. Other Pokémon: Giant Dragonite, Thunder, Destruction Beam, Dragon Tail, Water Tail. Water Gun, Water Pulse, High Pressure Water Pump, Flamethrower, Giant Tentacruel, Poison Sting, Toxic Spikes, Bind, Toxic Spikes, High Pressure Water Pump, Poison Impact, Water Pulse Cyantoros, Horn Attack, Charge, Earthquake. Air Slash, Rollout, Iron Head Ditto, Transform Kabuto, Withdraw into Shell, Water Gun, Protect, Rollout, Mud Shot, Tidal Wave Anorith. Withdraw into Shell, Water Gun, Protect, Rollout, Mud Shot. Tidal Wave, High Pressure Water Pump, Surf Helix Fossil, Harden, Bubble Beam, Mud Shot, Water Jet, Rock Slide Duskull. Harden, Bubble Beam, Mud Shot, Water Jet, Rock Slide, Origin Power. Iato Slash, Learned Iato with Scyther or Dragonite. Headbutt, Flamethrower, Shadow Clone, Rock Smash, Dragon Breath Aerodactyl. Ice Fong, Horn Attack, Supersonic, Wing Attack, Crunch, Iron Head, Destruction Beam, Cosmic Wave. Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail Zapdos, Electromagnetic Wave, Quick Attack, Charge, Quick Attack, Light Screen, Peck, Thunderbolt, Thunder, Electromagnetic Cannon, Thunder Exchange, Destruction Beam Molters, Flame Vortex, Quick Attack, Flamethrower. Heat Wave, Solar Beam, Sacred Bird, Sunny Day, Burnout Mutwo. Telekinesis, Psychic Cut, Psychic Disruption, Psychic Impact, Reflect Shield, Mysterious Guardian, Self-Recovery, Wave Missile. Psychic Destruction. If there are any missing Pokémon, please reach out and provide suggestions. Contact me at 974168693. I will explain the powerful fusion skills of the main team in Quartz Plateau to make it clearer for everyone. Chapter 42, Departure to Quartz Plateau. The tournament begins having organized the strength hierarchy of the Pokémon. Aside from the Giant Dragonite and Giant Tentacruel, all other Pokémon, including Mutwo, must participate as arranged by Koyuki. Equipped and prepared, Koyuki set forth towards Quartz Plateau, accompanied by Kabuto, Helix Fossil, Ditto, Moltres, Zapdos, and Mutwo. A team composed of half frontline members and half powerful fighters. Guyu set out rather late, and upon reaching the Quartz Plateau, Ash and his companions were engaged in their duties as torchbearers. Along the way, Guyu followed closely behind them, but en route, he unexpectedly encountered the notorious trio known as Team Rocket. Observing Ash in a perilous situation, Guyu stepped forth from the shadows, unleashing his Kabuto and summoning a torrent of water that surged forth with the creature, sending Team Rocket tumbling away. Ash, gazing at Guyu, inquired, "How did you end up here?" Guyu retracted Kabuto and replied, "I merely departed a little later than you. Is everything all right?" Ash reassured him, "It's fine. The torch remains safe." At that moment, Misty and Brock emerged from their trap, and Junsha approached to express her gratitude. Guyu smiled and responded, "It was nothing. As a competitor myself, it was merely a small effort." Thus, the torch continued to be passed, with Guyu also becoming a torchbearer, proudly entering the Quartz Conference. Upon arriving at the competitors' village with Ash and the others, they soon heard a voice that Ash found particularly irksome. "You're so slow to arrive, Ash." The familiar bickering began anew between Ash and Gary. Guyu interjected, "Gary, do you really think you can win?" Unbeknownst to Gary, upon seeing Guyu, he lost his bravado, muttering a few harsh words before departing. That night in the competitors' village, Guyu found it difficult to sleep, realizing just how exhilarating Ash's feelings must have been at that moment. Unable to rest, he decided to reach out to the spirit, Jier, to practice the tranquil universe technique. By morning, Guyu felt invigorated. Such were the benefits of training. Early the next day, the competitors entered the venue, ready to ignite the sacred flame. When Team Rocket emerged once more to wreak havoc, a peculiar robot absconded with the sacred flame altar. Ash, having exhausted various methods, resolutely declared, "I will not flee, even if it costs me my life. This is the venue of our Pokémon League, a battleground where we trainers stake our honor. I will never abandon this place." His impassioned words ignited a fire within Guyu. Guyu leaped forward, producing the Pokeball containing his Moltres, and proclaimed, "Well said, Ash. With words like that, you will always be my rival. Now, behold the magnificence of Moltres. Arise, Moltres." The majestic bird, engulfed in flames, soared gracefully into the air. President Maranch exclaimed in excitement, "Moltres, that is the true Moltres." Ash, Misty, Brock, and even Team Rocket were taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. Guyu then declared, "Team Rocket, it is time for you to pay the price. For this sacred and glorious battleground, face the wrath of Moltres. Go, Moltres." The fiery bird charged towards Team Rocket's robot, piercing through it, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Once again, Team Rocket found themselves soaring through the sky, while Guyu recalled Moltres, victorious. Following President Maranch's speech and the introduction of several distinguished guests, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd as the Ice-type King Konak, the Fighting-type champion Shiba, and the Ghost-type Queen Kiku appeared. The champion, Dato, concluded the opening ceremony, and Ash along with Kahaku departed the venue to reunite with Misty and Brock at the drawing venue. Kahaku and Ash proceeded to complete their registration for the competition. Ash drew the Water-type arena for the third match, while Kahaku drew the Rock-type arena for the sixth match before exiting the venue. "I heard you drew the Water-type arena," said Green. Ash replied, "Yes, I'm in the Water-type arena. What about you, Green?" "I don't see the need to answer that," Green retorted. "And you, Kahaku?" "I'm in the Ice-type arena," Kahaku chimed in. Ash smirked, noting that Kahaku had volunteered her information before being asked. "I'm in the Rock-type arena," Green stated. To which Ash responded, "Well then, I'll be waiting to duel you." In the resting area with Ash, he contemplated which Pokémon to use for his battle. Just then, his phone rang. After answering, Ash received a Krabby from Professor Oak and finalized his lineup. The competition commenced, and Ash triumphed over his opponent, defeating him handily with a Kingler. A short while later, Kahaku took the stage. In the guest room, Shiba commented, "Is this the future champion you spoke of?" with a glimmer of approval in his eyes, to which Dato merely smiled in response. Kahaku's opponent then stepped onto the battlefield, leading with his first Pokémon, a Tyranitar. Kahaku countered with Ditto. The opponent initiated the attack with Tyranitar using Earthquake. The ground trembled as Tyranitar leapt and struck the earth, causing a seismic wave. However, Ditto maintained its form, minimizing the impact. Kahaku commanded Ditto to transform, and in a flash of light, Ditto morphed into Tyranitar. As Earthquake was executed again, Kahaku directed the attack, and surprisingly, the opponent's Tyranitar sustained significant damage. Realizing the urgency, the opponent called for Tyranitar to use Charge. Tyranitar charged forward, but Kahaku ordered Ditto to revert back just as the attack was launched. Ditto transformed back, narrowly evading the attack. Tyranitar, off balance, found itself vulnerable as Ditto reassumed its Tyranitar form, landing a powerful charge that sent the opponent's Tyranitar flying, rendering it unable to continue. The opponent released his second Pokémon, a Rhydon. Kahaku recalled Ditto and sent forth his second choice, a Kabuto. The emergence of Kabuto caused quite a stir, particularly among the spectators. "My goodness, it's the ancient Pokémon Kabuto," exclaimed the commentator. Unfazed, the opponent commanded Rhydon to use Rollout. Kahaku instructed Kabuto to unleash Water Gun. As Kabuto was enveloped in a swirling torrent, it collided with Rhydon, producing a significant explosion of dust. Once the dust settled, Rhydon was unable to continue the fight. Clearly at a disadvantage, the opponent sent forth his final Pokémon, a Nidoking. Kahaku recalled Kabuto and released his third Pokémon, an Omanite. The crowd erupted anew, astonished by Kahaku's possession of two ancient Pokémon. The opponent, however, remained indifferent as Nidoking charged with a horn attack. Kahaku countered with Water Gun. Though Nidoking evaded several times, it ultimately was struck. For the final blow, Kahaku commanded a tidal wave, leading to Nidoking's defeat in battle. Lonely Leaf emerged victorious from the dueling arena. As he departed, Kikuya inquired of Wataru whether this was truly his strength. Wataru chuckled, suggesting that this was merely his underwhelming Pokémon. He remarked that even his Dragonite lacked the confidence to triumph over Lonely Leaf's Charizard. Thus, the day's battles drew to a close. Chapter 43, the stunning second match scene. Ash's second battle on the rocky terrain, with the commentator animatedly narrating the events. This was the second round of the match taking place on the rocky field, where both trainers had only one Pokémon remaining, bringing the contest to a critical juncture. The deciding Pokémon was revealed to be Nidorino, renowned for its prowess in physical combat. What Pokémon would Ash, the trainer from Pallet Town, employ to counter this formidable opponent? Squirtle, it's your time to shine, Ash declared, releasing his Pokeball. As Squirtle emerged, one couldn't help but wonder if Ash intended to utilize its sturdy shell to withstand Nidorino's horn. I'm counting on you, Squirtle. I believe you will emerge victorious, Ash asserted with determination. Nidorino launched a tackle attack. Squirtle retracted into its shell, as Ash commanded, and though it was struck by Nidorino, Squirtle rolled into the air. Now, Squirtle, use Water Gun. The jet of water struck Nidorino, culminating in a final headbutt that incapacitated Nidorino. Switching scenes to Lonely Leaf's second battle on the icy terrain. His lineup consisted of Cacturne, a blue Tauros, and Bagon. His opponent sent forth a Mothim as their first Pokémon. In response, Lonely Leaf dispatched Bagon, inciting a stir among the audience who murmured about this unfamiliar Pokémon. The commentator noted that the crowd seemed unaware of this creature, introducing a special guest, Wataru, to provide insight. Greetings, everyone. This Pokémon is called Bagon, hailing from a distant continent across the sea. Its rarity is comparable to that of our local Dragonite, Wataru explained. Upon hearing this, the host reacted with palpable excitement, exclaiming about the remarkable appearance of a Pokémon from a different region. As the match commenced, Mothim unleashed a stun spore, but Lonely Leaf remained composed. Bagon used Double Team. In an instant, numerous Bagon clones appeared, evading the paralysis-inducing powder. Yet, Mothim found itself in a precarious situation. Now, Bagon unleashed Flamethrower. A brilliant flame engulfed Mothim, resulting in its defeat. The opponent withdrew Mothim and sent forth their second Pokémon, a Butterfree, indicating a pure Bug-type trainer. Lonely Leaf recalled Bagon. Oh, Lonely Leaf has recalled Bagon. What will he deploy next? He threw another Pokeball, revealing a blue Tauros. As Dew observed the solitary Leaf, he could not help but release a shimmering little sprite, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. Beside him, Shiba voiced his thoughts, expressing envy for this young one, who possessed an ancient sprite, a rare sprite, and now a sparkling Butterfree. The paralysis powder was unleashed, yet the Leaf did not command Tauros to withstand it directly. Tauros trembled, and upon witnessing the effects of the paralysis powder, the opponent continued with toxic powder. Tauros braved the assault once more, now burdened with two adverse conditions. Dew furrowed his brow, convinced that the solitary Leaf would not make such a rudimentary error. At that moment, the Leaf shattered his train of thought with a move known as Air Slash. Tauros surged forth, striking Butterfree directly and rendering it incapable of battle. What transpired? The host inquired, astonished at Butterfree's abrupt downfall. This is due to a technique called Air Slash, Dew explained. When afflicted by statuses such as paralysis, poisoning, or burns, the attack power is doubled. Considering Tauros bears more than one negative condition, the resulting power is indeed formidable. Now, both trainers withdrew their sprites, preparing for the third encounter. What sprite would emerge next? As the solitary Leaf anticipated, the opponent summoned Beedrill, while he called forth his spiky stone beast. The adversary's Beedrill, anxious and restless, initiated a twin needle attack, to which the solitary Leaf commanded a rollout. The spiky stone beast curled into its shell, rolling forth to collide with Beedrill, which clearly lacked the strength to withstand the impact and was sent reeling. The solitary Leaf then unleashed a powerful surf, conjuring a colossal wave that surged towards Beedrill, engulfing it entirely. In the aftermath, Beedrill succumbed, and the solitary Leaf emerged victorious. At that moment, Koyane spoke, suggesting a strategy based on levels. Kinna, have you noticed how his sprites are gradually increasing in strength? Kinna nodded, observing the departing figure. The solitary Leaf exited the battlefield to reunite with Ash, returning to their dwelling. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, the solitary Leaf did not require healing and directly contacted Professor Oak. Professor, I wish to exchange some sprites for my next battle. I intend to use Gengar, Shakira, and Electabuzz. Very well, I shall transmit them now. By the way, I have something to inform you. Due to the allure of your sprites, Jinghui has departed from the lighthouse to my research lab. He also wishes to see your dreamlike sprite, Mutwo. It is acceptable, but I cannot permit you to examine Mutwo. He merely wishes to take a glance. That is fine. The tournament will conclude, and he should arrive by then. You can show him then. Agreed. Professor Oak concluded the call. Back in his room, the solitary Leaf continued his practice of the Tranquil Universe technique, engaging in silent meditation throughout the night. Upon awakening at dawn, he felt invigorated and revitalized. Ash's third battle was on an icy terrain, while the solitary leaf was set for a grassy arena. Soon, an announcement echoed, summoning both the solitary leaf and Ash to the battlefield. They each proceeded towards their respective arenas in anticipation of the upcoming clash. Lonely Leaf arrived at the third battle arena, the grass arena, only to find that his opponent was none other than the distinguished student, Rhydon. Upon seeing Lonely Leaf, Rhydon appeared momentarily taken aback. With a smile, Lonely Leaf remarked on the unexpected encounter. Rhydon responded in kind, asking if he was prepared to commence. Lonely Leaf expressed his gratitude to Rhydon for enlightening him on the futility of relying solely on knowledge to achieve victory, vowing to redeem himself. Shrugging, Lonely Leaf added his hopes for such an outcome. Rhydon released his lead Pokémon, a robust Nidoqueen. Observing this, Lonely Leaf commented on Rhydon's evident growth, noting the impressive training of the Nidoqueen. He then called forth his own Pokémon, Electabuzz, unleashing it from its Pokeball. As Electabuzz emerged, it crackled with electricity, presenting a formidable visual spectacle. Chapter 44, The Battle of the Third Round Scene, Ash's Battle in the Ice Arena. The announcer declared the commencement of the third battle featuring Ash against Koji. Both competitors summoned their second Pokémon, elevating the intensity of the match. Crabhammer, commanded Ash, directing his giant crab, while Koji ordered his Shelder to retreat into its shell. The giant crab executed its move, yet Shelder's sturdy shell rendered the attack completely ineffective. Ash found himself in a predicament. Realizing that the attack had failed, he pondered whether retreat was the only option. Hold on, Ash, Misty interjected. Shelder must have sustained some damage. Undeterred, Ash urged his giant crab to continue the assault, ultimately shattering Shelder's shell, rendering it unable to battle. Go, Arcanine. Koji summoned his third Pokémon. Since you have chosen a fire type, Giant Crab, unleash Bubble Beam. Ash commanded. Arcanine swiftly evaded the attack, prompting Koji to reveal that Arcanine's signature move was not solely flames. Arcanine used Dragon Rage. A whirlwind formed from the Dragon Rage surged towards the giant crab, incapacitating it. Pikachu, the remainder rests upon you, Ash declared, and Pikachu nodded in agreement as it took the stage. Pikachu engaged in rapid movements, disrupting Arcanine's positioning. As Pikachu circled around Arcanine, the latter unleashed its Fire Blast, but it missed, instead melting the ice arena. Pikachu found itself in a precarious situation as Arcanine prepared for another Fire Blast. However, Pikachu leaped into the water, successfully dodging the attack. Pikachu, Thunder, Ash commanded, and a bolt of lightning struck Arcanine directly, rendering it unable to continue. Ash triumphed in the third round. In the grass arena, the battle between Nidoqueen and Electabuzz was a fierce contest of strength. Nidoqueen, use Mega Punch, Rhydon commanded, while Lonely Leaf faced the attack head-on with Electabuzz. The two Pokémon collided, their physical powers clashing. Observing the match, Rhydon sensed the vast gap between himself and Lonely Leaf. In the audience, Shiba was exhilarated, amazed by Lonely Leaf's direct combat style and the robust physique of his Pokémon, igniting a desire within him to experience such a battle firsthand. Dato also felt a surge of excitement, recalling the pure intensity of Lonely Leaf's previous battle against Cynthia, a memory that lingered vividly in his mind. Meanwhile, Konoha remained focused on the match, refraining from uttering a word. Shengdai was astonished, yet she refused to retreat. After summoning Nidoking, coupled with the immense force of a million-ton punch, Guya's eyes gleamed with recognition of the formidable power behind this combination move. With his eyes closed, he calmly remarked that this technique would undoubtedly be of great benefit, possessing considerable might. He declared, I shall wield my utmost strength in deference to my opponent. At that moment, Guyi opened his eyes, commanding the Electabuzz, a fusion of electricity and energy, to unleash the energy punch. Electabuzz's right hand crackled with the prelude of the energy punch, surrounded by furious arcs of electricity. The sheer force of this move instilled a sense of intimidation in all who beheld it. Both trainers had their Pokémon poised for action. Shengdai and Guyi simultaneously ordered Nidoking and Electabuzz to charge forth. The two techniques collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that enveloped the center of the arena. Both Pokémon were hurled backward by the blast, crashing heavily to the ground. Electabuzz rose, shook its head, and quickly regained its composure, while Nidoking remained unable to stand. Having lost its fighting capability, Shengdai recalled Nidoking, and Guyi called back Electabuzz. Shengdai regarded Guyi, saying, You are indeed formidable. I suspect this is not your full strength, for I still remember that Charizard which swiftly defeated my golem. Its power must have reached its zenith by now. Guyi remained silent. Shengdai, shaking her head in resignation, declared, Then I shall summon my second Pokémon. Go. As her next Pokémon appeared, Guyi finally displayed a flicker of emotion, for it was none other than the Hoenn Pokémon, Kecleon. The host exclaimed up. The second Pokémon of contestant Sheng Dai is also one we have not encountered before. Mr. Du, could you enlighten us on this Pokémon? Mr. Du replied. This Pokémon shares its region with Bagon and possesses considerable potential, like Bagon. I never anticipated witnessing so many Pokémon from different regions in this year's competition. The host continued. All right, contestant Sheng Dai's second Pokémon is Kecleon. What will contestant Guyi use to counter this? Guyi tossed out his Pokeball, prompting the host to say, let us ask Mr. Du to unveil this mystery. Contestant Guyi's Pokémon truly encompasses a diverse array of species. Mr. Du smiled, stating, this is Shuckle, a rare Pokémon from the Chengdu area. Its evolved form is known as the Desert Tyrant. The host remarked, what an astonishing development. How will these powerful Pokémon from two different regions clash and spark new excitement? Sheng Dai mused, you are indeed enviable, possessing not only formidable strength, but also an array of rare Pokémon at your disposal. Meanwhile, mine was a hard-won acquisition from home. Guyi chuckled softly. Sheng Dai was prepared for the challenge as Kadolo advanced, charging toward Shakira. Guyi commanded his Pokémon to also execute a dash, resulting in a collision between the two small creatures that lasted for several exchanges. At this moment, the guest commentator, Kina, finally spoke up, observing, have you all noticed? Aside from that instance where his dragon Pokémon dodged, every battle he has fought has been a direct clash. He has never shied away from confrontation. Dato interjected. I understand that the dragon Pokémon is merely a month old, a mere child. However, his approach to battle, if not a head-on clash, would not be characteristic of him. Why do you say that? Shiba inquired, with Kikuyi also turning to Dato. Have you forgotten? I mentioned that he battled against the Sinnoh champion, Cynthia, using his Arcanine in a purely physical contest against her Garchomp. That boy is Guyi. In that moment, everyone grasped why Dato had invited them to witness this match. Typically, the champion makes rare appearances, attending only when it suits his mood, and had it not been for Dato's invitation, they would have found it difficult to attend. The way they looked at Guyi had transformed entirely, especially Shiba, whose spirit brimmed with battle fervor. After a series of clashes, Sheng Dai discerned that Kadolo was evidently exhausted and could not sustain itself much longer. Resolutely, he commanded Kadola to unleash a hyper beam. Kadola gathered energy in its mouth and unleashed it, while Guyi instructed Shakira to charge in. This was the consensus among everyone, regardless of strength. Being struck directly by such a powerful move as Hyper Beam was no trivial matter. However, the reality astonished them. They witnessed Hyper Beam striking Shakira, only for it to split into two beams of light around her as she surged forward, breaking through the Hyper Beam. This left everyone questioning why. Shakira's charge shattered the Hyper Beam, directly hitting Kadola, rendering it unable to continue fighting. As Sheng Dai recalled Kadola, he felt as though a mix of emotions had overwhelmed him, staring at Guyi in disbelief. I cannot fathom how my Hyper Beam could be so easily thwarted. Guyi, under Sheng Dai's intense gaze, replied, you know that I excel in training my Pokémon, particularly in skill mastery. My unique trait is enhancing skills to the point where they can be utilized effortlessly. Shakira possesses a support move, Iron Defense. Sheng Dai was taken aback. Could it be? Guyi nodded, indeed. During each collision with Kadola, Shakira used the brief moments to fortify her defenses with Iron Defense. After enduring over a dozen rounds, her defensive capabilities have reached their zenith. Sheng Dai was left in utter astonishment, pondering whether this was truly the result of human training. Sheng Dai summoned his third Pokémon, Alakazam, while Guyi resolutely called forth his own third Pokémon, Gengar. Upon its arrival, Gengar remarked, it's rare for me to take the stage. At the sound of Gengar's voice, Kikuyi's expression shifted slightly. There was no need to mention that as the Ghost-type champion. He recognized the significance of Gengar being able to articulate human language, indicating it had likely lived among humans for quite some time. Kikuyi remained unfazed, dismissing the notion as mere trickery. Sheng Dai was not to be outdone, commanding Alakazam to use Psychic. Guyi closed his eyes, disregarding the attack entirely, and initiated Hypnosis followed by Nightmare, a technique he had recently mastered. Alakazam promptly succumbed to sleep, or more accurately, lost its fighting capability and collapsed. In a state of despondency, Sheng Dai withdrew, leaving Gili bewildered by the abruptness of his departure. Gili scratched his head in confusion and exited the venue. Chapter 45, the fourth match narrator. The Pokémon Quartz League has reached the fourth match, where Ash and his companions have come to observe Xiaomao's battle. Host, alright. Both contestants, Xiaomao and Jimu, have one Pokémon remaining, and the match is at its climax. Xiaomao's Nidoking and Jimu's Geodude were locked in a fierce stalemate. Nidoking, use Horn Attack, commanded Xiaomao, and his Nidoking charged forward. Jimmu ordered Geodude to seize Nidoking's horn, lifting it effortlessly. Geodude, execute body slam. Jimmu instructed, and Geodude leapt, sending Nidoking crashing down. With that, Nidoking was rendered unable to battle, and Jimmu emerged victorious. Xiaomao had lost. Wasn't he always so confident? Murmured Misty. Outside the venue, Xiaomao, disheartened by his defeat, prepared to leave. Ash approached him, and Xiaomao remarked, "For me, this was merely a case of the goddess of victory not smiling upon me." Following him, a group of girls wept, and Xiaomao quipped, "My medals are but your tears," prompting their sobs to intensify. He then departed nonchalantly in his vehicle. Watching the defeated Xiaomao, Ash began to doubt his own capabilities. However, after a pep talk from Brock, Ash steeled himself to compete once more. As Ash left, Gilly emerged from the shadows, having observed both Ash and Xiaomao. Seeing Ash regain his composure, Gilly sighed in relief. It was time for his own match to commence. Ash's opponent was Xuanzi. Utilizing his Bulbasaur, Ash achieved victory over Xuanzi's Beedrill and Scyther. However, he was unexpectedly countered by Xuanzi's Oddish, which left both Bulbasaur and Pikachu chilled to the bone. Yet, Ash had a trump card, his Mook, which thoroughly disrupted Oddish's strategy. Oddish's razor-sharp leaf blade proved ineffective against Mook's malleable form, and its fighting capabilities were neutralized. Ultimately, Oddish succumbed to Mook's overwhelming force, and Ash triumphed in the fourth match. Gilly's match was equally electrifying. Due to his previous overuse of Pokémon, Gilly resolved to unleash his full potential in this round, no longer concealing his strengths. The battlefield was set in a water arena, showcasing Gilly's sole water-type Pokémon, Milotic. His opponent was formidable, leading with a water-type Blastoise, seemingly intent on a swift resolution. However, Gilly summoned Milotic, whose exquisite form captivated the audience completely. "Host, what a splendid sight. Gilly's Pokémon has enchanted everyone. What is this Pokémon?" The commentator, Kona, remarked, "Milotic, a water-type Pokémon from the same region as Dragonair. It possesses the power of tranquility and beauty, earning it the title of the Beautiful Serpent." The opponent, taken aback by Milotic's allure, quickly regained composure. Blastoise unleashed its Hydro Pump as commanded, while Guy remained vigilant, determined to exert every ounce of effort. Milotic, with grace, initiated its Ice Dance, a sophisticated fusion of ice-type techniques. The melodic steps of Milotic harmonized with the power of the ice skills, first blocking Blastoise's Hydro Pump and instantly freezing it. The Ice Dance did not conclude so easily. The ice-type abilities continued to permeate the battlefield, encasing both Blastoise and the arena in frost, rendering Blastoise incapable of further combat. Impressive. Not only is Milotic beautiful, but its strength is formidable as well, remarked the host. Retrieving Blastoise, the opponent's side, astonished that their strongest water-type Pokémon had been defeated. They released their second Pokémon, Pidgey, but were unprepared for the ongoing Ice Dance from Guy's Milotic. Pidgey struggled under the relentless assault of the ice powers and soon succumbed as well. Guy declared, "The Ice Dance shall not cease. To stop is to concede." The opponent, resigned, sent forth their third Pokémon, Starmie, but the result was inevitable. Starmie, too, faltered after a brief struggle. With a heavy heart, the opponent recalled their Pokémon, and the spectators began to disperse. Kona observed Guy's retreating figure, contemplative, acknowledging the impact of the Ice Dance. As the final battles commenced, the stage for the central opening match was set. What would unfold in the battle between Ash and Guy? In the 46th match, Ash faced Ahong. Following a brief intermission after 4 matches, Guy joined Ash, Professor Oak, and Aunt Hanako for a meal at a restaurant. Hanako skillfully commandeered the kitchen to prepare food for Ash and the others. Guy was touched by the warmth infused in Hanako's cooking. After lunch, as they prepared to leave in the elevator, a young boy rushed over. "Wait, I want to ride the elevator too." Upon spotting Pikachu, he exclaimed, "Pikachu, whose is this?" "This is mine," Ash replied. The boy, looking adorable, reached out to pet Pikachu, but Ash cautioned him against sudden movements. Surprisingly, Pikachu showed no resistance, reveling in the affection. Just then, the elevator abruptly halted. The boy skillfully fixed the elevator, bringing everyone to the first floor. Upon exiting, Ash inquired, "May I ask your name?" The boy replied, "My name is Ahong." "I'm Ash. Pleased to meet you," Ash said. "Likewise, see you later." Outside, a broadcasting van was announcing something on the street, and Guy recognized it as Team Rocket's scheme, serving as a bridge to the burgeoning friendship between Ash and Ahong. Guy returned to her lodging to rest and practice her techniques. Over the past few days, the presence of her spirit had grown increasingly vivid, and Guy realized she had encountered the fabled bottleneck, remaining at the pinnacle of the first tier. She had no choice but to accept it, as overcoming this barrier was not a matter of mere will. Jira marveled at Guy's talent, noting her rapid ascension to the peak of the first tier in just a week of training. Awakening from her slumber, Guy discovered it was already evening. After dinner and freshening up, she enjoyed a restful night's sleep. In the early morning, Guy arrived at the venue to draw lots for the upcoming match. Discovering that he had drawn number 4, setting him against the formidable Jimu, who had triumphed over Xiaomao. As he prepared to leave, Xiaoji also arrived, rushing over to ask, "Guy, have you drawn yet?" Guy nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have." "Xiaoji, you are here for the draw as well, aren't you?" Xiaoji replied, "Oh right. I went to draw." When Guy saw Xiaoji pull number 3, he momentarily lost his focus, realizing that if Xiaoji advanced, he would inevitably face him. However, upon noticing that Xiaoji's opponent was Ahong, Guy couldn't help but reflect on the unpredictability of fate. Before Xiaoji's match, Guy decided to take a stroll before heading to the arena, only to discover that Xiaoji had left the newbie village. Sensing something amiss, Guy followed him. Xiaoji ventured into a secluded grove, where he suddenly fell into a trap set by the notorious Team Rocket. Emerging from the shadows were the trio of Team Rocket, and Guy recalled their intention to delay Xiaoji's match. He summoned one of the new members he had recently obtained from Professor Oak, a Scyther. Team Rocket was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Scyther, particularly due to its fearsome, scarred visage. "Who is there? Show yourself," demanded Musashi. Guy stepped forward, and upon seeing him, Xiaoji exclaimed, "Guy, what are you doing here?" Guy replied, "I noticed you were gone and felt something was off, so I followed. You must return to your match. Team Rocket aims to disrupt it and damage your relationship with Ahong. I'll handle them." Xiaoji asked, "Are you sure you'll be all right, Guy?" Guy smiled reassuringly. "Do you still doubt me? Go on, and put on a spectacular performance." As Xiaoji departed, Team Rocket fumed. "You little brat, don't leave." They turned their attention to Guy, astonished that he dared to interfere. However, the members of Team Rocket trembled in fear at Guy's imposing aura, rendering them speechless. Guy declared, "I detest those who disrupt the bonds of friendship." He commanded Scyther, "Send them packing with your utmost strength." Guy closed his eyes, and Scyther approached Team Rocket, delivering a chilling message. As they soared through the air, Kojiro inquired, "What did Scyther say?" Meowth responded, "He said, 'You're truly unfortunate to dare to disrupt the friendship of my master. I mourn for you.'" Thus, Team Rocket was left with yet another unpleasant experience. Although some time was lost, Guy managed to arrive just in time for Xiaoji's match, where Xiaoji had lost his Squirtle and Ahong had defeated it using Butterfree. Xiaoji was now relying on his second Pikachu, and the battle was fierce. In the round of 16, Xiaoji's Pikachu successfully defeated Butterfree, prompting Ahong to release his Charmander. Under the onslaught of Charmander's fiery attacks, Pikachu succumbed. Guy pondered what Xiaoji would deploy next, recalling that Xiaoji had previously lost due to Charizard's disobedience. What would happen this time? Xiaoji summoned his third Pokémon. A fiery figure emerged, with powerful wings unfurling. It was Charizard. This time, the demeanor of Charizard was markedly different. Its imposing presence and calm demeanor indicated complete obedience to Xiaoji. "Ash, this is my most formidable Pokémon, and I shall show no mercy. Ahong shares this sentiment. Should you hold back, I can no longer regard you as a friend. Ash, be cautious." Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. A powerful burst of flames erupted from Charizard, but as Ahong's Charmeleon evaded, it was still caught in the blast, ultimately losing its fighting capability. "Ahong, you truly are impressive, Ash," he remarked. "However, I shall not concede. Rhydon, go." Ahong called forth his Pikachu. "Ahong, Thunderbolt." Ash commanded Charizard to use Flamethrower. The two attacks collided, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Rhydon, quick as lightning. Charizard, in response, was struck by Pikachu's attack to its abdomen. Despite the pain, Charizard managed to grasp Pikachu. Ahong was taken aback by the sight of Charizard engulfed in a fiery vortex, delivering a direct hit to Pikachu at close range. Once the flames subsided, Charizard released Rhydon, who had succumbed to exhaustion. Ash emerged victorious. In a friendly gesture, Ahong shook hands with Ash. "Let us work hard together. Don't forget to include me." "Understood," Ash replied, as the next match featuring Koyuki was about to commence. At the entrance, Ash spotted Koyuki. "I will cheer for you," he called out, and Koyuki nodded as she entered the arena. Upon arriving at the battleground, Jim was already waiting on the opposing side. In the audience, Ash, Misty, Brock, Professor Oak, and Hanako were all cheering for Koyuki, while Ahong had come to observe the match. "All right, contestants, take your positions," announced the host. In the green corner, we have the formidable Koyuki, and in the red corner, the powerhouse Jim. The referee signaled the start of the battle. "Jim, go, Geodude." "Oh, Jim has released his Geodude. I wonder what Pokémon Koyuki will use." So far, Koyuki has never repeated a Pokémon. Will she introduce a new one today? Scyther go? Koyuki threw her Pokeball, revealing Scyther. Indeed, Koyuki's variety of Pokémon is astonishing. She has utilized nearly all ancient Pokémon, with the exception of Aerodactyl. Geodude, Earthquake. Jim commanded, while Koyuki responded with Scyther, Water Gun. Scyther propelled forward with Water Gun, striking Geodude, who was unable to evade due to the earthquake. The attack was highly effective, causing Geodude to wobble unsteadily. For the final blow, Scyther left a shadowy afterimage as Geodude was sent flying, ultimately losing its fighting capability. Jim sent out his second Pokémon, a Tauros. Tauros, tackle. Jim ordered. Koyuki closed her eyes, and Scyther took a poised stance. Scyther retracted its left blade while raising its right blade, emanating an intimidating aura that astonished the four esteemed guests in the audience. The power of this move surpassed ordinary capabilities. As Tauros collided with Scyther, the latter surged forward, and as the two Pokémon crossed paths, Scyther raised its blade, resulting in Tauros collapsing. Jim, equally stunned by the sheer force of this seemingly simple move, recalled Tauros and sent forth his final Pokémon, Onix. The referee, Tenchi, has declared that his Pokémon has lost its fighting capacity, thereby granting victory to Goyu. The hosts subsequently announced the lineup for the next match. A wave of astonishment washed over Ash, Misty, Brock, and Professor Oak as they beheld the pairing of Goyu and Ash's avatars, indicating that the upcoming battle would be a showdown between Ash and Goyu. Although Goyu was aware of this predicament, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. He was not fond of the prospect of facing Ash. Chapter 48. Goyu vs. Ash. The competitors gathered at the Pokémon Center, where Goyu, Ash, Misty, Brock, and Professor Oak found themselves together. How could this happen? After all the effort to reach the top 8, I end up facing Goyu, Misty lamented. There's nothing we can do about it. The match order is beyond our control, Professor Oak remarked, casting a glance at Ash. So Ash, what are your thoughts? No matter what, I must fight to the end, Ash declared with fervor, turning to Goyu. Let us both give it our all, I won't hold back. Goyu nodded in acknowledgement. All right, let us engage in a match that leaves no room for regrets, Ash. Absolutely, Ash replied. Upon returning to the competitor's dormitory, Goyu felt a tempest of emotions within him. For a traveler like himself, Ash, the protagonist, held significant importance in his heart, making it difficult for him to maintain composure in this upcoming duel. Jier, aware of Goyu's every move, seemed to sense his turmoil and said, Goyu, just do what you feel is right. There's no need to overthink it. Don't you wish to stand at the pinnacle of this world? You mustn't hesitate. Overcoming this hurdle will lead to immense growth. Jier's words roused Goyu from his reverie. He simply expressed his gratitude with a thank you before entering a state of meditation for training. Jier nodded and retreated into the ring. Meanwhile, Ash appeared congenial on the surface, yet he wrestled with inner turmoil. Sigh, Misty, I'm aware of the gap between Goyu and me. Do I truly have the courage to face him? Misty, taken aback, responded. Ash. Brock interjected, don't worry, Ash. As long as you perform to the best of your ability. Even if you don't win, it will still be a match without regrets, a splendid memory. If you avoid facing him, it will only lead to more regrets for both of you. Awakened by Brock's words, Ash steeled his resolve. All right. I will strive to ensure that my battle with Goyu is one devoid of regrets. The host announced, the top 8 competitors will advance to the final 4, with the number of Pokémon allowed in battle increasing to 6. The first match between Ash and Goyu is about to commence. What extraordinary clash can we expect from these two trainers hailing from Pallet Town? Stay tuned. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Ash gazed across at his opponent, Guy, and declared resolutely, I will not hold back. I shall give my all in this battle. Guy smiled, replying, Ash, you are far more cheerful than I had anticipated. I am yet to reach your level of openness, and such a statement only reinforces my belief that you can truly compel me to take this seriously. This time, I shall not show mercy. The referee announced, both sides may employ 6 Pokémon. The side whose Pokémon all lose their combat capability first shall forfeit the match. Now, let the battle commence. Go, Pidgeotto, Ash called out, while Guy responded with, come forth, Dragonite. Determined to give his utmost, Guy had indeed prepared vigorously, carefully selecting Pokémon that would challenge Ash effectively, intending to provoke Ash's full potential. Pidgeotto, unleash Hurricane, Ash commanded. Guy, shifting into a serious demeanor, ordered Dragonite. Use Double Team. The Dragonite created several shadowy copies, evading the onslaught of the Hurricane. Pidgeotto, do not relent. Use Quick Attack, Ash urged. Just as Dragonite dispelled its shadows, it was struck directly by Pidgeotto's swift maneuver, leaving Guy astonished, contemplating the unexpected speed of Ash's Pidgeotto. How about that, Guy? Ash inquired. Guy nodded. Surprised by Ash's tactical speed, yet he refused to underestimate him. Dragonite, use flamethrower. He commanded, as Dragonite launched a steady stream of fire towards Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto dodge. Ash shouted, and Pidgeotto narrowly escaped the fiery blast. Once more, Pidgeotto. Quick attack. Guy quickly ordered, Dragonite, rock smash. The two Pokémon collided with tremendous force, sending them both reeling. Pidgeotto cannot concede. Again, Ash insisted. Dragonite, once more with rock smash. The two Pokémon clashed again, sustaining considerable damage in the process. As they continued to battle fiercely, both Pokémon were pushed to their limits, collapsing onto the ground. Get up, Pidgeotto. Ash urged. Dragonite, you cannot lose. Guy, now fully awakened to Ash's relentless spirit, was transformed from his usual cold demeanor, fully immersed in the battle for the sake of his Pokémon. Both Pokémon rose once more, their sheer determination captivating the audience, whose cheers grew increasingly fervent. Pidgeotto, deliver your final strike with all your might. Quick attack. Ash commanded. Dragonite, unleash your full power with rock smash. The clash was monumental, and Pidgeotto, overwhelmed, lost its fighting ability, while Dragonite also faltered, kneeling on the ground. Guy initially thought Dragonite would succumb, but suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from Dragonite. Elated, Guy realized that the intensity of the battle had triggered Dragonite's evolution. In the wake of the light, a formidable, armored Pokémon emerged, the Dragonite. The host exclaimed, "Ah, the baby dragon has unexpectedly evolved." After its transformation, the baby dragon is now known as the Armored Dragon. The excitement of the competition intensified as the first battle unfolded with such fervor. Contestant Guy recalled the newly evolved Armored Dragon, and now the audience awaited to see what Pokémon contestants Ash and Guy would summon. Ash, you are truly formidable. Guy remarked with a smile. I never anticipated your rapid growth. Ash replied, indeed. Now, I will introduce my second Pokémon. Go, Squirtle. Guy responded. And I shall call forth Shakira. In Chapter 49, Clash, Ash and Guy faced off. Ash acknowledged, I understand the gap between us. Yet the bond one share with my Pokémon will not yield to defeat. Even if my strength is lacking, I will demonstrate the depth of my connection with my partners. Guy was taken aback by Ash's words, recognizing that Ash had awakened early. He replied solemnly, Ash, your words astonish me. Based on what you just said, I must declare that you are destined to be a rival I hold in high regard. Now, let us see the power of your bond with your Pokémon. Ash responded, I will catch up to you and surpass you. He commanded, Squirtle, use water gun. Guy countered, Shakira, unleash sandstorm. The swirling storm generated by Shakira obstructed Squirtle's water gun and engulfed it, causing damage. Squirtle, are you all right? Ash inquired. To which Squirtle affirmed it was fine. Good, we must persevere, Squirtle. Withdraw into your shell and spin rapidly. Squirtle retracted into its shell, spinning at high speed toward Shakira. Guy ordered, Shakira, use Stone Edge. A circle of stones formed around Shakira, launching towards the spinning Squirtle. However, Ash remained remarkably calm. Squirtle, utilize Stone Edge to rebound. Squirtle skillfully maneuvered within the stone formation, its trajectory becoming unpredictable as it approached Shakira. Now, Shakira, use Dark Pulse. Guy commanded just as Ash shouted, Hydro Pump. The powerful jet of water that erupted from Squirtle's shell was significantly more forceful than Water Gun, catching Shakira off guard. The Dark Pulse was sent flying, sustaining considerable damage, leaving Shakira somewhat unsteady. Guy had not foreseen Ash's sudden offensive, and this time he faced significant repercussions. Seizing the advantage, Ash called out, Squirtle, unleash another Hydro Pump. Squirtle launched another powerful attack at Shakira. Guy responded, Rock Storm. The sandstorm created from Stone Edge tore through the Hydro Pump, ensnaring Squirtle within. It cried out in distress as the storm raged on. When the tempest finally subsided, Squirtle tumbled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ash immediately shouted in concern, Squirtle. Squirtle struggled to rise, but soon succumbed to the weight of the battle, collapsing as Ash called out in worry. The referee declared that Squirtle had lost its fighting capability. Ash recalled Squirtle and gazed at the Pokeball in his hand. You've worked hard, Squirtle, you performed splendidly. Now, take a well-deserved rest. Observing the return of Shaquila's Gloom, Ash understood Gloom's preference for one-on-one battles. He crouched down to speak to Pikachu. Pikachu, I entrust you with the next fight. Gloom is formidable, so don't push yourself too hard. Pikachu nodded and leaped onto the battlefield. As Pikachu prepared for battle, Gloom took a deep breath and summoned its Pokémon. Tauros, a blue Tauros stood confidently in the arena. Ash commanded Pikachu to unleash its full speed, disrupting Tauros' stance. Quick, Pikachu, Ash urged. Pikachu darted out, weaving around Tauros with agility, while Tauros, despite its immense strength, struggled to match Pikachu's nimbleness. Gloom instructed Tauros to use Earthquake. Tauros lifted its front hooves and stomped, causing the ground to tremble. Pikachu's swift movements were momentarily thwarted. Gloom then commanded Tauros to charge with Horn Attack. Tauros barreled towards Pikachu, and Ash realized there was no evading this assault. Pikachu, brace yourself and use Thunderbolt. Pikachu unleashed a powerful Thunderbolt that struck Tauros. But Tauros withstood the attack and sent Pikachu flying. As the two Pokémon made contact, a faint current of electricity sparked between them. Ash, seeing Pikachu crash to the ground, exclaimed, "Are you alright, Pikachu?" Pikachu stood up, signaling that it was fine, prompting Ash to breathe a sigh of relief. "Alright then, Pikachu. Use Thunder." A bolt of lightning surged towards Tauros. Gloom, aware that Tauros would likely be incapacitated by the move, ordered it to dodge. However, just as Tauros attempted to move, it was enveloped by a surge of electricity, rendering it momentarily immobile. The thunder hit Tauros directly. Gloom recalled Pikachu's ability, Static. Tauros, now swaying unsteadily, was charged with electricity. "Tauros, use your energy." Gloom commanded, and Tauros, despite being paralyzed, charged at Pikachu, sending it flying and leaving a long trail in its wake. Pikachu struggled to rise. Ash, unable to watch Pikachu endure any further harm, called out, "Pikachu, return." Pikachu shook its head defiantly. Sensing Pikachu's determination, Ash said, "Then let us give it one last push. Use your strongest thunder." Gloom, not willing to concede, urged Tauros forward. With relentless resolve, Tauros slowly approached Pikachu, and just as they collided, Pikachu's thunder and Tauros' charge erupted in a brilliant explosion. Both Pokémon were flung away from the blast, and Ash cried out, "Pikachu!" Gloom, equally anxious, called for Tauros. As both Pokémon struggled to rise, they locked eyes for 5 seconds before collapsing together, both losing their fighting capability. Ash hurried to the arena and scooped up Pikachu. "Are you alright, Pikachu?" Pikachu weakly responded. "Pika Pika." Ash smiled, relieved, "As long as you're okay. You did wonderfully. Now it's time for you to rest." He then entrusted Pikachu to Misty backstage, instructing her to take good care of him. Misty nodded, and Guy returned his Tauros, remarking to himself, "You did well." The bond between Ash and Pikachu was just the beginning. Chapter 50. The final four emerged. The host announced, "The intermission has concluded, and the two contestants are once again poised on the battlefield. What thrilling encounters await us? Let us watch closely." Ash tossed a Pokeball into the air. "Go, Bulbasaur." The seed Pokémon emerged. Guy quickly followed suit, launching his Pokeball. "Go, Rosalia." A petite creature adorned with 2 beautiful flowers appeared. The referee exclaimed, "Ah, it seems Guy has introduced yet another new Pokémon. This one appears to be from a different region, Mr. Dado." "Indeed," Dado replied, "this is called Rosalia. A grass-type Pokémon. It will be a battle of grass against grass. What sparks will fly from this clash?" "Bulbasaur, prepare yourself," Ash commanded. "Vine Whip." As the tendrils shot forth, Guy ordered, "Dodge it, Rosalia. Use Leaf Tornado." Rosalia deftly evaded Bulbasaur's attack and unleashed a swirling vortex of leaves. "Quick, get out of the way, Bulbasaur," Ash shouted. Bulbasaur leapt aside, but unexpectedly, the Leaf Tornado altered its trajectory and struck him directly. "Guy," Ash exclaimed. "That move is called Leaf Tornado. It never misses," Guy stated confidently. Ash smiled. "You truly are formidable, Guy. Your Pokémon can execute such skills. But I will not concede. Bulbasaur, use Vine Whip." 2 vines sprouted from Bulbasaur's back, lunging towards Rosalia. "Rosalia, use Leaf Storm." A tempest of leaves enveloped Rosalia, countering the Vine Whip. Both Ash and Bulbasaur were taken aback. "Go, Rosalia. Direct the Leaf Storm at Bulbasaur," Guy commanded. The storm surged towards Bulbasaur. Ash clenched his teeth and shouted, "Bulbasaur, Solar Beam." Just as the Leaf Storm approached Bulbasaur, a powerful beam of light erupted, dispersing the storm and striking the unsuspecting Rosalia. Rosalia fell to the ground, and Ash cheered. "Well done, Bulbasaur." "Bulbasaur," responded the Pokémon. Seizing the opportunity, Ash called, "Seed Bomb." A seed shot forth from Bulbasaur, flying towards Rosalia. Guy remained calm, instructing, "Rosalia, evade and use Sunny Day." Rosalia swiftly dodged the seed bomb and released a burst of sunlight into the sky, intensifying the sunlight. In an instant, a blinding solar beam struck Bulbasaur, executed with flawless precision in under 3 seconds. As he observed the Bulbasaur being sent flying, Ash snapped back to reality, the rapid assault having occurred with such swiftness. "I hope Bulbasaur is alright." Bulbasaur managed to rise to its feet, prompting Ash to call forth another attack, Solar Flare, Poison Ivy. The clear skies hastened the formation of the Solar Flare, and both Pokémon unleashed their attacks simultaneously. The beams collided, resulting in a powerful explosion that sent shockwaves throughout the arena. When the dust settled, Poison Ivy stood resilient, while Bulbasaur succumbed to fatigue. Unable to continue the battle, Recalling Bulbasaur, Ash contemplated his final Pokémon, which he presumed to be Charizard. He tossed the Pokeball of his fifth Pokémon into the arena. To his surprise, it was Infernape. Leaf shook her head, believing she had a firm grasp of Ash's roster, recalling that he had previously owned an Infernape but had given it away. She never anticipated that Ash would utilize it now, indicating that she had underestimated him. Though Ash had not reached his full potential, he was undeniably on the right path. Leaf summoned her fifth Pokémon, Scizor. The scar on Scizor's face coupled with its fierce visage made it appear quite menacing, yet Infernape's fiery temperament was not easily intimidated. The two Pokémon locked eyes, the air thick with determination. Infernape took the initiative, unleashing a sonic punch that revealed its astonishing power, swiftly closing the distance to Scizor. Leaf was taken aback. Infernape's prowess was not to be underestimated. Scizor retaliated with a screech, attempting to halt Infernape, but the sonic punch landed squarely, sending Scizor skidding across the ground, leaving a noticeable trail. Ash beamed with pride at Infernape's display of strength, commanding it to follow up with a flare blitz. As Infernape advanced toward Scizor, Leaf unleashed Scizor's Fury Cutter, a whirlwind of slashing energy that momentarily halted Infernape's charge. However, Ash was not caught off guard. He decisively ordered Infernape to execute a blast burn. Infernape, braving the onslaught of cuts, unleashed the devastating attack, shattering Scizor's Fury Cutter and striking true. Scizor stumbled to its feet, panting heavily, having expended considerable energy, while Infernape bore the toll of the raging storm. In a final gambit, Ash called for a combination of Sonic Punch and Flare Blitz. Scizor, poised for a decisive strike, positioned its claws in a defensive stance, the outcome hinging on this moment. In the blink of an eye, both Pokémon launched their final maneuvers. As the dust settled, Scizor faltered, kneeling on the ground, while Infernape, having pushed itself to the limit, suddenly collapsed. Ash realized that Infernape had lost its fighting capability. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon, leaving Ash with only a single Pokémon remaining. Ash gazed at the Pokeball containing his Infernape, acknowledging its efforts. Infernape then turned to look at Koya, reflecting on the thrilling match they had just experienced. I have another Pokémon to summon. Go, Charizard. Koya called out. You know, my strongest Pokémon, my initial partner, is none other than Charmander. Now, I want you to witness how far it has grown. As Koya's Charizard emerged, its imposing presence overshadowed Ash's Charizard. Upon seeing Koya's Charizard, Ash finally realized the considerable gap between him and Koya. Nevertheless, Ash remained resolute. He would not concede but strive to overcome Koya. Ash, Koya, do not hold back. Show me the strength of your Charizard. I entrust this to you, Ash implored. Koya nodded, responding, even without your request, I would proceed in the same manner. Watch closely, as this next move shall be your gift. Charizard began to gather energy, the wrath of the fire dragon coalescing at its mouth, forming an astonishing power. The Elite Four, witnessing this spectacle, felt a profound sense of dread at the magnitude of this attack, one they believed they could not withstand. Although Ash appeared somewhat daft, he could still sense the immense strength, smiling ruefully as he shook his head. Charizard turned to Ash, conveying the need for perseverance. It understood what was about to transpire, yet did not display any sorrowful demeanor. Instead, it offered a thumbs up to encourage Ash. This scene sent a shiver down Koya's spine. Ash's charm was evident in that moment. Koya, steeling himself, issued the command to unleash the colossal force that enveloped Ash's Charizard. With this decisive action, Koya successfully advanced to the top four. Congratulations poured in for him. Koya approached Ash, extending his hand. What a remarkable match, Ash. Ash grasped Koya's hand firmly, saying, let us strive together to secure the championship. Koya smiled in agreement and departed. The duel had fortified Koya's resolve, and suddenly he felt a surge of power within, uplifting his spirits considerably. At that moment, Claire emerged to congratulate him, announcing his ascension to the second level of the Cosmic Freedom Technique. Koya then comprehended the source of his newfound strength. Chapter 51. The Battle for the Top Four. Upon returning to the dormitory, Koya reveled in the elevation of his power, growing increasingly fond of this sensation. Although his strength still paled in comparison to that of pseudo-divine Pokémon like Mutwo, he was now capable of engaging them in battle. After a brief moment of meditation, Koya opened his eyes and made his way to the agreed-upon dinner meeting with Ash. Entering the restaurant, Ash and his companions had already arrived. Spotting Koya, Ash exclaimed joyfully, Koya, you're here. Koya smiled and walked over. Professor Oak remarked, congratulations, Koya, on reaching the top four. You must continue to push forward. It's a pity you encountered Ash in the quarterfinals. Otherwise, I had hoped for a grand showdown between champions from Pallet Town. Professor Oak, don't be like that. Ash making it to the top 8 is an impressive feat in itself, Koya interjected. Now we shall see if Ash has the capability to advance to the semifinals and claim the championship. Professor Oak sighed, indeed. Ash, Koya. The move Wrath of the Fire Dragon that you demonstrated was extraordinarily powerful, yet I still do not comprehend its formation. Koya chuckled. There's no need to rush, Ash. Your current strength, alongside that of your Charizard, is insufficient to execute such a technique. In due time, you will naturally come to understand. Ash refrained from pressing further, and they began their dinner. After the meal, everyone returned to their respective quarters. The semifinals for the top 4 contenders have commenced. Among the hundreds of participants, the question remains, which of the 4 exceptional competitors will advance to the semifinals and ultimately claim the championship? The audience eagerly anticipates the unfolding matches. The first battle features Koya from Shinjuku Town, facing off against Lily from Rainbow City. As Koya steps onto the battlefield and gazes across at the opposing trainer, a surge of exhilaration fills his heart. Victory in this match would secure a place in the semifinals, a prestigious milestone on his journey to greatness. Koya's excitement is palpable. The referee signals readiness. Both competitors take their positions. Prepare, begin. Lily declares, I have watched your matches, and while I cannot be certain of victory, I shall not retreat. Go, Steelix. The shimmering, silver Steelix emerges onto the field, a formidable presence that elevates the stakes of this contest. Koya recognizes that his opponent is of an entirely different caliber, compelling him to approach the final matches with utmost seriousness, aiming to leave a lasting impression. Koya, your Pokémon are well trained. Among my opponents thus far, you are the strongest I have encountered. I shall not hold back. Go, Macamp. Macamp stands proudly in the arena, its powerful aura radiating confidence. The gleaming metallic sheen of its 4 arms is striking. Lily realizes that the Macamp she faces surpasses her previous opponents, representing Koya's most formidable ally. The odds seem daunting, yet she resolutely lifts her chin, determined to complete the match without regrets, regardless of her opponent's strength. Steelix, use Horn Drill. Koya commands. Macamp, responding to the command, opens its eyes and raises a hand to block the impending attack. The spectators are left in awe as Macamp effortlessly halts Steelix's Horn Drill with a single hand. The most excited among them is the fighting-type master, Shiba, who recognizes that Machamp's power can rival, if not exceed, that of his own Pokémon. Lily is taken aback by Machamp's overwhelming strength, enhanced through rigorous training and evolution. Steelix, use Heavy Slam. She instructs. Steelix charges forward, its arms glowing as it lunges at Macamp, but Macamp simply catches the attack with ease. Koya, are you not going to retaliate? Then I shall strike. As Lily finishes her sentence, Macamp raises its other 2 arms above its head, forming a crosscut that directly targets Steelix. Steelix, evade. Lily shouts. Steelix struggles valiantly, but its arms seem ensnared as if in iron shackles, with despair in its eyes. Steelix is struck by the crosscut and is sent flying, unable to rise again. Steelix has lost its fighting capability. Lily, caught off guard by the swift defeat, recalls her Steelix and sends forth her second Pokémon, a Spearow. The Great Mouth Sparrow unleashed a destructive beam towards the Maitaina, yet the creature stood resolute, unfazed by the assault. Witnessing the unwavering stance of the Maitaina, Lilac felt a pang of anxiety. The Great Mouth Sparrow conjured a sphere of destructive energy, directing it towards Maitaina. This time, the creature crossed its 4 arms to shield itself, absorbing the impact of the beam, which detonated upon contact. As the smoke cleared, contrary to Lilac's expectations, Maitaina remained alert and vibrant, gathering a radiant orb of energy in its hands, a manifestation of its skill, the Aura Sphere. The Aura Sphere surged towards the Great Mouth Sparrow, which, still reeling from the aftereffects of its own attack, was struck directly, rendering it incapacitated. Lilac was left with just 4 Pokémon. Chapter 52. The second Pokémon of the Solitary Leaf Ash observed from the stands. Noting the formidable prowess of the Solitary Leaf's Maitaina, he recalled the earlier battle, where Solitary Leaf had deployed Pokémon still in their developmental stages. Were Maitaina to be on par with them, Ash mused, the outcome of his duel with Solitary Leaf would have been markedly different. Lilac withdrew the Great Mouth Sparrow, taking a deep breath as she contemplated the sheer strength of Maitaina, capable of withstanding the destructive beam with vitality intact. Nevertheless, she resolved to persist. Go, Tentacruel. Solitary Leaf eyed the opposing Tentacruel, pondering how Maitaina would confront such an aquatic adversary, predominantly composed of water. Lilac commanded Tentacruel to unleash a hydro pump, a powerful jet of water erupting from its core towards Maitaina. The creature responded as expected, raising its 4 arms in defense. However, this time, something was amiss. Flames ignited around its arms as it prepared to counter with a flame punch. The hydro pump struck Maitaina's dual sets of arms, enveloping the area in mist until the water ceased, allowing the fog to dissipate. Remarkably, Maitayana's limbs continued to blaze with fiery intensity. Lilac struggled to articulate the creature's overwhelming power. Tentacruel, execute a rap attack. Tentacruel's tentacles extended towards Maitayana, entwining around its form. Solitary Leaf coldly remarked, "Do you believe this can defeat Maitayana?" Lilac countered, "I do not share your conviction. This is merely a strategy to facilitate the connection of Tentacruel's poisonous stingers." Realizing Lilac's intent, Solitary Leaf understood that the rap was intended to enable the stingers to hit. With Maitayana hindered, the stingers struck true, and by misfortune, Maitayana succumbed to poison. Solitary Leaf had overestimated Maitayana's resilience and recognized that such complacency could not persist. Finally, he commanded, "Maitayana, unleash Aura Sphere." Despite its poison state, Maitayana launched the attack towards Tentacruel. Lilac instructed, "Tentacruel, defend with Hydro Pump." As the two forces clashed, Maitayana suddenly dashed forward, delivering a sonic punch that struck Tentacruel directly in the head, sending it flying. "Tentacruel," Lilac called as the creature staggered to its feet, but after a few moments, it succumbed to defeat, losing its combat capability. Lilac could hardly comprehend the situation. That punch combined the force of the sonic punch with the raw power of a dynamic punch. No wonder it was so devastating. Lilac recalled Tentacruel, while Solitary Leaf returned Maitayana to the resting area for a brief respite. As the intermission concluded, Guy and Baiha once again took their positions on the field. Baiha promptly summoned her little sprite, Zubat, determined to give her all until the very end, regardless of the outcome. Guy also released his other sprites. But with Machoke incapacitated due to poisoning, the atmosphere shifted when Guy unveiled his second sprite, Rattata. A hush fell over the crowd as the host marveled at the unexpected choice of such a commonplace creature. Was there something extraordinary about this Rattata? Baiha, too, was taken aback. After all, very few trainers could elevate Rattata to its utmost potential, and its limits were known to be finite. What was Guy intending? Baiha commanded Zubat to execute Vacuum Wave, while Guy ordered Rattata to unleash Hyper Beam. Baiha gasped in disbelief, urging Zubat to evade. But it was too late. The Hyper Beam struck with blinding speed, and in a single turn, Zubat was swiftly knocked out. Baiha was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. How could a mere Rattata possess such formidable strength? She couldn't help but admire Guy's exceptional training abilities. Chapter 53. The semifinals unveiled what an astonishing turn of events. Rattata had effortlessly incapacitated Zubat with its Hyper Beam. What incredible power! Baiha recalled Zubat with a sigh, contemplating how Guy had managed to train a seemingly ordinary early-game sprite to surpass the capabilities of those typically used in the later stages. Shaking her head, she resolved to focus on her remaining two sprites and persevere until the end. "Go, Mothim," she called forth. Mothim, under the influence of Psychic, glowed with a blue hue, while Rattata was also enveloped in a similar blue aura, appearing somewhat unsettled by it. Guy, with an apologetic demeanor, declared, "I believe we can conclude this soon." Ignoring the aura, Rattata unleashed Hyper Beam once more, and Baiha felt utterly helpless as she watched Mothim succumb to the overwhelming force of Rattata's assault. Recalling Mothim, Baiha retrieved her final Pokeball. This was her last chance. "Come forth, my partner, Ivysaur," she proclaimed, gazing at Guy. "I know that ordinary moves won't affect your sprites, so I have no choice but to give it my all." Ivysaur began to gather energy for Solar Flare. "In respect to you, I shall unleash my most powerful move," Guy replied. Baiha nodded in agreement as Rattata prepared to execute a devastating wave of destruction, forming a purple and yellow striped orb that surged toward Ivysaur, who was readying Solar Flare on its back. As Baiha commanded, "Solar Flare, go!" The fiery energy erupted from Ivysaur, colliding fiercely with Rattata's attack. The violent clash generated a powerful shockwave, with both sprites locked in a struggle. However, Ivysaur appeared to falter, gradually being pushed back. "Lily, persevere. Bulbasaur is struggling valiantly." Lone Leaf took a deep breath. "Let us break through." Suddenly, Lone Leaf's fangs gleamed in the heart of the blazing sunlight, splitting the radiant flames into two distinct paths. Lone Leaf charged fiercely towards Bulbasaur, sending it hurtling to the ground. Alas, Bulbasaur could no longer rise. The referee declared Bulbasaur unable to continue, and thus, Lone Leaf emerged victorious. The champion hails from the heartfelt town of True Heart. The host announced Lone Leaf's advancement to the semifinals, vying for the title of champion. Lone Leaf extended a friendly hand towards Lily, who reciprocated, urging him to seize the championship. Lone Leaf nodded, watching as Lily departed, before leaving the arena himself. Upon exiting the battleground, he found Ash and his companions waiting. "Ash, you were incredible. Seeing your powerful Raticate made me realize how far I still have to go." Lone Leaf said, "It's all right. Don't belittle yourself, Ash. You can catch up if you persist, he encouraged. Ash nodded in agreement. Professor Oak, thank you. You were just one step away from the Quartz Plateau League Championship, the professor congratulated. Keep it up. The champion's reward is quite enticing. Lone Leaf's eyes sparkled momentarily. After all, a hero cannot be deterred by a trivial sum, he mused, intrigued by the prospect of the substantial reward. Brock inquired, Lone Leaf. Do you know who your semifinal opponent is? Lone Leaf paused. I'm not sure. I haven't been paying attention. Brock replied, It's someone familiar. You know him. Who? Lone Leaf queried. That beast master. It's him, Xiao Ming, Brock informed. Ash nodded in affirmation. Lone Leaf had anticipated reaching the semifinals. Realizing his journey had indeed strengthened him, though he still felt he hadn't yet reached a level worthy of concern, having faced this opponent before. This is for the best. I hope you secure the championship. Now, let us head back, Professor Oak suggested. And so, they all returned. With Lone Leaf relaxing for a brief slumber. Chapter 54. The finals commence in a hazy state. Lone Leaf heard someone calling him. Wake up, master. You'll be late. Wake up. He opened his eyes to see Jier. What is the matter? He asked. Look at the clock. She replied. Upon glancing, he realized it was already 7:30. He quickly dressed and dashed out, remembering the match began at 8. After several sleepless nights, he had inadvertently overslept. What a disaster. Watching Lone Leaf rush out, Jier sighed. Her figure slowly fading away. In the audience, Ash wondered, where's Lone Leaf? Professor Oak reassured him, don't worry, Ash, there's still time. However, the clock read 7:50. Xiao Ming remained calm, knowing he was about to face someone who once rendered him powerless. Just then, Lone Leaf burst onto the stage. Apologies. I overslept, he exclaimed with a smile. Oversleeping? You really are quite laid back. Xiao Ming retorted, speechless. The competitors are now in position, ready to commence the match, declared the referee. The host announced that the two contenders for the league championship are prepared. The anticipation for this final is palpable, and the crowd erupts with excitement. Xiao Ming. Guyi, allow me to demonstrate my current prowess, Guyi stated, equally eager to witness how far he has grown. The referee signaled the start of the match. Go, Pidgeot. Xiao Ming called, Pidgeot, let us proceed. Guyi responded, in that case, I shall summon you, Pidgeot. Two Pidgeots materialized on the field, yet Guyi's Pidgeot shimmered with silver feathers, dazzling in its brilliance. How enviable. Guyi possesses a shiny Pokémon, the host exclaimed, noting that even the Elite Four covets Guyi's good fortune, lamenting why they lack such luck. One can only feel envious, if my calculations are correct. You have a total of 4 shiny Pokémon, Kintoro, Rosalia, Pidgeot, and that darker-hued Scyther, Xiao Ming observed. Impressed that he was aware of Guyi's shiny Pokémon, revealing he has watched his matches closely, though he may have overlooked the presence of Gyarados as well. Ash scoffed, Guyi is just too fortunate. Why do I never encounter such luck? Without further ado, the match commenced. Pidgeot dashed forward with lightning speed, executing a series of afterimages before charging at the Silver Pidgeot. However, to the Silver Pidgeot, the opposing Pidgeot's speed appeared to be in slow motion. With a few agile maneuvers, the Silver Pidgeot evaded effortlessly, rendering the attacks futile. Recognizing that speed alone would not suffice, Xiao Ming commanded, Pidgeot, unleash a mighty hurricane. Guyi countered with, absolutely, Thunderbolt. All speed skills are meant solely for acceleration, not for immediate explosive effects. Power lies in speed. The Silver Pidgeot abruptly adjusted its stance, accelerating instantaneously to tear through the hurricane and strike Pidgeot, which plummeted heavily from the sky. In contrast, the Silver Pidgeot merely left behind a streak of silver light, returning to its original position in an instant, so swift that it was almost imperceptible, as if in the blink of an eye. When one could speak. The blink had already passed. The Silver Pidgeot remained unscathed while the opposing Pidgeot fell to the ground. The referee assessed the fallen Pidgeot, declaring it incapable of continuing. Such incredible speed. I believe the Silver Pidgeot's velocity has surely surpassed the speed of sound. The audience erupted in a frenzy. Xiao Ming, momentarily stunned, took a while to recall his Pidgeot, awakening from his astonishment only when the crowd's cheers jolted him back to reality. It appears your level far exceeds mine. With that speed and power, you could easily dispatch my 6 Pokémon without suffering any damage. Guyi, do not belittle yourself. Perseverance is the true path. No matter how formidable your opponent may be, rise again after defeat. Without this understanding, you are unworthy to stand against me, Xiao Ming asserted. Indeed, you are correct. Now, for my second Pokémon, go Raichu. A vibrant Raichu stood proudly on the battlefield. Guyi withdrew his Pidgeot and summoned his Arcanine. Xiao Ming pondered how to switch strategies, while Guyi intended to showcase their prowess. Otherwise, the training would be in vain. All right, let us proceed, Xiaoming stated. And Guyi nodded in agreement. Chapter 55. Absolute Power. Xiaoming commanded his Raichu to unleash a thunderbolt. Raichu's cheeks sparked with electricity as it generated 100,000 volts, striking towards the speedy Houndoom. Guyi's Houndoom vanished in an instant, employing its agility to evade. While the thunderbolt struck the ground, leaving a charred mark, Houndoom had already positioned itself behind Raichu. Guyi instructed, Flamethrower. Xiaoming responded, Raichu, Thunder. Houndoom exhaled flames that transformed into a massive letter, colliding with Raichu. Raichu concentrated the thunder around itself, reducing the impact of the flamethrower, which exploded upon contact, sending Raichu flying. Is Raichu all right? Xiaoming inquired, and Raichu, shaking its head to signify it was unharmed, replied with a soft grunt. Guyi remarked, Impressive. You managed to use thunder as a barrier to mitigate the flamethrower's intensity. Xiaoming sighed, I didn't want to lose so soon, although defeat seems inevitable. With a flash, Xiaoming directed Raichu to charge forward, but Houndoom merely sidestepped, evading the attack effortlessly. Raichu, Iron Tail. Xiaoming commanded. Raichu's tail glimmered as it swung towards Houndoom. Yet the strike missed its target. Houndoom had darted away, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. How could this be? Xiaoming exclaimed. Guyi replied. My Houndoom's speed is second only to my Fiero. The memory of Fiero's unparalleled swiftness sent a shiver down Xiaoming's spine. Prepare yourself, Xiaoming, Guyi declared, as Houndoom executed a technique known as Shadow Step, leaving behind fleeting phantoms surrounding Raichu. Xiaoming ordered Raichu to unleash thunder, attempting to dispel the illusions. However, despite clearing the phantoms, none struck the real Houndoom. Guyi explained, these are not mere shadow clones, they embody sheer speed. By the time Xiaoming comprehended the situation, it was too late. Houndoom had already reappeared behind Raichu, delivering a direct hit with Flamethrower. As the smoke dissipated, Raichu lay motionless on the ground. The referee called out, Raichu is unable to continue. Xiaoming recalled Raichu, expressing gratitude, you did exceptionally well. He then glanced at Guyi as he retrieved Houndoom, his hands instinctively clenching. Though he initially aspired for victory, he now recognized that surpassing Guyi was his true challenge. Drawing forth a Pokeball, Xiaoming declared, Go Hoot Hoot. Upon seeing Xiaoming's third Pokémon, Guyi responded, Let me summon my third Pokémon as well. The radiant Solgaleo emerged, its elegant form holding a noble presence upon the battlefield. Xiaoming summoned Hoot's psychic abilities, while the solitary Leaf Sun Spirit unleashed its own powers. The two small spirits locked eyes, igniting a dazzling psychic duel. After several minutes of a tense standoff, they began to tremble. It appeared that Hoot's psychic prowess fell short against that of the Sun Spirit. The solitary Leaf Sun Spirit, with its formidable powers, ensnared Hoot, who was captured by the radiant beams emitted from the Sun Spirit's eyes, gradually lifting off the ground before suddenly crashing back down, sending dust billowing into the air. As the dust settled, Hoot stood unsteadily when the solitary leaf launched a shadow ball. In a flash, the Sun Spirit unleashed a shadowy orb, which Hoot barely evaded with a swift move. However, upon regaining his composure, he was met with a terrifying sight, multiple shadow balls hurtling towards him. At this moment, Hoot was devoid of strength and was struck down, leading the referee to declare that Hoot had lost the ability to fight. Chapter 56. The second half of the finals. During the halftime break, each trainer recalled their spirits back to their resting places. Xiaoming took a deep breath, while the solitary leaf closed his eyes to meditate. As the second half commenced, Xiaoming patted his face, stood up, and approached the dueling arena. With the solitary leaf following suit, his eyes now open, Xiaoming, without uttering much, threw out his Pokeball, calling forth Ibira, a fighting-type Pokémon. The solitary leaf similarly summoned his own fighting type, come forth, Hawkeye, a Machamp trained in the art of Tai Chi. Upon Hawkeye's entrance, it was evident to all that this Machamp differed from the previous one. Hawkeye lacked the distinctive metallic sheen on its arms, and while the former exuded a fierce aura, this one radiated a calm and steadfast presence. Xiaoming realized he possessed more than one Machamp, and perhaps both had their unique traits. Dismissing his thoughts, he decided to strike first. Ibira dashed forward for a million-ton punch. Hawkeye remained unfazed, gracefully adopting the initial stance of Tai Chi. Ibira, bewildered by this unusual posture, questioned whether such a pose could truly best him. As the million-ton punch connected with Hawkeye's hand, it felt as though Ibira's fist had lost its target. With a gentle extension of Hawkeye's arm, Ibira inadvertently redirected his own punch back onto himself, sending him hurtling away. Xiaoming was left baffled by this turn of events. Voice from beyond. If you comprehend this, it truly would be a marvel. Ibira regained his footing, shaking his head. Evidently dazed by the turn of events, how could his own fist strike himself? Xiaoming understood that conventional fighting techniques would yield little effect. Thus, he called upon Ibira's Thunder Punch, charged with electricity, challenging Hawkeye to counter this move. Ibira charged once more, but the solitary leaf sighed. Xiaoming, you are mistaken. While it cannot be countered, it can be shattered with absolute speed and force. In an instant, Hawkeye appeared before Ibira, delivering a punch to the abdomen with sonic speed, sending Ibira soaring. The solitary leaf prepared for the final blow, Ki Blast. Hawkeye began to gather energy, launching the Ki Blast towards the airborne Ibira. Rendered immobile in the air, Ibira was struck directly and fell to the ground, clearly having lost the ability to continue the battle. Xiaoming increasingly felt that the figure before him was not an ordinary person, but rather an unassailable presence, evoking a sense of admiration within him. Go, my king of the mountains, he commanded. Gui was taken aback. This must be the evolution of your sandshrew, dispatched so swiftly. Xiaoming shrugged. I had no choice. This last one is my secret weapon, my trump card. Though Gui was reluctant, he had no other option. Go, Charizard. With that, Charizard made a grand entrance, eliciting a wave of cheers. Xiaoming, your Charizard is truly astonishing, Gui remarked. It exudes power. Thank you for the compliment, Xiaoming replied. Now I shall strike. King of the Mountains, use Hyper Beam. The King of the Mountains unleashed a powerful attack, but Charizard remained unfazed, absorbing the hit without a hint of discomfort. Xiaoming, undeterred, commanded, King of the Mountains, use Claw Crush. The attack landed, but Gui countered with Dragon Claw, sending the King of the Mountains flying. Xiaoming noted the damage inflicted upon his Pokémon and thought it wise to shift tactics. Then I shall resort to ranged attacks. King of the Mountains, use Poison Sting. Gui, however, was quick to respond. Charizard, use Flamethrower. The fiery vortex engulfed the Poison Sting, incinerating it and wrapping the King of the Mountains in flames. The anguished cries of the Pokémon echoed as it succumbed to the flames. King of the Mountains, Xiaoming exclaimed in shock. With the King of the Mountains unable to continue, Xiaoming was left with only one Pokémon. Return, King of the Mountains. You fought valiantly. He retrieved his final Pokeball. Go, my secret weapon. Gui had already recalled Charizard, eyeing the Pokémon Xiaoming had deemed his secret weapon. As the glow faded, Gui was astonished yet composed, for Xiaoming's last Pokémon was Dragonite, a formidable addition to his lineup. Xiaoming, I never anticipated you possessed a Dragonite. This truly is a surprise, Gui said. However, I must apologize, for my final Pokémon is. A piercing cry echoed as a majestic bird wreathed in flames soared into the sky. Chapter 57, The Shock of Moltres, the Ultimate Champion. The flames dancing around this Pokémon were indeed mesmerizing. It was Gui as Moltres, poised to conclude the match. The appearance of Moltres left the audience in awe, including the Elite Four. Moltres, the legendary Pokémon. Xiaoming was equally astonished, realizing that the Moltres he had seen during the opening ceremony belonged to Gui. What manner of creature is this? Moltres soared high above, captivating all viewers of the court's conference. Gui, Xiaoming said, I thought my Dragonite would be sufficient to take pride in, yet you possess the legendary Moltres. This is the final showdown. Let us engage in a profound battle. Gui nodded in agreement. As Xiaoming's Dragonite ascended into the sky, it unleashed a high-pressure water jet. The solitary Leaf Blaze Pokémon, moving at remarkable speed, deftly evaded the water spray and circled behind Dragonite. The majestic Blaze Pokémon executed a powerful strike, directly colliding with Dragonite, inflicting considerable damage. The flapping of Dragonite's wings became somewhat erratic as it descended back to the ground. Xiaoming, I comprehend that the attack just now was immensely powerful. Dragonite is nearly out of stamina. The next round will be the final showdown, remarked the solitary leaf. Indeed, Xiaoming. Your ability to discern the state of your Pokémon reflects your keen observational skills. If you focus on the essentials of training, I believe you will undoubtedly realize your dreams, replied Xiaoming with a nod. Dragonite unleashed its signature move, Hyper Beam, while the Leaf Blaze Pokémon retaliated with a fierce fire blast. The two attacks collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion, indicating a fierce stalemate. Dragonite, now kneeling, could no longer endure the strain. The Leaf Blaze Pokémon delivered a final blow with a powerful flamethrower, rendering Dragonite immobile and causing it to fall to the ground. The referee declares that Dragonite has lost its fighting capability, and the winner is the Leaf Blaze Pokémon. Xiaoming's 6 Pokémon have all been unable to continue. So the victor is the solitary leaf, the announcer proclaimed, and the champion of the court's conference is none other than the victorious solitary leaf. The crowd erupted in cheers, exclaiming, Ash and Leaf have truly triumphed. Xiaoming approached the solitary leaf, extending his congratulations. I will definitely catch up to you. The solitary leaf warmly shook his hand. I await your arrival. The announcer continued. The awards ceremony will take place tonight. After gathering with Ash and others, the solitary leaf enjoyed dinner before entering the awards ceremony with Ash. Standing atop the champion's podium, the solitary leaf accepted the trophy from President Malanky. Leaf, you have truly ascended to this pinnacle. Upon witnessing your Blaze Pokémon, I was certain you would reach this height. This is your champion trophy, and the rewards will be sent to your departure location, stated Malanky with a smile. Thank you, replied the solitary leaf, while Malanky chuckled lightly, unable to contain his joy. Following the awards ceremony, the solitary leaf, Ash, and Ahong gazed at the fireworks illuminating the sky. The announcer concluded, the awards ceremony has come to an end, and the Quartz League competition is hereby concluded. Farewell. Early the next morning, the solitary leaf departed the venue, while Ash remained behind. Accompanied by Professor Oak, Hanako, Brock, and Misty, the solitary leaf awaited Ash and Ahong, having made plans. As the solitary leaf and Ash watched Ahong depart, they reminisced about the various moments from the competition. Pikachu, I entrust you with future endeavors, Ash declared. Pikachu responded with a cheerful Pika. Turning to glance at the solitary leaf, Professor Oak, his mother, Brock, and Misty. All right, Pikachu, it's time for us to return to Pallet Town, Ash announced as he ran towards the solitary leaf and the others. Chapter 58. Journeying towards the Orange Archipelago. Upon returning to their hometown of Pallet Town, a celebratory banquet was held in honor of Ash and the solitary leaf, where everyone enjoyed themselves immensely. Surprisingly, Team Rocket did not cause any disturbances this time. After the festivities concluded, the solitary leaf and Ash visited Professor Oak's laboratory together. Dr. Oak, I shall take my leave to check on the Pokémon, said Koyuki before she made her way to the backyard. She returned to the laboratory late that night, finding Dr. Oak resting alone. Koyuki inquired, where are Ash and the others? Upon hearing her voice, Dr. Oak turned to her and replied, Oh, Koyuki. I asked Ash and his friends to head to Daigon Island to retrieve a mysterious Pokeball. They should be on their way now. I see, Koyuki acknowledged. By the way, Dr. Oak, I will also be journeying to the Orange Archipelago. Dr. Oak responded. Oh, do you have a particular purpose? Indeed. I wish to challenge the Orange League, Koyuki declared. The Orange League, you say? Very well. Which Pokemon do you intend to bring along? Dr. Oak inquired. Since you won the championship at the Indigo League, you are allowed to carry 3 additional Pokemon, though only 6 may be used in battle, he reminded her. Oh, I have already made my decision. I shall take Milotic, Shuckle, Kabutops, and Mutwo, Koyuki stated confidently. Well, Mutwo is an extraordinarily powerful being, Koyuki. I advise you to refrain from utilizing it too frequently, as it may attract unwelcome attention, Dr. Oak warned. Koyuki nodded in understanding. I comprehend, Dr. Oak. Be cautious on your journey, he urged. Yes, Koyuki replied, departing from the lab and bidding farewell to Aunt Hanako before leaving. Koyuki prepared ample provisions, medicines, and studied the map to identify the optimal entry point. She set sail towards the Orange Archipelago on Milotic. As night fell, she passed an uninhabited island and decided to rest there until the morrow. Releasing her Pokémon to prepare dinner, Koyuki addressed Mutwo. Could you use your psychic abilities to locate any berries on this island? If there are any, please gather some for me to cook. Mutwo, nodding in acknowledgement, unleashed its psychic powers. Moments later, dozens of fruits emerged from the jungle, varying in type. The commonly found blue orange berries, pink citrus berries, and yellow leppa berries. All delightfully edible. Ordinarily, Mutwo would not engage in such tasks, but having tasted Koyuki's culinary skills, it was sadly drawn to the prospect of her cooking. After half an hour of diligent effort, Koyuki completed the dinner, crafting sandwiches from the 3 types of berry jam along with energy cubes. Originally from the Hoenn region, Koyuki had researched and learned to make them for her Pokémon. The dinner was a joyous occasion, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Koyuki reflected, this is the life I desire, unfettered and free. In that moment, Koyuki experienced a personal breakthrough, successfully ascending to the intermediate level of the celestial wandering technique. At dawn, Koyuki roused her companions, and they resumed their journey towards Pomelo Island. Meanwhile, a young boy arrived at Dr. Oak's laboratory. Dr. Oak greeted him at the door. Who are you? Excuse me, is Koyuki here? The boy inquired. Unfortunately, she just left yesterday, Dr. Oak replied. The boy, anxious, pressed on. Where did she go? She has gone to the Orange Archipelago, Dr. Oak informed him. Goodbye, the boy exclaimed, turning to leave, but Dr. Oak called out. Wait a moment. However, the boy had already dashed away. On the sea, a striking figure gracefully glided through the waters, seated atop Milotic, none other than Koyuki herself. On the vast ocean, Gui reveled in the refreshing caress of the sea breeze, leisurely casting his line over the enchanting body of Minas, hoping to encounter a water-type Pokémon. As the competition format in the Orange League was quite distinct, to his astonishment, he discovered numerous uninhabited islands in the Orange Archipelago by midday. He had traversed 2 such islands. Guyi mused to himself that if it weren't for his exceptional sense of direction, he would have surely lost his way, even with a map. Chapter 59. Ocean Voyage. At that moment, his fishing rod trembled, and upon reeling in, he found a kingler, which he promptly disregarded. Continuing his pursuit of fish, he caught a few starfish and a goldeen, none of which piqued his interest. Just as he was about to give up, he unexpectedly hooked a Psyduck, which he swiftly captured. Delighted, he noted its dual type of water and psychic, and decided to rest on a deserted island for the afternoon, setting up camp to familiarize himself with Psyduck's existing abilities before commencing training. After allocating tasks to his companions for preparation, Guyi dedicated himself to devising a training regimen for Psyduck, whose current skills included Water Gun, Confusion, and Ice Punch. Upon discovering Psyduck's ability to learn Ice Punch, Guyi felt a surge of excitement, recognizing the Pokémon's promising fighting potential. After 2 days on the island, Psyduck had significantly improved, doubling its physical strength and acquiring new skills, Psybeam and Stone Edge. On the 3rd day, Guyi recalled his Pokémon and departed on Minas, finally reaching Pengon Island by noon. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he entrusted all his Pokéballs, except for Mutwos, to Nurse Joy for examination. While waiting in the lounge, a young boy approached him. If Professor Oak had been present, he would have immediately recognized this was the boy searching for Guyi. "Are you Guyi?" the boy inquired. Guyi looked up to see a young man with striking purple eyes and short purple hair, exuding a vibrant aura. "I am. May I ask who you are?" The boy responded, "Oh, I am Dongfang Xiang." "Guyi, can I call you Xiang?" Guyi asked. Xiang nodded in agreement. "No problem. What brings you to me?" Xiang continued. "Well, I would like you to train me." Guyi paused momentarily before responding. "Why?" Xiang explained, "My surname is Dongfang, and my family is quite affluent in the Orange Archipelago. It is common for wealthy families to engage in arranged marriages, and I am one of them. However, my family has granted me a chance. If I can defeat the elite trainers in my family within a year, I may pursue my own path." Guyi replied, "I cannot guarantee what I can teach you, but you may accompany me for the time being." Xiang's face lit up with joy, interpreting Guyi's words as an affirmation. Just then, Guyi's Pokémon completed their checkup, and he prepared to leave with his team, while Xiang hurriedly followed suit. At the dock, Guyi summoned Minas, preparing to depart from Pengon Island. Xiang also called forth his water-type Pokémon, which turned out to be a Gyarados. Thus, Guyi found himself with a new companion, making his travels a bit more enjoyable. The journey across the sea unfolded in a monotonous manner as 2 youths, riding on the backs of a Milotic and a Gyarados, progressed toward their destination, the duo of Guyi and Ziyang. The latter appeared somewhat hesitant. "Guyi, where are we headed?" he inquired. "To Xiaogan Island." Guyi replied. "Xiaogan Island? Are you planning to challenge the Orange League?" Ziyang asked. "Indeed," Guyi affirmed. "By the way, aside from this Gyarados, what other Pokémon do you possess?" "Besides Gyarados, I also have a Ninetales and a Kecleon," Ziyang responded. "Let's find a small island where I can see your Pokémon," Guyi suggested. "I recently captured a Psyduck, and its abilities are still developing. We can train together." "Really? Thank you," Ziyang exclaimed, his face radiating joy. Chapter 60. Intense Battle, Psyduck's training. Upon discovering a small island, Guyi and Ziyang settled there to rest and train. "Ziyang, you should release your Pokémon as well," Guyi encouraged. Ziyang nodded. Releasing his Pokémon, Kecleon stood proudly, while Ninetales flaunted its splendid fur. "Stay by the side," Guyi instructed. "No matter what happens during the upcoming training, do not interfere." Rather than merely training Ziyang's Pokémon, it seemed more like a sparring session for Psyduck. "I understand. I'll leave it to you," Ziyang replied. "Psyduck, your task today is to defeat the 2 Pokémon before you using only Water Gun," Guyi commanded. Psyduck nodded resolutely, its eyes brimming with determination. At that moment, a faint glow appeared in Guyi's eyes as he unleashed a gravitational field around them, though he only intensified the gravity by a factor of 2. Kecleon and Ninetales were caught off guard and found themselves pinned to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Having experienced hardship before, Psyduck was well prepared and remained steadfast. Kecleon and Ninetales glared at Psyduck from across the field, their expressions unreadable, yet they instinctively felt as though Psyduck was mocking them. Kecleon, the first to recover, launched a bone club at Psyduck. Although Psyduck had undergone 2 days of training, it still lacked the strength for a direct confrontation and dodged the attack, retaliating with a water gun. At that moment, Ninetales unleashed a flamethrower, effectively nullifying the water gun, while the Bone Club returned to Kecleon's grasp. Guyi observed the unfolding battle, noting the synergy between Kecleon and Ninetales. However, he realized they underestimated the burden imposed by the increased gravity. Sensing the fluctuations in its trainer's emotions, Psyduck began to move with remarkable speed, executing its actions with precision. Ninetales attempted to outpace Psyduck with a swift strike, only to realize mid-sprint that its speed had diminished due to the lingering effects of gravity. Seizing the opportunity, Psyduck unleashed a water gun with accuracy, striking Ninetales directly. With a cry, Ninetales was sent flying, crashing into Kecleon. As Ninetales regained its footing, it called out to Kecleon, checking if it was all right. Kecleon shook its head, its eyes burning with fighting spirit as it began to radiate a brilliant light. Ziyang, filled with excitement, was taken aback to witness Kecleon evolve at that very moment. As the radiance faded, Kakara evolved into Garagara, its eyes sharp and penetrating. Gulyu displayed a resolute gaze, determined to exhaust the Psyduck. The atmosphere was charged with intensity, as Psyduck, relying on its robust constitution, unleashed water gun attacks. Ninetales harassed with Flamethrower, while Garagara seized the opportunity to close in on Psyduck and strike. Although Gulyu had commanded the use of only water gun, Psyduck valiantly fought back against Garagara. Yet it struggled to hold its ground against the combined efforts of the two small Pokémon. Time and again, Psyduck found itself knocked down, only to rise again and continue the battle. This cycle persisted until both Ninetales and Garagara reached their limits, while Psyduck held steadfast. In a final clash, Psyduck delivered two precise water gun strikes, hitting both adversaries, but ultimately succumbed to their dual assault. Gulyu nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang hurried over to assess the condition of Ninetales and Garagara. Gulyu approached Psyduck, who lay with half-open eyes. "You performed exceptionally well. You've worked hard," Gulyu praised. A faint smile curved Psyduck's beak before it fainted. Gulyu gently lifted Psyduck, administering a healing potion, while also checking on Zhang's Garagara and Ninetales, signaling Zhang to ensure they rested well. He then invited Zhang to join him in preparing a meal. Chapter 61. The Summer Challenge at the Gym. Psyduck, Garagara, and Ninetales were roused from their slumber by an enticing aroma, and they instinctively moved toward its source. Gulyu had prepared a pot of mushroom soup, rich with various edible fungi, and his culinary skills rendered it as delectable as an authentic Buddha jumps over the wall. Turning around, Gulyu noticed the three small Pokémon waking up. "You're awake, just in time for lunch." Zhang, already captivated by the aromatic soup, rushed over upon seeing his Pokémon awaken, inquiring if Garagara and Ninetales were all right. They nodded in affirmation, indicating all was well. Gulyu served a bowl of soup to Psyduck, watching as it savored the comforting dish, a gesture far more meaningful than mere words of concern. "All right, everyone. Let us enjoy this together. Zhang, invite your Pokémon to join us too. I've made plenty," Gulyu encouraged. Zhang felt a tinge of embarrassment. After their delightful lunch, Gulyu and Zhang recalled their Pokémon and rode off on their Milotic and Gyarados, departing the small island. While at sea, Zhang inquired, "What is that purple humanoid Pokémon of yours?" Gulyu replied, "Oh, that's Mutuo." Sensing Gulyu's reluctance to elaborate further, Zhang chose not to press the matter. In the afternoon, Guy and his companions finally arrived at Shagon Island. "Zhang, you go ahead to the Pokémon Center, secure a room, and wait for me. I will head to the gym myself," Guy instructed. "All right," Zhang replied. Upon reaching the Shagon Gym, Guy was greeted by a woman on the opposite side. "Are you the challenger?" she inquired. Guy replied, "I am Long Guy, here to challenge the gym. I am Dunmei, the gym leader of Shagon." "Your challenge will be accepted by the Western Star of the Southern Cross," she announced. Dunmei activated the arena, and a young boy beside her pressed a button on a remote, causing a row of empty cans to rise from the side. The arena resembled a swimming pool. "The first match is to knock down the empty cans. Go, Sidra," Dunmei commanded. Guy called forth his Psyduck. "Get ready, let the match begin," Dunmei signaled. "Sidra, go." "Psyduck, it's your turn." Both Pokémon swiftly struck the empty cans. As they simultaneously knocked down the last can, Dunmei declared, "This round is a tie. Next, we will proceed to the moving target challenge." After a brief warm-up, the two Pokémon prepared to hit the target. Dunmei activated a switch, and a target flew into the air, which both Pokémon struck at the same time. "Another tie," Dunmei noted. "Now, we shall have a surf race." Guy followed Dunmei to the seaside, where she pointed at a buoy. "That is the midpoint. The first to return from there is the victor. Do you understand?" Guy nodded. "Go, Blastoise," Dunmei commanded. "Come forth, Milotic," Guy called out. As Milotic emerged, it captivated the attention of Dunmei and the boy. "Sister," the boy exclaimed, "I remember. This Milotic is one of the champions of the current Indigo League." Dunmei was astonished. "So, You must be the champion? Indeed, the boy affirmed. But I will not concede easily, Dunmei declared. All right, the race is about to commence, Guy confirmed. Dunmei and Guy mounted Blastoise and Milotic, respectively. Ready, set, go? The boy announced, and the two Pokémon surged forward. Dunmei took the lead, while Guy's Milotic followed casually. After a brief sprint, Dunmei turned around and noticed no one was behind her. Yet, upon turning back, she discovered Guy had somehow surged ahead and was already returning from the midpoint. Blastoise, keep up, Dunmei urged as Blastoise began to close the gap on Milotic. I believe this is it, Guy said. Milotic, Aqua Tail. Milotic's tail whipped through the water, propelling it forward to reach the finish line, executing a flip and landing gracefully on the beach. Truly, as expected of a champion. I concede defeat with respect, Dunmei said, presenting Guy with a cherry blossom badge crafted from cherry shell. Thank you, Guy replied, accepting the badge and departing. Chapter 62, Kumquat Island. Team Rocket. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Guy found Xiang, Ash, and Misty gathered together. Guy paused for a moment, and Xiang exclaimed upon seeing him, Guy, you're back. As Ash and Misty turned their heads at Xiang's words, they spotted Guy approaching. How did you two end up together? Guy inquired. Xiang was momentarily taken aback by Guy's question. Xiang, do you know each other? Ash replied, we both departed from Shirnu Town, and we are neighbors. Indeed, Guy affirmed. But what transpired between you two? Ash recounted the tale. During Guy's challenge at the gym, Xiang encountered Ash, who was eager for a battle. Coincidentally, Ash was also a combat enthusiast, leading to an exhilarating duel between Pikachu and Ninetales, which concluded in a draw, thus forging their camaraderie. You two truly became acquainted through fighting, Guy remarked. By the way, Ash, how did you end up here? Ash responded, oh, I completed my challenge at the summer gym this morning and spent the afternoon preparing supplies for our departure tomorrow. What about you, Guy? I just returned from the summer gym challenge as well, and I obtained my badge. I plan to rest tonight and set off tomorrow, Guy replied. That's splendid. We can travel together again, Ash exclaimed. Guy teased, I can tell you're craving shrimp dumplings. Ash sheepishly scratched his head. How about we use the kitchen at the Pokémon Center tonight to prepare a meal? Pikachu leaped in excitement, exclaiming, Pika Pika. Guy then glanced at the boy standing beside Misty. Ash realized, oh, that's Brock, the Pokémon breeder. Guy extended his hand. Hello? Brock, startled, quickly returned the gesture, hello. After some friendly exchanges, Guy prepared a sumptuous dinner, summoning their Pokémon to join. Brock's eyes lit up as he observed Guy's Pokémon, eagerly beginning to document their details. Guy had to inform him of each Pokémon's name and their unique traits, a task that made her slightly flustered, especially regarding Milotic, whose graceful form captivated attention. Oh, and to maintain discretion, she refrained from summoning Mewtwo, instead saving a portion of the dinner to bring back to Mewtwo in their room. The following morning, Guy and her companions set sail with Ash and his group on a maritime adventure. By noon, they arrived at Goldenrod Island, where they retrieved their Pokémon from the boat. Just as they entered the island, they noticed several Pokémon attacking people. Ash called upon Pikachu, intending to rescue those in peril, but midway, Pikachu suddenly glared fiercely at Ash, as did Porygon, leaving Ash and Misty stunned. Just as Ash sought clarification, Pikachu turned to attack them, sending Ash and his companions flying. Despite enduring the electric shocks from Magnemite, Ash persevered toward Pikachu. At that moment, a thunderbolt erupted, causing all Pokémon to vanish, and Miss Junsha arrived on the scene. Miss Junsha, what is happening on this island? Ash inquired, filled with excitement. Please, remain calm, Junsha urged. Guy approached, scolding Ash to heed her words. Ash, chastened by Guy's reprimand, paused. Everyone followed Junsha to the police station to discuss strategies and consulted Professor Oak. After a while, Junsha's Jengar returned with two unconscious individuals, Team Rocket's Jesse and James. Upon regaining consciousness, Jesse and James, persuaded by Ash and his friends, ultimately revealed the location of their sinister plot. Yamato Saburo was taken aback. Yamato Salop was attacking, and Salop was controlling the little Pokémon to launch an assault. At that moment, Ash had successfully drawn the controlled Pikachu's attention and dashed towards Salop's enhancement device. Ash bravely took the brunt of Pikachu's thunderbolt, thereby shattering the device and allowing the little Pokémon to escape. Just then, Yamato Saburo emerged in pursuit, and Ash, along with Musashi and Saburo, sought to confront him in a decisive battle. At this juncture, Koyan stepped forward, indicating it was time to take action. Koyan, along with the Rocket team's Musashi and Kojiro, would handle the situation from here. Musashi retorted, "What are you saying, you arrogant little brat?" To which Ash responded, "Since Koyan is ready to engage, let him proceed. You should be aware that he is the champion of the league." Musashi conceded, "All right then, Chapter 63. Ponkan Island. The crystal onyx coin addressed Yamato. So, Saburo, have you ever heard of the name of a Pokémon that Boss Sakaki mentioned? Yamato replied, do you know Boss Sakaki? Koin responded, I'm only aware of that information. I don't know him personally. Yamato then queried, what Pokémon are you referring to? Koin announced, come forth, Mutwo. A purple humanoid Pokémon materialized before everyone, sending Yamato into a state of sheer terror. Mutwo is here with you? Koin grinned. Now, let us see just how formidable your Solip truly is. Despite Koin's cheerful demeanor, an involuntary shiver ran through the crowd. Later that evening, two individuals sat in a police car. Naturally, they were Yamato and Saburo, while Solip was mercilessly thrashed by Mutwo. As the police car drove away, a voice expressed annoyance at the situation. Early the next morning, Koin and Ash received a certificate from Junsha and set off towards their next destination. Koin and Ash continued their maritime journey. Ash, feeling famished, inquired, when will we reach the next island? Hang in there, we'll arrive at the next island shortly, replied Shota. Koin interjected, Ash, what is that? What is wrong, Koin? Ash asked. Koin pointed ahead. Look, a bottle is floating towards us from the sea. Ash picked it up, discovering a letter inside. If anyone knows about the crystal onyx, please let me know. Ponkan Island is beautiful, it read. Misty exclaimed, crystal onyx? It's a colossal onyx composed entirely of crystal, Shota added. Misty questioned, is there really such a Pokémon? Shota replied, I'm not sure, but I think someone has seen it. Ash expressed his eagerness to see it and steered their course towards Ponkan Island. Upon arriving at Ponkan Island, Ash found the home of the neighbor, who was lamenting that Masaru, the brother of the girl named Masumi, was unable to produce any artwork. Ash soon learned that Masumi was the little sister, and he sought out her brother, Agon. Apologies, Agon, for the trouble my sister has caused you. It is quite all right. Xiaoji, Guy coldly inquired, why are you seeking the crystal onyx? Agon responded, my grandfather crafted increasingly better creations after encountering the crystal onyx. Guy approached some of Agon's works, noting the glass's fine quality but lamenting the poor craftsmanship. Agon asserted, I understand that finding the crystal onyx is key. Guy abruptly interjected, do not jest. You have not dedicated your heart to glassmaking. How could an uninspired creation ever be exceptional? Agon retorted, however, Guy, while your grandfather may have been inspired by the crystal onyx, it requires total commitment to produce a masterpiece. At your current state, even if you were to encounter the crystal onyx, you could not replicate your grandfather's level of artistry. In response, Guy casually picked up a finished glass piece and retrieved a hand tool from the table. With swift strokes of the blade, he transformed the glass, and after several minutes, a lifelike glass Charizard emerged, exuding an aura of majesty, much like the real creature. Do you see? I have never encountered the crystal onyx. Can you still assert that having seen it would enable you to create works akin to your grandfather's? Agon suddenly bowed and earnestly asked, please teach me the art of glass sculpting. Guy, with sincerity, replied, I will, but time is limited. How much you learn depends on your own dedication. After imparting his knowledge to Agon, Guy left the small island. However, before departing, he made Xiaoji and the others wait for a considerable duration. An hour later, Guy returned. Chapter 64. Nepru Island. Xiaoji, Xiaoya, where have you been? Guy produced a Pokeball, declaring, I captured this fellow. What Pokemon is it? Xiaoji inquired. With a smile, Guy tossed the Pokeball, releasing a magnificent crystal onyx. Wow, there truly is a crystal onyx. Xiaoya, how could you have gone and captured it without me? Xiaoji exclaimed. Guy, feeling a rare sense of embarrassment, scratched his head and apologized. All right, everyone, let us proceed, Guy announced. Let us go, the group responded. And thus Guy and Xiaoji continued their journey. As they sailed over the sea, they passed an uninhabited island, where Guy halted. Xiaoji, you both go ahead. I need to stay behind with Xiang for training. Understood, we'll head off first. Make sure to catch up. Xiaoji replied. Be careful on your way, Guy urged. For he felt reluctant to follow Xiaoji closely. Some stories must be resolved by Xiaoji himself. Watching Xiaoji depart on his Dragonair until he faded from view, Guy turned to Xiang. Let's release everyone for training. All right, I understand, Xiang replied. A week later, the two boys arrived at a small island known as Nepru Island. Their appearances were somewhat disheveled. It was none other than Guy and Xiang. Over the past week, they had left their footprints on at least 15 islands, resembling wild men in their untamed state. Solitary Leaf arrived at the Elven Center on Nepru Island, secured a room, and took a refreshing bath, leaving Xiang at the center while he ventured to the Nepru gym. Upon reaching the gym, he fortuitously encountered the trainer, Little Dan. Hello, Solitary Leaf. Would you care to engage in a gym battle with me? Little Dan inquired. Oh, are you the challenger? Certainly, I have some free time, replied Little Dan. Following Little Dan into the gym, Solitary Leaf was greeted by the sight of a towering peak. The challenge for the gym battle is to ascend this mountain. Little Dan explained. No sooner had he finished speaking than he noticed Solitary Leaf had already scaled the mountain by at least 10 meters. His swift movements leaving Little Dan in awe as he reluctantly followed behind. Upon reaching the summit, Little Dan was taken aback to find Solitary Leaf waiting calmly, not a single breath out of place. Overwhelmed by a sense of defeat, Little Dan declared, "All right, you have passed. Now let me explain the rules of our gym battle." At that moment, 2 geysers erupted nearby. In the first round, we will see who can freeze the geysers the fastest. Do you understand? Solitary Leaf nodded and released his Milotic. Little Dan, momentarily captivated by the elegance of Milotic, quickly regained his focus and sent out his Nidoking. Blizzard. They both commanded simultaneously, each Pokémon unleashing a freezing blast. Milotic proved slightly faster, gradually encasing the geyser in ice, while Nidoking struggled with a mere tip of its head still unfrozen. In this round, Solitary Leaf emerged victorious. The second round involved crafting ice boats using their Pokémon. Solitary Leaf's team consisted of Shakira, Golduck, who had evolved due to accumulated experience during training, and Shelder, leveraging his understanding of their abilities. Solitary Leaf directed Shakira to wield Stone Edge as the primary attack, while Golduck and Shelder provided support, achieving another triumph. Well done, you have won both rounds. Here is the White Wave badge, Little Dan said, handing over the badge. Thank you, replied Solitary Leaf, accepting the badge with gratitude. Now, let us descend the mountain on our respective ice boats, suggested Little Dan. Solitary Leaf ensured everyone was seated securely before they sped down the peak and returned to the base. Reuniting with Xiang at the Pokémon Center, Solitary Leaf decided to rest well for the day, with plans to set off the following morning. Xiang nodded in agreement. Chapter 65. The mysterious island. Having secured the White Wave badge, Solitary Leaf departed from Napru Island, his journey progressing steadily. Today, he found himself on an uncharted island that was not depicted on the map. As they disembarked, Xiang suddenly exclaimed, "Could this be? Do you know something?" Solitary Leaf asked. Xiang nodded. "I recall an unknown island in the Orange Archipelago, but no one has truly entered it. It is said that those who attempted to do so came back battered and weary. Do you see the red cross on the map? I suspect we have inadvertently stumbled upon this island." Realizing the significance of the red cross on the map, Solitary Leaf was initially puzzled about their location, but soon felt a surge of excitement. He adored adventures. "Xiang, let us explore further. I am eager to discover what this island holds," he declared, stepping boldly onto the island, with Xiang following closely behind. After walking for a while, Guy suddenly halted as a row of poisonous needles shot out from the forest. Guy and Xiang swiftly dodged aside, and 2 small sprites emerged from the thicket, one a Nidoking and the other a Nidoqueen. Guy turned to Xiang and said, "These 2 are now in your hands. You should be able to handle them. After all, they represent new strength." Xiang's eyes sparked with realization as Nidoking and Nidoqueen suddenly tensed. Guy had already departed deeper into the woods, urging, "Wait for me at the top of the island," his voice ethereal. As Guy ventured further into the forest, he stumbled upon a cave. Approaching the entrance, he was taken aback by the sight of 5 small sprites, which turned out to be the electric, water, fire, ice, and leaf types, Eevee's 5 evolutionary forms. Guy found the situation increasingly intriguing and released his Psyduck, Shakira, and Kabutops, instructing them to handle the sprites while he swaggered into the cave. The sprites attempted to block his path, but were intercepted by Psyduck, Shakira, and Kabutops. Upon entering the cave, Guy gradually discovered an astonishing sight, a unique landscape featuring a shimmering lake, verdant moss-covered stones, and in a corner, an astonishing block of unmelting ice. No wonder there was an ice-type sprite. The presence of the leaf sprite was less surprising, as the moss-covered stones formed only under prolonged exposure to greenery. He found another cavern, which turned out to be a mine rich with evolution stones of various kinds. Guy couldn't help but marvel at the artistry of nature. At that moment, his leisurely universe technique unexpectedly advanced to the mid-stage of the second tier, proving that the power of nature is indeed formidable. After collecting several evolution stones, Guy exited the cave, only to find the 5 Eevee evolutions collapsed on the ground. Upon seeing their master emerge, 3 small sprites rushed over. Guy smiled, acknowledging their efforts, and returned the sprites to their Pokeballs. He also captured the 5 Eevee evolutions, sending the electric, water, and fire types back to Professor Oak's lab, while temporarily keeping the leaf and ice types by his side. Having prepared everything, Guy returned to the shore to reunite with Xiang, who wore a beaming smile. indicating the successful acquisition of Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Alright, enough smiling. Let's go, Guy said. Yes. Xiang replied. In Chapter 66, titled Ice-type Champion Kona, Guy and Xiang continued their journey on the island. After a prolonged expedition coupled with relentless training, the Pokémon of Guy and Xiang made remarkable progress. Psyduck had mastered Water Pulse, Psychic, and Rock Slide, while the newly captured Leaf and Ice types had learned Leaf Blade, Photosynthesis, Thunderbolt, Grass Whistle, Sunny Day, Solar Beam, Ice Wind, Ice Fong, and Mirror Coat. Xiang's new power. Nidoking and Nidoqueen also displayed commendable talent. After a long trek, Guy finally arrived at Orange Islands. Upon reaching the island, Guy and Xiang headed directly to the Pokémon Center, eager for a well-deserved rest. In the Pokémon Center, Guy and Xiang, after enjoying a hearty meal, decided to explore what little Orange Island had to offer. As they approached a villa near the seaside, Guy spotted Ash engaged in a battle with a lady inside the villa. He beckoned Xiang to follow him. Upon arriving beneath the villa, they discovered that Ash had been defeated by the lady, and it seemed that this battle had significantly transformed him. At that moment, Ash turned around and noticed Guy and Xiang. Xiang, what are you doing here? Ash inquired. Guy smiled, replying, That's what I was about to ask you, Ash. Who is this beside you? Realizing the question, Ash began to respond, but the lady interjected, I am Kina, delighted to meet you, Champion Guy. Guy was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she was indeed the Ice-type master, Miss Kina. It is a pleasure to meet you, he replied. Guy and Xiang entered the villa, and Ash remarked, Miss Kina is truly impressive. Guy nodded, glancing at Kina, who seemed to be observing him intently. Miss Kina, is there something you need? Guy asked. Kina, realizing her lapse in composure, stated, I would like to see your Ice-type Pokémon. Guy responded, Ice-type? Oh, I understand. Come forth, Milotic. Its entrance was as splendid as ever. Kina then said earnestly, May I engage in a practice match with you? Guy replied, Why? Kina explained, I wish to observe how you utilize ice. Guy consented, Very well, let's head to the beach. It's more spacious there. Kina nodded in agreement. Chapter 67. Yuzu Gym. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Guy and the others shared dinner, recounting their experiences since parting ways. After dinner, they retreated to their respective rooms to rest. The following morning, everyone prepared to continue their journey. Ash planned to head to the bustling metropolis across from Little Orange Island, while Guy opted to proceed directly across the sea. They bid each other farewell and departed. Guy and Xiang continued their monotonous journey through the group, and after several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the location of the third gym, Yuzu Island. As soon as they set foot on the island, they encountered a beautiful girl with striking waist-length golden hair, crystal-clear eyes, and a charming, dimpled smile, clad in a lovely white dress. However, Guy noticed that Xiang's expression was far from pleasant. In fact, he was drenched in cold sweat. The girl ran towards them, and Guy observed that Xiang was becoming increasingly agitated. When she reached them, Xiang trembled and stammered, What are you doing here? The girl replied, I have my ways. This is, Xiang began to respond, but the girl interrupted, Oh, never mind, it's exhausting. My name is Maineko, I am 10 years old. Guy Long. Guy introduced himself, also 10 years old. Maineko cheerfully responded, Nice to meet you, Guy. Guy turned to Xiang, asking, What on earth is going on with you? Xiang replied, I should have mentioned why I came to find you. Guy, astonished, exclaimed, It can't be. Xiang, closing his eyes, admitted, Indeed, I must confess, she is my fiancée. Upon opening his eyes, he found that Guy had already departed, who remarked, Xiang, I'll head to the gym first. Wait for me at the Pokémon Center. Oh. Guy, why are you doing this? Xiang called out as Maineko lunged towards him. After Guy left, he made his way directly to the Yuzu Gym, where he encountered the gym trainer, Ai. Greetings, Guy. I have come to participate in the gym challenge. Ai. Our gym challenge here involves the challenger selecting 3 types of Pokémon for battle, with the victor determined by winning 2 out of 3 matches to earn a badge. Do you comprehend? Guy understands. I propose water, rock, and grass types. Ai replies affirmatively and asks me to wait a few moments while he fetches his Pokémon. After a brief interval, Ai returns, declaring that he is ready to commence. You may go first, he states. Come forth, Golduck. The Golduck exudes a fervent fighting spirit. Ai counters with Starmie, a formidable opponent of water and psychic types. Go, Starmie. Guy commands, Golduck, use Water Pulse. Ai responds, Starmie, Water Gun. Starmie's Water Gun proves insufficient, as it is swiftly overwhelmed by Golduck's Water Pulse, striking Starmie directly. Ai calls out, Starmie, Thunderbolt. Unfazed, Guy counters with Psychic. Golduck unleashes a wave of psychic energy, which hits Starmie decisively. Starmie collapses, its gem flickering before it lies still, unable to continue the fight. IE recalls Starmie, acknowledging Guy's strength. What is next? He inquires. Guy returns Golduck and sends forth Onyx. IE reveals his Crystal Onyx, a stunning sight. My rock-type Pokémon is, go Geodude. IE commands, Geodude, roll out. The Geodude curls into a ball and charges at Crystal Onyx. Guy, with a hint of mischief, replies, it's time to end this. IE what? Steel Tail, responds Guy. Crystal Onyx's tail glows, delivering a powerful blow that sends Geodude flying. Geodude rolls several times upon landing before ceasing movement, incapacitated. IE presents the wheel badge, exclaiming, you are truly strong. Guy graciously accepts the badge and departs. Chapter 68. The Gym of Lychee Island. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Guy observes Minako closely adhering to Xiang, not straying far. Xiang, spotting Guy, gazes at him with an expression filled with melancholy, evoking a mix of amusement and pity in Guy. Guy, how could you leave me alone? Xiang protests. Guy retorts nonchalantly, who says you are alone? You have company. Do you not? Guy glances meaningfully at Xiang and Minako. Xiang finds himself at a loss for words. Typically, Guy is unremarkable and reticent, but it seems he is anything but that now. All right, Xiang, lead me to our room, Guy requests. Upon arriving at the door, Guy addresses Minako. You may return to your own room. Furthermore, if you wish to travel with Xiang, please exercise some restraint. Minako, initially poised to retort, bites her tongue as Guy releases a hint of intimidation that leaves her startled. Oh, she replies meekly. Once inside the room, Guy tells Xiang, I've kept her in check. She won't be too overbearing. Try not to dismiss her too harshly. I can see she has feelings for you. With that, Guy concludes the conversation. Xiang bows his head in silence, lost in thought. The following day, Minako joins Guy and Xiang as a new companion, and their journey continues. After a lengthy expedition, they finally arrive at the final gym location, Lychee Island. Upon their arrival on the island, Guyi and his companions were greeted by an array of inns vying for patrons, but Guyi made a beeline for the Dragon God Hotel. The doorman inquired whether they were there to check in. Guyi clarified, I am here to challenge the gym. May I be announced? The doorman responded, please hold on a moment. After a brief wait, a middle-aged woman emerged, introducing herself as Lu Li, a trainer from the Lugon Island gym. Who is the challenger? She asked. Guyi stepped forward, declaring, it is I. Lu Li instructed the attendant to prepare accommodations for the children and turned to Guyi, saying, follow me. Guyi told Ziyang and the others, you wait for me. I will join you after the match. He followed Lu Li to a battleground. Lu Li explained, my battle format is doubles, meaning 2 Pokémon will be used simultaneously. The side whose Pokémon faints first will lose. Do you understand? Guyi nodded, affirming his comprehension. Lu Li called forth, go, Alakazam and Gyarados. Guyi responded with, Psyduck and Onyx. Lu Li remarked, oh, a Gyarados made of crystal. Be cautious. Go. Gyarados, use Bone Club. Guyi countered, Psyduck, catch the Bone Club. Psyduck skillfully intercepted the Bone Club, leaving Lu Li astonished. What? She exclaimed. Guyi added, without the Bone Club, Gyarados' battle prowess will diminish significantly. Lu Li commanded, Alakazam, use Confusion to distract Psyduck and retrieve the Bone Club. Guyi retorted, I won't let you have your way. Psyduck, use Psychic. Psyduck faced Alakazam in a tense standoff. Lu Li ordered, Gyarados, use Tackle. Guyi countered with, Onyx. Steel Tail. Onyx's Steel Tail struck Gyarados, followed by a powerful blow to Alakazam, which was engaged with Psyduck. Lu Li directed, Alakazam, Gyarados. Guyi concluded with, Onyx. Rock Slide, and Psyduck, Water Pulse. Onyx's Rock Slide struck Alakazam, while the ensuing Water Pulse hit Gyarados. As the mist cleared, both Alakazam and Gyarados fell. Unable to continue battling, Guyi emerged victorious, earning the 4th badge, the Lu Li badge. There were no significant events in the Orange Archipelago, so I shall skip over that. I hope you do not mind, thank you. Chapter 69. The Victory Cup begins following the duel. Guyi and his companions reveled in the VIP treatment at the Dragon God Hotel, the private hot spring facilities proving to be impeccable. After their indulgence, the next day, Guyi bid farewell to Lu Li and, accompanied by Ziyang and Mei Nazi, departed. Guyi's journey had slowed considerably, as he had already acquired all 4 badges. However, he found the situation intriguing. Mei Nazi seemed notably dependent on Ziyang, who did not display any aversion toward her. It appeared that Ziyang was not as simple as he seemed and likely harbored untold complexities. After an arduous journey, Guyi finally arrived at the finals of the Victory Cup, located in the Citrus Islands. Upon arriving at the challenge registration area, the administrator requested to see the badges. Lone Leaf presented 4 badges, which the administrator confirmed were valid. Next, identification was required, and Lone Leaf produced a Pokédex. The administrator continued to verify the details. Pallet Town, Drago Lone Leaf, age 10. Ah, is that you? Oh, Lone Leaf, you finally arrived. A voice came from behind. Lone Leaf turned to find Ash standing there. Ash, I knew you would return. I've been waiting for you. Lone Leaf exclaimed. The administrator confirmed, indeed. Ash has successfully challenged the Victory Cup. Well done, Ash, Lone Leaf remarked. Not at all. Now I can't wait to see your performance. The administrator logged in the challenge qualification. The challenge is scheduled for tomorrow at 8 a.m. Best of luck. Thank you, Lone Leaf replied. Following Ash out of the registration area, Ash noticed a girl beside Zinnia. Who is this? He inquired. Lone Leaf quickly realized, this is Minako, Zinnia's. How should I put it? Friend. Ash, rather straightforward, dismissed it, introducing himself. I'm Ash, nice to meet you. Likewise, Minako responded. Thus, we followed Ash to the Pokémon Center, where we also encountered Misty and Brock, enjoying a delightful evening together. This is the Victory Cup Duel Arena on Citrus Island. Following Ash's participation, another contender from Pallet Town steps onto this stage. Please welcome contestant Lone Leaf, the host announced. With calm determination, Lone Leaf walked out from the aisle. Next, the chief trainer of the Southern Cross, Yuji, a well-built man, emerged as well. Both Lone Leaf and Yuji took their positions on the battlefield. Judges, please exchange your Pokémon. Are both sides ready? Lone Leaf and Yuji nodded. The match begins now. Yuji commanded, go Ditto. The host declared the match underway. Yuji's Ditto had defeated countless challengers. What Pokémon will contestant Lone Leaf utilize? This is indeed exciting. Lone Leaf tossed a Pokeball, and a petite blue Pokémon emanating a chilling aura gracefully appeared on the field. Host, what is this? I've never seen such a Pokémon before. This is unexpected. Yuji was equally taken aback. Lone Leaf announced, this is ICV. Yuji responded in surprise, what? ICV? An Ice-type Pokémon. But this is an opponent I know nothing about. Return Ditto. Yuji called back his Pokémon. The host remarked, Yuji decisively recalled Ditto. It seems he is quite cautious against unfamiliar Pokémon. What will he use next to counter this? Chapter 70. The Special Skills of Pokémon, the host announced. Victory Cup, first half on rocky terrain. Lone Leaf faces Yuji. Yuji, unfamiliar with Lone Leaf's Pokémon, withdrew Ditto. What will Yuji use next? Yuji threw a Pokeball, declaring, go Electabuzz. The host noted, Yuji has called forth Electabuzz. A clash of electricity and ice, perhaps? Lone Leaf queried, are you certain about this, Yuji? Yuji replied, honestly. I don't have any fire-type Pokémon, but... He hesitated. Let us continue the match. Lone Leaf responded, prepare yourself. Ice Wind. ICV unleashed a frigid gust directed at Electabuzz. Electabuzz, Thunderbolt. Yuji commanded. The 2 antennae atop Electabuzz crackled with electricity, dispersing the icy wind. ICV, quick as lightning. Lone Leaf instructed, and ICV adeptly dodged the Thunderbolt, charging toward Electabuzz. YG's reflexes are remarkably swift, yet I await your approach. Electabuzz, with a fiery punch. How unexpected. However, do you truly believe that such an attack can harm the Ice Fairy? The Ice Fairy unleashes an ice beam, while Electabuzz charges forward with its fiery punch. Instead of targeting Electabuzz with the ice beam, the Ice Fairy skillfully aims at the ground, creating an icy wall before it. Electabuzz shatters the wall with a single strike. Yet the Ice Fairy has already vanished from sight. Where has the Ice Fairy gone? YG questions, as Electabuzz begins its search. The Ice Fairy summons a blizzard, which descends from the sky, enveloping Electabuzz completely. YG looks up to see the Ice Fairy maintaining the storm in midair, revealing its cunning strategy. It had leapt into the air just as Electabuzz destroyed the ice wall. Thunderbolt. Electabuzz cries, but the Ice Fairy cannot evade in the air. In that case, it employs Mirror Code, absorbing the Thunderbolt and redirecting double the power back to Electabuzz. YG is taken aback by this clever tactic. As both the Ice Fairy and Electabuzz begin to pant, indicating a significant depletion of stamina. I can't afford to delay any longer, YG thinks. Ice Fairy. Ice Step. Although the Ice Fairy's strength is still lacking, Ice Step allows it to condense ice elements into its limbs, providing both offensive and defensive capabilities. YG observes as the ground beneath the Ice Fairy freezes with each step. Electabuzz unleashes a Thunderbolt, yet the Ice Fairy deftly glides across the ground, evading the attack. Thanks to Ice Step, the Ice Fairy's speed has doubled, drawing ever closer to Electabuzz. With a final Ice Tread, the Ice Fairy accelerates and strikes Electabuzz squarely in the chest, exerting all its might, and sending Electabuzz crashing into the rocky terrain. As the dust settles, Electabuzz lies motionless against the rocks, frostbite lingering on its chest. The referee declares Electabuzz unable to continue, announces the judge. YG recalls Electabuzz, exclaiming, "Ash is truly remarkable. If it weren't for our shared upbringing, I would have thought he hailed from another region, with so many Pokémon from other areas. What good fortune has accompanied him? YG, such impressive skills. These are all your own training, are they not? No wonder you are the champion of the Indigo League," remarks YG. YG, you know me well. If one does not even recognize their opponent's identity, that is the true misfortune, responds YG. The Ice Fairy is returned. And YG asks, what will you summon next? The match must continue. YG, are you not using the Ice Fairy? YG shakes his head, explaining that the Ice Fairy is exhausted and should not be pushed further. I had planned to battle one-on-one from the beginning. Then, it's time for a rematch. Transform. Ditto. The pink, soft Ditto takes the stage once more. Next up for me is, come forth, Golduck. YG declares, as Ditto transforms into Golduck. In this encounter, Yuji initiated the attack, unleashing the formidable abilities of his Psyduck, utilizing psychic powers to challenge the opponent. The Psyduck, with its hands converging, shaped a wave of water. And with a decisive strike, it sent forth a powerful torrent towards Ditto, overwhelming it with an unstoppable force akin to a raging tempest. Koyuki, with a smile, whispered the name of the technique, Cloud-Splitting Palm. Indeed, this was the Cloud-Splitting Palm. A technique that Koyuki realized could transform the impossible into the possible within the realm of Pokémon. Recognizing Psyduck's innate combat talent, Koyuki had deliberately taught it this technique, which required water to maximize its potential, making it perfectly suited for Psyduck. The execution of the Cloud-Splitting Palm sent Ditto soaring, crashing through two boulders before coming to a halt against a third, reverting to its original form as it was deemed unable to continue the fight by the referee. Chapter 71. The might of Pokémon. Yuji was utterly astonished that Ditto had been defeated in a single round, without any chance to retaliate. The onlookers were left in awe of Psyduck's prowess, and Koyuki was equally surprised by the sheer magnitude of the Cloud-Splitting Palm. It seemed almost excessive. Yuji, retrieving his Ditto, remarked, "Your Psyduck is truly formidable." Koyuki replied, "This is the first time I've utilized it. I didn't anticipate its power to exceed expectations." Yuji sighed, realizing that Ditto had merely been a practice target. The announcer exclaimed, "What an impressive display. Koyuki has successfully defeated two of Yuji's Pokémon. What will they summon next?" Yuji called forth, "Go Onix," while Koyuki sent out, "Come forth, Leafeon." The battlefield now featured Yuji's imposing Onix and Koyuki's petite green Leafeon. Yuji inquired, "What kind of Pokémon is that?" Koyuki responded, "Leafeon, a grass-type Pokémon, is one of the evolutions of EV, alongside the previously encountered Vaporeon and Glaceon." Yuji mused, "I never realized the world was so vast. From what I understand, apart from the common water, fire, and electric types, EV has additional evolutions into solar and lunar forms. And I am surprised to discover these two variants." Ash interjected, "I remember now. This is what Koyuki mentioned about Glaceon and Leafeon at the foothills of Evolution Mountain." Misty added, "I also recall. These two Pokémon are utterly adorable." Brock pondered, "What is the matter, Ash?" Koyuki has been well-versed in Pokémon for quite some time. Ash responded, "Indeed, Koyuki's knowledge of Pokémon is so extensive that even Professor Oak is impressed." Yuji remarked, "You certainly know how to present a challenge, being a grass type. In that case, Onix dig." Onix swiftly burrowed into the earth. Koyuki instructed, "Leafeon, close your eyes and attune to your surroundings." Leafeon complied, sensing the vibrations beneath its feet. Koyuki urged, "Dodge." Leafeon suddenly opened its eyes and leaped aside just before Onix erupted from the ground. Koyuki, unleash Leaf Blade. Leafeon's leaves sliced through the air, delivering a swift barrage of leaf blades that struck Onix, inflicting considerable damage. Yuji's Onix unleashed a binding attack, enduring the pain as its tail extended towards the Leaf Fairy. The solitary leaf was rather unwise, allowing the Leaf Fairy to leverage the situation and leap upwards, delicately tapping its limbs on the Onix's tail to jump even higher. Yuji found himself at a loss as the Leaf Fairy summoned the power of sunlight, gathering an orb of light upon its forehead before launching it directly at Onix's head, causing the colossal creature to collapse. The referee declared Onix unable to continue the battle, and as all three of Yuji's Pokémon had also lost their fighting capacity, the first half concluded, prompting a change of venue. Yuji returned to the resting area, gently touching the cherished Pokeball hanging at his chest. Contemplating the prospect of its reemergence, he glanced at the solitary leaf, acknowledging the increasing prowess of the children involved. As the referee announced the end of the break, both trainers took to the field once more. The moment Yuji and the solitary leaf stepped onto the arena, the ground trembled. The rocky terrain gave way to a sandy battlefield. The referee signaled the continuation of the match in the second half. "Yuji, go forth, Gengar," he called, while the solitary leaf summoned Shakira. Gengar, Shadow Ball. Yuji initiated a swift offensive, evidently aiming to seize the initiative. Shakira, Rock Blade, defend yourself. The Rock Blade formed a protective barrier around Shakira, successfully warding off the Shadow Ball. The solitary leaf then declared, "Now it's my turn. Shakira, Rock Storm." With that command, the combination of Rock Seal and Rock Blade generated a powerful storm of rocks. "Gengar, escape," Yuji urged, but the solitary leaf countered, "Impossible." Yuji soon realized that Gengar had been ensnared by the rocks, helplessly caught in the ensuing storm. Moments later, as the tempest subsided, Gengar lay injured upon the ground. "Gengar," Yuji exclaimed, as the referee announced Gengar's incapacity to continue battling. Chapter 72. The Glory of Pokémon. Ash remarked, "This technique has evolved since the Quartz Conference. I recall it didn't capture my Pokémon back then." Misty queried, "What ability ensnared Gengar?" Brock responded, "It must have been Rock Seal. First, it trapped Gengar, leaving it with no escape, and then combined with Sandstorm and Rock Blade to create an even more formidable Rock Storm." Brock, the Pokémon observer, could discern the strategic usage of skills. Yuji recalled Gengar, instructing it to rest well. The solitary leaf also returned Shakira, commending its efforts. Yuji then produced his fifth Pokeball, exclaiming, "Go Venusaur," while the solitary leaf called forth Onix. The announcer declared, "Yuji has chosen Venusaur, while the solitary leaf opts for." This is astonishing. The solitary leaf's Onix is composed of crystals, dazzling in its brilliance. Yuji's envy towards the solitary leaf was palpable. Ash remarked, "This guy? Sneaking off to capture a crystal Onix. Just thinking about it makes me irate." Yuji regained his focus, commanding, "Venusaur, Vine Whip." The solitary leaf countered, "Onix, dig." As the Vine Whip reached for Onix, the colossal serpent burrowed into the sandy expanse, the soft sand quickly reclaiming the newly formed hole. Yuji was caught off guard, realizing that the desert was indeed Onix's domain. "Onix, Body Slam," the solitary leaf commanded. Yuji watched in disbelief as Onix emerged from the sands, launching itself from beneath Venusaur, sending the plant Pokémon soaring through the air. In a fierce battle, the Venusaur, under the command of Yuji, executed a graceful aerial maneuver before unleashing a solar beam directed at the crystal Onix. However, the attack was reflected back at the Venusaur, striking it with double the intensity. The Venusaur plummeted to the ground. As the dust settled, it remained steadfast. But the final attack from the Onix in the form of falling rocks ultimately brought the Venusaur down. The referee declared that Venusaur had lost its ability to fight. The host remarked on the impressive performance of Keha, whose 5 Pokémon had not suffered a single defeat, while Yuji was left with only 1 Pokémon remaining, and Keha still had an unused one. The tension in the arena heightened as Yuji called forth his Dragonite, which roared upon entering the fray. Keha responded with his Shelgon. Yuji's last hope was upon him. He commanded Dragonite to unleash Thunderbolt, which Shelgon managed to endure. In retaliation, Shelgon launched Dragon Breath at Dragonite, who skillfully evaded the attack. Yuji then countered with Dragon Rage, which struck Shelgon, sending it reeling. Keha retaliated with Flamethrower, while Yuji countered with Water Gun, dispersing the flames and hitting Shelgon once more. Ash interjected, noting that Keha seemed to have a strategy in mind, as Shelgon was not easily overwhelmed. Yuji questioned Keha's intentions, to which Keha smiled enigmatically, revealing that the answer was approaching. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped the battlefield as Shelgon began to evolve. Keha had previously noted Shelgon's rapid growth and realization that it was on the brink of evolution. The host expressed astonishment at this unexpected turn of events as the light faded, revealing the majestic Salamence, known for its blood-red wings. Keha announced that the true battle had now commenced. Salamence launched Dragon Claw at Dragonite, pursuing it with incredible speed. Yuji's Dragonite narrowly evaded the attack. But Keha was relentless, commanding Salamence to use Headbutt, which struck Dragonite directly. In a moment of desperation, Yuji ordered a beam of destruction while Keha did the same. The two beams collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent both Pokémon flying, leaving them both severely weakened. Yuji called for Dragonite to use Thunderbolt again, but Keha countered with Shadow Clone. The Thunderbolt struck one of the clones, leading Yuji to realize his error. Keha seized the moment, commanding Salamence to unleash Flamethrower, which found its mark on Dragonite. As the flames dissipated, Dragonite stood for a brief moment before collapsing. The referee declared that Dragonite had lost its fighting capability, marking the defeat of all 6 Pokémon under Yuji's command. Thus, the victor was Keiha from Shinshin Town. The host announced Keiha's victory, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the crowd. Yuji presented the Lonely Leaf Trophy, congratulating the recipient for their remarkable strength. The trophy was a testament to their accomplishments, and within the Hall of Honor, a photograph of the little sprites alongside Lonely Leaf, adorned with their handprints, was displayed. In the image, Lonely Leaf stood beside the sprites, for the glory truly belonged to them. Chapter 73, Parting in the Pokémon Center. Several young trainers congregated. Ash inquired, "So, where are you headed next, Leaf?" Lonely Leaf paused momentarily, responding, "I suppose I'll accompany you all back to Pallet Town." She then turned to Xiang and Minako, asking, "And you, Xiang? Are you coming to Pallet Town with us?" Xiang remained silent, prompting Minako to explain, "Well, Xiang must return to his family. The deadline has arrived." Lonely Leaf smiled and said, "I see. Xiang, make sure to do your best. If you lose, don't expect me to acknowledge you." Xiang's eyes sparkled as he nodded in agreement. "All right, let us not be glum," Lonely Leaf encouraged. "Today, we shall celebrate. I will showcase my culinary skills." Ash exclaimed, "Oh, I can't wait to taste Lonely Leaf's cooking again." That evening, a table laden with delectable dishes left everyone salivating. Dumplings, oden, and a variety of exquisite Chinese delicacies. Ash dove into his meal eagerly, while Misty, Brock, and Minako joined him in feasting. However, Lonely Leaf noticed Xiang's troubled expression. "What's wrong, Xiang?" she asked. Xiang confessed, "I still don't wish to return." "Why not?" she pressed. "I'm not ready," Xiang replied, only to be interrupted by Lonely Leaf. "Don't tell me you lack confidence. I don't want you to embarrass yourself." Xiang lowered his gaze. With a sigh, Lonely Leaf remarked, "If you avoid facing your challenges, it will only make you appear cowardly. To grow stronger, you must cultivate confidence." Xiang replied, "I'm sorry." But Lonely Leaf retorted, "Don't apologize to me. The ones you owe an apology are your Pokémon. Who do you think has endured the hardships of training alongside you all this time?" Xiang reflected on his Pokémon, and Lonely Leaf added, "If you are to be such a person, then I must say, I have misjudged you." At that moment, Xiang finally awakened to his true purpose. "I must become stronger," he declared. "I will fight alongside my Pokémon until the very end." Xiang had come to terms with himself. Lonely Leaf nodded approvingly. "All right, let us enjoy dinner," she said. Xiang responded, "Yes. Oh, Ash, save some for me." And he rushed to compete with Ash for the food. The following day, Lonely Leaf journeyed alongside Ash, Misty, and Brock toward Pallet Town, as Xiang and Minako watched them depart from the dock. At sea, Ash proudly held the trophy, reveling in his triumph. Suddenly, Lapras veered sharply in a particular direction. "What is happening, Lapras?" Ash wondered, momentarily puzzled. "Leaf, you should head to the Pokémon Center on the nearby island and wait for us," he instructed. Lonely Leaf nodded, watching Ash leave, and sighed as she proceeded toward the next town. While waiting at the Pokémon Center, Lonely Leaf found herself rather bored. After a while, Ash and the others returned, and Ash immediately sought out Professor Oak. Lonely Leaf didn't inquire further, choosing instead to observe quietly. Once Ash finished speaking with Professor Oak, he approached Lonely Leaf. "What is going on, Ash?" she asked. "Oh, Leaf," Ash replied. "Lapras found its companion, but unfortunately, that companion rejected it." Professor Oak explained that someone had harmed Lapras, instilling fear of humans in it. Ash was infuriated. Who could do such a thing? He demanded. "It must be the thieving band. I'm certain of it," someone suggested, turning to reveal Miss Junsha. "Miss Junsha, what is this band of thieves you speak of?" "This area is a Pokémon protection zone. Yet there exists a group of individuals who, like pirates, blatantly disregard legal statutes and engage in the rampant capture of Pokémon. This behavior is utterly outrageous, Junsha. Moreover, they even resort to the use of explosives. It is simply unforgivable, and I am certain these miscreants are responsible for this turmoil. Junsha, do you possess any insights into this matter? I suspect that such wicked deeds could only be orchestrated by Team Rocket. Please, enlighten me with further details." "Those individuals are incorrigible villains, miserly, cunning, and astonishingly foolish, embodying a trifecta of vices." At this moment, a voice emanates from behind the medical doors. "Apologies. We are a trio. What on earth?" "Since you have inquired with such sincerity, we shall graciously divulge the information." Team Rocket, enshrouded in bandages, emerges. Jesse, to prevent the world from being devastated. James, to safeguard the peace of the world. Jesse, the embodiment of love and true evil. James, the charming yet delightful villain. "We are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy." James exclaims. "A radiant future awaits us." Just then, Sounds of bones cracking echo from their bodies, causing them to crouch in pain. Meowth supporting himself with a cane. Indeed, it was you lot behind this. Please do not wrongfully accuse us, Jessie retorts. We are merely victims. I refuse to believe you. Meowth, witnessing their plight, suddenly experiences a fracture himself, tears streaming down in agony. Misty approaches. You have committed so many heinous acts, and yet you dare to speak. Jessie responds. While that may be true, this time is different. James adds. Our submarine was also destroyed by that band of thieves bomb, and Meowth has suffered collateral damage. All of this is a consequence of your numerous misdeeds. James chuckles foolishly. Perhaps that is the case. Meowth, it seems, has divine justice on his side. Jessie gives James and Meowth each a light smack on the head. What are you two reflecting upon? Junxiao apologetically states. I must request that you three accompany me to the police station. Junxiao, please allow us to file a victim report, Jessie implores. Team Rocket immediately stands, Jessie exclaims. No need for that. James adds, we are fully recovered. Well then, we bid you farewell. Team Rocket crashes through the glass and makes their escape. You must hurry and apprehend that band of thieves. Meowth urges. We shall seek revenge. Junxiao chases after them. Do not leave. What are they up to? Leaf follows Ash in search of Dragonite. Upon discovering a group of Dragonites, they notice one being pursued by a ship. Leaf's temper flares. He will not forgive those who harm Pokémon. Satoshi, notify Miss Junxiao. Misty, accompany me to thwart the pirates. Ash, it's up to you to rescue Dragonite. Satoshi, Misty, and Leaf all agree. Satoshi releases Maril to head back and inform Junxiao, while Ash sets off to save Dragonite, and Misty follows Leaf to the pirate ship. Upon arriving at the pirate ship, Mine has extended his body to assist the timid Xiaoxia aboard. Who are you, bandit leader? He inquired. Xiaoxia, remain by the side. I hope you can keep secret what unfolds next, he added. Oh, Xiaoxia. The leader scoffed, just a little brat. With icy fury in his eyes, Liyue charged forth, causing the pirates to tremble with fear. The air was soon filled with cries of despair. Xiaoxia was astonished by Liyue's ferocity, understanding now why confidentiality was paramount. The pirates were swiftly subdued and tied up, while Ash successfully rescued his Dragonite and returned. Miss Junxiao took the band of pirates away, and Ash bid farewell to Dragonite, who reluctantly returned him to his companions. Goodbye, Ash, Xiaoxia, and Xiaojian, Dragonite said. Chapter 74. The mischievous Thunderball with Dragonite's departure. Ash and his friends could only venture to Orange Island, where they had heard of regular ferries departing for their hometown of Pallet Town. How wonderful! We can finally return to Pallet Town, Ash exclaimed. It has been ages since I savored my mother's exquisite cooking, Pikachu added. Now I can finally see Professor Oak. Xiaojian exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. I bet the professor has been waiting impatiently for our return, Xiaoxia chimed in. However, upon reaching the bridge to Orange Island, they found the entrance blocked. What is going on? Liyue questioned. Ash read aloud the sign that stated, due to danger, passage to the island is temporarily prohibited. We apologize for the inconvenience. What? What does that mean? Xiaojian asked in confusion. If we cannot leave the island, we won't be able to board the ship. Xiaoxia lamented. I don't care. Let us go check it out, Ash declared. But this is the only bridge to the island. Xiaojian protested. Just then, an explosion erupted on the bridge, severing a section and startling everyone, save for Liyue. Liyue, Ash, Xiaoxia, you take my minus to the island. It can accommodate 2 people. Xiaojian, you can ride with me on my salamence, Liyue instructed. Is that all right? Ash queried. No problem. Come forth, Minus and salamence. Liyue replied. Xiaoxia was thrilled to see Minus again, while Xiaojian felt honored to ride salamence. All right, let us go, Liyue called. Ash and Xiaoxia traveled by sea on Minus, while Liyue and Xiaojian rode salamence, soaring towards Orange Island. What on earth has occurred on this island? Xiaojian wondered. Liyue followed Ash and the others onto the island, finding it eerily deserted, with vacant houses lining the streets. How strange. Where is everyone? Ash mused. It feels like a ghost town, Xiaoxia remarked. Xiaojian called out, excuse me. Is anyone here? What is going on in this city? Ash pondered aloud. Just then, a shadow appeared beside a trash bin, attracting the attention of Bokibi, while Liyue, noticing the shadow due to Bokibi, paid it little mind. Ash pushed open a door, entering a grand hall. Excuse me. Is anyone here? Please respond, he called. Bokibi sat atop a table, playing. Hearing Xiaojian exclaim, look over there. It's the fairy. Xiaoxia rushed to take a look, leaving Bokibi behind at the table, while Liyue followed suit. Ash tugged at the door, but it remained obstinately shut. What should we do? The ship is just ahead, and yet we are unable to return. At that moment, Pachirisu was no longer on the table. Huh, Misty? What's the matter, Brock? Misty exclaimed, Pachirisu is missing. Everyone dashed outside in search of Pachirisu. When they finally located it, they found Pachirisu frolicking with Electrode. Ash took out his Pokédex, which identified Electrode as an enigmatic Pokémon typically found near power plants, adept at various electric-type moves. Due to its propensity for sudden explosions, one must exercise utmost caution when encountering it. Watch out, Pachirisu. Misty cautioned as she approached. It's too dangerous. Quickly, come down from Electrode. Don't dawdle, come down, she urged. However, to her surprise, while Misty managed to grab Pachirisu, it still clung to Electrode. Hold on a moment. Ash interjected, sensing that something was amiss. Misty, did you notice that it feels like someone is watching us? Shadows began to emerge from the alley. The Pokédex chimed in again, identifying the mischievous Voltorb, the evolved form of Electrode, which is notorious for exploding when provoked, earning it the nickname Bomball. Bomball, Ash remarked, observing how it appeared even more volatile than Electrode. One by one, the Voltorb rolled out. Ash and his friends attempted to sneak away quietly, but suddenly, a sign was toppled by the wind, triggering a series of explosions. After running a short distance, they discovered they were surrounded by Voltorb. An older gentleman on a rooftop called down to Ash and his companions, instructing them not to move. He released a horde of Diglett, directing them to tunnel underground and deal with the Voltorb, thus saving their lives. Afterward, they conversed with the old man to understand the origins of the Voltorb and Electrode crisis. If the Voltorb were not resolved, the communication ship would be rendered inoperable. May I ask who you are? Asked Ash. The old man introduced himself. I am Brock, a hired trainer for Diglett. I am responsible for creating tunnels for them to escape to the grasslands outside the city. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted, abruptly canceling the contract and stating that someone else had been hired. Outside, a tremor shook the ground as a mechanical device appeared before them. What is that? Brock inquired. What followed was Team Rocket's entrance, delivering their signature lines, which I am too lazy to write. They began detonating Voltorb to collect them. Watching one after another explode and be gathered, the fury within Brock was palpable. At that moment, the lightning ball, which was being played with by Poké, rolled in front of the machine, prompting Poké to follow suit. Gulu hurried to the front of Team Rocket's machine. Musashi, what are you up to? Gulu commanded. Release your Pokeball, Golduck, use Psychic. To avoid aggravating the mischievous Pokémon, Golduck utilized its psychic power to control the machine and rescued the trapped mischievous Pokémon from Team Rocket. Throw the machine away. Team Rocket is such a nuisance. Previously, the explosion caused by Team Rocket had attracted other mischievous Pokémon. Uncle Galoo, let's have Digger send the mischievous Pokémon to the grasslands, he said resolutely. Come forth. Sandshrew. Along with its companions, the Sandshrew excavated tunnels through which they transported the mischievous Pokémon to the grasslands, thus alleviating the danger posed by the Tofu Island. The following day, Gulu and Ash departed aboard a communication ship. Chapter 75, returning to Pallet Town, leaving Pallet Town. Ash, we're finally back in Pallet Town, exclaimed Pikachu. Misty, look Poké, doesn't it bring back memories? Brock, the Oak Laboratory is just around the corner. I can't wait to see Professor Oak. Gulu smiled. All right then, let us head home. Okay, let's go. They hurried to Ash's home, and Ash took a deep breath before opening the door. I'm back. However, the voice that greeted him was not his mother's. As Ash rushed inside, he unexpectedly collided with Brock, who had been sitting there. Misty, Brock, why are you here? Ash asked, bewildered. Brock, pouring tea, responded, well, Ash, what are you doing here? Weren't you on Tenkai Island? I thought you said you were staying. Ash replied, yeah. How's your research life been? Misty inquired. And what about Professor Oak? Upon hearing Oak's name, Brock slumped to the ground. Please, don't ask about him. You're back, Ash exclaimed upon seeing Aunt Hanako, who rushed over, but she knelt down to pet Pikachu, leaving Ash momentarily stunned. Aunt Hanako recounted how she had encountered Brock, who had been persistently vying for the role of the suction cup man. Brock urged Ash to take him to Professor Oak, and Ash, realizing the moment, handed the Victory Cup trophy to his mother. Everyone arrived at Professor Oak's laboratory, and Ash called out, Professor Oak, is anyone here? Suddenly, a Grimer emerged, wrapping itself around Ash. After some commotion, Professor Oak finally managed to extricate himself from the Grimer. Ash presented a Pokeball. Professor Oak, this is for you. What is this ball? Oak inquired, eager to begin his research as he placed the ball onto a device. They then ventured into the yard, where Ash's Snorlax, Tauros, and Kingler awaited them. At that moment, Gulu's Moltres appeared before everyone. Brock, this is Moltres, the legendary Pokémon. Quick, take notes. Is Gulu doing well? Moltres seems delighted. Brock noted, could it be that this Moltres belongs to Gulu? Indeed, my Pokémon, Gulu affirmed. Brock's documentation caught Professor Oak's attention, and he examined Brock's notes. Just then, the backyard was suddenly shrouded by a curtain, signaling the return of Team Rocket. Ash and his companions found themselves at a loss. While Guy leisurely sipped tea in his room, suddenly, the curtain was torn open, and Shigeru returned, having successfully dealt with Team Rocket. It was evident that Ash and Shigeru were not on the same page, and before long, they began to bicker. "Let us battle," declared Ash. "Fine, let us go one-on-one," replied Shigeru. "All right, Pikachu, you're up." Pikachu, against Eevee. Then, Shigeru decided. "I'll act as the referee. Pikachu versus Eevee, let the match begin." Ash commanded, "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." The battle commenced. In the end, Ash was defeated, and Shigeru returned to the lab, only to find Guy still calmly enjoying his tea. As Shigeru passed by, Guy spoke. "Have you grown stronger?" "Indeed," Shigeru replied solemnly. Guy stood up and said, "Then continue on your journey," before departing, leaving Shigeru clenching his fists. Back at home, Jier finally had a rare chance to breathe fresh air, as she could not appear when there were others around Guy. "Guy, I've noticed your form is becoming clearer," she remarked. "Indeed, your carefree chi manipulation technique has reached the second advanced level. Once you break through to the third level, my embodiment will be just like that of a normal person," Guy responded. "I see. I want to venture out for a while, hoping to achieve that breakthrough," Jier encouraged. "Actually, you've reached a bottleneck during your travels. With a few days of focused training, you can attain the third level. I also wish to explore this world," Jier added. "That's fine," but Guy began to notice Jier more closely. "You've shrunk," he said. "Did you notice? My physical age synchronizes with that of my host. I am as old as you," Jier explained. Thus, Guy remained in Masera town for half a month, while Ash had left for his journey 2 weeks prior, inviting Guy along. However, Guy had declined, citing other matters. At last, Guy achieved his breakthrough, reaching the third level, his power surging to such an extent that he felt an exhilarating urge to challenge Mutuo. This was the essence of Power's explosive growth. And Jier also prepared to accompany Guy in her true form during their travels, just in case. For the time being, Guy advised Jier to return to the Chi Ring until they found a secluded spot to re-emerge. Guy approached Professor Oak. "Professor, I wish to travel to Johto." "Oh, I've been expecting you. Here is the new Pokédex for you," Professor Oak replied. "Thank you," Guy said. "What Pokémon will you take with you?" the professor inquired. "I'll take Shakira and Mutuo," Guy answered. "That's wise. It's better for Mutuo to accompany you," Professor Oak agreed. Guy bid farewell to Aunt Hanako, donned a black trench coat and gray jeans, and set off with his luggage. Chapter 76, Yue Town. A new companion, what a thick fog, mused a beautiful girl in a white dress, who was none other than Jier. Indeed, having left Masera town, Guy called Jier forth from the forest, and she began her journey alongside him. "Shoo, quiet. It seems there's a creature nearby," Guy whispered. "Really? Let us go take a look," Jier replied. Lonely Leaf discovered the source of the enchanting aura, where a noble and elegant little sprite stood in the center of a tranquil pool. This sprite, resembling a leopard, emitted a soft blue glow. 2 snowy white silks encircled its aquamarine body, while its long purple hair swayed gracefully. "Jiet, what kind of sprite is this?" Lonely Leaf inquired. "This is the Water Lord, a legendary sprite and the embodiment of the North Wind, possessing the miraculous power to purify water," Jier responded. "Is he currently purifying the water?" Lonely Leaf speculated. Feeling confident in his assumption, "We should take our leave. Aren't you going to capture him?" Lonely Leaf shook his head. "Such legendary sprites have their own missions and cannot be captured. They are bound by their nature. Let us depart." "Understood," Jier replied. At that moment, the Water Lord opened its eyes and gazed in the direction of Lonely Leaf and Jier's departure. It had long sensed their presence, as both were imbued with the essence of nature, creating an aura of familiarity that eased the Water Lord's vigilance. Due to Lonely Leaf's practice of the Carefree Universe technique, his aura had become fluid and inviting, while Jier radiated pure, unblemished spiritual energy. It was no wonder the Water Lord felt at ease. Emerging from the mist, Lonely Leaf stood atop the mountain, gazing down at the town below, feeling the refreshing breeze. They had finally arrived at the town where the journey would begin, Ruayi Town. "Jier, it's time to embark," Lonely Leaf urged. "Indeed," Jier agreed. At the Pokémon Center, Joy handed over a Pokédex. "Lonely Leaf, you have successfully registered with the Johto League. Best of luck. Here is your guidebook." "Thank you," Lonely Leaf replied, and then, accompanied by Jier, ventured into the department store to purchase 2 travel bags, a small pink backpack for Jier and a larger black one for himself, as his previous bag had grown too worn. They also acquired a tent, sleeping bags, ample food supplies, and medicinal provisions before departing the store. wandering along the forest path. The serene ambience enveloped them, imparting a sense of tranquility. However, an unsettling presence soon disrupted the peace. Lonely Leaf stumbled upon a small sprite, battered and bruised, lying amidst the grass. "Jeer, what has happened to this child?" This is a threadball, a type of sprite known for spinning silk to create nests. Remaining motionless as it awaits prey, it can traverse any surface effortlessly. Its silk is a prized beauty product, renowned for leaving the skin radiant, Jeer explained. Then why is it so severely injured? Does it have no companions? Lonely Leaf pondered. It is likely an outcast among its kind, he conjectured. Such a unique sprite may have been shunned by its peers. Why? Jeer asked, concern evident in her voice. Lonely Leaf retrieved the Pokédex to provide clarity. You will understand once you see the information. After examining the entry, Jeer realized. So it is. The typical threadball is green, while this one is blue. Lonely Leaf. You are correct. Sprites with such unusual coloration are considered outcasts among their kind, leading to a solitary existence. Jeer's nurturing instincts surfaced, her eyes filled with tenderness. After Lonely Leaf tended to the threadball, it regained consciousness, its eyes meeting those of a human, instinctively wary. It glared fiercely at Jeer, who displayed only kindness. Do not worry. We mean you no harm, Jeer reassured softly. Her soothing aura calmed the threadball, allowing it to relax once more. A day later, the threadball had fully recovered, and Lonely Leaf and Jeer prepared to continue their journey. After walking for a while, Jeer and Guy arrived at the realization that the child was following them. Guy, I anticipated this outcome. Jeer, why? Guy responded, little spirits are easily drawn to people, especially when treated with kindness. They will strive with all their might. Jeer, you should embrace it. Jeer shook her head, asserting that she merely wished to accompany Guy on this journey, not to capture the little spirit. Turning to the little sphere, she asked, do you wish to accompany us? The sphere nodded. Jeer added, however, I am not a trainer. Are you willing to follow him? She pointed at Guy. The sphere gazed at Guy, who emanated a very comforting aura. During the sphere's time of injury, Guy had taken great care of it, as long as it could stay with them. The sphere nodded in agreement. Jeer exclaimed, it has consented, Guy. Guy sighed. But for the sphere to be with me, it must grow stronger, which will be arduous. Can you endure hardships? The sphere initially appeared bewildered but then shone with determination. Guy remarked, a resolute gaze. He took out a Pokeball, saying, come forth. The sphere lightly tapped the ball and was drawn inside, shaking twice before coming to a halt. Guy declared, all right, let us proceed. Jeer was elated, responding, yes. Let us go. In Chapter 77, The Bewildering Forest, Guy and Jeer traversed the gem-rich Dunjiao Valley and entered the bewildering forest. Jeer remarked, why is this forest so eerie? Guy explained, this is the bewildering forest, where illusions frequently manifest. We require the guidance of the little spirit Gugu, primarily for its ability to pierce through darkness. Guy then produced the Pokédex, showing it to Jeer. The entry read, Gugu, the owl Pokémon, is known to perch on one leg and possesses large eyes that enable it to see clearly even in the faintest light of night. Jeer asked, do you not need to capture Gugu? Guy replied, surely you haven't forgotten. It's quite difficult to stray off course, especially with the abilities I have acquired from my training in the Qianquan technique, which grants me the true eye. Even without the Qianquan technique, my psychic abilities can penetrate all illusions. Now, let us move forward. As Guy and Jeer journeyed through the forest, they were enveloped in darkness. Suddenly, a thick fog descended. Guy noted, it seems some little spirits are approaching. Jeer questioned, why is that? Guy explained, though you may not possess the ability to see through illusions, you should still be able to perceive them. Jeer focused her attention and discerned several little spirits in the darkness. These are, Guy identified, Gungwei, Gungsi Tong, and, oh, there's even a Mengyao. Jeer exclaimed, Mengyao? In the stillness of night, the elusive dream demon, accompanied by the mischievous, screaming sprite, reveled in its nocturnal antics, startling unsuspecting souls with its shrill cries. Yet, as I discerned their true nature, my keen gaze unveiled the spectral essence of these ethereal sprites, sending them fleeing into the shadows. However, the dream demon remained undeterred, descending from its perch upon a tree to confront me directly. What intentions does this spirited creature harbor? Observing the dream demon brimming with combat fervor, I recognized its warrior spirit and resolved to tame it. Go forth, Shakira, I commanded. The dream demon, undaunted, initiated its assault with a confusion ray, but Shakira's sandstorm thwarted the chaotic attack. Undeterred, the dream demon unleashed a psychic beam, closing the distance and inflicting notable damage upon Shakira. To my dismay, I noticed Shakira exhibiting signs of poisoning, her form tinged with a sinister purple hue. Shakira, what troubles you? I inquired, astonished that this dream demon bore such toxic capabilities. As the psychic beam struck Shakira, it released its venomous nature. My desire to capture this creature intensified. Shakira, utilize rock duality. I commanded. Shakira's rock seal immobilized the dream demon, followed by a barrage of rock blades that struck true. Now go? Pockball, I exclaimed, the sphere colliding with the dream demon and ensnaring it within. The Pockball shook violently before finally coming to rest. Retrieving the captured dream demon, I ensured Shakira's poison was alleviated, confirming her safety before releasing the dream demon to attend to its wounds. As the creature basked in my healing touch, it felt a profound sense of comfort and silently acknowledged me as its master. It seems to have taken quite a liking to you, remarked Jill. Once the dream demon was fully healed, I returned it to its Pockball. Let us proceed. The exit from the forest should be near. Emerging from the enchanted forest, we arrived at Lineball Town, where we replenished our supplies before continuing our journey. Along the way, I seized every opportunity to train my Pokémon, ensuring that even during their rest, the mighty Mutuo would refine its powers diligently. Following this rhythm, our travels led us through numerous quaint towns, including Antler Town, home to the majestic Stag King, the joyous Egg Town, and the renowned Bellflower Tower. At last, we reached the Kikyo Gym. Let us ascend, I declared, taking the elevator to the summit of the gym's towering edifice, where a gathering of individuals stood poised around the arena. In the vibrant town of Masera, I am Ryoko, poised to challenge the gym leader. Standing confidently at the center is ASU, the trainer of the Kikyo Gym, who accepts my challenge. The referee announces, challenger Ryoko from Masera Town faces gym trainer ASU. The match will conclude when one side's 3 Pokémon can no longer battle. Let the contest commence. ASU calls upon Gugu, while I send forth my own line of battle. Chapter 78, Kikyo Gym. ASU unleashes Gugu, a bug-type Pokémon, and remarks, do you not know that flying types are strong against bug types? I remain silent, and ASU, feeling a surge of frustration, commands, Gugu, use Bug Buzz. I observe the determination of my Pokémon, and it seems ASU may be in for a surprise. Lineball, use String Shot. I command, and Gugu, unable to halt its momentum, becomes ensnared in the sticky web. Gugu, cries ASU. Remember, battles are not won solely based on type advantages, I remind him. Lineball, unleash Poison Sting. My Pokémon releases a barrage of purple toxic needles, striking Gugu. Gugu, break free from the web. ASU urges. But Gugu suffers 3 stings before finally managing to escape, albeit severely weakened and poisoned. Lineball, deliver your final poison sting. I instruct. In that case, Gugu, use Whirlwind to charge in. ASU counters. Gugu spirals through the air, evading the incoming needles and charging towards Lineball. Lineball, utilize Quick Attack. I respond, and in an instant, Lineball disappears from Gugu's sight. What? Exclaims ASU. This is my ultimate move. From above, Lineball leaps with incredible speed, landing a direct hit with the poison sting on Gugu. The referee announces, Gugu has lost its battling capability. Lineball emerges victorious. ASU, feeling the weight of defeat, admits, it is my inadequacy. I apologize. Go, Dojuo. Taking a deep breath, I call back Lineball and send forth my Dream Demon. Dojuo, use Quick Attack. ASU commands. Dream Demon, use Scare. I respond, and Dojuo falters, momentarily affected by the fear. Do not be afraid, Dojuo. Use Tri Attack. ASU instructs. As the 3 heads of Dojuo combine their efforts to unleash a Tri Attack. Dream Demon, retaliate. I command, and Dream Demon deftly dodges the incoming attack, countering with a powerful strike that leaves Dojuo struggling to maintain its footing. Why? ASU exclaims. Dream Demon, charge your attack. If you strike after your opponent, your move's power is doubled. ASU realizes, it seems my training is still lacking. Dojuo, unleash Hyper Beam. He commands. Dream Demon, create shadow clones, then Shadow Ball. I respond. Dojuo's Hyper Beam eradicates all the clones, yet the true form remains hidden. At that moment, a Shadow Ball descends from above, striking Dojuo directly. The referee proclaims. Dojuo has lost its battling capability. Dream Demon prevails. ASU recalls Dojuo, astonished at how my shadow clones managed to conceal my true form high above. Now for the final battle, go Pidgeot. He declares, Dream Demon, use Psychic. I command, Pidgeot, employ Quick Attack. ASU counters, and Pidgeot skillfully evades the Psychic attack. Seizing the moment, ASU commands, Thunderbolt, and Pidgeot strikes Dream Demon, sending it crashing to the ground. The Asugan resembled a majestic sculpture, yet as it responded, the pain etched across its features was evident. Upon noticing the purple hue upon its body, Asugan realized it had been poisoned. When had this occurred? As Guy observed the moment when the sculpture struck the dream demon, it became clear that the poison was unleashed at that precise instant. Resolute in his determination, Asugan commanded a swift resolution. The majestic sculpture summoned a whirlwind, drawing the dream demon into its vortex, causing it to tumble downwards. However, in that moment, the sculpture too succumbed to its injuries. Why, Asugan? Guy queried, as the dream demon executed a mutual demise tactic. Asugan, echoing this self-destructive strategy, and Guy as well, unleashed their attacks only to be met with devastation, leading to simultaneous incapacitation of both the dream demon and the sculpture. The gym leader was rendered powerless as well, thus proclaiming Guy the victor. As Asugan approached Guy, he remarked on the splendid battle, acknowledging the many shortcomings it had illuminated within him. "This is the proof that you have bested me," he stated, presenting the wing badge. "Thank you. I shall cherish this badge," Guy replied, departing with Gier. In the 100th chapter, the guardianship of the Articuno unfolds. The elite of Team Rocket, having journeyed from the city of Jekka to a secluded mountain area, found Guy in a state of unease, sensing an impending misfortune. "Gier," she called out, "Guy, what is the matter? I have called you several times. You seem distracted." She noted. Guy, perplexed, confessed, "I don't know. I just feel an unsettling premonition." "Oh dear," Gier reassured him. "Your strength has reached a level unparalleled by any legendary Pokémon in this realm. No matter the challenge, it should be trivial for you. Relax, should anything arise. Your capabilities will surely prevail." Guy managed to smile, acknowledging her words. "Indeed, it's nearly noon. Let us find a place to dine and rest." Upon discovering a tranquil stream amidst an open area, Guy decided it would be the perfect spot to pause. "Wait a moment, Guy," Jer exclaimed. "Look up at the sky." As Guy gazed upward, his pupils dilated in shock at the sight of a creature adorned with soft, shimmering blue feathers, the Articuno. Before Guy could revel in the moment, the majestic creature plummeted before him, its body marred with grievous wounds, a sight both heart-wrenching and shocking. "This is outrageous, Guy. Isn't it?" Jer implored. With tears welling in his eyes, Guy's heart burned with fury at those who would harm such gentle beings. Regaining his composure, he coldly instructed, "Jer, tend to the Articuno. The ones who harmed it will arrive shortly, and I shall deal with them." Jer had never witnessed Guy's fury before. "I understand," she affirmed. Thus, Guy stood vigilant, awaiting the inevitable confrontation. Suddenly, 3 figures emerged in the sky, all largemouth sparrows, each carrying a cloaked individual. The inscriptions upon their garments betrayed their identities. Lonely Leaf stood resolutely before the Articuno, his fists clenched, veins bulging. 3 figures leaped down from the Fiero, and one of the foremost among them remarked, "Who is this child? Does he know who we are?" "We are Team Rocket." The other chimed in, "If you are aware, then be swift to depart, lest you find yourself weeping." Amidst their mocking laughter, Lonely Leaf's eyes turned frost-laden. "If you wish to capture the Articuno, you shall have to step over my corpse first." As those words escaped his lips, an aura of menace enveloped him, causing the 2 in front to tremble in fear, while the last remained unfazed. "This one is not ordinary," thought Lonely Leaf, while the unfazed individual marveled at the boy's formidable aura at such a tender age, questioning how he had encountered such a monster. At that moment, the individual spoke, "You too, fall back." The duo promptly retreated, and he continued, "I am Nickus, an elite member of Team Rocket. This Articuno is my quarry. I kindly ask you to step aside." Lonely Leaf retorted, "What if I refuse?" Nickus replied, "Are you certain you wish to oppose Team Rocket? If a fight is to ensue, let us dispense with the trivialities." Lonely Leaf's expletive reflected his current agitation. "Today, you shall learn the consequences of wrongdoing." Nickus, growing cold, responded, "Since you are intent on underestimating me, do not blame me for what follows. Go, Beartic. Come forth, Shakira." Lonely Leaf summoned. Beartic roared in response, while Shakira, sensing her trainer's ire, fixed her sharp gaze upon Beartic. "Beartic, arm thrust," commanded Nickus. "Shakira, dark pulse," shouted Lonely Leaf. Beartic charged towards Shakira, executing arm thrust, while Shakira unleashed dark pulse in retaliation. Beartic successfully blocked the dark pulse with arm thrust, delivering a counterattack to Shakira. Nickus laughed. "I am not a mere trifling opponent, boy. To me, you are insignificant. Your previous attack barely grazed Shakira. The hard-earned resilience of her body is not for naught. And she possesses iron defense as well." Lonely Leaf's words only fueled Nickus's rage. "You insolent brat, I will strike until you weep." Beartic gathered energy for an energy ball, roaring as a blue projectile coalesced in its hands, hurling it towards Shakira. Lonely Leaf thought, "I shall break you psychologically." and communicated telepathically with Shakira, let him attack, focus on defense. Though Shakira did not fully comprehend, she discerned her trainer's temperament and complied. Initially, she believed her sturdy physique could withstand the blows, merely a tickle. Little did Nikis know that Biardic's assault felt like mere light scratches to Shakira, which would surely infuriate him. Observing the motionless Shakira, Nikis chuckled, questioning her stillness as a sign of fear. However, the sight of the solitary leaf, seemingly in tranquil meditation, drove him to the brink of madness. Yet, witnessing the circle bear's energy blast strike Shakira while she remained unfazed, Nikis's disbelief intensified. How can this be? I refuse to accept it. The circle bear unleashed a flurry of punches, each blow landing upon Shakira, who remained indifferent. Eventually, the circle bear halted, cradling its swollen arm, provoking Nikis's near insanity. Circle bear, unleashed the destructive ray. A luminous sphere gathered in the circle bear's mouth, releasing a powerful beam. But Nikis remained unconvinced that it would not overcome Shakira. Yet, reality proved harsh. Shakira appeared polished and glistening, as if meticulously refined. In fear, the circle bear retreated into its Pokeball, leaving Nikis utterly despondent. The solitary leaf regarded the nearly broken Nikis and commanded Shakira, maximum power, sandstorm. A colossal sandstorm erupted, sweeping the trio of Team Rocket away. Nikis, even if he were to regain his former status within Team Rocket, would find his reputation shattered. A shadow lurking in his mind. Gently stroking Shakira, the solitary leaf praised, "Well done, you've worked hard." Shakira relished her master's affection, her eyes narrowing into slits of contentment. "By the way, what about the Articuno? Come back, Shakira." Shakira returned promptly, turning to see Articuno standing beside Jailer, seemingly having received adequate treatment for its injuries. The solitary leaf approached, inquiring, "Articuno, are you all right?" Articuno nodded, its gaze filled with gratitude. It had witnessed everything that transpired, recognizing the boy's anger and protective instinct. For the first time, it felt the warmth of genuine concern. The solitary leaf sighed in relief. "That's good to hear." For Team Rocket had soured the mood. "Come, I shall prepare a delightful meal to uplift our spirits." Thus, the encounter with Team Rocket was brushed aside, as everyone savored the exquisite culinary skills of the solitary leaf. Jailer often mused that the solitary leaf's culinary prowess was extraordinary. She observed Articuno, completely captivated by the solitary leaf's cooking, pondering if yet another little Pokémon would join their ranks. After the meal, as they tidied up, the solitary leaf advised Articuno, "Your wounds are nearly healed. You'll be fine by tomorrow. Take care." He then called for Jailer as they prepared to leave, but suddenly noticed a tug on his backpack. Articuno was reluctant to part ways, gripping the strap with its beak. "What is it, Articuno?" The bird rubbed its head against the solitary leaf's cheek. Jailer sighed. "You know, I've realized that you can be quite oblivious at crucial moments. It's obvious that Articuno doesn't want to leave you. It wishes to accompany you." The solitary leaf gazed at Articuno. "Is that true?" Articuno squinted its eyes and nodded vigorously. The solitary leaf retrieved the last special Pokeball he had won at the Rainbow City Arcade, the anti-freeze ball. Articuno was captured within the ball without resistance, the light extinguishing immediately. The solitary leaf leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "I've caught Articuno." Jailer, watching from the side, felt joy for the solitary leaf, understanding that for him, Pokémon were the essence of his life. Chapter 80. The Hidden Village. After capturing the Articuno, Guy was filled with exuberance, his face adorned with a broad smile, seemingly shedding the cold demeanor he once possessed. This transformation indicated that his heart had been thoroughly opened by the little sprite, prompting him to embrace a vibrant life filled with encounters with various Pokémon, living freely and joyfully. As Guy traveled with a spirited heart, he arrived beside a narrow path. Jailer consulted her guidebook to ascertain their location. "We are nearing Cypress Town," she said, pointing to a small road on the map. "If we follow this path, we will reach Cypress Town." Guy examined the map closely and noticed that continuing along the path would lead them to a fork. The right path led directly to Cypress Town, while the left plunged into a dense, mist-laden forest, rarely traversed by others due to its obscure depths. Observing the excitement in Guy's eyes, Jailer sighed, already anticipating his choice. "Guy, I have decided," he declared. "Let's take the left path." Jailer whispered. "As expected, Guy finds joy in exploring during our journey, doesn't he? Besides, we can still reach Cypress Town through the forest, albeit with a longer route." "Very well, let us set off." She followed him with a hint of resignation. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Guy noticed the fog thickening around them. "Stay close to me, Jailer. Take my hand." Jailer extended her hand, and Guy grasped it firmly as they delved further into the forest. With each step deeper into the woods, Guy's excitement grew, hoping for an unexpected encounter. Suddenly, he felt a disturbance beneath his feet and swiftly pulled Gier away just in time. A Diglett burst forth from the ground, and Guy exclaimed, "That was close." Just as I thought of something, it happened. "What kind of Pokémon is this, Guy? Why is it attacking us?" Gier, unfamiliar with this world, inquired. Just then, several more Diglett emerged, followed by 3 additional Pokémon from the underbrush. "Oh, those on the ground are Diglett and Dugtrio," Guy explained. "And standing before us are a trio of Psychic-type Pokémon, Hoot Hoot, Surskit, and Gardevoir. They don't seem like wild Pokémon. Why is that?" Gier asked, puzzled. "Clearly, these Pokémon have been trained. They are here to obstruct us, preventing us from advancing. If I am not mistaken, the 3 hiding to the left are likely their trainers. Come out," Guy called, his determination unyielding. Gier pondered. "Is there really someone there? Come out, I insist." Guy's black pupils shimmered with a violet hue as a transparent arc of psychic energy swept across a nearby tree. An audible crackling sound ensued as the tree toppled, revealing 3 young boys emerging from the foliage. "Who are you?" inquired a boy with bright golden hair, exuding an air of cheerfulness. In the depths of the forest, a young boy with golden hair, a radiant sunbeam of a youth, introduced himself, saying, "Oh, is that so? I am Xiao Jin." Following him, a timid boy with blue hair stammered, "I am Xiao Lan." Lastly, a girl with flowing green hair and a porcelain-like face. The very embodiment of cuteness that would elicit exclamations of kawaii from all ages, chimed in, "I am Xiao Lu." Xiao Jin then urged, "All right, you should tell us who you are." "I am Guyi," the boy replied. "And I am Jia Air," the girl added. "What do you wish to do?" Guyi inquired. "We have ventured from beyond the forest, and it is quite unexpected to find others deep within," Xiao Jin remarked. "Oh, is that so?" At this moment, Xiao Jin, Xiao Lan, and Xiao Lu were called out. "Oh, Uncle Dali, we are here." "Ah, time to return," Uncle Dali responded. "And who are these 2? "These individuals have come from outside the forest," Xiao Jin's father explained. "Ah, guests from beyond the forest are indeed a rarity," Uncle Dali said warmly. "Everyone calls me Uncle Dali, and you need not be formal. Feel free to call me Uncle Dali as well." Uncle Dali's warmth was palpable, and both Guyi and Jia Air were unfazed. "Hello, Uncle Dali," they greeted in unison. "Ha ha ha. Come, I shall take you to our village," Uncle Dali beckoned. As Guyi and Jia Air followed him deeper into the forest, a brilliant light emerged ahead, illuminating the path that had been obscured by the dense foliage and mist. Upon stepping out of the forest, Guyi could not help but exclaim, "What a hidden paradise!" Before them lay a quaint village, home to dozens of wooden cottages, accompanied by a small waterfall with crystal-clear waters. "What a beautiful village," Jia Air remarked. "Indeed, let us go," Guyi replied. Chapter 81. The Psychic Village. What a small world. As they entered the village with Uncle Dali, they encountered an array of small sprites, Butterfree, Psyduck, and Kadabra among them, each possessing a common trait, a gift for psychic abilities. Uncle Dali elaborated, "This village is known as the Psychic Village, where every household nurtures sprites endowed with psychic talents." "But surely that is not the main reason for the village's name," Guyi pondered. "Indeed, that is the origin of our village's designation," Uncle Dali replied, his eyes shimmering with a blue glow before he vanished in an instant. A voice echoed from ahead. "Hey, I am over here." Everyone turned to see Uncle Dali had moved several meters ahead. Guyi inquired, "Where's that young boy?" "Greetings, Uncle Dali." Dali turned his head to find Guyi gazing at him with an innocent expression. "Dali, you too possess superpowers?" Guyi inquired. Dali chuckled heartily. "I never anticipated that beyond our village, others in the forest wield such powers. You are indeed a distinguished guest among us. Come, come, this is my home." Following Uncle Dali, they arrived at a quaint 2-story house. "Dali, please, enter," he gestured. Upon stepping inside, one could observe handcrafted wooden furniture intermingled with modern appliances. A woman was busily engaged in the kitchen. "Xiao Jin Ma, prepare a bit more food today. We have a guest from afar," Dali called out. Xiao Jin Ma turned around, exclaiming, "Oh, truly? Welcome. My name is Nana. If you don't mind, you may call me Aunt Nana." Guyi replied, "Aunt Nana. I am Long Guyi. Simply refer to me as Guyi." "And I am Jier," added Jier. "Aunt Nana. Xiao Lan and Xiao LV should stay and dine with us as well," they chimed in. "Thank you, Auntie." Xiao Lan and Xiao LV expressed their gratitude. Dali observed Guyue's contemplative demeanor. "Guyue, what troubles you? Do you have questions?" "Uncle Dali," Guyue began, considering the isolation of the superpower village. "Why do we have such modern appliances?" Dali explained, "Our village, due to the unique nature of its superpower users, has been marked on the map by the village chief to prevent too many outsiders from discovering it. As for these appliances, they are transported from the big city. The League has even established a power plant and a Pokémon center in our village as a precaution, for not everyone can traverse this forest. I see, Gyue responded. But how are these items brought in? The forest is shrouded in white mist. Nana interjected. That is due to the efforts of my brother's family. Although our mountain village is secluded, there are those who wish to leave, yet none have succeeded, except for my brother, who managed to venture out and established a dojo in the big city. His family has relocated there, and he transports appliances back to the village. He returns periodically to see what the village needs and arranges for purchases. He has since retired from being a dojo trainer, passing the reins to his daughter. May I inquire where he is located? Gyue asked. Dolly replied, if I recall correctly, it is in Jinwang City. Is that so? What a small world. To think I've arrived in the hometown of Naji. Nana questioned, how do you know my niece's name? Gyue, connecting the dots of superpower users and the dojo master of Jinwang City, remarked, speaking of which, Naji is now a dojo trainer in Jinwang City. I have challenged her before. Indeed, that child has become a dojo master, Nana confirmed. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. Auntie, uncle, I'm back. Gyue's gaze snapped to the doorway, his pupils dilating in surprise. Before him stood a girl with flowing, deep green hair and a familiar visage. In his heart, Gyue exclaimed, wait, is this for real? Speak of the devil, and she appears. Indeed, it is Naji. Nana, Nasi, what brings you back to the village at this hour? For the time being, Nasi has allowed her father to remain the gym leader. I wish to embark on a journey. So I returned to pay a visit to my aunt. Presently, Nasi exudes no hint of coldness, only a striking elegance in her attire, a red gown adorned with black lace. Gyue couldn't help but mutter under her breath how she had never noticed Nasi's beauty before. Though her voice was barely audible, Jie, standing behind her, caught wind of it and pinched Gyue's waist, causing her to gasp in surprise. Gyue thought to herself, why do all girls possess this trick? It hurts. At this moment, Nasi noticed the person standing beside her aunt. Gyue, what are you doing here? Gyue forced a smile and replied, it's been a while, Nasi. I stumbled into this village while traveling. Nasi remarked, only you could manage to find your way here, with your extraordinary strength, champion boy. Gyue's lips trembled, her face resembling that of a bitter melon. Since when did Nasi enjoy teasing others? If it were to be like this, it would be better for her to remain cold and aloof. Upon seeing Jie behind her, Nasi's first reaction was, how beautiful. Jie's ethereal aura was undeniably captivating to both genders. Nasi inquired, aren't you going to introduce her? Gyue cast a meaningful glance at Jie. With a sigh, Gyue said, Nasi, I never realized how. Well, actually, I wanted to say you have a cunning side. What do you mean? Nasi asked. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, Gyue introduced Jie to Nasi. This is Jie, who is traveling with me. And this is Nasi, the trainer from the Golden City Gym. Hello, Jie, Nasi greeted. I'm Nasi. Nice to meet you. All right, everyone, please take a seat. I must prepare lunch, Nana announced. Oh, by the way, Aunt Nana, may I use the kitchen? Gyue asked. Why? Nana replied, curious. I need to prepare food for my Pokémon, Gyue explained. Ah, I see. That's fine. There are multiple stoves in this kitchen, so we can work together. Thank you. Gyue exclaimed as she retrieved several different colored berries she had gathered from the woods, placing them in her bag. Nana, what are you planning to do with so many berries? Nasi asked. My Pokémon have varied tastes. Each one has its own preferences regarding food, Gyue responded. By the way, it's time for everyone to get some fresh air. Dolly, if you want to let your Pokémon out, do it in the backyard, Gyue suggested. Sure, Xiaojin chimed in. I want to see the champion that Sister Nasi mentioned and the Pokémon she uses. Is that all right? Of course, everyone is welcome, Gyue replied. In the backyard, Gyue released 5 Pokeballs, exclaiming, come on out. The Pokémon emerged, Line Ball, Dream Demon, Shakira, Mutwo, and Articuno. Wow, Xiaojin exclaimed, a blue line ball. How wonderful. Xiaolan and Xiao LV's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dolly, I never expected you to have an Articuno. That's impressive. And this Pokémon is. As the unfamiliar voice echoed, everyone began to search around in confusion, except for Guy and Jier, who watched with smiles. No need to look, everyone, Guy said. Dolly uncle, you just inquired about the name of that little Pokémon. Dolly immediately realized, could it be telepathy? Indeed, Guy confirmed. Its name is Mutwo, a psychic-type Pokémon, endowed with extraordinary powers since its birth, surpassing even the legendary birds. Telepathy comes effortlessly to it. Dolly, Guy continued, you have brought me immense surprises. You can even capture such a formidable Pokémon. Guy humbly replied, rather than saying I captured it, It would be more accurate to say it chose to accompany me. Turning to the little Pokémon, Guy said, "Everyone, let's rest here and refrain from wandering off." The group responded in unison. Upon returning to the house, Guy commenced the preparation of Pokémon food. For lunch, everyone savored the culinary delights crafted by Aunt Nana, while the Pokémon relished the berry feed made by Guy. Chapter 82. Hinoki Town. After lunch, Guy expressed gratitude for the hospitality. "We must take our leave now. I need to head to Hinoki Town." "Is there a route from Psychic Village to Hinoki Town?" "Indeed, there is a path," Nana replied. "I will escort you." "Wait a moment," Nasi interjected. "Aunt, you need not accompany them. I am also setting out on a journey. I will guide them instead." "Very well," Nana agreed. "Be careful on the road." Guy proceeded to the backyard to gather the Pokémon, then met Jer and Nasi at the entrance of Psychic Village, and they departed together. After nearly an hour of walking, they finally emerged from the forest. Nasi pointed ahead and exclaimed, "There it is, Hinoki Town." As they entered Hinoki Town, Guy and his companions noticed that the streets were teeming with slowpokes. Their vacant expressions and sluggish demeanor belied their formidable abilities, truly embodying the adage of not judging by appearances. "How can there be so many slowpokes?" Jer wondered aloud. "And look, that one is stealing food. How curious," Jer remarked. "Why isn't the shopkeeper intervening? He seems rather pleased." After a moment of contemplation, Nasi responded, "I have heard that Hinoki Town reveres Slowpoke as a deity, granting them forgiveness for any mischief." "But why do they worship Slowpoke?" Jer questioned, perplexed, noting how the shopkeepers appeared delighted by the presence of the Slowpokes in their stores. With a light chuckle, Nasi produced a travel guide and flipped through its pages. It is said that about 400 years ago, a severe drought afflicted Hinoki Town. With no rain falling for days, the sun blazed mercilessly, threatening to parch the land. One fateful day, a slowpoke yawned widely, and suddenly, dark clouds gathered, unleashing a torrential downpour that saved this parched land from certain demise. Ever since then, the townspeople have revered Slowpoke as a deity, and that is how the story goes. As she concluded her words, Nasi tucked away the travel guide in her hands. Although this guide did not provide information about local gyms and Pokémon like the trainer's guide held by Guy, it contained legends, cultural characteristics, and various precautions from different regions. Guy nodded in agreement, feeling relieved that Nasi's presence rendered explanations unnecessary. "Let's go procure some supplies. We're running low on ingredients for Pokémon food," Jer suggested, noting that they had consumed much during their previous travels, and the ingredients they carried were insufficient for the long journey ahead. Upon hearing this, Guy nodded and stated, "I will challenge the gym. You all can find me afterward." With that, he proceeded in the direction indicated by the guidebook. "Understood," Jer responded, quickly darting through the streets, exclaiming, "I want apples." Nasi, seeing this, shook her head in resignation and followed Jer to shop for the numerous items they needed. Navigating through a narrow path, Guy arrived before a domed structure. Through the open door, he could see an array of plants and trees within, resembling a botanical garden. Each gym possessed its unique features, and as Guy stepped inside the dome, he was immediately enveloped by a thicket of greenery, feeling as if he had entered a forest. At that moment, a voice called out to him. Following the sound, Guy discovered a boy in camping attire perched atop a tall tree, shouting down to him, "Could you please help me straighten that ladder?" The boy said, pointing to the leaning ladder beneath the tree, his tone apologetic. "To be honest, I was startled when I noticed you, a silent figure in a black windbreaker, approach below, and I accidentally knocked the ladder askew." Chapter 83. The Cypress Gym. Guy's eyes transformed into a light purple hue, seemingly harnessing a force that gently repositioned the ladder against the trunk. The boy gazed at Guy in astonishment, exclaiming excitedly, "Wow, this is incredible. Are you some kind of psychic? I've never seen anything like it." "Wait for me," he added, skillfully descending the ladder with the agility of one accustomed to climbing. Once on the ground, the boy approached Guy, his face alight with excitement. "This is amazing. I can't believe there's truly someone with psychic abilities. I am Aubin, the gym trainer of the Cypress Gym, specializing in bug-type Pokémon. And I possess an encyclopedia of bug-type Pokémon. What is your name?" However, upon observing Guy's appearance, Aubin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. "So cool." Guy introduced himself, then surveyed the surroundings, noticing numerous bug-type Pokémon resting on the trees or nestled in the grass. Aubin glanced at Guy and asked, "Are you here to challenge the gym?" Guy nodded in affirmation, prompting Aubin to erupt in laughter. "I knew it. Most who come here are indeed here to challenge the gym. But do not expect me to go easy on you just because you helped me. Follow me." With that, Aubin took strides deeper into the gym. Ryu followed Abby closely, casting glances at the surrounding trees and small sprites, all of which appeared to be thriving. In no time, The two arrived at an arena nestled within a dense thicket, seemingly designed exclusively for bug-type Pokémon. Guyu pondered this as he observed the trees standing sentinel around the arena. At that moment, the referee hurriedly arrived, standing at the edge of the arena and announcing in a loud voice, "Now, the battle for the badge between gym trainer Abby and challenger Guyu begins. Each participant may use a maximum of 3 Pokémon. The gym trainer cannot substitute Pokémon, while the challenger may. Are you both ready?" he inquired. "I'm all set," Abby responded confidently to the referee. Guyu nodded, indicating his readiness as well. "Then, let the match commence," the referee declared. As soon as the referee's words faded, Abby promptly unleashed a Pokeball, declaring with confidence, "I shall summon my first Pokémon, the silent warrior of the bug type. Go, Silk Ball." With that, he threw the Pokeball vigorously, and in a flash of white light, a small green spider appeared before Guyu. "Silk Ball, is it? Go, Dream Demon. Spin your threads," Guyu commanded swiftly. In response, Silk Ball expelled a stream of white silk that surged toward the airborne Dream Demon. As the silk drew near, Dream Demon floated gracefully, evading Silk Ball's assault. "Demon, Shadow Ball," Guyu ordered. "Dream." With a cry, a dark sphere was propelled forth, rapidly approaching Silk Ball. Observing this, Abby urgently commanded, "Silk Ball, dodge." Silk Ball, responding quickly, shot a strand of silk at a nearby tree trunk, then swiftly retracted the silk, navigating toward the trunk to evade the Shadow Ball. "Excellent. Silk Ball, show it your signature strategy," Abby commanded eagerly. Silk Ball, upon hearing this, swung across the branches, shooting silk at a nearby trunk and retracting it to move to another location, repeating this maneuver as it began to traverse the trunks with agility. Guyu watched this with a sense of admiration and remarked, "Not bad, but you're still a bit short." "What?" Abby exclaimed, astonished. Guyu's words implied he had a counter-strategy. But this was a tactic painstakingly honed through rigorous training. Could it truly be so easily unraveled? "Confusion Ray," Guyu commanded coolly. In response, Dream Demon erupted with blinding light. And Silk Ball, struck by the brilliance, succumbed to confusion, colliding with a tree and severing its silk. It plummeted rapidly to the ground. "Shadow Ball," Guyu called, eyeing the descending Silk Ball. Dream Demon emitted a cry, launching a Shadow Ball swiftly towards Silk Ball. As Abby witnessed his prized tactic being dismantled so effortlessly, he felt a surge of disarray, momentarily forgetting to direct Silk Ball. The Shadow Ball collided with Silk Ball, which let out a pained cry and was sent tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, Abby realized that his Pokémon, Line Ball, was under attack and anxiously called out, "Are you all right, Line Ball?" Hearing his trainer's voice, Line Ball quickly rose to its feet, its eyes brimming with determination as it gazed at the formidable Dream Demon. The strength of the Dream Demon ignited a fierce spirit within Line Ball. After all, as Abby's Pokémon, a proud representative of the bug type, it could not be underestimated. "Line Ball, use Poison Sting," Abby commanded swiftly, inspired by Line Ball's fervor. How could he, as its trainer, allow himself to be outdone by his own Pokémon? With a cry, Line Ball leaped into the air, unleashing countless purple poison stings from its mouth, each glimmering ominously as they hurtled towards the Dream Demon. "Shadow Clone." The Dream Demon executed its move, causing all the poison stings to miss their mark, striking the trees instead. "Use Psychic Beam after high-speed movement," Guyu ordered with a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Dream." The Dream Demon emitted a cry, followed by the sound of rushing air as it vanished in a flurry of afterimages before Line Ball's eyes. Line Ball focused intently on the Dream Demon. Yet the ghostly images produced by its swift movement clouded its vision, making it increasingly difficult to discern the Dream Demon's location. Seizing this opportunity, the Dream Demon reappeared behind Line Ball in a flash, unleashing a psychic beam that struck Line Ball, causing it to cry out in pain as it was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground once more. "Line Ball, are you okay?" Abby expressed his concern, watching his Pokémon fall repeatedly. Line Ball, battered and bruised, struggled to rise again, panting heavily, yet resolutely facing the Dream Demon. The sight of the Dream Demon remaining unscathed was unbearable for Line Ball. "You've done exceptionally well. Return now," Abby said, taking out a Pokeball. Line Ball shook its head resolutely, seemingly prepared to engage in a fierce battle with the Dream Demon. "If that's the case, then let us go." "Line Ball, use Pin Missile." Abby suppressed his desire to withdraw Line Ball and commanded once again. With a fierce cry, Line Ball launched a barrage of Pin Missiles towards the Dream Demon. "High-speed movement," Guyu calmly ordered, fully aware of Line Ball's feelings, yet recognizing the futility of the effort. Just as the Pin Missiles drew near to the Dream Demon, it vanished, reappearing above Line Ball. Final blow. Aerial ace. At the Dream Demon's command, it executed a swift spin, crashing down onto Line Ball with tremendous force. With a resounding impact, Line Ball was sent flying, hurtling through the air as it seemed destined to hit the ground once more. Abai dashed forward to catch Line Ball, gazing down at his warrior with pride. You've worked hard, now take a rest. With that, Abai withdrew Line Ball into its Pokeball. Chapter 84. Badge acquired. Abai once again took out a Pokeball, closing his eyes as he swiftly shifted his focus to his Pokemon. In that case, I shall not be outdone. My second contender is the proud and noble warrior of the bug type. Go forth, Iron Cocoon. As he spoke, Abai swiftly hurled a Pokeball, which spun rapidly in midair. A beam of white light leapt from the Pokeball, revealing the formidable Metapod before Ladybug. Come back and rest, murmured Dream Eater Guyi, watching as the Dream Eater nodded and was returned to its Pokeball. Go, Spinark. Guyi released another Pokeball, and as it opened in the air, a burst of white light emerged before returning to Guyi's hand, revealing Spinark before Abai and Metapod. Upon seeing Spinark, Abai's eyes sparkled with golden stars. This Spinark was blue. How rare. I didn't expect you to be a master of bug-type Pokemon as well, but I shall not be defeated. Prepare yourself, Spinark. Use ambush. Abai's heart sank as he saw Spinark vanish, swiftly commanding, Metapod. Use harden. A glimmer of white light enveloped Metapod, and under Guyi's keen observation, Metapod's defenses were greatly enhanced, as sunlight streamed through the glass roof. A metallic sheen emanated from Metapod, suggesting similarities between Harden and Iron defense. Even with Harden, it must endure a hit. Spinark, use Fury Cutter. Guyi commanded. In the very next instant after Metapod had hardened, Spinark reappeared behind it, its forelegs shimmering with silver light. With a flash, Spinark's Fury Cutter struck Metapod with tremendous force. No damage? Nonsense. A flicker of pain crossed Metapod's expression, revealing that although Spinark's attack left no visible mark, the latent force had inflicted significant internal damage. Internal injuries? Guyi pondered as he observed Metapod's condition. Clearly, Abai was oblivious to Metapod's state and laughed heartily. How about that? My Metapod is quite formidable. Go, Metapod, jump. Metapod let out a low hum, tensing its body before springing high into the air with the ground's rebound. That's it. Use tackle. Abai commanded as he watched Metapod soar. Heeding the order, Metapod dove towards Spinark, accelerating due to gravity. This strike would surely inflict considerable damage. Naive. Guyi scoffed, swiftly directing, use quick attack. As Metapod neared Spinark, it nimbly dodged. With a thunderous crash, Metapod slammed into the ground, while Spinark stood nearby, seizing the opportunity. Guyi instructed, Spinark, lift your right foreleg. In an instant, Spinark sent Metapod flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Impossible. Metapod, get up. Use string shot. Abai urged loudly. Metapod slowly rose from the ground, its gaze serious as it released strands of white silk from its mouth, swaying gracefully towards Spinark. Pin missile. Guyi calmly stated. The thread ball gazed at the silk that rushed towards it, as the missile needle erupted from its mouth, tearing through the silk. The shattered threads cascaded down like snowflakes, and due to the missile needle's onslaught, most of the threads fell onto the armored chrysalis, ensnaring it. How beautiful! At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly reached Guy's ears. Turning around, Guy saw Jia Air and Nazi approaching, marveling at the flurries of white silk. Hey, who are you? How dare you intrude here? Abai also noticed Jia Air and Nazi, pointing at them with a reprimanding tone. Of course, we are his companions. Nazi responded. Gesturing towards Guy, Abai looked at Jia Air and Nazi, realization dawning upon him. Oh, I see. Just watch from the sidelines. We are quite busy here. With that, Abai pondered how to extricate himself from the silk. Guy, Abai the final strike. Guy calmly commanded, observing the armored chrysalis. The thread ball swiftly penetrated the armored chrysalis, maintaining its raised right foreleg posture as the chrysalis trembled and fell. The armored chrysalis has lost its combat ability. The thread ball emerges victorious. The referee announced loudly. Abai recalled the armored chrysalis, commending it. You did well, armored chrysalis. He then turned to Guy, tossing out a third Pokeball that revealed a splendid insect-type Pokemon warrior. Go, Scyther. Scyther, you say? Threadball, Missile Needle. Abai commanded, Scyther, Shadow Clone. The Missile Needle struck the clone but failed to hit the actual Scyther. Scyther, Swift Attack. Abai ordered, and Scyther dashed toward the Threadball in a flash. Guy, High-Speed Movement. Guy countered, and the Threadball deftly evaded, reappearing behind Scyther. Threadball, Poison Needle. The ominous purple needle shot towards Scyther's rear. Abai, Scyther. Use Sword Dance. Scyther skillfully deflected the poison needle with its sword dance. Abai smirked. What now, Guy? Now is the time. Threadball leap. Guy instructed. What? Abai exclaimed. Threadball, solar flare. A radiant orb of light coalesced above the threadball, the sunlight streaming through the glass skylight igniting the solar flare, which surged forth, engulfing Scyther and causing the ground to erupt. Abai shouted Scyther. As the smoke dissipated, Scyther lay in the crater, incapacitated. Scyther has lost its combat ability. The threadball is victorious. With 3 consecutive victories, Guy is the champion of this match. The referee proclaimed. Alas, I lost again. Abai lamented, gazing mournfully at Scyther lying quietly in the pit as he withdrew it into its Pokeball. You've worked hard, Scyther. Now you can rest well. Guy also recalled the threadball. It's over, Jia remarked. At that moment, Abai stored his Pokeball and approached Guy with a resigned expression, saying, You are truly remarkable. I concede defeat. This insect badge is yours. At first, he referred to himself as the Encyclopedia of Bug Fairies, but unexpectedly, after a single battle, he was soundly defeated by Gulu's fairy without a scratch. To add insult to injury, a fellow bug-type fairy, the Line Ball, managed to win a 2-on-1 match against him. It was truly embarrassing. However, he accepted his defeat with grace. There was no other reason. Gulu was simply formidable. As he spoke, Abai opened his palm to reveal a badge shaped like a ladybug, resting quietly within his hand. Gulu took the insect badge from Abai's hand, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to walk away from the arena. Jier and Nashi, witnessing this, quickly followed in Gulu's wake. Gulu, let us have another match sometime. Next time. I want to lose so easily. Abai called out, waving to Gulu in the distance. Gulu, upon hearing this, waved back without turning around and continued onward. Chapter 85. The Kanto Tournament in Exchange Conference. After completing the challenge at the Hinoki Gym and enduring a long journey, Gulu, Jier, and Nashi arrived at Leaf Town the following day, coincidentally in time for a grand celebration. They made their way to the duel arena, where the Kanto Power competition was underway. Nashi, Gulu, let us go check out the Kanto tournament, Gulu suggested. Sure, just wait for me a moment, he added, dashing into the Pokémon Center. A few minutes later, he emerged holding a Pokeball. What is in that Pokeball? Nashi inquired. Let us go, Gulu, she urged, but Jier chuckled lightly, causing those nearby to be momentarily entranced by her refreshing smile. You should consider this. During the Kanto tournament, what Pokémon will Gulu use? Are you saying Gulu is entering the Kanto tournament? Nashi asked. Jier nodded. Let us hurry. He is already far ahead. The two hastened to catch up. Meanwhile, the competition was ongoing, and the host announced that only Ash remained on stage. If no one else stepped up to challenge, he would declare Ash the winner. Just then, Gulu and the others arrived at the venue. Oh, isn't that Ash? Nashi exclaimed. Gulu, is that Ash? Great. Gulu dashed towards the arena. The host remarked, Oh, here comes a challenger clad in a black trench coat. Is he here to challenge Ash? Ash turned. Wonderful. Let us keep pushing forward, Kanto. As he recognized Gulu, he exclaimed, Xiaoya, is that you? Gulu smiled. We'll talk later. Let us battle in the Kanto tournament. He called forth a Kanto that shimmered in shades of green and blue. The host announced, Oh, a new challenger, a shiny Pokémon, the green Kanto. Be careful, Kanto. Ash shouted, Charge ahead. Gulu commanded, Kanto, charge. The two Kantos collided head-on, igniting an intense tug-of-war. After a moment of stalemate, Ash's Kanto began to slowly retreat. Let us go, Kanto. Show Xiaoya our perseverance. Ash urged. His Kanto's eyes gleamed as it began to respond to Gulu's Kanto, inching backward. Oh, Ash's Kanto is impressive, Gulu acknowledged. However, he asserted, Kanto, unleash your full power. Suddenly, the green Kanto surged forward, causing Ash's Kanto to wobble slightly as it struggled to maintain its ground. As the verdant green Kanto Pokémon, Tauros, charged forth, it locked horns with Ash's Tauros, sending it soaring through the air. Ash's Tauros is out, proclaimed the announcer, as the solitary contender, Guy, took to the arena, demonstrating unyielding prowess by swiftly defeating his next adversary, thereby successfully defending his title and concluding the tournament. Guy and Ash's group soon reunited. May I inquire, Misty? How is Miss Natsue of the Golden Gym accompanying you? Guy asked. I happened to meet Guy while traveling, and we decided to journey together, Natsue replied. At that moment, Brock's eyes sparkled with affection as he instantaneously appeared before Jier. Oh, beautiful lady, he began, only to be swiftly interrupted by her playful retort. Who are you, old man? Brock was left stunned, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, while he continued to doodle aimlessly in the corner. Ash, Guy, you are remarkably swift. I set out a fortnight before you, remarked Brock. Guy responded, I told you, I would catch up with you, and now I find myself with some leisure time. The group ambled along the main road, just as the Pokémon exchange conference commenced. Due to Ash and Guy's impressive performances, many sought to trade their Tauros for theirs. But all requests were politely declined. After a brief absence to return Tauros, Guy returned to find Ash and the others hurriedly dashing into the forest. "What is amiss?" he inquired. "Team Rocket has seized everyone's Pokeballs. They have been cast into the forest." Ash exclaimed. "What? You all stay here. I shall investigate," Guy declared. Summoning the majestic Articuno, its azure plumage shimmering in the light. "How beautiful," gasped Misty. "That is Articuno," Brock informed her. "Ash, Guy, this is incredible. We now have all 3 legendary birds," Ash remarked. Stumbling momentarily, Guy mounted Articuno, which then spread its wings and took flight. Just as Ash intended to pursue, Gier halted him with a reassuring statement, "Trust in Guy." Ash stood still, recognizing Guy's capabilities, especially with Articuno by his side. Soaring through the sky, they soon spotted a deflated Meowth balloon and the peculiar duo of a boy and a cat. "There they are." Guy instructed Articuno to descend to a lower altitude, then leaped down gracefully. "Who goes there?" demanded Musashi. "Guy, return the Pokeballs," she insisted. "And why should I? What do you think you are?" Musashi retorted. "Go, Lickitung." Guy appeared ready for a confrontation, but upon closer inspection, Musashi was revealed to be disguised as a different character. "Where's my Lickitung?" Musashi suddenly recalled, realizing her beloved Pokémon had been traded away. "What are you doing, Musashi?" questioned Koger. "Don't you feel a chill?" he added, with a commanding gesture. Guy unleashed an ice beam, instantly encasing Team Rocket in a layer of frost, while only Meowth managed to lift its head, pondering the audacity of Articuno. "Meow?" it exclaimed. Returning to Yi Town, Guy, bearing a bag filled with the recovered Pokeballs, found the townsfolk anxiously gathered in the square. "Everyone, I have retrieved the Pokeballs," he announced, as Articuno gracefully landed. The crowd erupted in gratitude, and Guy returned Articuno to its Pokeball, after which they all made their way to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 86. The Assault of Team Rocket. A few days later, after parting ways with Ash in Leaf Town, Konoha and his companions continued their journey. "Nazi, I really should have reconsidered joining Konoha on this adventure. Here we are, deep in the mountains and forests. Is this what one calls a journey? Nevertheless, we have ample provisions and haven't lost our way. Our direction remains clear," Konoha reassured her. "Oh, Nazi, honestly." Gio, observing the banter between Nazi and Konoha, couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, in another location, a frustrated Sakaki confronted his subordinate. "What has become of you? Ever since the failure of the Articuno capture plan, you have exhibited none of the prowess expected of a Team Rocket elite." "I apologize, boss. If only Konoha were here. He would surely recognize him," replied the elite, Nikyus. Sakaki, with a fierce expression, took a deep breath. "Do you know who the boy is that thwarted our attempt to capture Articuno?" Nikyus admitted he did not, but had obtained a photo of him. "Let me see it," Sakaki demanded. After a brief pause, Nikyus handed over the photograph. Upon examining it, Sakaki's pupils dilated in shock. "It's him." Setting aside his anger, Sakaki adopted a serious demeanor. "I am familiar with his background. He recently emerged victorious as the champion in his first participation at the Indigo Plateau. I want to know the details of your encounter with him," he instructed. Nikyus recounted the circumstances surrounding their previous clash. After hearing Nikyus's account, Sakaki sighed, realizing the extent of Konoha's growth. "It seems we must diminish his rising reputation. The incident with Mutewo feels oddly suspicious. He is likely entangled in it. If that is indeed the case, matters will become increasingly complicated," he pondered, unaware that Konoha was leisurely strolling through the forest while being watched. "All right, let us take a moment to rest," Konoha suggested, but before he could finish speaking, he abruptly halted, causing Nazi and Gio to stop as well. "What is wrong, Konoha?" Nazi inquired, noticing his serious expression. "Something is approaching us, and I sense that we have been completely locked onto," Konoha replied. Just then, a helicopter roared overhead and hovered above them. 3 individuals descended from the helicopter, clad in black with pink lettering that revealed their identities. Konoha remained composed, observing that they had indeed come for him, recognizing Nikyus among them. It appeared he had yet to move past the shadow of their last encounter, likely sent to identify him. The leader of the group turned out to be a woman. "Is this the child?" she asked, glancing at Nikyus, who nodded in affirmation. The other individual beside her scoffed. "Nikyus, how pathetic you are to be intimidated by such an inexperienced brat. What a disgrace." Nikyus, displaying a numb expression, seemed unfazed, believing that even the two before him together would not pose a threat. The woman spoke. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Black Rose, an elite member of Team Rocket." Another person chimed in. "I am Violent Tiger, also an elite member of Team Rocket. Articuno should be with you, said Guy. To which he replied, indeed, it is with me. Violent Tiger, true to his name, exclaimed, you little brat, hand over Articuno, or I will make you regret it. Giera thought to herself that someone was asking for trouble. Guy shrugged. Why is there so much pointless chatter among the inept? Violent Tiger, you rascal, go forth, Infernape. And Black Ligia, Black Rose, unleash Gengar and Snorlax. As Guy issued commands, the Pokémon appeared before them, and Nigus trembled at the sight of Shakira. Violent Tiger and Black Rose, I shall lend you my Pokémon to deal with this fool, he declared, as Violent Tiger flexed his muscular frame. Guy removed his outer coat, handing it to Gier while donning a shirt. Shakira, handle Infernape and Black Ligia. Lineball and Dream Demon, choose either Gengar or Snorlax. This time, I have but one command. Unleash your full potential against your opponents. Do you understand? Guy proclaimed with great authority. The three Pokémon roared in unison, charging towards their adversaries. Dream Demon chose Snorlax, while Lineball opted for Gengar. Observing Guy, Nasi inquired of Gier, are you not going to stop him? Gier, unable to intervene, replied, watch closely, you will see Guy's abilities. Nasi chose not to press further, instead focusing on how Guy would maneuver against Team Rocket. Guy beckoned Violent Tiger with a finger, saying, come here, you oversized fool. Furious, Violent Tiger retorted, you little punk, prepare yourself. He lunged forward with a powerful punch aimed at Guy's face, but Guy deftly dodged to the side. In response, Guy delivered an uppercut to Violent Tiger's abdomen. Is that all you've got? It merely tickles. Violent Tiger scoffed. Guy stepped back, contemplating, it seems I underestimated you. Very well, since you insist, I shall not hold back. He mused that he had only exerted 30% of his power, believing that even the strongest of this world would struggle against it. However, that last strike felt as though it had struck steel, revealing that Violent Tiger was not to be taken lightly. Since you refuse to attack, I shall take the initiative. Violent Tiger charged at Guy, who maintained his composure and assumed an unusual stance reminiscent of Tai Chi's opening form. Black Rose, Infernape, Black Ligia. Execute your master's most proficient combination strategy. I shall refrain from directing you, Black Rose commanded. Infernape and Black Ligia nodded, positioning themselves around Shakira. Black Rose observed as Dream Demon and Lineball exchanged glances with Gengar and Snorlax. The two launched dual Shadow Balls, which spiraled towards Lineball and Dream Demon, intertwining in a seamless arc. Chapter 87. Fierce Battle, Violent Tiger, Black Rose. The two Shadow Balls alternated in a spiral trajectory, aimed at Lineball and Dream Demon, who, accustomed to independent battle from Guy's training, were well prepared to face their foes. The Lineball swiftly evaded the attack, launching missile needles towards Ginguay, while Mengyao unleashed a psychic beam aimed at Nwila, both attacks directed at their respective adversaries without a moment's pause. Black Rose, taken aback, realized that the little sprite was not so easily subdued. Its battle instinct was truly admirable. However, Black Rose focused on protecting Ginguay, as Nwila executed a rapid maneuver, utilizing the green barrier formed by Ginguay's protective skill to deflect the missile needles. Nwila then swiftly dodged and positioned itself behind Lineball and Mengyao. Guyu had been keenly observing the skirmish of the small sprites. You seem rather invested in their battle, he remarked, just as Baohu charged towards him, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Guyu's face. With a swift turn of his head, Guyu narrowly avoided the attack, contemplating the brute's seemingly erratic style. Despite its strength and defense, he mused, it did not pose a significant threat, yet he could not underestimate Baohu's capabilities. Baohu, meanwhile, was grappling with his own astonishment. This young fighter exhibited an impeccable grasp of martial arts and strength. The peculiar stance initially appeared to be mere theatrics, but the impact of his punch felt as though it was met with a spring, dissipating the force while recoiling upon itself. The force that he thought would leave little consequence instead left him breathless, as if struck by a cannonball of air. What kind of creature was this? In that moment, Guyu appeared before Baohu, delivering a punch of his own. Baohu thought to himself that this young man, despite being extraordinary, was merely relying on finesse. He raised both hands to block, oblivious to the smirk at the corner of Guyu's mouth. Naza, witnessing the unfolding drama, felt a twinge of concern. Jier, are you not worried? She inquired. Jier shook her head. Guyu hasn't even revealed his full strength yet. Did you not see how much he relished the battle? Only then did Naza notice the slight smile on Guyu's face, momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, Baohu, Black Rose, and even the brooding Nagusi were stunned. Baohu was sent reeling backward by a single punch. Black Rose observed Baohu's predicament, astonished at the boy's immense power. Nagusi, fully aware of the fearsome nature of this young fighter, pondered the terror that lay behind such strength. The most shaken, however, was Baohu, who felt his hands twitching, numb from the force of the blow. He realized that Guyu had not even fought seriously from the start. Rarely do I encounter someone so formidable. Come on. Let's have a spirited match, Guyu declared, radiating an overwhelming aura. Naza stood transfixed. Baohu, with his robust physique, chuckled heartily at Guyu's challenge. How amusing. I appreciate your spirit. If it weren't for my affiliation with Team Rocket, I would propose we become brothers. With a sudden surge of energy, Baohu charged forward, and Guyu met him head-on. Meanwhile, Black Rose, Nuila, and the chilling winds of Frozen Wind, alongside Gingue's Shadow Punch, were in play. Nuila unleashed a bone-chilling gust. But Line Ball and Mingyao deftly maneuvered to evade. In that instant, Gingue closed in on Line Ball and Mingyao, delivering a decisive Shadow Punch. Catching both sprites off guard as the attack was unavoidable, resulting in a significant setback for them. The Dream Eater was enraged, swiftly dispersing, appearing before Nyla and Jengar in a seamless motion. The speed of the Black Rose was astonishing. It unleashed a blinding flash, rendering Jengar instantly sightless. The Dream Eater collided directly with Nyla, seemingly without effect. However, the brilliance of the Black Rose's flash was indeed troublesome. What did that earlier impact signify? At that moment, Nyla let out a pained cry, and Black Rose observed the purple hue enveloping Nyla, realizing that it had been poisoned. The Dream Eater's earlier strike had been a cunning method of administering toxins, a most insidious tactic. The situation appeared dire. Jengar was blind, and Nyla was poisoned. Suddenly, a fierce storm erupted nearby, drawing everyone's attention. It was Shakira, engaged in a battle against the fiery Lucario. The synergy between the two Pokémon was commendable, but Shakira remained unfazed, treating the hits as mere trifles. Indeed, she unleashed her ultimate move, the Rock Storm. The devastating force of the Rock Storm engulfed Lucario, leaving it battered and sprawled on the ground. This display of power astounded all except for the Solitary Leaf and Gier. Particularly, Nicholas was struck by the realization of this individual's might. He had never even been worthy of provoking such a display. Lucario, roared Baohu. At that moment, the Solitary Leaf materialized behind him, declaring, "It's time to rest." Baohu attempted to turn and resist, but it was futile. A swift chop struck the back of his head, and he collapsed. The Solitary Leaf approached Gier, donning a windbreaker, and recalled Shakira, commending her for her efforts. He then turned his gaze toward the Black Rose, exclaiming, "It's time to end this." "What?" exclaimed Black Rose. The Solitary Leaf, along with the Dream Eater, initiated a psychic disruption, levitating Jengar and Nyla into the air. "Jengar, Nyla, break free," cried Black Rose. But Jengar and Nyla were ensnared, unable to move. The Dream Eater and the Line Ball let out a cry, and Jengar and Nyla collided swiftly, plummeting to the ground, motionless. The Solitary Leaf recalled the Line Ball and the Dream Eater, satisfied with their performance. "Rest well," he instructed them, then turned to the Team Rocket members. Intending to inform Sakaki that the Articuno had become his Pokémon, he emphasized that he despised trouble but feared it not. At that moment, the Solitary Leaf's ominous aura rendered Black Rose pale with fright. "Can we leave now?" he asked. "Yes," replied Black Rose. The Solitary Leaf departed with purpose, and Gier hastily followed. Black Rose gazed at the unconscious Baohu, pondering just how formidable this young man truly was. She sensed that he possessed far more than he had revealed. "Sakaki, this is a formidable opponent," she thought. Chapter 88. Full Gold City. Full Gold City lies to the southwest of the Johto Alliance, bordered by the sea on one side and mountains on the other. It is a vast metropolis with significant development, ranking among the top cities in the Johto region in terms of economic growth. "We've arrived at Full Gold City. Let's hurry," exclaimed Naji as she dashed ahead to join the Solitary Leaf and Gier. Upon entering Full Gold City, the sheer size of the metropolis was overwhelming. Bustling with throngs of people, the cacophony of voices and the blaring of car horns made the Solitary Leaf frown. "Shall we head to the department store to purchase some items?" Nazi gazed at the towering edifice that stood out amidst the steel jungle and remarked. Gier cheered, immediately saying, "Then let us go." "Guy, are you not going to challenge the gym?" Nazi looked at Guy with a hint of confusion. It seemed that Guy's first objective upon arriving in a town with a gym was always the gym itself. She recalled that there was indeed a gym in Mankin City. So it was peculiar why he would not head there immediately today. "No need. I also need to buy some things," Guy replied, acknowledging that he was indeed lacking certain items, particularly the Darkstone required for his Dream Demon evolution. Nazi responded, "Oh, I see. Then let us proceed, but to avoid getting lost in the crowd, before long." The trio arrived at the entrance of the underground street. The underground market was considerably quieter than the streets above, although there were still sounds of chaos and clamor. It was markedly reduced. There are so many shops here, Gier exclaimed, observing the rows of bustling storefronts. Nazi, upon hearing this, turned around with a faint smile and remarked, "Ah, in a big city, every inch of land is precious. Well, we should be nearing our destination, right?" Leading Guy and the others to a crossroads, she scanned the surroundings before heading towards the right exit. Stepping out from the underground street, the cacophony that greeted them was still somewhat discomforting for Guy. As he beheld the skyscrapers that loomed like steel dragons, he, along with Gier and Nazi, entered the mall, where the noise was instantly muffled. "We have arrived. I need to buy some clothes." "Gier, what about you?" Nazi inquired, observing Gier, who was gazing around. "Ah," Gier responded, glancing at Nazi before moving closer. "I think I will go with you." "And you, Guy?" Nazi asked, turning her attention to him. Guy surveyed the area and replied, "I will go to the 20th floor. Let us meet at the resting area on the first floor later." From the sign he had seen earlier, he knew that the 20th floor housed the items he desired. "We are heading to the 15th floor. Let us go," Nazi stated, and as she spoke, she mused that the 20th floor must be related to Pokémon merchandise. "You truly care only about Pokémon," she teased. Nodding in agreement, Guy entered the elevator alongside Nazi and Gier. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and Guy stepped out, watching as Gier and Nazi waved goodbye from inside. He proceeded towards the shopping area. Upon entering the space adorned with white-tiled floors, Guy surveyed his surroundings, where various shops offered a plethora of Pokémon-related items. From Pokeballs to evolution tools, everything imaginable was available. He approached a shop that appeared unassuming yet exuded an extraordinary aura, its soft yellow lighting creating a warm ambience. "Welcome," a sweet voice greeted him as he pushed the door open. Guy chose to ignore the attendant at the entrance, for while her voice was melodious, it bore an artificial quality devoid of genuine warmth, a sentiment he easily discerned. Arriving at the counter, the attendant greeted warmly, "Welcome. How may I assist you?" Guyi replied softly, inquiring, "Do you have evolution stones?" The attendant responded, "We have a variety of evolution stones. Which one do you need?" "The dark stone," Guyi specified. The attendant asked, "The dark stone? Please hold on a moment." She bent down to search through the cabinet. After a few minutes, she found it and said, "Here is the dark stone you requested." Guyi accepted the box containing the stone, inspected it to ensure everything was in order, paid, and then departed. Returning to the first floor, Guyi settled onto a bench in the rest area, waiting for Gier and Nazi. Moments later, they arrived, drawing the attention of those around them. Gier had changed out of her white dress into stylish blue jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt, enhancing her natural charm. Nazi, too, had switched from a black-trimmed red dress to blue jeans paired with a white shirt, perfectly accentuating her long legs and graceful curves. "Sorry to keep you waiting. We can go now," Nazi said to Guyi. He nodded subtly, stood up, and began to walk out, with the two girls promptly following him. Guyi was well acquainted with the locations of various gyms, as detailed in the trainer's guide he possessed. Chapter 110. The Full Gold Gym under Guyi's guidance. They soon arrived at an expansive area featuring a striking building with a red dome, commanding attention. Guyi tucked away the guidebook and approached the domed structure. At that moment, he suddenly halted, crouching down to observe a small pink creature before him. Gier and Nazi, perplexed, leaned in for a closer look. "Oh, what a cute little creature," Gier exclaimed, admiring the round body of the Clefairy. Nazi, gazing at the Clefairy, remarked, "This is a Clefairy, a delightful Pokémon said to appear only on nights of the full moon. Rumor has it they hail from outer space. They are quite rare." Just then, at the entrance of the gym, the Clefairy suddenly darted away, calling out in a panic as if summoning someone. At that moment, a girl in sporty attire with pink hair appeared from the path, scooping up the Clefairy. She exhaled a sigh of relief, saying to the Clefairy, "I told you not to run off. You never listen." Turning her gaze to Guyi and his companions, she apologized, "I'm sorry. May I ask who you are?" Nazi nodded slightly to the girl and introduced herself. "I am Nazi, this is Gier, and this is Guyi." Pointing at Guyi, she added, "He is here to challenge the gym." "A challenge to the gym?" The girl tilted her head. Glancing at Guyi, "I'm Xiao Qian, a trainer from the Full Gold Gym. Pleased to meet you." She continued, "Since you are here to challenge the gym, please follow me." With that, Xiao Qian cradled the Clefairy and led the way into the gym. In a fleeting moment, the trio of solitary leaves followed Xiao Qian's lead into a vast arena, where a female referee awaited their arrival. "Are you ready?" Xiao Qian inquired, gazing at the solitary leaves. "Always prepared," replied the solitary leaves, stepping onto the arena with a calm demeanor, facing Xiao Qian. The referee, witnessing this, promptly declared, "Let the match begin. The solitary leaves from Xinshan Town will face the gym trainer from the Maiden Gym, Xiao Qian. This Pokémon battle, with the gym badge as the stake, shall commence now. Each trainer will utilize 3 Pokémon. And now, let the battle begin." With that, the referee swiftly waved her flag. "I will send out Nidorina," Xiao Qian announced, releasing her Pokeball, which unleashed a burst of light, revealing the pale blue Nidorina before the solitary leaves. In response, the solitary leaves casually tossed out a Pokeball, which opened to reveal a blue yarn Pokémon. A rare sight indeed. "I shall not hold back. Nidorina, unleash your poison sting attack," commanded Xiao Qian, eyeing the yarn Pokémon with determination. Nidorina let out a cry, opening its mouth wide as a multitude of shimmering purple poison stings erupted forth, glinting ominously in the arena's lights, racing towards the yarn Pokémon. "Psychic interference. Deflected," ordered the solitary leaves with a composed tone. The yarn Pokémon responded with a cry, its eyes glowing with a soft azure light, encasing the incoming poison stings in a radiant blue aura, halting them mid-flight before reversing their trajectory straight back at Nidorina. "Quick, evade. Then use tackle," Xiao Qian commanded, urgency in her voice. Nidorina, fixated on the approaching poison stings, suddenly let out a powerful roar, leaping swiftly to the right and narrowly dodging the hazardous projectiles before charging towards the yarn Pokémon. "Foolish," remarked the solitary leaves, issuing a command to the yarn Pokémon. "Use agility." Just as Nidorina closed in, the yarn Pokémon's form flickered, vanishing from Nidorina's sight. The latter skidded to a halt, momentarily confused. "Psychic interference." The yarn Pokémon's eyes glimmered once more with a blue light, enveloping Nidorina in its glow. Suddenly, Nidorina found itself immobilized, as the yarn Pokémon gently lifted it into the air. "Slam it down," the solitary leaves directed, and the yarn Pokémon propelled Nidorina skyward before yanking it downwards with alarming speed. The arena echoed with a resounding crash as Nidorina struggled to rise, only to be ensnared again by the blue light, hoisted back into the air for another devastating fall. "Don't lose, Nidorina," Xiao Qian called out in concern. "Use Poison Sting to disrupt it." In midair, Nidorina glared fiercely, straining against the yarn Pokémon's grasp. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Nidorina opened its mouth wide, unleashing another barrage of poison stings towards the yarn Pokémon. At that moment, Nidorina felt a powerful force striking against it, sending it hurtling backwards. The yarn Pokémon, sensing impending danger, released Nidorina to avoid the counterattack. "Do not succumb to it, Nidorina. Use Fury Swipes." Xiao Qian observed Nidorina springing swiftly from the ground, pointing at the line ball and issuing commands. With a fierce roar, Nidorina dashed towards the line ball. Chapter 90. Evolution of the Line Ball. Nidorina screeched as she charged at the line ball, her sharp claws glinting ominously under the lights as she aimed to grasp it. Just as her claws approached the line ball, a flash of blue light appeared in its eyes, causing Nidorina to halt midair. "Clamp it," Guyi commanded coolly. Upon hearing this, the line ball exerted control over Nidorina, lifting her into the air before slamming her heavily onto the ground. Nidorina let out a pained cry, collapsing onto the arena and whimpering. As the line ball prepared to lift her again, Nidorina sprang up fiercely, emitting waves of sound towards the line ball. "Excellent. Just like that. Use ultrasonic waves to interrupt it." Xiao Qian praised Nidorina's performance. Guyi, observing Xiao Qian and Nidorina, calmly instructed, "Move at high speed." No sooner had Guyi's voice faded than the line ball's form began to shimmer and fade. The ultrasonic waves pierced through the illusion, and the line ball vanished before Xiao Qian and Nidorina. "What?" Xiao Qian exclaimed. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Nidorina. Confused, Nidorina turned to look, only to find the line ball materializing behind her, its antennae gathering sunlight and unleashing a fiery blast, engulfing the turning Nidorina. As the brilliance faded, Nidorina trembled, her eyes vacant as she slowly collapsed to the ground. "Nidorina, return," Xiao Qian called out in concern, retrieving her with a Pokeball. She fixed a serious gaze upon the line ball and turned to her companion, Pippi, saying, "Pippi, it's your turn now. I'm counting on you." "Hi." Pippi responded with spirited determination, hastily stepping onto the battlefield. "Use Finger Wag, Pippi," Xiao Qian commanded swiftly. Pippi jumped in front of the line ball, rapidly shaking its finger. Guyi studied Pippi, contemplating the peculiar nature of the finger wag, a mystery to all. Xiao Qian wore a confident expression as she watched Pippi's incessant finger movements. Guyi immediately recognized an issue. Pippi's finger wag was exceedingly slow. Given this, the line ball would not wait for the move to complete. Use confusion to throw it away. Guyi ordered the line ball. Ah, how can you? Xiao Qian shouted in response. Such is the nature of battle. Attack. Guyi retorted. The line ball's eyes glowed blue, and as Xiao Qian anxiously watched Pippi, the latter's fingers also emitted a blue light, releasing a column of fire that surged towards the line ball. Ah, it's flamethrower. Xiao Qian exclaimed excitedly, witnessing the flames erupting from Pippi's fingers. This unexpected assault forced the line ball to halt its attack, hastily dodging to the side, but still grazing one of its forelimbs. Xiao Qian turned to Guyi, stating, My Pippi is capable of more than just finger wag. Use cosmic power, Pippi. Pi. Pippi called out, a gentle glow emanating from within. As Guyi noted that Pippi's abilities were significantly enhanced, Pippi unleashed a flurry of slaps. Xiao Qian pointed at the line ball and instructed Pippi. With a cry, Pippi dashed towards the line ball. Guy, observing from the sidelines, urged the line ball to evade, but as it attempted to dodge, it inadvertently strained an injured area. Momentarily halted, it was soon caught by Pippi, who unleashed a series of slaps. Well done, Pippi. Keep going. Xiao Qian exclaimed joyfully. Pippi continued the chase, but suddenly came to a halt. What's wrong? Pippi's attention was drawn to a sudden burst of brilliant light emanating from the opposite direction, captivating Xiao Qian's gaze. What is this? Jier, the line ball has evolved into Naji. Guy remarked, watching as the line ball was enveloped in radiance, finally transforming. The light intensified and then dissipated, revealing a new Pokémon, a purple Ariados, which is normally red. Jier, what kind of Pokémon is this? Naji asked, to which Guy replied, Ariados, the evolved form of the line ball. It becomes active at night, but when it leaves its nest, it shoots an invisible thread, linking back to its lair to prevent getting lost. The silk it produces is incredibly strong and ideal for nest construction. It has actually evolved. Xiao Qian exclaimed in surprise. All right, let's continue, Guy urged. Use your finger-wagging technique. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Qian instructed Pippi, noting that Pippi had no devastating moves and would have to rely on luck with the finger wag. Observing this, Guy's eyes sparkled with determination. This must come to an end. Use spiderweb. Ariados released a mass of silk from its mouth, ensnaring Pippi in midair, interrupting the finger wagging. Pippi, break free. Xiao Qian shouted, but Pippi was utterly unable to escape. This is the final blow, Ariados. Try your new move, Destruction Beam. Guy commanded. The Destruction Beam concentrated and struck Pippi, who let out a pained cry, being flung away and landing motionless on the ground. The referee raised the flag and declared, Pippi is unable to continue battling. Guy's Pokémon is victorious. You've worked hard. Come back, Pippi. Xiao Qian sighed, recalling Pippi into its Pokeball, while Guy readied another Pokeball. Now it's your turn to determine the outcome. Go. Dai Nai Guan. Xiao Qian tossed the Pokeball, and with an arc through the air, a white light burst forth, revealing a cheerful pink Pokémon with black accents, a round, festive creature, before Guy. Milalu. The Dai Nai Guan leaped onto the battlefield, gazing at Ariados. Just as Xiao Qian prepared to issue an attack command to Dai Nai Guan, Ariados suddenly transformed into a red light and vanished into the Pokeball in Guy's hand, leaving Xiao Qian momentarily stunned. She quickly suppressed the attack command she was about to blurt out, feeling quite frustrated as she glared at Guy. Chapter 91. The official badge. After retrieving the Pokeball, Guy looked at the opposing Dai Nai Guan and declared, Come forth, Shakira. As Guye's voice faded, a radiant light swiftly sprang forth from the Pokeball at his waist, revealing Shakira, who landed gracefully on the battlefield, casting a sidelong glance at the opposing Snorlax. Shakira, let us go, he commanded. Snorlax, use rollout. Xiao Qian shouted, directing her Pokemon at Shakira. With a determined roar, Snorlax leaped forward, transforming into a massive rolling ball, stirring up a cloud of dust as it charged toward Shakira. Observing the oncoming assault, Guyi commanded, Shakira, use Iron Head. In an instant, Shakira surged forward, enveloped in a shimmering silver aura, and collided with Snorlax, whose rolling momentum abruptly halted. Just as Xiao Qian watched anxiously, a pained grunt escaped Snorlax as it was propelled backward like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, Shakira and Snorlax collided, sending a gust of air cascading outward and raising a storm of dust. As Shakira watched Snorlax revert to its ball form and roll towards her once more, her gaze sharpened. With a sudden burst of speed, Shakira unleashed another Iron Head, charging directly at Snorlax. In the moment of contact, Shakira's Iron Head struck with tremendous force, causing Snorlax to emit a muffled groan as it involuntarily soared into the air. Snorlax, use Stomp. Xiao Qian shouted urgently. Heeding her command, Snorlax quickly adjusted its position midair. Its hooves aimed downward toward Shakira, who stood resolute, unyielding in the face of the descending foe. Aligning her body, Shakira summoned a dark purple sphere of energy, rippling with ominous power. A subtle smile graced her lips as she unleashed the dark wave towards Snorlax. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Qian exclaimed, "Use counter." It was a moment where evasion was futile. Instead, they would strike back. With a resounding moo, Snorlax braced itself, a shimmering aura of yellow light enveloping it as it shielded its chest, ready to absorb the impending dark wave. In the next heartbeat, the dark energy surged forth and collided with Snorlax, enveloping it in a cloud of thick smoke. After a brief moment, as the smoke dissipated, Snorlax glanced down only to discover that Shakira had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Snorlax sensed a presence behind it and turned just in time to see Shakira descending upon it from above. In the blink of an eye, Shakira's back crashed down onto the astonished Snorlax. With a thunderous boom, Snorlax, still reeling from the shock, was struck down to the ground with immense force, cracks radiating outward from the impact point. The large milk can, gritting its teeth, struggled to rise slowly from the shallow pit. The pain etched on its face indicated that it had sustained considerable injuries. Xiao Qian, witnessing this, expressed her concern. "Are you all right, large milkkin?" Mooing softly, the large milkkin waved its arms and glanced back at Xiao Qian, signaling that it was not gravely harmed. However, Xiao Qian, troubled, looked at the seemingly unscathed Shakira across from them and remarked, "Large milkkin, use your special milk drinking technique. I only know of its existence, but have never witnessed it in action." Upon hearing this, the large milkkin exhaled a puff of warm air and produced a milk bottle from an unknown source, beginning to drink milk right before Shakira. It was evident that its injuries were gradually mending. Observing this, Guyi gently pointed at the large milk can, and Shakira, seemingly aware, charged fiercely towards it. The large milk can, still drinking from the bottle, tucked it away and let out a roar, charging defiantly at Shakira, launching a flurry of punches. Shakira, agile, evaded the attack with a swift movement, then slid across the ground, striking the large milk can's lower leg. The large milk can lost its footing and fell, while Shakira launched it into the air with a powerful thrust. "Large milk can," Xiao Qian shouted. Guyi calmly declared, "Shakira, rockstorm." A powerful sandstorm erupted beneath the large milk can, instantly engulfing it. Shakira was surrounded by a circle of rocky blades that pierced through the storm, and one could hear the large milk can's anguished groans amidst the turmoil. Suddenly, a pink shadow was violently expelled from the storm, plummeting towards the ground with great speed. With a loud thud, a dense cloud of dust arose, and Shakira stared at the large milk can that had been hurled away. Gazing quietly into the depths of the dust, Xiao Qian anxiously called out into the dust, "Large milk can." But there was no response. Worried, she watched the thick haze. And after a moment, as the dust gradually settled, it revealed the large milk can completely unconscious in a shallow pit, with intricate webs surrounding it, indicating the damage inflicted by Shakira. The large milk can has lost its fighting capability. Therefore, this match is won by contestant Guyi, the referee announced, raising a flag. Xiao Qian looked at the large milk can and sighed. "Shakira is truly formidable. I never expected the large milk can to be defeated so easily." Taking out a Pokeball, she pointed it at the large milk can and said, "Come back and rest, large milk can." A beam of red light shot out from the Pokeball, enveloping the large milk can, which quickly transformed into a stream of red light and entered Xiao Qian's Pokeball. "Come back," Guyi softly instructed Shakira. Shakira nodded and slowly returned to the Pokeball at Guyi's waist. At that moment, Xiao Qian approached Guyi, her eyes wide with admiration. "Your Pokémon is truly impressive. The large milk can was my ace, and I never imagined it would be defeated so easily." As Xiao Qian extended her tightly clenched right hand towards Guyi, she gradually loosened her grip, revealing a square badge that lay quietly in her palm. Raising the badge, Xiao Qian addressed Guyi once more, saying, "This is the official badge. As per our agreement, it is now yours." Guyi accepted the badge from Xiao Qian, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Chapter 92. The Dairy Farm. The Evolution of Dream Spirits. Xiao Qian gazed at Guyi and remarked, "By the way, Guyi, I noticed the little spirits seem quite fatigued. Coincidentally, I need to take the dairy can to a place for treatment and relaxation. I can take you along to help alleviate the little spirit's weariness. What do you think?" Guyi pondered for a moment, realizing there was no rush. He looked at Xiao Qian and replied, "All right then." Subsequently, he turned to Jia Air and Nazi, inquiring, "What do you both think?" Nazi nodded in agreement, indicating that it was fine, while Jia Air, of course, would follow wherever Guyi went. "Then let us proceed," Xiao Qian declared, taking the lead to guide the three. Along the way, she introduced various aspects to Gu Yi and the others. As they ventured further away from Manjin City, Nazi turned to the still leading Xiao Qian and asked, Xiao Qian, where exactly is the place you mentioned? It is a farm, Xiao Qian replied. Glancing back at Nazi, a farm? Nazi inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it is the dairy can farm run by someone I know. The milk produced there is incredibly nutritious and quite delicious. Once we arrive, be sure to drink plenty of milk to replenish your strength. It will also enhance your abilities. Won't it? Xiao Qian said, reminiscing as she questioned Gu Yi and the others. Gu Yi nodded in agreement, observing Xiao Qian's animated chatter. After walking for a while longer, they began to hear the sounds of calling in the air. Before long, a vibrant green meadow unfolded before Gu Yi and the others, where dairy cans were either seated, leisurely lying down, or joyfully munching on grass, their round, curious eyes gazing at Xiao Qian and the trio. It is the dairy can farm. This is my first time seeing it, Gu Yi exclaimed, marveling at the sight of the dairy cans. At that moment, Xiao Qian approached the fence and called out to an elderly man in the distance, who wore a cowboy hat and a jacket while tending to hay. Grandpa Howard, she shouted. The old man turned at her call, set down his work, and waved back at Xiao Qian, exclaiming, Oh, it is Xiao Qian. Grandpa, I have brought guests. Xiao Qian announced to the old man. I see you, my dear. Don't just stand there. Come in and have a seat. The elderly man chuckled warmly, gesturing for the group to enter. Come, don't be shy, have some. The old man presented a wooden tray adorned with several cups of milk, placing them before each person. Jiaer marveled at the rich aroma emanating from the milk in her hands and exclaimed, I won't hold back. With that, she lifted the cup and took a sip. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, It is absolutely delicious. You all should try it too. Gu Yi Nazi, Jiaer encouraged, glancing at Nazi and Gu Yi, who had yet to taste the milk. Upon hearing this, Nashi, without hesitation, lifted the milk and softly remarked as it flowed gently from the cup to her lips. After savoring the taste, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had not anticipated it to be so delightful. She slowly said, It is truly delicious. Seeing this, Gu took a sip of the milk, relishing its smoothness and the fragrant flavor that danced upon her tongue. Quite satisfactory indeed. Looking at everyone, Gu set down her cup and nodded in a calm manner. It is truly wonderful. The elder observed the trio with a smile, nodding approvingly. No one could feel displeasure when others praised their offerings. He watched as they donned their cowboy hats and ventured outside once more. Grandpa, where are you going? Xiao Qian inquired promptly upon witnessing this. The elder turned to Xiao Qian, chuckling heartily. I must go feed the children outside. Otherwise, they will stir up trouble again. My old bones cannot withstand such commotion. With that, he picked up a shovel from the doorway and made his way toward the haystack. I'll help you, Grandpa Howard. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Qian quickly followed him outside. Very well. The elder responded gently, handing the shovel to Xiao Qian. He then made his way to a shed beside the house to retrieve another shovel, and together, they approached the hay to tend to the big milk jars. Noticing Xiao Qian's distracted fiddling with the hay, the elder set his shovel aside and sat down on the grass, slowly saying, You must have lost quite badly in today's gym match. How did you know, Grandpa Howard? Xiao Qian replied, placing her own shovel down, her expression puzzled. Howard chuckled, glancing at the frolicking big milk jars as he continued. Every time you visited me, you would recount how the trainers challenged you, regardless of the outcome. Even when you lost, you merely felt regret. But this time, your silence speaks volumes. I can tell you faced a significant defeat. Never underestimate Grandpa Howard. Ah, truly. You are perceptive, Grandpa Howard. I did lose, and quite badly at that. I can hardly believe it. Xiao Qian squatted down, lowering her head and speaking softly. Observing Xiao Qian's demeanor, Howard felt a twinge of surprise. This child had always been optimistic. What could have happened to leave such an impression on her? He contemplated this and gently urged, Speak of it. It may lighten your heart, and perhaps I can offer some wisdom. At his words, Xiao Qian gazed into the elder's kind eyes, nodded, and looked up at the clear blue sky and fluffy white clouds. She recalled the fierce battle against Gyue and began to narrate. He sent out a blue, sparkling little sprite, the line ball, which wielded its psychic move with remarkable prowess. Almost as if it were toying with my Pokémon. When I approached, it would evade me, and when I tried to create distance, it would ensnare me with its psychic interference. In no time, Nidorina and Clefairy lost their ability to fight. Oh, and in the midst of it, the line ball evolved into Ariados, and it was purple too. With this, Xiao Qian meticulously recounted the details of the battle to the elder. Ah, so that young lad is indeed formidable. By the way, do you not have the big milk jar as your trump card? Once, it was the sovereign of this place. Had it not been for your incessant visits, I would never have entrusted it to you. What happened? Did it suffer a crushing defeat? The elder listened attentively to Xiao Qian's account, nodding thoughtfully before replying. In the past, Xiao Qian's big milk jug reigned supreme in the ranch, exuding pride each day. One day, as Xiao Qian passed by, she resolved to challenge and tame it. However, each time she arrived brimming with confidence, she departed in despair. Over time, it seemed that Xiao Qian began to understand the fighting style of the big milk jug, engaging in a grueling battle. The elder took pleasure in observing their conflict. Both children displayed remarkable tenacity, unwilling to yield to one another. Their struggle continued from afternoon until dusk, and only when both were utterly exhausted did Xiao Qian finally succeed in subduing the big milk jug. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qian sighed silently and murmured. The big milk jug lost even more miserably. It was utterly dominated. Oh, what happened? Do share. Howard inquired with interest. Xiao Qian, gazing at the leisurely big milk jug, began. After it was released, I traded for a little Pokémon, a Shakira, truly formidable. After Nidoqueen and Clefairy were defeated, I commanded the big milk jug with all my might. But that little creature offered no chance at all. It struck a devastating blow right from the start, and subsequent attacks left the big milk jug with no room to counter. It held on for only a brief moment before succumbing. The elder, listening to Xiao Qian's words, discerned her helplessness, conveyed in those simple sentences. Observing her, he gently shook his head and said, Actually, Xiao Qian, you need not fret so much. Given the talent of that young boy, losing is quite normal. He continued, noticing her defiant expression, listen to your grandfather. At your current level, defeating him indeed poses a challenge. However, do not underestimate others. This experience should serve as a lesson, one that will benefit you. It will help you gain a clearer understanding of your own abilities. Losing simply means that next time, you can strive to win. Xiao Qian looked at the relaxed big milk jug and thought, indeed, a loss is merely a loss. Worrying is futile. I shall grow stronger and reclaim victory. The elder observed Xiao Qian nodding lightly, sensing that she had begun to lift the burden from her heart. It was good to see the lively Xiao Qian return. Rising, she brushed herself off and said to the elder, I shall join them now. It feels impolite to leave them behind. Farewell, Grandpa Howard. With that, Xiao Qian dashed towards the house. The elder, witnessing this, sighed with a smile, picked up a shovel, and began to tend to the hay. Meanwhile, on the other side, oh, how boring. Why are only the three of us left here? Nasi said, resting her chin on her hand as she surveyed the surroundings. Just then, with a creak, the door swung open, and Xiao Qian addressed the three inside. Feeling stuffy, are we? Come out and enjoy some fresh air. It's quite pleasant outside. All right. Nazi immediately rose, stating that although there was delicious milk to drink indoors, it felt stifling, and she longed to step outside for a stroll. Then let us go? Xiao Qian said, glancing at Gu Yi and the others, leading them to the vast grassland. An elder was nearby tending to the hay, and a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a delightful sense of comfort. How refreshing, Nazi exclaimed, spreading her arms. Jia observed this scene, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and smiled softly. Gu Yi wandered off to the side, reclining on the lush grass, and took out a Pokeball. Everyone come out, he called, releasing Shakira, Eritos, and Meng Yao. To avoid attracting too much attention, he decided to keep Articuno and Mutwo in their Pokeballs for the time being. Gu Yi, you have another Meng Yao? Xiao Qian remarked, impressed. Gu Yi chuckled and replied, not quite. It is about to evolve into Meng Yao Mo. He produced a dark stone he had purchased at the market. Nazi, Gu Yi, did you buy that evolution stone at the market? Nazi inquired. Indeed, Gu Yi affirmed. Summoning Meng Yao. Meng Yao, I have an evolution stone here. Your abilities are sufficient. Do you wish to evolve? The choice is yours. Meng Yao demonstrated its intent by charging headlong into the dark stone, its body erupting with a brilliant light. Everyone eagerly awaited Meng Yao's transformation, and as the light faded, a small creature, cloaked in dark purple like a sorcerer, appeared before them. Hey, Gu Yi, what is the name of this new Meng Yao? Jair asked. Gu Yi replied slowly, Meng Yao Mo, the evolved form of Meng Yao. Its cry resembles a peculiar incantation, causing those who hear it to experience headaches and hallucinations. Nazi, how come it seems you know every Pokémon, and you explain them in such detail? Nazi questioned. Gu Yi smiled and remained silent, thinking to himself that he couldn't possibly reveal that he hailed from the world that imagined this Pokémon realm. Besides, as a devoted fan of Pokémon, he was well versed in the Pokédex. Once the elder finished arranging the hay, he lay down beside it, watching the young people with a slight sigh. Such vitality. He mused, recalling his own youth when he roamed the world with a big milk can. Time flew by, and after the elder, Howard, tidied up the hay and took a short rest, Gu Yi recalled his Pokémon. With Xiao Qian and Howard seeing them off, Gu Yi and his companions departed from the ranch, heading toward their next destination, Yuanzhou City. Chapter 114. An unexpected encounter with the dark crow on the journey. Gentle sunlight bathed everyone, and by the riverside, the soft murmur of flowing water reached the ears of the resting Gu Yi and his companions. A few small Pokémon were dozing on the grass, while Gu Yi leisurely reclined beneath a tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves to warm him. Nazi and Jia busily organized their lunch nearby. Jia's culinary skills surpassed even Gu Ye's, so the role of the chef naturally fell to her. With Nazi assisting, while Gu Yi relished the leisure, the two chatted and laughed as they prepared their meal. At that moment, the grass behind Guy rustled unexpectedly, prompting him to open his eyes and gaze into the thicket. Suddenly, a head emerged, and to his astonishment, it belonged to a girl with long, light blue hair. Her delicate face was dusted with grime, and her large, expressive eyes, which appeared quite adorable, swiftly turned toward Guy. "Guy, what brings you here?" she exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued after her initial surprise. Guy, observing the girl, shook his head in resignation. She was none other than Xiaolan, a person as bewildered as Xiaoji, who had been ahead of the others while collecting their initial Pokémon from Professor Oak. "What are you doing here?" Guy inquired mildly, noting that according to the schedule, Xiaolan should have been far ahead in her journey. "I came to catch a Pokémon," Xiaolan replied softly, "but it got away, and in my pursuit, I lost my way, only to find you here." As she spoke, a gentle smile appeared on her face. With a sigh, Guy listened as Xiaolan suddenly remarked, "I'm hungry." I said I'm hungry," she shouted, her voice piercing the tranquil atmosphere. Guy hurriedly covered his ears, exasperatedly rubbing his temples. Meanwhile, Nashi and Cher noticed the girl beside Guy and rushed over, asking, "What's going on? Guy, is this your companion?" Xiaolan looked curiously at Nashi and Cher. Guy nodded in response, and the two girls exchanged puzzled glances before gently inquiring, "Who is this girl?" Before Guy could respond, Xiaolan interjected, "I'm Xiaolan, just like Guy. I'm a trainer from Masera town. Also, I, Guy, Xiaoji, and Xiaomao have been childhood friends." Upon hearing this, Guy furrowed his brow slightly. He had only arrived in this world the day before he received his Pokémon, and Xiaolan had merely met him once. "I'm hungry," Xiaolan reiterated, her insistence unyielding. Cher then offered kindly, "If you don't mind, you can join us for a meal." "That sounds wonderful," Xiaolan exclaimed, her excitement evident as she bounced toward the dining table alongside Guy and the others. At that moment, the Pokémon were already enjoying their meal, each exhibiting their unique mannerisms while eating. "Don't be shy, eat up," Cher encouraged, noticing Xiaolan's hesitance. "Well, I want tea hold back then." "Thank you," Xiaolan replied with a grin, seizing a sandwich to replenish her energy. After a brief while, once everyone had finished their meal, Xiaolan expressed her gratitude and departed, resuming her quest to capture the Pokémon she sought. Following this little interlude, Guy and his companions continued on their journey. As they walked through the serene forest, listening to the soothing sounds of the wind, a sudden sharp cry shattered the tranquility. Everyone looked up to see three small, pitch-black Pokémon, resembling crows, circling above them. "What is happening, Cher?" Guy inquired. Lonely Leaf let out a sigh. Currently, he was working part-time, and whenever Jier inquired, he would share insights about the dark crows. If Jier remained silent, he would relish his leisurely time. Slowly, Lonely Leaf began to explain about the dark crows. These dark sprites, upon sensing someone pursuing them, would cunningly lure the pursuers into shadowy paths, leading them astray. At that moment, Nasi, floating in the air, was quite agitated. Suddenly, her eyes shimmered with a blue glow, and she seized three dark crows, hurling them away. "Nasi, it's all good now. Peace has returned," Lonely Leaf remarked, his lips twitching slightly, left speechless. And he could only continue onward. However, a new cacophony erupted from above, this time considerably softer. Lonely Leaf observed that merely one dark crow remained in the sky. As the other two had been frightened away, Nasi stepped forward, eager to strike once more, but Lonely Leaf intercepted her, declaring, "I shall take this dark crow." Nasi, momentarily puzzled, soon acquiesced and stepped back. Lonely Leaf, filled with elation, discerned the fighting spirit gleaming in the dark crow's eyes, which he was reluctant to let slip away. He retrieved a Pokeball and tossed it forth. A radiant white beam erupted, revealing a dark purple dream demon before them. Upon sighting the dream demon, the dark crow launched an attack, sending a shadow ball hurtling toward it. "Dream demon, use Leaf Tornado," Lonely Leaf calmly commanded. The The Dream Demon executed the move instantaneously, cleaving through the shadow ball mid-air, resulting in an explosive detonation. Realizing its attack had failed, the Dark Crow swiftly charged at the Dream Demon. Lonely Leaf thought to himself, "Indeed, this Dark Crow possesses remarkable potential. I must capture it." He commanded the Dream Demon, Shadow Clone. The Dream Demon shimmered, and multiple clones appeared before the Dark Crow, which, realizing it was surrounded, hesitated momentarily. However, the Dark Crow quickly reacted, flapping its wings to unleash a fierce whirlwind that dissipated the illusions, leaving only the true form of the Dream Demon. With a loud cry, the Dark Crow lunged at the Dream Demon. "Dream Demon, Thunderbolt!" Lonely Leaf urged. Sparks erupted around the Dream Demon as the Thunderbolt struck the charging Dark Crow, sending it plummeting from the sky. Lonely Leaf produced an empty Pokeball, launching it toward the fallen Dark Crow. It struck true, drawing the Dark Crow inside. The ball shook violently for several seconds before finally settling. Lonely Leaf exhaled in relief as he retrieved the Pokeball. "Thank you, Dream Demon, for your hard work," he said, gently petting the Dream Demon's head, which relished the affection. "Come back," he added, and the Dream Demon nodded before returning to its Pokeball. Turning around, Lonely Leaf stated, "All right, let's move on," and strode forward confidently. Jier and Nasi followed closely, observing Lonely Leaf's retreating figure. Chapter 94. The Bug-Catching Contest. As Lonely Leaf and his companions journeyed towards Yuanzhou City, they encountered numerous trainers along the way, allowing them to strengthen their bond with the Dark Crow and hone its skills. Presently, Lonely Leaf stood before a challenge posed by a young trainer specializing in Bug-type Pokémon. The Bug-type trainer, with a Moth Pokémon, commanded Psychic. The compound eyes of the Moth gleamed with a blue light, ensnaring the Dark Crow. In the dim light, the Lone Leaf whispered to the Dark Crow, "Ambush." Breaking free from its confinement. With a piercing cry, the Dark Crow shattered the blue glow enveloping it and vanished before the gaze of the Moth. Sensing the sound of something slicing through the air behind, the Moth realized it had been struck directly by the Dark Crow's ambush, crashing against a nearby tree and slowly sliding down. Nasi, acting as the referee, declared that the Moth had lost its fighting capacity and that the Dark Crow emerged victorious. "Thank you for your guidance," said the polite Bug-type boy. The Lone Leaf nodded, acknowledging, "Your Moth is quite impressive." The Bug-type boy, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and suddenly recalled something. "By the way, ahead is the nature park. I caught my Moth when it was still a cocoon there. Today, there's an insect catching competition. You should give it a try. I've heard that the champion will receive an egg of a Bug-type sprite from another region." Initially hesitant, the Lone Leaf's interest was piqued upon hearing about the egg from another region. "Thank you for informing me. I will certainly give it a try," the Bug-type boy replied. "No need to thank me. I hope you can secure that sprite egg. Goodbye." He jogged off, disappearing from the Lone Leaf's line of sight. Turning his focus towards the nature park, the Lone Leaf made his way forward. Nasi noticed how sharp the Lone Leaf was during battles, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, yet his demeanor in ordinary times was rather lackluster. Jill also observed Nasi's pensive expression and smiled gently. The group arrived at the nature park, registered, and awaited the commencement of the competition. At 10 in the morning, the time for the contest arrived. "Now, let me explain the rules of the competition," announced a staff member who appeared to be of an age between grandpa and uncle, addressing the trainers. "Each trainer may only use one sprite. When capturing Bug-type sprites, please utilize this park ball." He lifted a green and white ball, adorned with 4 pale green leaves at the switch. The switch, prominently above, bore 2 red dots, and each individual could only receive 1 park ball. As he continued speaking, another staff member approached to distribute the balls, handing 1 to each participant. Trainers could replace their chosen sprite multiple times before capturing their desired one, with the final results to be determined by our review committee. The uncle stepped forward a couple of paces, proclaiming, "Thus, the insect catching tournament begins." As his words concluded, everyone sprang into action. The Lone Leaf found no interest in the myriad of caterpies, weedles, and burmies scattered across the ground, with the rule of using only 1 sprite. He summoned K, the Dark Crow of the flying type, to forge a path ahead. Typically, Bug-type sprites would hide upon sighting the Dark Crow, allowing the Lone Leaf to progress smoothly. However, the insect-catching tournament had a time constraint, concluding at 1 in the afternoon, allowing only 3 hours. Nearly 2 hours had passed, yet he had still not found any Bug-type sprites. Could it be that there were truly no other Bug-type sprites within this nature park? The Lone Leaf sighed, having nearly traversed the entire park. Suddenly, the Dark Crow seemed to have discovered something, soaring towards a mountain wall. Guyi quickly followed suit. Upon arriving at the entrance of a secluded cave, Guyi was poised to sneak inside when a barrage of rock blades erupted forth. He evaded them, observing a small sprite gradually emerge from the cave. To his astonishment, a sprite with a red shell and yellow body appeared before him. Indeed, it was a Burmy, a creature of both bug and rock types. However, what truly startled Guyi was that this Burmy was twice the size of an ordinary one. While a typical Burmy stands at a mere 0.5 to 0.7 meters, the one before him was an impressive 1.5 meters tall. Very well. I have chosen you, Guyi declared. Dark Crow, use Shadow Ball. A dark sphere materialized at the beak of the Dark Crow and hurtled towards the giant Burmy. The Burmy retreated into its shell, and the Shadow Ball detonated against it. Clearly, the damage inflicted was negligible, as the Burmy remained ensconced in its shell. Launching a rock blade attack at the Dark Crow. Stay calm, Dark Crow, evade it, and employ Song of Ruin, Guyi commanded. The Dark Crow emitted a series of black musical notes, distinct from the colorful notes of Sing. The black notes merged with the Burmy's shell. While the Burmy relentlessly continued its assault on the Dark Crow, Guyi urged the Dark Crow to dodge with all its might, as it skillfully evaded the Burmy's onslaught. Some might wonder why the attack seemed ineffective. This was due to the effect of Song of Ruin, which causes any sprite that hears it to suddenly teeter on the brink of death. After the Burmy unleashed its third attack, it abruptly ceased all movement, and its head slowly emerged, its eyes swirling in a daze. Now, go, Park Ball, Guyi exclaimed, hurling a green park ball that struck the Burmy, drawing it inside. After a few shakes, the ball stilled, signifying his capture of the Burmy. With the Burmy in hand, Guyi returned to the starting point of the grand competition. Once all contestants had gathered, they began showcasing their captured sprites, with Guyi being the last to present. Upon releasing the Burmy, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Wow, this is truly unbelievable, the audience gasped. Why is everyone so surprised? Asked Jier. Nazi, this Burmy is twice the size of a normal one. I can't fathom how Guyi managed to find it, replied Jier. Undoubtedly, the championship was awarded to Guyi, who stood proudly on the podium. The prize consisted of a mysterious bug-type sprite egg and the giant Burmy he had captured. Standing at the pinnacle of the podium, the award attendant addressed Guyi, who promptly placed the Burmy into his Pokeball. Reuniting with Nazi and Jier, Nazi inquired about the egg Guyi was holding. What type of sprite egg is this? She asked. Guyi replied, I have no idea, but that is what makes it exciting. All right, let us proceed, he concluded, embracing the mystery of the bug-type sprite egg. Guyi, along with Nazi and Jier, continued their journey towards Yuanju City. Chapter 95. The eve of training, a lone leaf cradled the Pokémon egg. Gazing at the trio of Pokémon, Dark Raven, Dream Demon, and Ariados, contemplating a trial, the two Pokémon exchanged glances before charging toward a lone leaf. But why? The tale begins upon leaving the nature park. After departing from the nature park, a lone leaf and his companions continued their journey at a steady pace. However, realizing that the combat styles of Ariados and Dream Demon were rather monotonous, a lone leaf resolved to halt and prepare for specialized training. He sought a camping spot in the forest near a water source, pitched a tent, and commenced their training. During the midday break, a lone leaf wandered off for a while. Nausea, where do you think a lone leaf has gone? Queried Jier, who had prepared the meal. Perhaps he is teaching something to those little Pokémon, she mused. Observing a lone leaf's Pokémon. There are many aspects of a lone leaf that I remain unaware of, Jier thought. Indeed, aside from certain information about this world, how could I know what he was like before? Yet, I sense he has undoubtedly acquired remarkable knowledge in that world, gaining formidable strength through the abilities of this realm. Just then, a lone leaf returned. Nausea, where have you been? You just got back, he said, slightly embarrassed as he arranged some items. Let us eat. He quickly redirected the conversation. Nausea, noticing a lone leaf's evasive nature, pouted in irritation and chose not to inquire further, while Jier chuckled softly beside her. After finishing lunch, a lone leaf gathered the Pokémon. I have a special technique to impart to you all, he announced, excitement shimmering in their eyes. But do not rejoice too soon. There is a task at hand. The Pokémon paused in surprise. A lone leaf then continued, addressing Ariados, Dream Demon, and Dark Raven. You three must journey to the source of this stream, where a waterfall awaits. Behind the waterfall lies a cave containing 3 stones like this one. He produced a stone engraved with leaves. You must retrieve these stones to earn the right to learn. Do you understand? The 3 Pokémon nodded in unison. Very well. You may set off, a lone leaf encouraged, and the trio excitedly departed. At that moment, Shakira stepped forward, eager to learn a new ability. A lone leaf regarded Shakira and said, Wait a moment. He closed his eyes and slowly opened them. his pupils transitioning from black to a profound purple. This was the effect of the fusion of the true eye and psychic powers. At that moment, Shakira heard a voice. "You may speak now, Shakira." Though Shakira did not see Lone Leaf's lips move, she distinctly heard his voice. Not only Shakira but also Articuno and Mutuo gazed at him in astonishment. Lone Leaf smiled. "Indeed, I have established a bridge for mental communication, and I can hear your thoughts as well." Shakira turned to look at Articuno and Mutuo, the former displaying surprise, while the latter remained composed. Shakira understood and thought to herself, "What should I do, master? The three of them have their tasks, but what about me?" Lone Leaf smiled and clarified, "Let me be perfectly clear. I am not your master, nor are you my pets." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three small spirits shifted. Articuno and Shakira initially felt that Lone Leaf was indifferent to them, while Mutuo experienced a twinge of jealousy. Although it had chosen to accompany Lone Leaf willingly, it had not truly acknowledged him as its master. However, upon hearing Lone Leaf's words, Mutuo felt a tumult of emotions. Lone Leaf's next statement sent a tremor through the hearts of the three small spirits. "You are not my pets. You are my most cherished family. The moment you entered my world, you became my closest kin." This declaration completely subdued Mutuo's proud heart. Now, even if Lone Leaf were to dismiss it, it would not leave. Tears welled up in Articuno's eyes, and Shakira felt the same. Suddenly, Shakira's body began to emanate a radiant glow. Lone Leaf was taken aback. Could this be the moment of evolution? Suddenly realizing something, he urged Shakira to suppress the surging power, thinking, "Not yet. It is not time for evolution." As Shakira contemplated evolving naturally, she quickly stifled the desire to evolve upon hearing Lone Leaf's words, exerting all her strength to contain the restless energy. After several seconds, the glow receded, and Shakira remained in her original form, albeit looking quite fatigued. Lone Leaf to Shakira, he said, "I am genuinely delighted that you were on the verge of evolving. However, if you had evolved at this moment, it would have disrupted our plans. Thankfully, you managed to restrain it, which turned out to be fortuitous." Shakira found this somewhat perplexing, wondering how it could be contradictory. Lone Leaf to Shakira, "Come here," he beckoned. Shakira slowly moved to stand before him. Lone Leaf gently stroked Shakira, and a flow of energy gradually entered her body, creating a cycle. As he withdrew his hand, Shakira sensed this cycle, feeling a slight metallic quality on her surface. "Remember this sensation," she thought, awakening to the realization that Lone Leaf was about to assign her a task. "Shakira, proceed to that open space." Shakira moved to the designated area and stood still. Lone Leaf turned to Mutuo. "Mutuo, employ gravity, tenfold." Instantly, Shakira felt her body momentarily halt, yet she remained firmly grounded. Lone Leaf continued. "Mutuo, gradually increase the gravity, doubling it every minute. I will signal you." Mutuo nodded in acknowledgement. Lone Leaf then addressed Shakira. "Under the influence of gravity, you must continuously maintain the cycle we just established. You cannot stop. You must reach your limits before you can break through to evolve. Do you understand?" Shakira resolutely nodded. Turning to Articuno, Lone Leaf instructed, "Articuno, do your utmost to harass those three from the air, focusing primarily on the Dark Raven and the Dream Demon. One is floating, the other flying. I imagine Rhydon is feeling quite disgruntled right now." Chapter 96. Mutated evolution. As Lone Leaf had anticipated, the three small spirits were making their way toward the source of water, the waterfall Lone Leaf had mentioned. You two are cheating. One is flying in the sky, and the other is floating in midair." Rhydon shouted at the two small spirits in the air, who, without a doubt, were the Dream Demon and the Dark Raven. "There is no way around it. By the very nature of my being, I am a bird, destined to soar through the skies. Surely, you cannot expect me to hop about on the ground with my two avian claws." The Dark Crow retorted. "Indeed, I lack feet as well," the Dream Demon concurred. Alas, Elitios found himself in a quandary, lamenting, "How biased my master is. I must still run through the forest." Suddenly, Elitios appeared to have collided with something. A wooden stake erupted from the concealed underbrush, and as Elitios voiced his grievances, the outcome was all too predictable. He was spectacularly sent flying. The Dark Crow and Dream Demon broke into a cold sweat, thankful for their ability to fly, pondering that had they been grounded, they might not have been able to evade such a sudden turn of events. They gazed at Elitios, who had been flung away, a pitiful creature indeed. Unbeknownst to the two little sprites, the activation of one trap signified the presence of numerous others lurking in wait. Elitios rose, grimacing in pain. Yet another trap. This is unbearable. The Dark Crow and Dream Demon erupted into laughter at Elitios' plight. "Do not think that flying in the air ensures your safety." It seemed that fate sought to validate their words, for a powerful blizzard swept in unexpectedly, catching the two sprites off guard. They plummeted before Elidio's, covered in shards of ice and utterly disheveled. Huh, huh, huh. Now you face retribution. You laughed at me. Yet you are even more disheveled. Elidio's rolled on the ground, clutching his belly in mirth, prompting the two little sprites to charge at him in a fit of indignation. Ha ha, stop, stop. This tickles. I was wrong. Elidio's was mercilessly besieged by the two sprites, and the dream demon, struck by a sudden realization, exclaimed, "Wait. Why did the blizzard arise so abruptly?" The dark crow, too, paused, finding it peculiar. At that moment, Elidio's spoke, "Look up at the sky, and the answer will be revealed." The two sprites raised their heads in unison, beholding a large blue bird grinning down at them, yet its smile concealed a threatening edge. The dream demon erupted in fury. "You wicked creature, Articuno. Why do you attack us?" Indeed, it was the Articuno dispatched by the lone leaf. The dark crow, grasping the situation, replied, "Precisely. It is by my master's command," the Articuno declared, contemplating silently that while their master wished not to be addressed as such, he would forever remain their master, an unalterable truth. The dream demon hesitated. "Master?" The Articuno nodded, regarding the dream demon and the dark crow. "You thought my master would allow you to reach your destination so easily? My task is to harass you, with particular focus on the dream demon and the dark crow." The Articuno suddenly added, "And I cannot attack you." "Certainly, the lone leaf would have decreed that an attack was forbidden. I never stated otherwise," indicating that this was indeed a spur-of-the-moment decision by the Articuno. The three little sprites could only continue their journey under the watchful eye of the Articuno. And to preempt any sudden assault, the dream demon and the dark crow could only fly low, barely 2 meters from the ground. Aliduo. Indeed, one must exercise caution, for it appears that the dream demon is not alone in its traps. Now, I find myself alongside the dark crow, both within the range of the impending assault. The dark crow nodded, and the three little sprites gradually made their way upstream along the river. At this juncture, Shakira's training had reached a critical phase. 10 minutes had already elapsed, and the gravitational force upon her had been intensified to 20-fold. Guy, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety as Shakira clearly exhibited signs of fatigue, her body instinctively leaning downward while she struggled to maintain her stance. Glancing at the clock, Guy noted that Shakira had endured the 20-fold gravity for 30 seconds. "Shakira, do not overexert yourself. If it becomes unbearable, you may evolve," he urged. Shakira offered no response. Guy continued to monitor the time, noting that 40 seconds had passed, then 50, and finally, 51, 52. As the 60-second mark approached, Guy signaled to the Mutuo once more, and the pressure of 21-fold gravity suddenly overwhelmed Shakira. In that moment, Shakira erupted in a brilliant radiance. Enveloped in a luminous aura as she began to grow taller and larger, a roar resonating throughout the forest. At last, she had evolved. Guy gazed in awe at the towering creature before him, with robust limbs, a muscular tail, and a body that shimmered green with a metallic sheen. Particularly striking was the iron-like chest. Nausea and Gier were startled by the roar, rushing to Guy's side. Gier, astonished by the magnificent being, exclaimed, "Guy, what is this?" Nausea echoed her surprise. Guy responded, "Shakira has evolved into Banjira, possessing an unyielding body impervious to any assault, and the strength to effortlessly shatter boulders with a single hand." Gier marveled, "Shakira has evolved. She appears incredibly powerful now." Observing Banjira's armor-like physique, Nausea turned to Guy and inquired, "Though Banjira is classified as an armored sprite, it doesn't quite embody the essence of iron, does it? What is the meaning of this?" Guy explained, "You see, some sprites are born with uniquely distinct colors. Exceedingly rare. My Banjira represents a mutated evolution." Nausea questioned, "A mutated evolution?" Guy clarified, "Indeed, a mutated evolution possesses unique characteristics that develop over time, unlike shiny sprites, which are inherently distinct." Nausea nodded in understanding. Approaching Banjira, Guy now had to look up to meet its gaze. Smiling, he asked, "How does it feel in this new form?" Banjira responded with excitement, "The strength coursing through my body is remarkable, especially my defenses. I can feel that cycle of power flowing autonomously within me. The metallic qualities are largely a result of this cycle." Guy mused. "Combining this with the passive skill Iron Wall cultivated through training, plus that cycle, it seems you've become familiar with your new form. I shall check on the others," he said, as Banjira nodded in affirmation. Banjira thought to herself, "What exactly is this cycle my master has instilled within me?" As Guy walked on, he pondered. It appears that sprites are indeed natural-born martial prodigies. Banjira's cycle resembles the technique known as Iron Shirt. Chapter 97. Arrival at the waterfall. The roar of Banjira startled the frozen bird, Ariados, Dream Eater, and Dark Raven. Dream Eater, taken aback, remarked on the formidable presence and fierce aura emanating from their master, wondering if something was amiss. Ariados hesitated for a moment and suggested, "Should we return to investigate?" Dark Raven concurred with Ariados. At that moment, the frozen bird responded from above, "You need not worry." Dark Raven inquired, "Why is that?" The frozen bird gazed thoughtfully in the direction of the campsite where Guy and the others were, and slowly articulated, "It seems that Shakira has evolved." "Shakira? Evolved? What does that mean?" asked Dream Eater. The frozen bird explained, "After you left, it appears that our master did something to Shakira, who nearly evolved. However, to prevent Shakira from evolving prematurely, our master instructed Shakira to suppress the urge to evolve." The frozen bird paused momentarily. Ariados eagerly pressed, "What did the master do? Why not allow Shakira to evolve immediately? Please, tell us." The frozen bird replied, "What did our master do? How would I know? He is pushing Shakira to her limits, making her endure under the gravity of the psychic-type Pokémon to reach her maximum potential before evolving. I believe about 10 minutes have passed since the gravity was set to 10 times. It should now be at 20 times. Dark Raven, eyes wide with astonishment, exclaimed, 20 times. Shakira is truly extraordinary. If I recall correctly, you, frozen bird, barely managed to withstand 15 times, right? The frozen bird responded, "Indeed." Ariados remarked, "Our master's Pokémon are all exceptional. It's quite terrifying. Not to mention Mewtwo, but Shakira is capable of enduring under such immense gravity." Dream Eater cast a sidelong glance at Ariados and said, "Aren't you one of our master's Pokémon?" Ariados stammered, "Ah, that was a slip of the tongue. I meant our previous Pokémon. Furthermore, Shakira has been with our master from the very beginning and has certainly learned more than we have." Dream Eater nodded in agreement. "That is true. Let us hurry to the waterfall to collect the stones." Dark Raven nodded, "Let us go." As a side note, ever since Ariados encountered that trap, they have not come across any more. This was primarily due to Guy, who merely set up a touch-sensitive mechanism to alert them. The other traps lay deeper within the forest, requiring someone to activate them. Unbeknownst to the small Pokémon, a figure silently passed them. Venturing deeper into the forest, it was Guy, who had come to check on the small Pokémon after Shakira's evolution. The small Pokémon meandered through the depths of the forest towards the water source, unaware that a figure was watching their every move. It was Guy. While several small Pokémon leisurely made their way, Guy pulled the rope attached to the trap he had prepared nearby. Ariados suddenly found the ground beneath him collapsing, and he fell straight down. Ariados, who would be so cruel as to set a trap? That hurt terribly. Dream Eater laughed heartily. "Ariados, you truly have the worst luck. This trap is undoubtedly one of our master's creations." The two small Pokémon, Dream Eater and Dark Raven, mocked Ariados. Guyu gazed at the situation, pondering that the two of them should not gloat too soon. Their turn would come next. With a firm tug on the rope once more, a vast net, approximately 10 meters in diameter, descended from above, accompanied by the anguished cries of two little sprites. "What on earth is happening, Dream Demon? I cannot move," exclaimed Dark Crow. "Neither can I. Quick, devise a way to escape this net." At that moment, a beam of light burst forth from the trap where Ariados had fallen. Ariados, capable of scaling the heights, confronted the sudden net with brute force, unleashing a radiant blaze of sunlight. Emerging from the trap, Ariados looked at the entangled Dream Demon and Dark Crow, chuckling, "Ha, ha, ha. You used to mock me, and now you face your just desserts." The Dream Demon, filled with ire, retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Hurry and free us." Ariados, seeing their plight, decided to assist. As Ariados began to gather light at the tips of its antennae, the Dream Demon paused. "Ariados, are you truly going to?" Dark Crow interjected. "Stop right there." A subtle smile curled at the corners of Ariados' mouth as the sunlight once again surged forth. The Dream Demon and Dark Crow fell pitifully to the ground, only to spring up in a furious outburst. "You scoundrel, Ariados." They charged towards him, unleashing a flurry of blows. Guyu observed these three lively characters, bemused yet amused. Thus, within the confines of Guyu's intricate traps, wooden stakes, stone formations, and the occasional blizzard conjured by the ice bird, the three little sprites found themselves in a most disheveled state, internally lamenting their master's wickedness. Eventually, after a series of tumultuous events, the three sprites arrived at the base of a waterfall, all gathering at the water's edge to quench their thirst with the clear, refreshing water. Chapter 98. At the waterfall. Guyu bestows a unique skill. Panting heavily, Ariados finally escaped the clutches of peril. Dark Crow, breathless, exclaimed, "Our master has set so many traps, each more terrifying than the last." The Dream Demon remarked, "At last, we have reached the waterfall. We should be able to retrieve the task stone." Rhydon questioned, "What is it, Dream Demon?" Dark Crow stuttered, how do we get across?" Rhydon gazed at the waterfall, a majestic cascade rising 10 meters high, its crystalline waters revealing the distinct outline of a cave behind the curtain of water, mere 2 meters away. Yet, the waterfall surged with formidable force, like a ferocious beast. "Heavens, how shall we enter?" Rhydon lamented. The Dream Demon shook its head. "How would I know?" Thus, the 3 little sprites found themselves halted beneath the waterfall, devoid of options. Observing them, Guyu conveyed a mental signal to the ice bird, indicating that no further interference was needed. After nearly an hour of rest, Dark Crow could no longer remain idle and took to the skies. "What are you planning to do, Dark Crow?" inquired Rhydon. Dark Crow responded from above, "Staying here is not a solution." With that, Dark Crow darted towards the waterfall at breakneck speed, heading straight for the cave entrance. However, as the Dark Crow collided with the waterfall, it was mercilessly swept away. The Dream Demon sighed, its eyes glowing with a cerulean light, and invoked mental interference. The Dark Crow was enveloped in blue radiance and gradually lifted from the water. Lying on the ground, the Dark Crow lamented that it was futile. It had barely touched the waterfall's cascade before being carried off. The Dream Demon sighed once more, pondering if there was truly no way out. The Dark Crow noticed Alito's deep in thought. "Alito's, what are you contemplating?" Alito suddenly exclaimed, "I have a plan." The Dream Demon, taken aback, inquired, "What idea have you conceived?" Alito's replied, "This challenge requires our cooperation to overcome." The Dark Crow questioned, "What do you propose?" Alito's continued, "Dream Demon." The Dream Demon responded, "Yes? What is it?" Alito suggested, "We shall both employ mental interference together to create an opening at the cave entrance. Dark Crow, you must retrieve the stone from within." The Dark Crow leapt up, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea. Dream Demon, I believe this will work. Prepare yourself. Dark Crow, you must retrieve the stone swiftly." The Dark Crow nodded and soared into the air. Alito's and the Dream Demon exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously invoking mental interference, creating a gap in the waterfall at the cave entrance. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Crow darted into the cave. Upon entering, the Dark Crow discovered a small basket containing 3 stones engraved with leaf motifs. It thought to itself, "My master truly devised this for our collaboration." Clutching the basket firmly, the Dark Crow soared out of the cave. Upon its emergence, Alito's and the Dream Demon ceased their mental interference. In the shadows, Guy nodded and telepathically informed the Articuno, and they departed. Guy returned to the campsite, observing the energetic Banjira beneath a tree where it reclined against the trunk. After closing its eyes for a brief moment, 3 small sprites returned, carrying the task stones. Guy opened its eyes as the sprites placed the stones before it. "You have succeeded. I shall bestow upon you a special ability." The 3 sprites were filled with excitement. Guy looked at the Dream Demon and said, "You shall go first, Dream Demon." The Dream Demon floated gently before Guy, who extended a hand and placed it atop the Dream Demon's head, closing its eyes. The Dream Demon obediently shut its eyes, feeling a warm current circulating within its mental space, distinctly sensing an enhancement of its mental prowess. In the rich tapestry of Chinese history, there are numerous methods for cultivating mental strength. Guy imparted to the Dream Demon a cultivation technique known as Nine Nether Abyss, which could only be practiced by those naturally endowed with a surplus of Yin energy, making it perfectly suited for the Dream Demon, a ghost-type sprite with ample Yin energy. Guy withdrew its hand and gazed at the Dream Demon, who awakened after Guy's touch departed. Guy inquired, "How do you feel?" The Dream Demon, eyes alight with excitement, nodded vigorously. "Remember this cycle. Your mental strength shall continue to grow." The Dream Demon has embarked on its training journey, and Guyi has presented Alito's before him. Employing the same method, he instructed Alito's to close his eyes and placed a hand upon his forehead. A stream of energy began to circulate within Alito's, forming a system of flow. To enhance Alito's, Guyi contemplated various aspects, ultimately deciding to impart the technique known as the spider body to harness Alito's unique capabilities. This ancient method, created by a spider enthusiast, mimics the principles of a spider, significantly augmenting muscle strength to the point where one could scale walls like a spider. However, while spiders rely on their innate physical attributes, the spider body is a manifestation of strength. Alito's felt as though this energy was a part of him, smoothly circulating within. Next came the Dark Crow. Guyi had conceived a particularly fitting ability for the Dark Crow, the utilization of sound waves. Rather than placing his hand on the Dark Crow's forehead, Guyi positioned it upon its chest. The energy flowed within the dark crow's lungs, enhancing its lung capacity, and then he taught it the application of sound wave techniques. Observing the eager anticipation in the dark crow, Guyi quickly interjected, cautioning that with such a powerful voice, a single call could cause chaos at the campsite. He explained to the dark crow that its ability was a form of application rather than a technique to be cultivated. The dark crow nodded in understanding and wandered off to converse with Alitos and the dream demon. Watching the three little spirits in their excitement brought a smile to Guyi's face. After camping at this site for 2 days, the trio departed, during which both the dream demon and Alitos had mastered their respective circulations, enhancing their own capabilities. As they journeyed along the road to Yuanju City, Guyi pondered, feeling as if he had forgotten something. Despite ruminating for quite some time, he could not recall, so he decided to set the thought aside. Within a confined sphere, a turtle-like creature languished, curled up within its shell, forgotten by Guyi, who had recently captured it. Chapter 99. Arrival at Yuanju City a few days later. On a small hill, 3 figures gazed down at the quaint, ancient houses below, surrounded by lush trees. 2 towers loomed over the northern edge of the city. One lay in ruins, while the other stood intact, exuding an eerie tranquility. Jia stretched and exclaimed, "We have finally arrived. Yuanju City." Indeed, they had encountered numerous events along the way, as Nazi remarked in agreement. Throughout their journey, during each rest, Alitos and the Dream Demon diligently practiced, passively circulating their energies in combat to achieve optimal training results. Well, there's still ample time. Let us head directly to the dojo. Guyi called out to Nazi and Jia. I recall that the Yuanju dojo specializes in ghost-type Pokémon, Nazi noted as they walked. Indeed, the dojo trainer, Xiaosong, is quite an adept trainer. The dojo itself is located near Ling Ling Tower. Guyi pointed towards a distant ancient tower and remarked, "Is that the Ling Ling Tower?" The very tower said to have been used for communication between humans and the legendary little sprite, the Phoenix King? Nazi surprisingly understood quite a bit, though her knowledge was somewhat lacking. Indeed, the Ling Ling Tower holds such history. However, it is not that one, but this one. Unbeknownst to them, the 3 had already traversed the old streets and arrived before a charred tower. The Ling Ling Tower is newly constructed, while this one is the original site where humans once communicated with the Phoenix King. Guyi gestured towards the completely burnt tower and said, "But how could it have been destroyed?" Nazi inquired, revealing her partial knowledge on the matter. The Ling Ling Tower is renowned as the sole venue for interaction between the Phoenix King and humanity, where the Phoenix King was perceived as a symbol of peace for humankind. Those who could communicate with the Phoenix King were a select few, but there once appeared a group intent on misusing the Phoenix's power for malevolent purposes. In that conflict, the Ling Ling Tower was set ablaze, and it is said that the Phoenix King subsequently resolved to cease all communication with humanity and vowed never to reveal itself again. Of course, I believe I will eventually have the opportunity to meet it, Guyi declared, though in truth, he had encountered it before, albeit briefly, when he first departed from Jinshin Town. Ah, I see. So this tower has remained unrepaired to serve as a perpetual reminder and admonition for future generations. Jia concluded after listening to Guyi and Nazi's exchange. Indeed, that is why it is now called the Tower of Admonition, Guyi replied. But will such knowledge be inscribed in the guide? And what are we doing here? Isn't the gym located near the new Ling Ling Tower? Nazi questioned, presenting a classic dilemma. Well, I followed the map, and the Yuanju gym is indeed in this vicinity, Guyi remarked, scanning the area until he finally spotted an ancient structure behind a small grove of trees. As expected, this is the Yuanju gym, Guyi stated, glancing at the map. Indeed, each region possesses its own unique style. This gym even exhibits an ancient architectural design, Nazi commented, leaving her intentions unclear. Upon entering the gym and inquiring, they received the disappointing response, "Sorry, the gym leader is not present." The absence of the gym leader was disheartening, and Guyi stepped out of the gym, feeling rather at a loss. In that case, let us explore the Tower of Admonition. Did that person not mention that the gym leader might have gone there, or to the new Ling Ling Tower? Guyi instantly perked up. Exactly. We might as well consider it a visit, Jia added. Returning to the charred tower and stepping inside, they were met with a scene of utter blackness. The floorboards creaked ominously beneath their feet, occasionally splintering, which instilled a profound sense of insecurity. Dust and debris would occasionally fall from above, adding to their discomfort, creating an atmosphere as if specters might emerge at any moment. Jia quipped, "It feels like ghosts could appear at any time." To which Guyi replied, "When we speak of ghosts, we merely refer to ghost-type Pokémon." Ghost-type Pokémon, you say? Even if there were truly ghosts, I wouldn't mind, Nazi remarked. Suddenly, flames erupted all around. Could it be that this tower, which has not burned in recent days, has reignited? Jia retreated to the side, hurriedly speaking. Yet her eyes betrayed no hint of panic. Guy had anticipated such a scenario long ago. Dream Demon, arise, she commanded. Jia and Nashi obediently closed their eyes at Guy's behest. Only then did Guy instruct the Dream Demon to spread its psychic rays across the entire vicinity. With her true eye, Guy could disregard the Dream Demon's psychic beams, remaining unaffected. Guy understood that the chaos was caused by the disorderly rays of the ghost-type sprites, which not only induced confusion but also distorted vision, causing living beings to perceive phantoms. The Dream Demon, upon witnessing the scene before it and hearing Guy's command, comprehended the situation. Its eyes emitted a blue light as the psychic rays swiftly dispersed, revealing numerous shadows, while the flames receded. Guy kept her eyes wide open, aided by her true eye, observing everything unfold. Impressive. Many have mistakenly ventured into this charred bell tower. And while some have managed to pierce through the chaos of the ghosts with the aid of their sprites, few can maintain their gaze in such circumstances without being affected. Even among the trainers of the Yuanzhu Gym, you are quite rare. As far as I know, you are the first outsider. A figure descended the staircase. Are you from the Yuanzhu Gym? Jia, sharp-witted, quickly grasped the significance of maintaining her gaze. Gungawei, the figure on the stairs uttered, and immediately a Gungawei materialized. Floating, more accurately gliding, toward the center of the scene, it was accompanied by a number of Gaisu and Gizitong. With a wave of its hand, the Gungawei made all the Gaisu and Gizitong vanish in an instant. Though your appearance remains unclear, this Gungawei must be your sprite. Such commanding presence is extraordinary. Moreover, you mentioned being from the Yuanzhu Gym. Your voice suggests youth. You must be Xiaosong, the gym leader of Yuanzhu, Guy deduced succinctly, her tone neither warm nor cold. Ah, indeed impressive, the individual replied, summoning Gungawei back to his side with a gesture. As he approached, Guy discerned his features and confirmed her suspicion. I am Xiaosong, the gym trainer of Yuanzhu. You must be the challenger, as your words indicate. Xiaosong continued. You sought me out because I was not at the gym, correct? Yes. I hope to engage in a gym battle with you. Guy stated plainly, without hesitation. Certainly. However, time is of the essence. I am scheduled to instruct new trainers shortly. But we can battle in the afternoon. How does that sound? Given Xiaosong's proposal, Guy had no choice but to agree. Since the battle would take place in the afternoon, Guy and her companions decided to first visit the Pokémon Center. I must say, Xiaosong's Gingawei is quite impressive. Even my Yuang would find it challenging, Nashi remarked. That is your perspective. Do not impose it upon me, Guyi remarked, half in jest and half in mockery. Nazi's face flushed with irritation. Yet contemplating Guye's prowess, she could only endure, pouting in frustration. With a smile, Guyi declared, all right, I shall go and see how the little sprites are faring. With that, he walked away. Chapter 100. The Yuanzhu Gym. Within the Yuanzhu Gym, the administrator addressed Xiaosong. This is the challenger seeking to compete against you. Guyi and his companions followed the administrator into the gym, where the man spoke directly to Xiaosong, who was currently instructing a group of children. Oh, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, Xiaosong remarked, turning to face Guyi. He then turned back to the children, saying, let us witness this gym battle for the badge. The children stood in unison and bowed respectfully. Afterward, Xiaosong turned back, asking, everything all right? Of course it is. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Guyi, the Dragon Master from Jinshin Town. Guyi stepped forward confidently. Guyi, the champion of the Quartz League? Xiaosong pondered inwardly. Now, let us prepare for the gym battle, with the badge at stake. The referee announced as Guyi and Xiaosong took their positions on opposite sides of the arena. Each trainer would utilize 3 Pokémon, and the match would conclude when one trainer's Pokémon were all rendered unable to battle. The challenger could freely switch Pokémon, while the gym trainer could not. Are both sides ready? The referee inquired, to which Guyi and Xiaosong nodded affirmatively. Then, let the battle commence. The referee proclaimed. Go, Ghastly. Xiaosong summoned his first Pokémon, and indeed, it was a ghost type. All right, come forth, Honchkrow. Guyi called out, as Honchkrow entered the fray. This is your first battle, Honchkrow. Honchkrow responded, fixing its gaze upon Ghastly with fierce determination. Honchkrow, impressive focus. Let us see your strength. Come at me, Xiaosong commanded, exuding confidence. Though Honchkrow had mastered the move Soundwave, a powerful technique, Guyi had trained Honchkrow on the journey, enhancing its skills. Honchkrow, use Aerial Ace. Guyi ordered, initiating the attack. Although a standard attack would not affect ghost types, Aerial Ace, being a flying type move, would still yield some effect, albeit minimal. Interesting. Ghastly. Use curse. Xiaosong commanded calmly. Honchcrow's attack missed its mark. Unless Ghastly vacates this space, it cannot evade. Guyi decisively instructed Honchcrow to execute supersonic. A sharp sound wave erupted from Honchcrow, causing discomfort among the onlookers, though Guyi remained unaffected due to his state of immunity. Ghastly, overwhelmed by the auditory disruption, materialized directly before Honchcrow. Seizing the moment, Guyi commanded, Shadow Ball. The Shadow Ball surged forth towards Ghastly. Watch out, Ghastly! Xiaosong suddenly realized the impending danger. Upon receiving the command, Gui's vanished into the air as the Dark Crow ceased its noise. It was impossible to escape. The Dark Crow initiated noise once more. As Konoha remarked, the Dark Crow unleashed noise again, and Komatsu understood that merely hiding was futile. He commanded Guis to use Shadow Ball. Guis materialized and launched the Shadow Ball towards the Dark Crow. Are you coming out? The Dark Crow immediately halted noise and executed Aerial Ace, evading the Shadow Ball with a swift turn in the air while striking Guis. Konoha, witnessing the hit, ordered the Dark Crow to pursue Psychic. The Dark Crow's eyes gradually filled with a blue radiance, and Guis, struck by Aerial Ace and sent flying, found itself momentarily suspended in the air. Ensnared by the blue light, immobile, Komatsu, in a state of urgency, urged Guis to break free, but no matter how desperately Guis struggled, it could not escape. Konoha commanded the Dark Crow to unleash its full power with Psychic. The Dark Crow let out a cry, and Guis plummeted from the sky to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Komatsu beheld Guis lying motionless on the ground, its eyes spiraling. Guis had lost its ability to battle. The Dark Crow emerged victorious, the referee announced. Impressive, to achieve this without a scratch, Naji remarked slowly. Stop spouting nonsense, Naji, it's hardly unscathed, Konoha retorted. Guis must have used curse, right? Komatsu observed, as the Dark Crow suddenly appeared to suffer, its form wavering as it flapped its wings with great effort. Did you mention the effect of curse before it was activated? Did you see Guis use it? Komatsu asked with a smile. While this Guis is indeed well trained, upon witnessing the Dark Crow's capabilities, one can discern the disparity. At this point, Guis's role is not to defeat my Dark Crow, but to prepare for the next Pokémon, Konoha explained. When considering which skills the Guis series might serve well in the subsequent battle, the first that comes to mind is undoubtedly Curse. Although Destiny Bond and Grudge are also frequently seen, Grudge lacks significance due to its non-damaging nature. While Destiny Bond can be negated, my Dark Crow remains standing. Konoha articulated the rationale behind his judgment, noting that these were the few relatively common skills that could be considered in an instant. Upon hearing Konoha's assessment, many of the children behind Komatsu expressed their admiration. Truly impressive. Return Guis. Komatsu recalled Guis, emphasizing that certain knowledge regarding Pokémon is essential. Even if one cannot know all the skills a particular Pokémon can learn, being aware of some commonly used ones is imperative. Komatsu suddenly turned and remarked, Indeed. You are a competent teacher, excelling in tactics as a gym leader, no, as a Pokémon trainer. My second choice is this one. As he spoke, Xiaosong promptly sent out his second Pokémon, Jingars. Returning, he recalled his Dark Raven. Guy decisively withdrew Dark Raven, which was undoubtedly wise. Continuing the battle would inflict a curse damage equivalent to 14 of his own stamina every brief moment. There was no need to engage in such a terrifying encounter when a simple exchange could alleviate the situation. Encouragingly gazing at the Pokeball, he said, You've done well, now rest. Now it's your turn, Ariados. Guy summoned Ariados to the fray. First, it was the flying and dark-type Dark Raven. And now it was bug and poison-type Ariados. Xiaosong chuckled, completely unaware of any strategic combination in play. I hadn't even considered such things, Guy casually replied. Xiaosong stumbled slightly at this revelation, rendered speechless. Jingars, use Dark Gaze. Xiaosong launched into the attack with fervor. Jingars unleashed an unsettling black light from its eyes, leaving Ariados unable to retreat until it either defeated Jingars or succumbed to battle. Ariados appeared furious, resisting the urge to flee. Is this a slight against me? It seemed to seethe. Enraged, Ariados displayed its fearful face, looking fearsome in Jingars' eyes. Observing Jingars show a hint of trepidation, Xiaosong shouted, Jingars. Jingars immediately snapped back to reality. Seeing Ariados smirk from across the field, Jingars appeared quite flustered. This Ariados is quite the character, brimming with personality. Xiaosong had earlier been at a loss for words, but now saw an opportunity to recalibrate his strategy. Here it comes, Jingars, use Toxic Burst. Xiaosong commanded. Ariados, execute Dig. Guy ordered without hesitation. Ariados swiftly burrowed underground. and Jengar's toxic burst struck the area around the hole, losing its target and aimlessly floating in the arena. Xiaosong, with keen battle awareness, promptly directed, Jengar's. Aim for the hole and use Shadow Ball. Hiding underground, there's no escape. Xiaosong smiled confidently, watching as the Shadow Ball surged into the hole. Guy remarked, good luck hitting anything. What? Xiaosong questioned, noticing the lack of response from within the hole. Suddenly, a Shadow Ball erupted from it, hitting Jengar's, who was carelessly hovering at the entrance. Now's the time, come forth. Ariados, use ambush. Guy commanded. Out of nowhere, Ariados burst forth from the ground behind Jengar's, landing a direct hit with ambush, sending Jengar's flying. It was quite a formidable strike, thanks in part to the spider body ability. Chapter 101, A Clash of Ultimate Techniques. As Jengar soared through the air, Xiaosong was puzzled. He recognized something was amiss with that Shadow Ball. Turning to Guy, he inquired, why? Guy, unperturbed, explained, consider what Ariado's specialty is. Xiaosong pondered, is it its silk? The solitary leaf was not mistaken. The threads spun by Ariados were particularly resilient. Ariados had woven a web within the passage, effectively sealing the exit. Consider what would transpire if the Shadow Ball were to collide with the threads spun by Ariados. It would undoubtedly be repelled. Xiaosong remarked earnestly that the Shadow Ball could not breach the web and would be rebounded. The solitary leaf snapped his fingers in agreement, acknowledging the clarity of the situation. Xiaosong, your strategy is truly flawless. Even if one web is breached, there are still several more to contend with. Nodding affirmatively, the solitary leaf added, well, your Jengar has not yet lost its fighting capability. Let us continue our duel. Xiaosong shrugged and replied, you are indeed correct. Jengar, unleash Sludge Bomb. Jengar expelled a sphere resembling a muddy pellet once more. Dig, commanded the solitary leaf. Ariados promptly burrowed into the ground. Xiaosong immediately declared, I will not allow your escape. Jengar, use your hands to seize Ariados. Jengar's hands detached from its body and followed into the tunnel. Quite clever, but mere cleverness will not suffice. Need alarm. The solitary leaf ordered without hesitation. Even if the hands were separated from the body, they could still sustain injury from an attack. Withdraw your hands. Xiaosong commanded decisively. Jengar effortlessly retracted its hands, not needing to retrace its steps, as they emerged directly through the soil. Although it successfully extricated its hands from the tunnel, the battlefield remained devoid of any signs of being struck. Xiaosong, observing the unresponsive terrain, silently pondered that he had been outmaneuvered. A subtle smile crept onto the solitary leaf's lips as he called forth Solar Beam. Xiaosong's expression shifted to one of alarm. Oh no, retreat. But it was too late. A blinding beam of light pierced through the surface, accompanied by flying debris, directly engulfing Jengar. As the beam weakened, Jengar slowly collapsed onto the ground, motionless, while Ariados emerged from the earth. Jengar has lost its fighting capability. Ariados is victorious, the referee announced. Xiaosong remarked in disbelief that the needle arm command had been a ruse, designed to charge the solar beam beneath Jengar. As there was no sunlight underground for an immediate launch, sighing, he observed Jengar lying on the ground, its eyes swirling, and withdrew it into its Pokeball. Jengar, you performed admirably. Rest well. Now, it is your turn. Go forth, Jengar. Xiaosong summoned his ace, Jengar. Ariados, continue your assault, the solitary leaf instructed. And Ariados nodded in compliance. As Jengar began to stealthily conceal itself, the solitary leaf quickly devised a countermeasure. Ariados, utilize Psychic to ensnare Jengar. The first course of action was to negate the opponent's advantage of invisibility. Dodge, Jengar. Xiaosong waved his hand, and Jengar vanished in an instant, causing the psychic attack to miss its mark. Cursed, Xiaosong commanded. Suddenly, two beams of darkness descended from the sky. Ariados, taken aback and unable to evade, was struck and toppled to the ground, though it slowly began to rise once more. Although Ariados had received enhancements to its physique, enduring the previous attack was still quite taxing. Curse, whispered Gai gravely. The opposing Ginguwei continued to employ curse. While it was possible to ascertain Ginguwei's position based on the origin of the curse, launching any effective assault against an opponent in an invisible state remained futile. Despite its spectral nature, Xiaosong's Ginguwei executed curse with alarming rapidity, akin to a grass-type Pokémon utilizing Leaf Blade or a water-type wielding Water Gun effortlessly. The frequency of the curses, occurring approximately every 2 seconds, was utterly terrifying. Ariados could only evade incessantly, and any retaliatory strikes with Pin Missile merely stirred the air, while attempts to use Psycho Shift proved ineffective in capturing Ginguwei. Reluctantly, Gai called back Ariados into its Pokeball. Xiaosong, momentarily taken aback, then realized that with the defeat of Jingxitin, the effects of Dark Gaze had dissipated. Come forth, Mreeman. Guy summoned his third Pokémon. This is the first instance I've encountered a particularly formidable opponent, Guy admitted. What an honor it is that your third Pokémon is Mreeman's evolved form, Mreeman, another ghost type. How do you plan to contend with my Gingawei? Xiaosong inquired. Let us see what strategies you possess. Guy commanded. Gingawei, conceal yourself and employ Night Curse. Xiaosong resorted to the same strategy as before. You believe the same tactic will yield success again? Guy ordered. Mreeman, unleash Confusion Ray, a fusion of Psycho Beam and Confusion Beam. Upon hearing this command, the observing Natsuji shielded their eyes. Xiaosong, unaware of what Confusion Ray entailed, remained on high alert. Mreeman's eyes radiated an intense azure light, and its body began to emit a brilliant glow that illuminated every corner of the gymnasium. The spectators, including Xiaosong, quickly shielded their eyes from the blinding brilliance. Xiaosong recalled the events that transpired in the charred Lingling Tower, where Guy had commanded Mreeman to execute this very move. But why had it been referred to as Psycho Beam then, while now it was Confusion Ray? As the luminosity subsided, Xiaosong lowered his hand from his eyes, witnessing Gingawei floating aimlessly, colliding with the surroundings. What has happened? Xiaosong exclaimed, realizing Gingawei was in a state of confusion. At this moment, Guy remarked, you hesitated just now. You were pondering the nature of Confusion Ray, weren't you? Kamasu nodded, and Koyanagi said, my Dream Demon's technique, Chaotic Beam, is a fusion of Chaos Ray and Mental Beam. The Chaos Ray guarantees complete confusion but inflicts no damage, while the Mental Beam delivers significant harm but lacks the certainty of confusion. This is the power derived from their combination. Kamasu, your Jengar is formidable. Had it not succumbed to confusion, I might have faced a grueling battle. However, the current Jengar is utterly defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Koyanagi commanded, Dream Demon, Psychic Disturbance. The Dream Demon unleashed Psychic Disturbance, seizing Jengar and forcefully slamming it to the ground. Jengar wobbled on the ground, clearly still ensnared in confusion. Kamasu shouted, wake up, Jengar. The Dream Demon's Psychic Disturbance mercilessly controlled Jengar again, lifting it before bringing it crashing down once more. This time, Jengar no longer swayed but knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The damage inflicted was substantial. Given this situation, Jengar, use Shadow Hole. Kamasu suddenly commanded. Be careful, Dream Demon. Koyanagi urgently warned. Although Koyanagi remembered the name Shadow Hole, the specifics eluded him. This technique was a signature move created by Kamasu, the leader of the Yuanju Dojo. Jengar spread its arms, gathering energy in its hands before converging it in front of itself, where a black sphere materialized and was hurled forth. At first glance, it appeared similar to Shadow Ball, yet Koyanagi knew well that Kamasu was no mere bluffer, and indeed, he recalled the existence of the Shadow Hole technique, although the details had slipped his mind. The black sphere approached, and the Dream Demon attempted to evade upward. Suddenly, the sphere expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal black orb over 2 meters in diameter. From the front, it resembled a pitch-black cavern. The Dream Demon, believing it had successfully dodged, was taken aback by the abrupt enlargement of the sphere. The Shadow Hole surged forward, leaving no time for evasion. The Dream Demon was propelled out of the arena by the Shadow Hole, crashing against the wall and exploding upon impact. Fortunately, the Dream Demon was not vanquished by a single strike and slowly returned to the battlefield. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful secret technique, Koyanagi remarked to Kamasu. I prefer not to utilize Shadow Hole frequently, as it demands a great deal of stamina and invariably damages my dojo, Kamasu replied. Indeed, the area struck by Shadow Hole had been left with a significant breach. Koyanagi sighed. Must you resort to that move again? Dream Demon, Rapid Death Melody. Upon hearing Koyanagi's command, Kamasu witnessed the Dream Demon vanish in an instant. Jengar was startled by the sudden appearance of the Dream Demon. Before it could react, it found itself overwhelmed by an overwhelming drowsiness and succumbed to slumber. In that fleeting moment, the Dream Demon passed through Jengar's body, all occurring within mere seconds. Jengar plummeted vertically, landing on the ground, at which point Kamasu regained his senses and saw Jengar sprawled on the ground, its eyes swirling in confusion. Chapter 102, The Phantom Badge, Relic of the Phoenix King. As Gung Gue succumbed to defeat, Meng Yao Mo emerged victorious. The trainer from the gym, Xiaosong, had all 3 of his Pokémon incapacitated, thus granting the victory to the competitor from Masera Town, Konya. Both trainers recalled their respective Pokémon, and Xiaosong approached Konya, exclaiming, "You truly deserve the title of champion of the Indigo League. I have learned much from you." Konya, taken aback, responded, "You recognize me?" With a smile, Xiaosong replied, "Of course. I watched the Indigo conference in its entirety. How could I not recognize you?" Konya felt a sense of relief and asked, "Let me pose a question. You must have noticed how that move, Rapid Lament, unfolded, correct?" Xiaosong nodded, ready to speak, but Konya interrupted, "It suffices that you understand it in your heart. Regardless, you have bested me. Accept this. It is the Phantom Badge, a testament to your victory over the Yinju Gym." With that, Xiaosong placed a badge resembling a purple skull into Konya's hand, which undeniably reflected the essence of the ghost-type gym. Observing Konya depart, a nearby youth inquired, "Teacher Xiaosong, what just transpired? Why did Gungue fall?" Sighing, Xiaosong refrained from elaborating, pondering instead the swift maneuver that allowed Konya to appear before Gungue, employing hypnosis to lull it into slumber, followed by a decisive strike with Dream Eater, a truly exquisite chain of moves. As he gazed at Konya's silhouette, he mused, "What will you become?" "Long Konya?" A sudden sneeze escaped Konya. "I cannot possibly be catching a cold. Who is speaking of me?" He wondered where Satoshi and the others had wandered off to. On a road in a quaint town, a boy with Pikachu perched on his shoulder sneezed, prompting a concerned girl beside him to ask, "What's wrong, Satoshi?" This boy was indeed Satoshi, and the girl was unmistakably Kasumi. Rubbing his nose, Satoshi replied, "I'm not sure. It's nothing, really. Let us go?" "Oh, is that so?" Kasumi responded. Konya, Jier, and Nasi arrived at the Pokémon Center, intending to rest for the night before their departure. Simultaneously, within the new bell tower, beneath the statue of the Phoenix King, a box began to tremble. The monk overseeing the tower noticed this disturbance and hurriedly summoned all the other monks. He then left the new bell tower, making his way to the Yinju Gym. Xiaosong was taken aback, observing the monk's urgency. "What? The box left by the Phoenix King has begun to show signs of activity? We must go and investigate." He followed the monk, hastily departing the gym to the new bell tower. "Hey, Konya, there is still some time before dusk. Shall we explore the new bell tower?" Nasi suggested. "Indeed. Since we have nothing else to occupy us, a stroll sounds delightful," Jier added. "Very well, I too wish to see the new bell tower," Konya declared. Stepping out of the Pokémon Center, with Nasi and Jier quickly trailing behind, the trio arrived at the base of the new bell tower, but not a single guard was in sight. "Hey, Konya, why is there not a soul around?" Nasi asked. "Could something have gone awry?" Jier pondered aloud. "Your words are truly insightful." They proceeded to explore the bell tower. Gu Yi and his companions ascended the tower, layer by layer, until they reached the final floor, where they encountered a gathering of monks, along with Xiaosong. One of the monks, noticing Gu Yi and his friends, inquired, "Who are you?" Xiaosong and the other monks were drawn closer. Upon seeing Gu Yi, Xiaosong approached, asking, "How is it that you are here, Gu Yi?" Gu Yi shrugged, explaining, "I had intended to rest for the night before continuing my journey, but seeing that there was still time, I decided to visit the new bell tower. I was surprised to find it unguarded, so I came to see if anything was amiss." Xiaosong sighed, saying, "Before anything else, you should be aware of the purpose behind the construction of the new bell tower." Gu Yi, Nazi, and Jia all nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaosong continued, "In fact, this matter carries a glimmer of hope. The Phoenix King wishes to sever ties with humanity, yet still harbors expectations." Before departing, he left behind a box, which the people of old, out of respect for the Phoenix King, secretly safeguarded, revealing no information and refraining from investigating its contents. This iron box has endured through the years without any unusual occurrences. At this point, Xiaosong paused. Gu Yi understood that today, something was stirring within that iron box. Wasn't he it? Xiaosong nodded. Just then, a monk shouted, "Look." Xiaosong hurried forward, and Gu Yi and the others followed closely behind. They were astonished to witness the iron box placed before the statue of the Phoenix King, shaking violently. Xiaosong quickly asked, "What is happening?" A monk responded, "I do not know. While you were conversing, the box began to tremble more vigorously." Gu Yi and his companions found this hard to believe. At that moment, Gu Yi felt an inexplicable force guiding him. Noticing Gu Ye's contemplative expression, Jia inquired, "What is it, Gu Yi?" He did not answer. Yet he was certain that the source of this guidance was the iron box. Unconsciously, he stepped forward, slowly approaching the box. Some monks hastily admonished him. "What do you intend to do?" Ignoring their warnings, Gu Yi continued his advance toward the iron box. Xiaosong understood that Gu Yi meant no harm and sensed that the box's unusual behavior was somehow connected to him. He intercepted the monks attempting to stop Gu Yi, while Nazi and Jia looked on with concern. Thus, Gu Yi arrived at the table where the iron box rested, extending his hand towards it. Everyone's eyes widened in anticipation. The box seemed to sense something, shaking even more violently. Witnessing this phenomenon, Xiaosong became convinced that the iron box awaited Gu Ye's touch. As Gu Ye's hand finally rested upon the box, it ceased its movement. Suddenly, the seemingly ordinary black box erupted with a brilliant light, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. However, Gu Ye's heart trembled. He could not discern the box's details, only a radiant orb of light, from which a phantom began to materialize. With bated breath, Gu Ye uttered, "You are the Phoenix King." The apparition before him was indeed the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King has spoken to humanity. Your pure and untainted love for the little spirits has met the criteria, successfully unlocking this box. A tempest of emotions surged within Guy, yet he maintained his composure and inquired about the contents of the box. The Phoenix King did not continue speaking, but gradually faded away. Guy reached out, saying, "Wait, Phoenix King," as the radiance dissipated, leaving behind only a luminous orb. Everyone sensed the fading light, opening their eyes to see that the place where the iron box had been was now replaced by the glowing orb. Jira looked at Guy, noting his outstretched hand. "What has transpired, Guy?" Guy turned around, and Xiaosong stepped forward, asking, "What did you see?" Guy replied, "I beheld the Phoenix King." This revelation sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. "Was it merely a phantom?" Xiaosong queried. Guy shook his head. "The Phoenix King merely stated that I met the conditions to open this box before vanishing." Chapter 103, Joyful Acquisition of the Spirit Egg and Registration for the Sumo Contest. At that moment, a monk exclaimed, "Look!" Everyone was taken aback, turning their gaze toward the orb, which began to float slowly towards Guy. He extended his hand beneath it, and the orb settled gently onto his palm, its brilliance suddenly fading. "What is this?" Gasps of amazement filled the air as they beheld a spirit egg. Cradling the egg, Guy felt its warmth, and Xiaosong remarked, "This spirit egg has chosen you, which means the Phoenix King has chosen you as well. You must care for this child diligently. I believe no one will oppose this. Right?" Xiaosong looked at the monks, who all nodded in agreement. Filled with gratitude, Guy bowed deeply before departing from the Lingling Tower. On a bright, serene morning, within a tranquil forest, a young boy cradling the spirit egg walked alongside two young girls. The boy's name was Guy, and the girls were Jier and Naji. "Guy, what kind of spirit do you think this egg will hatch into?" Naji asked. "How would I know? Regardless of what spirit emerges, I will care for it well." Guy replied, gently stroking the egg. Jier laughed and said, "Guy, you now seem like a father waiting for his baby to be born." Her words made Guy feel embarrassed, and he continued to caress the spirit egg silently. Moreover, Jier added, "With the spirit egg you won at the bug catching contest, you now have 2 spirit eggs." Naji remarked, "By the way, Guy, why hasn't the spirit egg you obtained at the contest hatched yet? I too wish to see what it will become." Guy responded, "There is no rush. We must wait patiently. When the time is right, the spirit will emerge on its own." Thus, Guy held the spirit egg he had received from the Lingling Tower, while another rested in his backpack. After several days of arduous travel, Guy, Naji, and Jier arrived at a small town known as Leisure Town. Naji turned to Guy and said, "There is a special event taking place in Leisure Town today." Guy inquired, "What kind of event?" Nazi, the event known as the Little Pokémon Sumo Tournament, is a gathering where the townsfolk excel in training heavyweight Pokémon for sumo bouts. Over time, this has evolved into a cherished tradition. Guy pondered, the Little Pokémon Sumo Tournament, a contest of barehanded wrestling. How intriguing. It presents the perfect opportunity to test Banjiro's strength, and surely, he has been itching for a chance to participate. Thus, he made his way to the registration desk. Upon arrival, he was greeted by Miss Joy. Guy approached her and inquired, "I would like to register for the sumo tournament. Is that possible?" Miss Joy stood beside an electronic scale and replied, "Certainly, but registration will soon close. Please step forward for weighing. Any Pokémon weighing 80 kilograms or more is eligible to compete." Guy released his Pokeball, exclaiming, "All right, come forth, Banjiro." Banjiro seemed exhilarated to finally have an opportunity to showcase himself after evolving, bursting forth with a mighty roar. Miss Joy gazed in awe at the towering 2.5-meter Banjiro and remarked, "Your Banjiro appears robust and in excellent health. The scale reads 250 kilograms. I hope you achieve great success." Guy responded with gratitude, "Thank you." "Hey, Guy, is that you?" A voice called from behind. Guy turned to see a Pikachu perched on a familiar shoulder, none other than Ash. "Ash, you're here in Power Town too?" Guy inquired. "Indeed. We've been here for a while, preparing to enter the Little Pokémon Sumo Tournament. This must be your Pokémon, right?" "Impressive." Ash nodded appreciatively at Banjiro. "Thank you. You should hurry and register. The deadline is fast approaching," Guy encouraged. "Absolutely. Miss Joy, I want to register." Ash eagerly dashed to Miss Joy. Brock, standing by, commented nonchalantly, "What a pleasure it is to see two lovely ladies again. It truly warms my heart." Unlike before, Brock refrained from rushing forward, perhaps still bearing the impact of a previous encounter with Jessie. Misty, cradling her Togepi, added, "It's been so long, Guy, Nazi, and Jessie." The three responded in unison, "It's great to see you again. Snorlax, you shall be the one," Ash declared as he threw his Pokeball. A Snorlax landed on the electronic scale in a sleeping position, causing it to break with a loud crash, diverting everyone's attention. Ash sheepishly apologized, "I'm sorry." Miss Joy reassured him, "It's quite all right. One glance is enough to know it exceeds the weight limit. You are still eligible to compete." Ash scratched his head. "Thank you, Miss Joy." Snorlax continued to snooze, leaving Ash in a predicament. Misty remarked, "The opening ceremony has already begun." Ash lamented, "What a hassle. When will Snorlax wake up?" At that moment, the announcer's voice rang out. "The champion of this tournament will receive the esteemed King's Relic. And there will also be a secondary prize of a year's supply of Pokémon food." Upon hearing those words, Snorlax immediately stirred and rose to its feet. Ash was taken aback and exclaimed, "Snorlax." Misty remarked that it had reacted to the mention of Pokémon food. Brock noted that this creature was quite loyal to its appetite. Watching this amusing scene, Jess smiled behind her hand. Thus, the group made their way toward the venue. The host was introducing the event, stating that the competition would be conducted in an elimination format, and questioning which Pokémon would ascend to the pinnacle this year. He urged all to strive for the rank of Yokozuna, a title of great significance in sumo wrestling. Upon arriving at the venue, Ash greeted a young man standing beside a Feraligatr, waving to Mr. Lightning. Mr. Lightning turned around, spotting Ash, and said, "Oh, you're challenging with Snorlax." Misty gasped. "Everyone's Pokémon are so impressive." Mr. Lightning replied, "Indeed. These Pokémon trainers have specially trained their Pokémon for this tournament." Misty stepped forward. "But I still think Feraligatr looks the strongest." Mr. Lightning countered, No, I've heard that the Blastoise over there is also quite a formidable contender." Ash and his friends turned to look at the Blastoise Mr. Lightning mentioned. Ash exclaimed, "Blastoise and Feraligatr are both astonishing." Pikachu chimed in with a cheerful Pika. Mr. Lightning then noticed the solitary figure accompanying Ash. Who might this be?" Ash snapped back to attention. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is a trainer from Pallet Town, like me, named Long Guy." Ash then introduced Long Guy to Mr. Lightning. "This is Mr. Lightning, a sumo trainer for Feraligatr." Mr. Lightning extended his hand. "I'm Lightning. Nice to meet you, Long Guy." Long Guy politely shook his hand. "Hello, just call me Guy." Mr. Lightning observed the Banjaroo accompanying Guy, its iron-like rocky body emanating strength, reflecting on how formidable this year's dark horse contenders appeared to be. At that moment, the host announced, "Now, let the first match begin." The contestants prepared, and the referee stated, "In the east corner, we have Teddy Ursa, and in the west corner, we have Miltank." Guy observed the Miltank and thought, "Surely, no one can see through this shoddy disguise?" Brock commented, "Look at that Miltank. It looks rather strange." As the match commenced, Miltank unexpectedly executed a reversal punch. The opponent, Teddy Ursa, was sent reeling back, and the referee declared, "Miltank is the victor." At that moment, the host interjected, "No, wait. I must raise an objection. That was undoubtedly a reversal punch, which is a major taboo in Pokémon sumo wrestling. Therefore, Miltank is disqualified." Just then, the owner of the disguised Miltank, infuriated and embarrassed, revealed their true identity. It was none other than the trio of Team Rocket, Jessie, James, and Meowth, with Miltank being impersonated by Weezing. The ineptitude was palpable. The trio from Team Rocket was effortlessly sent flying by the powerful Gyarados with a single hydro pump. In Chapter 104, as the sumo wrestling match concluded, a new target emerged. The competition pressed on, and it was time for Mr. Rhydon to take the stage. The referee announced, "In the eastern corner, we have Gyarados. And in the western corner, we have Onix. Ready, set, go?" Rhydon commanded, "Gyarados, attack." The opponent followed suit. "Onix, go." Gyarados and Onix engaged in a display of strength. And Rhydon urged, "Relax your body, Gyarados." Suddenly, Gyarados released its power, causing Onix to lean forward. Rhydon seized the moment, shouting, "Now Gyarados!" With a powerful punch, Gyarados struck Onix's back, sending it crashing to the ground. The referee declared Gyarados the victor. The performance astonished Ash and his companions, yet Koya remained unfazed, noting that it was merely a fundamental technique of power release. After a prolonged wait, it was Ash's turn to step into the ring. The referee announced, "Both contestants, take your positions. Ready, set, go?" Ash's opponent commanded, "Go, Frogadier." Ash replied, "Don't let it defeat you, Snorlax. Push it back." Frogadier collided forcefully with Snorlax's belly, only to be sent flying. The owner of Frogadier gasped in disbelief, while the referee momentarily stood stunned before declaring Snorlax the winner. Snorlax's belly had unexpectedly become its weapon. Mr. Rhydon observed, Ash's Snorlax appears quite capable. Next up is Koya's match. Koya and Tyranitar entered the arena, facing a Dragonite. Ash promptly consulted his Pokédex for information on Koya's Pokémon. The mechanical voice announced, Tyranitar, the armor Pokémon, is the final evolution of Larvitar, possessing a body impervious to attacks and the strength to effortlessly crush boulders with a single hand. Ash continued to search for Larvitar's profile, which revealed, Larvitar, the rock-skin Pokémon, is born deep within the earth and emerges only after a lengthy period. Upon surfacing, it digs through the surrounding soil to feed, and due to its voracious appetite, it has been known to consume entire mountains. It enjoys incessantly eating and will sleep once satiated. Ash eagerly anticipated Koya's Tyranitar's prowess. How strong will Koya's Tyranitar be? I'm so excited, right, Pikachu? Pika Pika. The referee announced, both contestants, take your positions. Ready, set, go? The opposing Dragonite made the first move, charging aggressively at Tyranitar. Koya commanded, throw it out. Tyranitar caught Dragonite's charge, and the ensuing spectacle astonished the audience. Utilizing Dragonite's momentum, Tyranitar spun it through the air before slamming it down to the ground. The referee stood in stunned silence for a moment before regaining composure to declare, Tyranitar wins. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Ash clenched his fists, marveling at Koya's strength. Truly impressive. The host, an elderly gentleman stroking his beard, found the emergence of two unexpected contenders this year quite amusing, a Snorlax and a Machamp. Due to the number of participants, the semifinals concluded with 5 individuals remaining. After a draw, one contestant, Lonely Leaf, received a bye, while the other 4 battled to determine 2 finalists, with the bye participant advancing directly to the finals. Next up was the match between Rhydon's Croconaw and Water Turtle. The referee called everyone to their positions, ready to commence. Rhydon, go forth, Croconaw. Water Turtle's trainer. Command your Water Turtle to bring it down. The 2 formidable Water-type Pokémon began their spectacular clash, showcasing an impressive display of strength. Rhydon issued a command, urging Croconaw to push Water Turtle out of the ring. With a swift motion, Croconaw attempted to displace Water Turtle, but the latter stood its ground firmly. Water Turtle's trainer ordered a series of pushes. Responding to the command, Water Turtle lunged at Croconaw. You're finished. Dodge it, Croconaw. Rhydon shouted. Croconaw evaded Water Turtle's advance, leaving it momentarily exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Rhydon commanded Croconaw to strike. With a powerful slap, Croconaw sent Water Turtle skidding a short distance, yet it remained within the ring. Water Turtle's trainer seized the moment, commanding another series of double-arm strikes. Water Turtle executed rapid, successive blows aimed at Croconaw, driving it toward the edge of the ring. Just as Water Turtle's trainer sought to propel it out, Croconaw deftly avoided the attack by crouching low, grasping Water Turtle's head, and tossing it aside, sending it crashing to the ground. The referee declared Croconaw the victor through a skilled maneuver. Next, Ash's Snorlax faced Machamp. Undoubtedly, Machamp was sent flying by the sheer mass of Snorlax. Following another draw, Lonely Leaf received another bye, allowing for a leisurely pace. The next match featured Ash's Snorlax against Rhydon's Croconaw. The referee announced, in the east corner, we have Croconaw. In the west corner, Snorlax. Take your positions, prepare, and begin. Ash took the initiative, commanding Snorlax to push Croconaw out. Rhydon responded, instructing Croconaw to evade Snorlax's powerful move. Snorlax failed to connect, leaning forward awkwardly. Hold your ground, Snorlax. Don't go out of bounds. Ash urged. Snorlax remained steadfast, while Croconaw seized the moment to deliver a forceful push. Snorlax narrowly evaded the attack with a swift turn. Ash chuckled, don't underestimate its size. My Snorlax is quite nimble. Rhydon retorted, when it comes to speed, we won't be outdone. Croconaw, push it out. Croconaw charged at Snorlax, launching a series of aggressive pushes. It seemed Snorlax was nearing the edge of the ring. Rhydon, sensing victory, aimed for Snorlax's chin, delivering a powerful strike. In a moment of desperation, Ash beheld the belly of Snorlax, and an idea struck him. Snorlax, inhale deeply, he commanded. Snorlax opened its mouth wide and began to draw in air, its belly expanding, which propelled Croconaw away. Rhydon, astonished, exclaimed, impossible. How could there be such a counterattack? Ash praised Snorlax. Well done, Snorlax. I knew you could do it. Rhydon remarked, we are back to square one. Mr. Rhydon, let us determine the victor. Ash urged. Rhydon, attack with Croconaw. Ash, don't let him defeat you, Snorlax. Utilizing the force from Snorlax's expulsion, Crocodile seized Snorlax's arm and executed a shoulder throw, sending Snorlax flying. In midair, Snorlax performed a somersault to regain its balance before crashing down, causing the entire venue to tremble. Now, Snorlax, unleash the raging tidal push. Ash commanded. With a powerful thrust, Snorlax propelled Crocodile out of the ring. The referee declared, push successful. Snorlax is victorious. The elderly host exclaimed, a perfect opportunity for a decisive blow. He announced, next up is the finals, featuring Snorlax against Bankura. The two Pokémon faced each other, poised for battle. Ash exclaimed with excitement, at last, I can face you, Konoha. Konoha nodded, let us have a spectacular showdown. Go for it, Snorlax. Ash urged. Bankura, let us go? Konoha replied. Snorlax, raging push. Ash commanded. Bankura, seize Snorlax. Konoha countered. Bankura gripped Snorlax's hands tightly, rendering Snorlax unable to escape. Konoha showed no mercy, shouting, Bankura, unleash your full strength for maximum output. With a mighty roar, Bankura lifted Snorlax into the air. Snorlax. Ash cried out. Konoha, throw it. Bankura hurled Snorlax straight out of the ring. The referee announced, Snorlax has exited the field. Bankura is the victor. Konoha claimed the crown of champions and turned to Ash, saying, here, this is for you. I want to take no for an answer. Ash replied, all right, I accept. Konoha then looked at Snorlax. You can eat whatever you want. And Snorlax excitedly rushed to the Pokémon food, devouring box after box, leaving everyone in awe. Once outside the venue, Ash asked Konoha, where are you headed next? Konoha replied, of course, to the next gym in Always City. Ash eagerly inquired, can we travel together? After a moment of contemplation, Konoha nodded, sure. It's on the way, we can walk together for a bit. Thus, Ash, along with Konoha and their companions, set off, a total of 6 travelers. After a day's journey, as night fell, they found a suitable camping spot, and the 6 of them set up tents. That evening, they prepared a delightful and sumptuous dinner, sharing a joyful meal. Early the next morning, Konoha was already awake, having washed up and climbed a tree, lounging on a branch. In the tranquility of the morning, Guy inhaled the refreshing air, sensing movement within the tent. In the next moment, Baki and Pikachu burst forth, frolicking exuberantly on the grassy bank by the lake. Observing this, Guy gracefully leaped down from the branch and swiftly approached the 2 playful companions. Startled by Guy's sudden appearance, Baki and Pikachu looked up to recognize him, prompting Pikachu to exhale deeply, patting its chest with its tiny paw as if recovering from a fright. Why are you up so early? Did you sleep enough? Guy inquired, glancing at his wristwatch, which indicated it was barely a little past 5. Upon hearing this, Baki and Pikachu nodded in agreement. Guy chose to remain silent, settling down nearby to watch the delightful antics of Baki and Pikachu. Suddenly, Guy's gaze seemed to pierce through the morning mist, spotting something across the river, a small, white sprite adorned with speckles. His attention fixated on the distant creature. And after a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled the information about this sprite. It was a tutu dog, a painting Pokémon, while its sole technique was sketching. This singular ability allowed it to replicate its opponent's moves as its own. It secreted a paint-like substance from its tail, the colors of which subtly shifted with its emotions, and it would create artwork on walls to assert its territory. Guy murmured, observing the sprite that seemed to don a painter's hat. He mused. The tutu dog is indeed a fascinating creature. Its singular skill can be viewed as both limited and limitless. Technically, it possesses only the ability to sketch. Yet this skill enables it to emulate the moves of other Pokémon, adding a layer of unpredictability to its attacks. This is the enchantment of the tutu dog. However, these creatures are rarely seen by humans, typically residing in dense forests to create their art. What brings this one here? With that thought, Guy turned his gaze back to the tutu dog. He contemplated the creature's potential for training, realizing he had found a new objective. Although he had glimpsed the tutu dog before in memories, this was his first encounter with its true form, and he was curious about how it replicated abilities. The tutu dog, sensing something amiss, became alert, its tail curling protectively in front of itself, readying for combat. Guy nodded in approval, intrigued by the unexpected battle awareness of an artist. Chapter 105, Jungle Chase. Battle with the tutu dog. This particular tutu dog had been drawn to the art of painting since birth, leaving its kin early in pursuit of aesthetic beauty. After enduring a lengthy journey of self-discovery, it had developed keen instincts and perceptions. The moment Guy began to observe it, the tutu dog was already poised for battle. Yet, after a prolonged period of stillness, it remained vigilant, sensing the presence of another. In the very next moment, the tutu dog suddenly grasped its tail, which served as a brush, and swept it through the air, leaving a white streak in its wake. With a graceful arc, it dashed toward the forest, its instincts sharp. Eager to escape this place it sensed as perilous. Guyi observed the two dog's reaction, chuckling softly at its decisive retreat. It has run away. Are you not going to pursue it, Guyi? You seem so relaxed. Jier had already exited the tent. Watching Guyi's every move and also noticing the two dog across the river. Realizing something, she stood behind Guyi and spoke. It won't be able to escape. Guyi was already aware of Jier's presence behind him. Jier, when Xiao Ji and the others awaken, if I have not returned by breakfast, you may start without me. With his mental energy firmly locked onto the two dog's position, Guyi elegantly glided across the water to the opposite bank, leaving Jier, who watched him depart, and Pikachu, who was stunned by Guyi's waterbound passage. In the forest, the two dog, illuminated by a white arc of light, darted through the trees. It glanced back slightly, relieved to see no pursuers, but suddenly sensed something locking onto it. Understanding that it was being watched, the two dog surveyed its surroundings, noting the dense thickets and trees. A flash of insight struck it. It brought its tail to the front, grasping it with its paws, and crouched down to sketch something on the ground. Drawing a circle with its tail amidst the grass, a green circular mark was concealed within the thick foliage. As it continued its journey, the two dog inscribed hidden signs along the way, seemingly anticipating an impending discovery. Meanwhile, Guyi released a dark crow, following the two dog's trail to a dense thicket where he abruptly halted. The dark crow gazed at Guyi in confusion as he crouched and parted the grass, revealing a green circular mark. Guyi gazed at the symbol and murmured, "This is the two dog's artwork." He picked up a nearby twig and gently touched it to the green circle, causing several vine whips to burst forth, tightly ensnaring the branch. The dark crow stared in astonishment at this scene while Guyi, observing the situation, spoke in a voice only he could hear. I recall that the two dog can only mimic the skills of small Pokémon, not set traps for use. If these traps were created by the two dog itself, just how intelligent is it? Intrigued, Guyi lightly shook the branch in his hand, instantly freeing it from the vine's grasp, chuckling softly. The ensuing journey for the dark crow proved to be quite a harrowing experience. Guyi manipulated the branch continuously, occasionally touching the two dog's markings, which could represent leaf blade or a series of thunderbolts, causing the dark crow to break into a cold sweat from fright. While Guyi had his strategies, the dark crow remained unaware of what might emerge, narrowly evading one peril after another. Guyi discovered that the traps ahead were increasingly abundant, further piquing his interest. After a brief moment, Guy successfully arrived at a spacious clearing, where two dogs stood before a massive boulder, holding its tail and sketching something. Suddenly, two dog's ears perked up as if sensing something, and it swiftly turned to face Guy and Dark Crow, its expression instantly transforming into one of grave seriousness. Guy gazed at two dog and then at the vibrant colors on the boulder. It seemed that two dog was attempting to depict something. At this moment, Guy spoke slowly, proposing, "Let us engage in a contest. If I lose, I shall teach you the art of drawing. If you lose, you will become my little sprite and teach me the art as well. What do you say?" Hearing this, two dog regarded Guy with a look of skepticism. Could a mere human truly surpass its own artistic abilities? The notion of becoming someone's sprite was no trivial matter. As these thoughts crossed its mind, two dog's tail gradually extended in front of it. Guy seemed to comprehend two dog's inner musings and, with a gentle smile directed at two dog's challenging gaze, remained unfazed. To earn the unwavering loyalty of a sprite, one must demonstrate skills that surpass its own expertise and ultimately defeat it through sheer prowess. Guy slowly extended a hand, the kind that would evoke envy in any woman, and with elongated fingers, lightly traced the air. Before long, a stream of clear water began to materialize in the void, gradually taking shape. As Guy continued to sketch, the image of a two dog formed in the air. Two dog's eyes sparkled with excitement as it beheld the drawing, filled with admiration for Guy. Although Guy's depiction consisted of merely a few simple strokes, it captured the essence of what two dog had long aspired to express. Two dog's own attempts at art had always focused on form, lacking in vibrancy. In contrast, Guy's uncomplicated rendering conveyed the very meaning two dog had sought for so long. This was the reason two dog had abandoned the depths of the mountains to venture into human cities and bustling areas, hoping to discover works of art that resonated with its own ideals. Yet, it had been met with profound disappointment. Many of the creations it encountered were far inferior to its own. However, before two dog now stood a human who had finally fulfilled its expectations. "Are you interested?" Guy inquired, his gaze fixed on two dog. With a flick of his hand, The ink of water swirled and vanished into the air. Dog regarded Guy with newfound intrigue. The prospect of defeating this individual promised the opportunity to attain a higher realm of artistic understanding. With this thought, Dog's tail gently twitched, extending forward as it regarded Guy with utmost seriousness. Noticing Dog's movement, a glimmer of light sparked in Guy's eyes. He pointed, and Dark Crow appeared before Dog. "Create a gust," Guy commanded Dark Crow with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Dark Crow rapidly flapped its wings, conjuring a powerful current that surged toward Dog. As the Dog faced the relentless gusts of wind battering against its form, it experienced a slight pang of discomfort. Its tail swiftly twirled in front of itself, tracing a delicate azure arc through the air, from which a column of water erupted, surging directly towards the Dark Crow. Startled, the Dark Crow immediately ceased its wind generation and ascended, as the water column grazed beneath its claws. Bewildered, it gazed down at the flowing water, and moments later, it vanished from the Dog's line of sight, employing high-speed movement. On high alert, the Dog scanned its surroundings, pondering from which direction the Dark Crow might launch its next assault. Meanwhile, its tail gently stirred, creating a blue circle upon the ground. Observing this, the solitary leaf raised an eyebrow in surprise. It appeared the Dog was quite vigilant. That blue circle must be a water-type skill, ready to be unleashed the moment the Dark Crow revealed itself. As the Dog awaited the Dark Crow's unwitting approach, it suddenly detected the sound of slicing air. With a subtle shift of its feet, it tapped the blue circle with its tail, preparing to vacate the area. The ultimate move holds no allegiance. Any target within its range would be struck. In the next instant, as the azure traces dissolved, spirals of water surged upward with ferocity. The Dog halted, glancing around, but failed to spot the Dark Crow. With a swift sound, the Dark Crow pierced through the water column, charging directly at the Dog, which nimbly leaped aside. Although the Dog possessed the ability to copy and replicate any ultimate move, its stamina remained unchanged, unable to withstand excessively forceful attacks. At that moment, the Dark Crow abruptly reversed behind the Dog, which sensed impending danger. In the following heartbeat, the Dark Crow's aerial ace struck with tremendous force against the Dog's back. With a muffled grunt, the Dog was sent hurtling backwards through the air, crashing to the ground and rolling, leaving a trail in its wake. As it opened its eyes slightly, it beheld a circle of azure traces, and a sense of foreboding washed over it. Just as if to validate the Dog's apprehensions, a column of water surged upward, launching it high into the air. This was the very trap it had previously set, which now ensnared itself. The Dark Crow observed the Dog soaring into the sky. Instantly filled with glee, it opened its beak wide, and shadowy orbs rapidly formed at its sides, hurtling towards the airborne Dog. In response, the Dog's eyes locked onto the trajectory of the shadow balls. With a flick of its tail, several dark dots materialized in the void, transforming into shadow balls that surged forth to confront those launched by the Dark Crow. Guyu gazed at the Dog, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his eyes. He was astonished to discover that the Dog's method of replicating skills was so straightforward. Through the lens of the true eye, Guyu observed that the Dog directly imitated the techniques it had witnessed. This meant that any skill the Dog had encountered could be effortlessly copied, devoid of any extraneous steps. The fleeting moment when the Dog had seen the Dark Crow unleash its shadow ball was but a few seconds, yet it managed to replicate the technique in such a brief time, leaving Guyu utterly astounded. If the Dog's method of replication truly functioned this way, would it similarly be able to imitate the legendary moves of mythical creatures upon witnessing them? However, records had not revealed any instances of the Dog emulating the techniques of such legendary beings. Yet the Dog before him seemed somewhat exceptional, as its intellect surpassed that of an ordinary creature. Perhaps with enhanced training, it could indeed achieve the replication of legendary skills, Guyu mused. He did not perceive the creature capable of setting traps as foolish. Chapter 106. The capture is complete. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of piercing sounds, the shadow balls from both sides collided, followed by a tremendous explosion. A fierce gust of air surged forth from the epicenter of the blast, sweeping outward and sending the Dog flying through the air. The Dark Crow adjusted its form to ride the winds, while the Dog was propelled backward. Just as it was about to hit the ground, the Dog's tail spun in a circle, creating a blue spiral in the air, from which a column of water surged downward. Upon landing on this column, the Dog leapt off, returning to stand before Guyu. With the tip of its tail dancing in the void, small black specks materialized in the air, which then transformed into a shadow ball that hurtled towards the dark crow. The dark crow evaded with agile maneuvers, deftly dodging the incoming shadow balls. At this moment, the dark crow let out a shrill cry and, with a rush of air, charged towards the tutu dog. The tutu dog's gaze sharpened. It quickly crouched low to the ground, narrowly avoiding the dark crow as it passed by. Just as the tutu dog was regaining its composure, the dark crow brought its wings together, a swirling force of air coalescing between them, gradually forming a violent sphere of energy. With a low growl, the energy sphere, radiating a tearing aura, surged towards the tutu dog. Seeing this, the tutu dog grasped its tail, the tip swinging rhythmically in front of it. In a matter of moments, a golden arc appeared before the tutu dog, and as it flickered, it transformed into a crystalline, transparent barrier that stood guard. The next instant, air slash violently struck against the light wall, producing a sharp, resonant sound as the light wall vibrated, while air slash emitted a continuous low wail, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the barrier. With such a plethora of replicable skills, the dark crow unleashed its sonic boom. Guyu had revealed his trump card, observing the tutu dog as it continued to wave its tail at the dark crow. Instantly, powerful waves of sound erupted from the dark crow's beak. The canine named Tutu gazed intently at the dark crow, only to discover that what should have been an instant replication was now beyond his reach. A flicker of doubt passed through Tutu's eyes, but the ensuing waves of energy allowed little time for contemplation. Realizing he could not escape the impending attack, Tutu's gaze sharpened, and with a swift flick of his tail, a golden arc materialized, enveloping him in a protective barrier of light. In the next moment, waves emanating from the dark crow's beak collided with the radiant barrier. Instantly, the shimmering wall of light trembled, and unease gripped Tutu's heart. With a mournful cry, the barrier faltered and shattered, dissolving into starlight before Tutu's eyes. As he beheld the dark crow, now alarmingly close, Tutu hastily extended his tail, poised to strike. However, the dark crow let out a sudden screech, startling Tutu into stillness. In an instant, the dark crow concentrated its energy into a shadowy sphere, which detonated upon contact with Tutu, sending him hurtling backward. Struggling to rise, Tutu let out a defiant growl, feeling the weight of his vulnerability. He felt as fragile as a mere sheet of paper, easily toppled by a whisper of wind. Yet, before succumbing to defeat, he resolved to vanquish the dark crow. Gathering his remaining strength, Tutu clenched his tail, sweeping it through the air as countless stars surged forth towards the dark crow. The dark crow, taken aback, flapped its wings and ascended, feeling the gusts created by the oncoming stars. However, the stars, though swift, did not pursue the dark crow, as Tutu, exhausted, could not direct their course, allowing the dark crow to evade the onslaught. As the last of the brilliant stars faded into the sky, Tutu's energy waned, and he collapsed. The dark crow returned to the side of its master, Guy. "Well, shall we continue?" Guy inquired, kneeling before Tutu with measured calm. Tutu hesitated, his gaze filled with uncertainty. The strength and skill of the human before him surpassed his own, and the prospect of being subdued was a bitter pill to swallow. After a moment of deep contemplation, Tutu sighed wearily and slowly nodded his head in acknowledgement. A smile crept across Guy's lips at this gesture. Tutu glanced at the dark crow hovering behind Guy. "Next time, you won't be so fortunate. I shall defeat you," he declared defiantly, lying on the sandy ground. "I look forward to the moment I obliterate you in an instant." The dark crow retorted without reservation, pecking at the Pokeball at Guy's waist before retreating within it. At that moment, Guy produced an empty Pokeball and gently tapped it against Tutu, who transformed into a flash of red light and entered the ball. The Pokeball trembled in Guy's palm for a brief moment before settling. After securing the Pokeball, Guy utilized teleportation to retrace his steps back along the path of memory. Camping site. Ash and his companions had already risen. Upon learning that Leaf had ventured out alone to capture Pokémon, Ash lamented, "Leaf is quite inconsiderate, going to catch Pokémon without inviting me." "I didn't want to disturb your slumber," came Leaf's voice. The group turned towards the source of the sound, finding Leaf returning with a snubbull, having teleported back. Ash stammered, But Leaf, you must call on me next time, understood?" Leaf shrugged and replied, Yes. Joy approached with a smile, saying, "All right, breakfast is ready. Let us eat." They gathered together, relishing the delightful morning meal. After breakfast, Leaf outlined the upcoming itinerary. "Oh, we are parting ways again," Ash exclaimed in surprise. "Having too many people will hinder our progress. It's best for everyone to follow their own path," Leaf explained. "Fine," Ash said dejectedly, understanding that it was impossible to travel together indefinitely. Thus, Leaf separated from Ash's group. Don't be disheartened, Ash. There will be opportunities to meet again. Misty encouraged. Misty is right. Cheer up, Ash. Brock added. All right. Let us continue our journey, Ash declared, leading the way, with Misty and Brock following closely behind. Meanwhile, in a concealed room, several individuals were engaged in discussion. Have you tracked the whereabouts of that person? Inquired an authoritative figure. A few days ago, that individual appeared in the town of Leisure and won the sumo wrestling championship, then vanished without a trace. A voice replied earnestly. Have you found any leads on Mutuo? The authority continued to inquire. Not yet. There has been no news regarding Mutuo. The voice responded again. Fool. Why is there still no information? The authority expressed frustration. My incompetence is to blame, the voice stammered. Very well. If you discover his or Mutuo's whereabouts, inform me immediately, the authority said, calming down. Understood, the voice replied. You may leave, the authority commanded. The figure held a photograph that unmistakably depicted Leaf, murmuring, I shall see just how formidable you are. To instill such fear in my 3 elite subordinates. Leaf, unaware of the brewing storm, continued her journey in an orderly fashion, perceiving nothing as significant. Now, having traversed a cave, Leaf and her companions arrived in a city, entering a bustling department store. Leaf turned to Natsuki in joy, saying, I will procure some supplies. You may purchase whatever you wish. Let us reconvene in the resting area in an hour. Within half an hour, Leaf had gathered all necessary supplies and medicines. After a brief moment, the orphan quietly settled into the resting area of the department store, awaiting the arrival of Nasi and Gier. It seemed to be peak hours at the mall, as laughter and chatter filled the air, transforming the previously tranquil environment into a lively scene. Gloomy Leaf furrowed his brow slightly, shutting out the noise as he leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. After approximately 30 minutes of quiet contemplation, Nasi and Gier finally approached the resting area. As they neared, intending to call out to Gloomy Leaf, he suddenly opened his eyes, startling them. Nasi, clutching her slightly developed chest, looked at him with a feigned pout, saying, You startled us. You are late, Gloomy Leaf replied, glancing at Nasi and Gier. They paused, slightly taken aback, and upon checking the time, realized they were indeed a few minutes behind schedule. Gier, sticking out her tongue playfully, remarked, What does it matter? We saw a bit of the performance. It's no big deal. Gloomy Leaf felt no irritation towards Gier, allowing her to be carefree. He stood up, saying, All right. Let us go, and led the way out of the department store, with Nasi and Gier following closely behind. Before leaving the city, Gloomy Leaf made a stop at the Pokémon Center, sending the large gourd back to Professor Oak's Research Institute. Thus, equipped with ample resources, Gloomy Leaf and his companions continued their journey towards the next gym, located in the city of Shallow Blue. Meanwhile, at Professor Oak's Research Institute, he remarked, Oh, it has been quite some time since Gloomy Leaf sent a Pokémon. I wonder what it could be, as he opened the data on the gourd, which measured 15 meters and weighed 555 kilograms. Such a massive gourd. Truly impressive, Gloomy Leaf. Professor Oak displayed no surprise, indicating that he was quite accustomed to extraordinary discoveries. Chapter 128, Shallow Blue Gym, Battle with Ami. To reach Shallow Blue City, one must traverse a vast desert. After several days, 3 figures were slowly making their way along the lengthy sandy path, the scorching sun pouring down from above, seemingly testing their resolve. Nasi wiped the perspiration from her brow, and the occasional cool breeze felt like a reward, providing a refreshing contrast. When will we arrive at Shallow Blue City, Gier? Nasi inquired, gazing at Gier, who was engrossed in her guidebook. Gier, focused on the book, responded, How strange. According to the guide, we should have already reached Shallow Blue City. After a moment of contemplation, she glanced around, puzzled. Look, over there, Gloomy Leaf suddenly exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Upon hearing him, the others followed his gaze and noticed that the endless sands had vanished, revealing a glimpse of the azure sky ahead. Upon witnessing this, Nazi hastened her steps towards the distance, followed closely by Guyi and Jiaer. At the edge of the yellow sands, a city nestled by the sea emerged amidst lush greenery, the refreshing sea breeze offering a moment of respite to the trio who had endured the relentless sun. At last, they had arrived. Qianzong City, Nazi exclaimed, gazing down at the vibrant landscape below. It was indeed impressive for a girl who had spent such a prolonged time in the desert to endure so much. With a resigned smile, Guyi shook his head and calmly suggested, Let us descend. The two followed Guyi's lead as they gradually made their way down the mountain. In no time, they found themselves within the confines of Qianzong City. After their arduous journey through the swirling sands, Guyi declared, We have reached Qianzong City. I must quickly challenge the gym. Let us go, he said, addressing his companions. Hey Guyi, do you know where the gym is? Nazi inquired. Catching up to the front, Guyi replied while walking, I have memorized the map. Do you doubt my knowledge of the gym's location? As Nazi observed Guyi walking further away, she hastily called out, Wait for me. Guyi, where are we headed? With that, she quickened her pace to catch up, while Jia, seeing the two act without any formalities, had no choice but to follow suit. This was a common occurrence. Guyi was known for his free-spirited nature, a trait that aligned perfectly with his training in the Qian Kuan Xian Yaoju, Jia mused to herself. Moments later, under Guyi's guidance, the group arrived at the entrance of the Qian Tsong Gym, where the letters GYM were emblazoned above the door. Guyi approached the door, knocked, and called out, Is anyone there? We have come for a gym battle. Welcome. Suddenly, a feminine voice reached their ears. As the words faded, the heavy iron door began to creak open, and the voice continued, Please, come inside. As Guyi and the others stepped into the gym, they followed the voice's directions. Nazi observed her surroundings and remarked, The pillars and walls are made of steel. The Pokémon used here must surely be quite formidable. Guyi nodded in agreement, noting that each gym's decor reflected the type of Pokémon utilized by its trainers. Thus, the Pokémon in this gym were likely steel type. Guided by the voice, they finally reached the arena, which was shrouded in darkness. Upon their entrance, the lights around the arena suddenly illuminated, the intense brightness causing a momentary discomfort to their eyes. Who are the challengers of the gym? The voice resounded once more. It is I. Guyi stepped forward confidently. I see. Just as the voice concluded, another door within the arena slowly opened, revealing a young girl before them. Her youthful appearance was astonishingly incongruous with that of a gym trainer. As the opposing iron door creaked open, a petite girl emerged, gazing at Guyi and his companions with a serene expression. I am the gym leader of Qianzong City, Amy, the beautiful warrior, she proclaimed. Lonely Leaf sighed, and Jier asked, What is wrong, Lonely Leaf? Is something amiss? Instead of responding to Jier, Lonely Leaf addressed the figure across from him. Do you realize what the outcome would be if you truly challenged me? He admonished. How dare a mere trainee pretend to be a gym leader? The girl opposite him appeared flustered, replying, What trainee? What are you talking about? With a commanding presence, Lonely Leaf declared, Kesha, the trainee from the Qianzong Gym. Do I need to elaborate further? The girl, taken aback by his assertiveness, faltered. Lonely Leaf sighed again. Come out from your hiding place. Do you wish for me to elaborate even further? Ha ha ha. Caught. Naji and Jier turned towards the source of the voice. Spotting a youthful maiden with waist-length brown hair, clad in a flowing white dress, leaning against a small magneton, addressing Ash. The girl in white sternly called to the petite girl, Kesha, come here. I need to speak with you. With her head hung low, Kesha approached the girl in white. At this moment, Lonely Leaf interjected, While this may not be a grave matter, impersonating a gym leader is no triviality. The girl in white gazed at Lonely Leaf, letting out a resigned sigh. Although she understood the essence of his words, his bluntness was indeed hard to bear. Kesha, realizing the gravity of her mistake, bowed deeply to Lonely Leaf and the others, apologizing softly, I understand my error. I'm sorry. The girl in white regarded Kesha with surprised affection, noting her growth. Amy gently placed her hand on Kesha's head and turned to Lonely Leaf, saying, It is indeed my failure to guide her properly that has led to this situation. I shall accept the consequences. Lonely Leaf's stern visage softened, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is good that you recognize your mistake. He then inquired, Do I have any demands regarding the consequences? Am I truly that terrible? The stark contrast in his demeanor left others momentarily bewildered. Was this a sudden transformation? Lonely Leaf continued, Now, allow me to introduce myself. I am Long Lonely Leaf, hailing from Masera Town, here to compete in the gym challenge. These two are my companions. Jier introduced herself, I am Jier. Naji followed suit, I am Naji. The girl in white stated, I am Amy, the gym leader of the Qianzong Gym. I accept your challenge. Lonely Leaf was momentarily taken aback, reflecting, It seems Ash arrived in Qianzong City before me. Given the circumstances that Amy was unprepared to battle due to the electric dragon's illness, it seems that Ash and his companions have resolved that issue. This is fortuitous. As I need not traverse between two gyms, I can settle everything in one go. At that moment, the referee, Kesha, took her position, while Lonely Leaf, Jier, and Naji stood on one side of the arena, and Amy stood on the opposite side. We shall now commence the gym challenge, utilizing 2 Pokémon each. Are you ready? Kesha announced. Absolutely. I am fully prepared. Upon hearing the words, Guy immediately responded, and Ami nodded at Kashia. Seeing this, Kashia raised her flags high and declared, The competition begins now. First up is Scyther Go. After Kushia's call, Ami took out a Pokeball and threw it onto the field, shouting loudly. In the next moment, a vibrant red Scyther appeared opposite Guy, its sharp eyes instantly scanning him. Guy nodded and said, "A Scyther, indeed a formidable gaze." With that, he retrieved his own Pokeball and tossed it, exclaiming, "Come forth." Honchkrow. As Honchkrow emerged, it let out a loud caw and soared into the air. "Prepare yourself," Ami reminded Guy, then quickly commanded Scyther, "Scyther, use Bullet Punch." At her command, Scyther vanished in a flash, resembling a bolt of crimson lightning, and charged rapidly towards Honchkrow, its pincers raised as if gathering power for a decisive blow. Just as Scyther was about to strike, Honchkrow made its move. It slightly tilted its body, deftly evading Scyther's attack, and then, with remarkable speed, collided forcefully into Scyther. Scyther winced at the impact, flapping its wings furiously to regain balance while eyeing Honchkrow. It was unexpected how agile Honchkrow was. Clearly, it had underestimated its opponent. Honchkrow, hovering in midair, flapped its wings vigorously, sending forth a powerful gust of wind that battered Scyther, distracting it from its focus. Shadow Ball, Guy commanded, observing the affected Scyther. Honchkrow obeyed, launching a Shadow Ball from its beak. Scyther retaliated, using its pincers to shatter the Shadow Ball. At that moment, Honchkrow had circled around to Scyther's rear. Sensing something amiss, Scyther abruptly turned, its eyes narrowing as it spotted Honchkrow right before it. Aware that it had been discovered, Honchkrow wasted no time and slammed into Scyther, propelling it away with such force that it flew like a bullet. Outside the arena, the audience heard a tremendous crash accompanied by a cry of pain. Within the field, a red figure hurtled out, crashing against the wall. Unwilling to concede, Scyther struggled to rise, gazing at the dissipating dust and the still hovering Honchkrow. With a muffled groan, it clutched its chest and slowly collapsed. How frustrating. I haven't even landed a hit yet, Scyther thought as its vision began to blur, heavy eyelids drooping until it succumbed to unconsciousness. Kushia, witnessing Scyther's defeat, promptly announced, "Scyther is unable to continue. Honchkrow wins." Chapter 108, The Steel Badge. Azure Gym Ami seemed momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the fallen Scyther crumpled in the corner. Her proud little Pokémon had suffered a devastating defeat, utterly incapable of retaliation. However, as the gym leader, Ami quickly snapped back to reality after a brief pause. She recalled Scyther into its Pokeball, murmuring, "Thank you for your efforts, Scyther. Rest well now." With a determined demeanor, she retrieved another Pokeball and called out, "Steelix, I entrust you with this battle." As she tossed the Pokeball onto the field, a brilliant flash of white light materialized, revealing the imposing figure of Steelix to the astonished audience. Guy, observing the fearsome roar of Steelix, decisively withdrew his Honchkrow. Its strength was no match for the massive creature. After offering a word of praise to Honchkrow, Guy produced another Pokeball and threw it, declaring, "Come forth, Mismagius." The enchanting specter of Mismagius appeared before the crowd, exuding an aura reminiscent of a sorceress. With both sides' Pokemon now in play, Xiaojian waved a flag and shouted, "The match begins." "Go." Guy, gazing at Mismagius awaiting his command, issued a slow, deliberate order. Meanwhile, Steelix let out a thunderous roar, sweeping its colossal tail with a silvery gleam towards Mismagius. Startled, Mismagius executed a graceful flip in midair, narrowly evading the attack. Yet Steelix, undeterred, swung its tail once more with tremendous force. "Dream!" Mismagius exclaimed in astonishment, realizing there was little time to maneuver. Its eyes were suddenly enveloped in a blue glow, and with the influence of the Netherworld's embrace, Mismagius's psychic prowess surged to an extraordinary level. Firmly ensnaring Steelix's iron tail with its psychic disruption, redirecting the tail back against Steelix itself. Steelix's tail struck its own body with a heavy thud. Observing the seemingly unscathed Steelix, Ami exhaled softly and remarked to Guy, "Your Mismagius has been trained exceptionally well." In response, Guy gazed at Steelix and replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. Now it's our turn to attack. Be vigilant, Mismagius. Use Rapid Lament." Upon hearing the command, Mismagius vanished from Steelix's sight in an instant. Just as Steelix began to search for its elusive opponent, Mismagius reappeared right before it. Steelix, startled and poised to strike, suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over it. Ami sensed something amiss and shouted, "What's wrong, Steelix?" But it was too late. Steelix had succumbed to sleep as Mismagius effortlessly glided through its form. Boom! The colossal body of Steelix came into intimate contact with the ground, producing a thunderous sound. However, it had withstood the previous combination of attacks. At the call of Ame, Steelix appeared to struggle and rise once more. Witnessing this, A flicker of comfort crossed Amé's eyes. Yet, at that moment, a shadow ball erupted from the front of the Dusknoir and struck Steelix squarely in the face. Steelix let out a mournful cry and collapsed once again, quickly losing its combat capability. Summer announced, Steelix is unable to continue, and Dusknoir is the victor. Thus the match is won by Lone Leaf of Pallet Town. Amé recalled Steelix and approached Lone Leaf, saying, "You are truly formidable. It was an exhilarating match. This is proof of your victory over me, the steel badge." Amé extended her hand, revealing a gray badge in the shape of an equilateral octagon, which lay quietly in her palm. Lone Leaf accepted the badge, recalled Dusknoir, expressed gratitude to Amé, and departed. "Where to next, Lone Leaf?" asked Nasi. "To the next gym located in Cerulean City," Lone Leaf replied directly. "We should still be able to catch the last boat to Cerulean City. Let's go." As Lone Leaf and the others boarded the vessel bound for Cerulean City, a resounding ship's horn echoed, signaling their gradual departure into the distance. After several hours of sailing, darkness enveloped the sky. With a loud blast of the ship's horn, the vessel gently approached the dock of Cerulean City. Disembarking, Lone Leaf followed the map to locate the Pokémon Center in Cerulean City. Thus, Lone Leaf and company rested at the Pokémon Center for the night. The following morning, Lone Leaf ventured alone to the Cerulean Gym. Observing the ancient structure before him, he peered inside and discovered a robust middle-aged man engaged in a contest of strength with a Machoke. It is well known that Machoke possesses formidable power within moments. The man lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Lone Leaf, and he slowly rose, calling out, "You there?" Lone Leaf responded, "What is it?" The man nodded and said, "You wouldn't happen to be here to challenge the Cerulean Gym, would you?" Upon hearing this, Lone Leaf affirmed, "Indeed. I am here for a gym challenge." Unexpectedly, the man exclaimed, "Welcome to the Cerulean Gym. I am the king of fighting Pokémon and the trainer here, Asi." Lone Leaf politely introduced himself. "I am Lone Leaf, from Pallet Town." Asi regarded Lone Leaf with a nod, continuing, "I hadn't anticipated that you would dare to challenge me. You possess quite a bit of courage. Given your bravery, I accept your challenge." Lone Leaf rubbed his head, appreciating Asi's boisterous nature and allowing him to continue his enthusiastic chatter. "Let us go," Asi suddenly shouted, leading Lone Leaf inside. Moments later, following the quaint path, Lone Leaf found himself in the arena. At this time, the referee had taken their position, and Lone Leaf and Asi stood on either side of the field, facing one another. The referee announced, "Now commencing, the gym challenge between the illustrious master Asi of the Azure Gym and the challenger Guyi. Are you prepared?" Asi gazed at Guyi and declared, "Come forth. A true man should embrace challenges without fear. At any moment." "Absolutely," Guyi responded to Asi. The referee continued, "Very well. Let the battle begin. My Pokémon go?" Aberrang. As Asi released the Pokeball, a burst of white light revealed Aberrang, its fists poised for action, right before Guyi's eyes. In response, Guyi gently tossed his own Pokeball. With a thud, as the Pokeball slipped from Guyi's grasp, a beam of light emerged, revealing a purple Ariados before Aberrang and Asi. "Let the battle commence. Go, Aberrang, unleash Rapid Punch," Asi shouted, gesturing emphatically towards Aberrang. With a low grunt, Aberrang sprang into motion, dashing swiftly toward Ariados, its fists swinging like the punches of a boxer. Ariados, anticipating the onslaught, deftly maneuvered to evade the barrage of strikes raining down upon it. Suddenly, as it sidestepped a punch, Ariados opened its jaws wide and clamped down fiercely on Aberrang's arm. Stunned, Aberrang momentarily froze, as if time itself had halted. Ariados, still gripping Aberrang, turned its gaze upon the bewildered creature, its eyes narrowing slightly. After several tense moments of mutual stare-down, Aberrang let out a cry of pain. It began to thrash its arm vigorously in an attempt to dislodge Ariados. But the creature's grip was steadfast. Asi, observing the struggle, furrowed his brow in frustration and shouted, "Aberrang, use Ice Punch." In an instant, Aberrang's other fist radiated an icy chill, delicate snowflakes materializing upon its glove. With a swift motion, Aberrang thrust its icy fist toward Ariados. Realizing the impending danger, Ariados promptly released its hold and crouched low, rolling away to evade the attack, distancing itself from Aberrang's reach. Caught off guard, Aberrang attempted to retract its arm, but it was seemingly too late. Instead, it inadvertently struck its own arm, as layers of frost began to creep up the limb. Frantically, Aberrang swung its fist, trying to shatter the ice encasing it. Ariados, witnessing Aberrang's plight, chuckled softly. In the next moment, it surged forward, rapidly closing the distance. With a burst of speed, Ariados collided with Aberrang, employing its poison sting attack. Aberrang cried out in anguish, clutching its abdomen as it collapsed to the ground, writhing in apparent agony. Asi, witnessing Aberrang's distress, shouted, "Do not concede. Show your spirit. The battle has only just begun. Rise." As Aberrang heard this, he placed his hands on the ground and slowly rose to his feet, clutching his stomach and coughing forcefully. His gaze towards Alitos was filled with indomitable spirit. Indeed, the battle had only just commenced, and there was no way he could concede here. Asi, witnessing Aberrang's resurgence, shouted fervently, "Charge. Use high-speed movement followed by sonic punch. Let it witness the terrifying synergy of speed and power." With a fierce cry, Aberrang fixed his eyes on Alitos, and in an instant, he vanished before Alitos, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Accompanied by a gust of wind, Aberrang reappeared right in front of Alitos, startled by the sudden appearance. Alitos barely had time to react when Aberrang's fist struck him with a resounding impact. Guyi observed the scene and nodded slightly, acknowledging, "This Aberrang has executed his combination technique with remarkable finesse." Alitos was sent hurtling backward from Aberrang's assault, quickly adjusting its position midair, gripping the ground tightly with its limbs and leaving deep impressions, though it appeared to sustain minimal damage. "Continue the assault. Charge," Asi urged, vigorously waving his fists. Aberrang surged forward once more, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Alitos growled defiantly, choosing to advance rather than retreat, and met Aberrang head-on. Seeing this, Aberrang positioned his fists before him, accelerating rapidly as he charged towards Alitos. Alitos dodged left and right, its mouth agape, just as Aberrang attempted to retreat. A barrage of needle missiles shot forth from Alitos' mouth, striking Aberrang and causing him to cry out in pain, instinctively stumbling backward. In that moment, Aberrang glared at Alitos, his fists emanating a shimmering, silvery mist imbued with an icy chill, which then collided with Alitos. Ice began to form upon Alitos, yet at that instant, Aberrang seemed to suffer a tremendous blow, crashing heavily out of the arena and losing consciousness. It turned out that while Alitos had been struck by the frost punch, it had simultaneously retaliated with poison sting, inflicting severe damage on Aberrang. Asi's disciples, witnessing this, gazed at Alitos and Guyi with astonishment, unable to fathom how this individual could so effortlessly defeat their master. Yet as the referee, they were bound to remain impartial. With Aberrang incapacitated, Alitos was declared the victor. Chapter 109. The spider's copper body and the badge of impact. Asi looked at the fallen Aberrang outside the arena and retrieved a Pokeball, calling out, "Return, Aberrang." As Aberrang transformed into a beam of red light and entered the Pokeball, Asi held it closely and whispered, "You've worked hard. I will not squander the power of your final strike." With that, Asi stored Aberrang's Pokeball and turned his attention towards the half-frozen Alitos. Knowing this was a testament to Aberrang's last attack, "Howley, it's your turn." Asi called out to Howley, who was watching the match from across the arena. At this moment, Hori, standing nearby, hurriedly approached Asi. The previous battle had ignited a fervor within him, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to engage in combat. "I beg of you," Asi said, gazing steadily at Hori. Hori nodded solemnly, his robust figure gradually making its way to the arena, where he beheld the half-frozen Alitos. Asi's disciple observed the entrance of Hori and then glanced at the partially encased Alitos, contemplating. With Hori stepping into the fray, given Alitos' condition, victory seems inevitable. Are both sides prepared? The referee, a disciple, called out to Guyi and Asi, both of whom nodded in unison. The referee then shouted, "Let the battle commence." Asi commanded, "Hori, execute empty-handed slash." Hori swiftly charged towards the semi-frozen Alitos. Guyi, slightly furrowing his brow at the sight of Alitos, now half encased in ice, calmly ordered, "Flash." Upon hearing this command, a blinding light surged forth, momentarily dazzling everyone present. Hori, caught off guard by the sudden brilliance, instinctively shut his eyes, plunging into temporary blindness. As Hori stood with his eyes closed, the blinding effect subsided, and Asi, reopening his eyes, realized that Alitos had vanished from sight. "Hori, hold on. Try to sense your opponent's presence," Asi shouted urgently, observing Hori, now disoriented with his eyes shut. Hori, attuned to Asi's voice, gradually calmed himself and steadied his footing. In the next moment, he bolted forward, racing to one side and leaping at a specific spot. It was then that Asi discovered Alitos was hanging from the ceiling. "Hori, execute empty-handed slash," Asi bellowed. Guyi, witnessing Hori's precise identification of Alitos, quickly commanded, "Do not evade, take the hit." He marveled at Hori's training, noting how he remained composed enough to discern Alito's location despite his blindness. Such skill was no trivial matter. Hori's formidable hand sliced through the air, aimed directly at Alito's. Rather than retreating, Alito's charged toward Hori's strike. With a swift movement, Alito's positioned itself, and the empty-handed slash collided with the icy layer enveloping it, shattering the ice instantly. Both Asi and Hori were taken aback by the turn of events. Guyi praised, "Well done, Alito's." Dig. Adjusting its position midair, Alito's plunged directly into the ground. At that moment, Hori opened his eyes. The effects of the flash having worn off, he approached the newly formed pit, scratching his head in bewilderment, pondering how he could possibly reach Alito's. "Hori, strike the ground." Asi called out, noticing Hori's frustration and uncertainty. After a moment of hesitation, Hori complied with Asi's command, raising his powerful arm and slamming it down onto the earth. The arena trembled with a resounding impact. Goliath gazed at the motionless ground, turning back in frustration to Asi. It had been quite a while, yet Rhydon had yet to emerge, and his hand was nearly numb. Observing this, Asi called out to the distant figure of Guy, "Hey, you over there, summon your Pokémon to battle. Are you really just going to hide? This is utterly ridiculous. There is not a hint of a duel." Guy cast a nonchalant glance at Asi and replied slowly, all right. No need to rush. It shall come forth now." Just then, Goliath suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, rejuvenating his spirit. Was it finally coming? With a loud crash, the ground erupted once more, and Rhydon swiftly emerged from the newly formed opening. Its forelimbs, enveloped in a ghostly purple hue, struck Goliath before he could react. The unexpected blow from Rhydon left Goliath disoriented, the sting of poison sting causing him immense pain as he staggered backward, ultimately losing his footing and falling to the ground. Witnessing Goliath's plight, Asi shouted, "Get up! Don't let it end like this. Unleash your spirit. Spirit, overcome all. Go. Use infernal roll." With a roar, Goliath struggled to rise from the ground, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes as he glared at Rhydon. After a resounding shout, he surged forward, charging at Rhydon. Startled by Goliath's advance, Rhydon watched as the ground trembled with each of Goliath's steps, truly embodying the fierce spirit Asi had spoken of. Guy, observing Rhydon's actions, furrowed his brow and calmly commanded, "Toxic spikes." Rhydon unleashed a barrage of mud-like projectiles. Despite the imminent danger, Goliath deftly evaded the toxic spikes, seizing Rhydon and initiating a roll across the ground, flinging Rhydon away. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust erupted around them. Although no cracks marred the ground due to the dust's cushioning, a shallow dent formed. Goliath, panting, looked down at Rhydon, now resting in the hollow. Surely, it was time to defeat this creature. "Bravo, Goliath. You performed remarkably," Asi exclaimed, tears springing to his eyes at the sight of Goliath's resurgence. Guy, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback by the emotional display. This gym leader was truly exceptional. As Guy stared at Rhydon, now motionless in the shallow pit, he pondered whether it had finally reached its limit. The creature had become a part of Rhydon itself. There was no turning back now. The referee, gazing at the silent Rhydon in the pit, was about to declare the result when Rhydon wobbled and stood up, causing the referee to snap his mouth shut in astonishment. Fixated on the rising Rhydon. "What is that?" Asi suddenly remarked, sensing something amiss with Rhydon. Meanwhile, Guy whispered in a voice only he could hear. "The spider body has 3 levels, copper, silver, and gold. Rhydon has finally entered the first level, copper." As the ancient bronze hue began to emanate from Rhydon, he closed his eyes to attune himself to the transformations occurring within his body. In an instant, the bronze tint gradually faded away, prompting Rhydon to open his eyes wide. Sensing the surge of power coursing through him, he let out an exhilarated low growl, and with a mere shift of his feet, he vanished from sight, leaving only the sound of rushing wind in his wake. "How swift!" Asi exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld the vanishing Rhydon. In a flash, Rhydon appeared before Howley, his forelimbs striking with a ferocious gust of wind against Howley's form. Howley winced in pain, contemplating the sheer force behind Rhydon's attack. The power that erupted from Rhydon surpassed Howley's expectations by far, especially considering that Howley was among the strongest of his kind. Clutching the spot where he had been struck, which now tingled with discomfort, Howley regarded Rhydon, bewildered by his sudden surge of formidable strength. Alarmed, he realized that Rhydon had inexplicably materialized above him. As he felt the fierce winds swirling around him, Howley turned to find Rhydon charging toward him. With a mighty roar, Howley swung his arm in an attempt to retaliate. However, Rhydon deftly crouched low to evade the assault and extended his forelimb once more, sending Howley hurtling away. Howley! Oh no! Hang in there! A sea shouted, witnessing Howley's plight. Howley, hearing the relentless cries from the sidelines, slowly rose, clutching his chest, and cast a weary gaze at Alitos. A sea's eyes brimmed with a flicker of hope as he observed Howley's determination. Yet, at that moment, Howley let out a pained cry before his robust form gradually collapsed onto the battlefield. Alitos, observing the motionless Howley, remained poised, awaiting the outcome. Howley has lost the ability to battle. Alitos is the victor, declared the disciple of the gym leader. Though he was a trainee under the gym leader, he recognized the impartiality required of a referee. To show favoritism would disqualify him from even being a Pokémon trainer. A sea retrieved Howley into his Pokeball with a sigh, feeling the weight of defeat. Facing two opponents alone had significantly shaken his confidence. However, he quickly resolved to regain his spirits, knowing he had a responsibility to the battling Pokémon. Approaching Guy, a sea remarked, "An impressive battle, truly spirited. This badge is yours." With a swift motion, he opened his fist to reveal a badge shaped like a fist, resting in his palm. Guy accepted the fist badge from a sea and left the gym, returning to the Pokémon Center. Chapter 110. The hatching of bug-type Pokémon eggs and participation in the Whirl Islands tournament. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Guy was greeted by Naji and Jier, who had been waiting for him. Jier inquired, "Did you obtain the badge?" Guy nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have secured everything." Naji remarked, "I must commend you, arriving in Azure City, staying just one night, and already preparing to leave." Jier added, "Everything is ready." Guyu remarked, "Very well, let us depart. There should still be another ship. We will need to transfer twice before reaching the Whirlwind Isles." Guyu had long prepared for this journey, eagerly anticipating participation in the Whirlwind Isles tournament. Nasi sighed, "I truly cannot deal with you." Thus, the trio boarded a vessel and departed from the Azure City. They leisurely enjoyed their maritime voyage as the second transfer approached, with their destination being the islet where the tournament was to be held. Standing on the deck, Guyu quietly savored the invigorating sea breeze. However, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by a shout. "Guyu, your Pokémon egg is about to hatch." Nasi instantly teleported to Guyu's side. "Really?" Guyu exclaimed with delight. Yet, when Nasi turned to look at him, she discovered he had vanished. Anxiously, Guyu teleported back to his room, prompting Nasi to shake her head and teleport back as well. Upon returning, Guyu beheld a Pokémon egg shimmering faintly with a soft glow. It was the egg he had won from the bug-catching contest. As Nasi entered the room, she found Guyu beaming at the egg, radiating light. Gradually, the glow intensified, enveloping the entire egg, and slowly, the light morphed into a shape that suddenly dissipated, revealing a small blue body with a tuft of yellow hair atop its head, exuding an undeniable cuteness. "How adorable! Guyu, what kind of Pokémon is this?" Jier exclaimed. Guyu, cradling the unsteady little creature in his hands, felt an overwhelming warmth and comfort radiating from it, causing the little one to close its eyes and drift into slumber. Observing the sleeping Pokémon, Guyu smiled softly and murmured, "It's a slippery sugar ball, a water and bug type. It glides across the water's surface, and the oils secreted from its toes allow it to repel water, preventing it from sinking. When sensing danger, the tip of its head emits a strong odor to ward off adversaries." Guyu continued, "I never expected that what hatched would indeed be a bug-type Pokémon from another region." Nasi, gazing at the slippery sugar ball nestled in Guyu's hands, teased, "Guyu, you look just like a bird mother caring for her young." "Oh, I mean a bird father." Guyu, left speechless, merely stared at the slippery sugar ball in his palm. Jier chuckled at Guyu's flustered demeanor. "All right, let the bird father take care." Guyu, somewhat annoyed, replied, "Jier, even you are joining in on this?" After her laughter subsided, Jier said, "I won't tease you any longer. I will prepare some Pokémon food for this little one. It needs proper nutrition right after hatching." Guyu nodded, "Yes, thank you." Jier added, "One must not be overly polite. Nasi, come help me." Having acquired ample knowledge regarding Pokémon nourishment, Jier was particularly meticulous, determined to provide the best for the freshly hatched creature. After half an hour, Jier returned to the room, carrying a plate of food for the little sprite. Lu Tangxiu seemed to have caught a whiff of the aroma, slowly awakening. Its small eyes fixated on the food in Jier's hands. Jier smiled and said, "It seems the little one is quite famished. Come, eat up." She placed the food before Lu Tangxiu, which took a bite and then devoured the morsels one by one. After consuming half, Lu Tangxiu appeared satisfied and nestled back into Guyu's embrace, falling into a peaceful slumber. Thus, Guyu remained in the cabin throughout the day, tending to Lu Tangxiu until evening, when she gently placed it beside the pillow, supporting it with one hand before gradually succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Guyi felt something damp sliding across her face. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Lu Tangxiu, squinting and grinning. Guyi straightened up and remarked, "We are nearing the venue of the Whirlpool Islands event, Qian Island. It's time to rise." She rose from her bed, dressed, and placed Lu Tangxiu on her shoulder. After freshening up, they made their way to the deck. Lu Tangxiu, having just awakened, was filled with excitement upon seeing the outside world. It leapt from Guyi's shoulder and began to scamper about on the deck. Observing the joyful antics of Lu Tangxiu, Guyi's eyes sparkled with affection, echoing Naz's words perfectly. Utilizing her psychic abilities, Guyi lifted Lu Tangxiu into the air, which delighted the little sprite. She cradled it in her palm and gently tapped its tiny head with a finger, saying, "All right, we will be disembarking soon. Do try not to be too mischievous." Lu Tangxiu climbed up her arm to her shoulder, nuzzling against Guyi's face before settling down to gaze at the seascape. Gradually, a landmass emerged on the horizon as Naz and Jier joined them on the deck, eagerly awaiting their arrival on the island. As they disembarked, they entered a bustling city, which seemed to be preparing for some grand event, lively and adorned with lights, flags, and decorations. This was the largest port city on Qian Island, known as Cake City. Guyi remarked, "It certainly feels vibrant here." Naz observed the gathering of joyful people with a smile. As soon as Guyi stepped off the ship, she dashed away. "Where are you going, Guyi?" Naz called after her. "I'm off to register for the Whirlpool Islands tournament. I'll be waiting for you at the Pokémon Center." Guyi replied as she disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. "Honestly, Guyi is so self-centered," Naz exclaimed, feeling vexed. "Oh, don't be upset. We can stroll around while heading to the Pokémon Center," Jier suggested with a smile. "All right, let us do just that," Naz agreed. Guyi arrived at the Pokémon Center and addressed Miss Joy at the front desk. "May I still register for the Whirlpool Islands tournament?" Miss Joy replied, "You've arrived just in time. Registration ends at noon, and the competition is tomorrow." Guyi stated, "I would like to register for the Whirlpool Islands tournament." Joy said, "Please present your identification." Guyi handed over the Pokédex to Miss Joy, who inserted it into the machine. After inputting the data, she returned the Pokédex along with a guidebook to Guyi. "All right, you are successfully registered. You will compete in the district tournament. And as long as you win 2 preliminary matches, you will qualify for the official finals. Best of luck." Guyi replied, "Thank you." After registering, Guyi waited on a bench at the entrance of the Pokémon Center for Naji and Jier. "Ah, it's definitely Xiaoyi." Upon hearing the voice, Guyi instantly recognized the speaker. "Xiaoji, we meet again." Guyi turned around and said, "I knew you would participate in this competition," Xiaoji remarked. "That means we are rivals now," Xiaoxia added. "By the way, I forgot something. Wait a moment. I need to contact Professor Okido." Guyi suddenly remembered. On the video call, Professor Okido appeared on the screen. "Oh, Guyi, what can I do for you?" he asked. Guyi replied, "Professor Okido, I want to send over 2 water-type Pokémon to participate in the Whirlpool Islands competition." Professor Okido responded, "The Whirlpool Islands competition, I see. Which ones do you need to send?" After a moment's thought, Guyi said, "Let us send over the Ammonite and the Kabuto, as they haven't evolved yet." "Understood. I will retrieve their Pokeballs right away," Professor Okido affirmed. 2 Pokeballs were soon transmitted through the machine. Guyi released the 2 Pokemon, and upon seeing Guyi, the Ammonite and Kabuto eagerly leaped into his arms. "I have received them," Guyi confirmed. "All right, good luck in the competition," Professor Okido encouraged. Returning to the resting area, Guyi found Naji and Jier already there, along with Xiaoji. "Tomorrow, we will each fight in our respective corners. We must meet in the official match for a showdown," Xiaoxia whispered. "Of course. Xiaoxia, you must do your best too." Xiaoji smiled at her. Guyi added, "Everyone should give it their all." As night gradually yielded to dawn, the silvery moon was replaced by the brilliant sun, and fireworks began to rise over Qianshan Island. Early risers hurried towards their respective arenas. In Arena C, Guyi calmly faced his opponent. As the opposing trainer threw a Pokeball, a Maril emerged. Guyi gently tossed his own Pokeball, and the Ammonite appeared on the water's surface, drawing murmurs from the spectators. Clearly, Guyi's opponent was astonished by the ancient Pokemon, but a challenger is a challenger, meant to be bested. "Water gun," Guyi commanded coolly, directing his gaze towards the Maril. In the next instant, countless fine streams of water shot forth from the Ammonite's tentacles, piercing through the air like javelins. The streams struck Maril, who let out a pained cry, swaying unsteadily before collapsing onto the water's surface, its eyes swirling in confusion. Rendered unable to battle, the first match concluded. Meanwhile, on various arenas, distinct competitions were underway. In one such arena, Ash's Croconaw adeptly dodged the opposing Celio's ice beam, and with a swift opening of its jaws, unleashed a powerful jet of water that struck Celio, concluding the battle. In another arena, Misty gazed in disbelief at the Magikarp sent forth by her opponent, before shouting urgently, "Defeated, Froakie!" Responding to her command, Froakie surged through the water, delivering a flurry of slap attacks that left Magikarp's sides swollen and bruised. With a pained cry, Magikarp succumbed to the water's depths, motionless, prompting the opponent to hastily retrieve it with a Pokeball. After some time, having concluded his match, Ash noticed Kahaku sitting alone in the waiting room and quickly approached, exclaiming, "Kahaku, how did your match go?" "Average," Kahaku replied in a calm tone. "I breezed through mine." Ash responded with a confident grin. Kahaku nodded and, after reuniting with their companions, returned to the Pokémon Center. The following morning, Kahaku and the others arrived early at the official competition venue. Gazing at the aquatic arena enveloped by the sea, they were taken aback as the tide gradually receded, revealing the arena's true form. The large aquatic arena of Whirlpool Island was filled with spectators, all eagerly watching the central competition area, their cheers and applause echoing through the air. Brock, seated in the front row, cradled Misty's Togepi and Pikachu, his focus unwavering on the arena. At that moment, the announcer's voice cut through the cacophony of the aquatic venue. The opening ceremony of the Whirlpool Island tournament is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, behold these individuals who have triumphed in the preliminaries. Aspiring to become champions of the sea, the announcer proclaimed, gesturing to the contestants standing on wooden boats, which included Kahaku, Ash, Misty, and others. Some displayed fleeting expressions of nervousness or excitement. Since ancient times, Whirlpool Island has cherished its unique civilization and culture, venerating water-type Pokémon and coexisting with them. This tradition has endured, upheld by the sea's priestess, Miss Maya, who continues this legacy. As she spoke, a young girl clad in a flowing white gown appeared before the crowd, holding a staff topped with a blue crystal, exuding an air of nobility. "The sea's priestess?" Ash queried, glancing at Kahaku in confusion. To Ash's surprise, Kahaku gently shook her head, whispering, "Perhaps she's a type of oracle." "Now, let us welcome Miss Maya for the official declaration of the tournament." Standing on the VIP stage, the young girl opened her arms and softly addressed the multitude of spectators and competitors below. "Welcome, everyone, to the triennial celebration of water-type Pokémon, the Vortex Isles competition. Those who share a deep connection with water-type Pokémon have been revered as the brave souls of the sea since ancient times. It is said that these brave individuals are blessed by the spirit of the ocean, granted the ability to communicate with all water-type Pokémon. Now, I invite you all to accept the blessing of the ocean spirit." As she spoke, the girl raised her staff towards the brilliant sun, and the enormous aquamarine gemstone embedded in it radiated a cascade of blue light, enveloping the crowd in a shimmering embrace. "How astonishing!" Ash marveled, feeling a refreshing sensation surge within him, while expressions of awe and wonder spread across the faces of all present. Gongya, feeling the blue light entering him, let out a soft hum. His violet eyes transformed, and a stream of milky energy burst forth from him, repelling the gentle blue glow emanating from the gemstone, as if it were a guardian, shielding him from the unwarranted energy. "Was that the blessing?" Ash inquired, gazing at Gongya with confusion. "Indeed, we have received the power of the ocean's Pokémon," Misty responded to Ash, following the blessing from the ocean priestess Maya. The announcer continued, "Additionally, the champion trainer will not only earn the title of Brave One but will also receive a mysterious water droplet." At that moment, on the red display platform in the VIP section, a crystalline droplet sparkled, sending forth a dazzling light under the sun's rays. A mysterious water droplet? Ash pondered, his curiosity piqued once more. The mysterious water droplet is an item that enhances the power of water-type Pokémon's special moves, Gongya explained slowly. "Ah, I see." Ash nodded in understanding. After the opening ceremony concluded, Ash, Gongya, and others made their way to the Pokémon Center to contact Professor Oak's lab. "The second round will require 2 water-type Pokémon, but I only have Croconaw. I need to bring in my Kingler," Ash lamented, scratching his head as he approached the phone with Gongya to speak with Professor Oak. "All right, I'll send it over now," Professor Oak replied to Ash. As Ash watched the transporter deliver a Pokeball, he confirmed it was indeed Kingler. "I received Kingler, Professor Oak," he informed. Professor Oak nodded in acknowledgement and then noticed the Pokemon resting on Gongya's shoulder. "Oh, Xiaoyi, what is that on your shoulder?" Gongya glanced at the sleeping Swablu on his shoulder and replied, "This one?" At that moment, Ash interjected, "I've been meaning to ask, what is this Pokemon called?" "Xiaoyi, I don't have it in my Pokédex." Professor Oak chimed in, if I recall correctly. That Pokémon hails from the Hoenn region and is known as Swablu. Am I right? Lonely Leaf nodded and said, You are absolutely right, Professor Oak. No wonder you are the esteemed Professor Oak. Beside him, Ash interjected, So that's what it's called, the Swablu. Professor Oak acknowledged this with a nod, saying, I recall that Swablu is both a bug type and a water type. Lonely Leaf, won't you allow it to participate in the tournament? Lonely Leaf shook his head, replying, Swablu has only recently been born. I do not wish for it to battle so soon. It is still just a child, and I would prefer to wait until it feels ready to fight. Professor Oak fell silent for a moment before saying, You are correct, Lonely Leaf. Let it be as you wish. Lonely Leaf nodded in agreement. Yes. Please take good care of my little Pokémon, Professor Oak. Ash added, And my Pokémon too. Professor Oak smiled, understood. With a flicker on the screen, Professor Oak promptly vanished from sight. Moments later, the Whirlpool Island tournament officially commenced. In the lounge, Lonely Leaf and the others watched the matches unfold on the television. The announcer proclaimed, Now, the fourth match has concluded. Next up is the fifth match, contestant Lonely Leaf against contestant Veery. Please have both trainers take the stage. Lonely Leaf, it's your turn. Ash gently nudged the meditative Lonely Leaf. I understand. Lonely Leaf replied softly, opening his eyes and rising to head toward the arena. Upon arriving at the battleground, Lonely Leaf gazed at his opponent, a young boy donning a hood. The referee, confirming both contestants were ready, announced, Each trainer will use one Pokémon. And the match concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Alright, the match begins now. What Pokémon will both trainers deploy? The commentator continued. It is said that Lonely Leaf sent forth an ancient Pokémon, Anorith, in the preliminaries. Shall we be fortunate enough to witness this ancient creature? Lonely Leaf observed his adversary and gracefully tossed the Pokeball into the arena. Instantly, Anorith materialized before the crowd. Veery, eyeing Anorith, swiftly threw his own Pokeball into the water, exclaiming, I leave it to you, Cloyster. With a flash of white light, two large rubies emerged on the water's surface as Cloyster unfurled its tentacles before Anorith. The moment Cloyster appeared, Veery shouted, Go! Use Bubble Beam. With a slight parting of its hidden mouth, countless bubbles surged forth towards Anorith. Seeing this, Lonely Leaf let out a soft grunt and calmly commanded, Water Gun. Anorith responded with a soft cry, extending its tentacles above the surface, and countless streams of water erupted forth. In an instant, the water columns surged through the multitude of bubbles, piercing them one by one. In the astonished gaze of Cloyster, the streams arched back midair and raced towards it with vigor. Boom! Like arrows released from a bow, torrents of water collided with Cloyster, forcefully compressing it. Cloyster emitted a pained cry as it slowly sank beneath the water's surface. Witnessing this, Veery could not help but shout, Use Poison Sting, Cloyster. The agate jellyfish swiftly ascended from the depths, gazing at the ammonite beast across from it. With a sudden opening of its mouth, countless purple poison needles glimmered ominously as they surged toward the ammonite beast. Observing this, Guyi calmly instructed, Retreat into your shell. The ammonite beast, upon witnessing the onslaught of poison needles, promptly retracted into its shell. The needles struck against its hardened exterior, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters, ultimately yielding no substantial effect other than a discordant symphony. Roll! Guyi commanded, his gaze fixed on the agate jellyfish. Prompted by his words, the ammonite beast began to spin rapidly on the water's surface, creating tumultuous splashes. In the next instant, akin to a bullet, it sliced through the water, gliding with remarkable speed, as if the surface were cleaved by a knife. In a heartbeat, the ammonite beast reached the agate jellyfish, delivering a powerful blow that sent the jellyfish hurtling away. With a pained cry, the agate jellyfish's supple body collided against the surrounding stone pillars. Continue the assault. Guyi urged the ammonite beast once more. In response, the ammonite beast raised its numerous tentacles, unleashing a torrent of water jets toward the agate jellyfish, securing it against the pillars once again. With a resounding thud, the agate jellyfish, weakened, fell from the pillar and gently descended onto the surface of the sea, stirring up a flurry of splashes. At this moment, the jellyfish's eyes spun in circles, clearly indicating its loss of combat efficacy. The victor was determined. With the agate jellyfish incapacitated, the ammonite beast emerged triumphant. The arena erupted with applause, and Guyi's image illuminated the competition screen. The announcer proclaimed, Contestant Guyi advances to the second round. That will suffice. Return now, Guyi said gently, watching the ammonite beast frolic upon the water's surface. As he withdrew the creature into its Pokeball, enveloped in a crimson light, he made his way towards the resting area. Guyi had observed the Battle of Ash, noting that Ash's opponent had performed commendably, wielding the sea dragon with admirable strategy. Unfortunately, encountering Ash's fervent combat style had led to the opponent's own sea dragon being ensnared and subsequently incapacitated. The following day, after a night of rest, the spirited group departed from the Pokémon Center, heading towards the venue for the second round. This next match would feature a 2-on-2 format, and according to the schedule, Guyi was set to battle before Ash and Misty, which provided a slight relief to the group. Guyi shook his head in resignation. Battles were inevitable, were they not? Moments later, Guyi parted ways with his companions and entered the competitors' tunnel alone, while Naji, Jier, and Ash took their seats in the audience. Focused intently on the arena, the announcer's voice resonated once more, brimming with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness the second match. It will be between contestant Guyi and contestant Natan. As the announcer's voice boomed, a dark-skinned youth swiftly emerged from a nearby passage. Waving to the crowd gathered around the stone platform. Leaning against the wall, Guyi listened to the cheers resonating in his ears. Slowly opening his eyes as he approached the arena, the referee, observing Guyi and Nuatan stepping forward, declared loudly, "Each participant will use 2 Pokémon. The match concludes when one side's Pokémon are rendered incapable of battle. Do you understand?" "Understood." Nuatan responded emphatically, then brandished a Pokeball, proclaiming, "Go, Marl." With a flash of white light from the Pokeball, a blue and white rabbit-like Pokémon appeared, partially submerged in the water, captivating the audience's attention. In response, Guyi casually tossed his own Pokeball. As it arced gracefully through the air, a beam of white light burst forth, revealing his trusty Kabuto on the water's surface. "Oh, is that Kabuto? An ancient Pokémon, yet it seems rather unimpressive," Nuatan remarked, observing the bubbles emanating from Kabuto's mouth. The announcer, surveying the 2 contenders, began the match commentary. Nuatan has chosen Maril for battle, while Guyi remains steadfast with Kabuto. What kind of duel shall unfold? Let us anticipate with great excitement. The referee, eyeing both prepared competitors, proclaimed loudly, "The match begins. Charge Maril. Use water gun to attack." Nuatan commanded without hesitation. In Chapter 112 of the Vortex Isles Tournament, Round 2, Maril let out a cry, puffing its cheeks as a column of water erupted from its mouth, surging toward Kabuto, who remained placid. Guyi closed his eyes, breathing softly, seemingly indifferent to the approaching torrent. As the column neared Kabuto, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Nuatan's eyes. At that moment, Kabuto swiftly retracted into its shell, the water column crashing against it and sending a spray of droplets in all directions. Guyi's Pokémon had undergone rigorous training following the Quartz Conference, coupled with their continual self-improvement at Professor Oak's lab. With Guyi's Charizard as a mentor, they could hardly be regarded as weak. "Is this meaningful?" Guyi murmured softly as he opened his eyes. He then addressed Kabuto with a gentle command, "Roll." As his words fell, Kabuto immediately began to spin rapidly within its shell. Nuatan, seriously observing the whirling Kabuto, urged Maril to remain cautious. Contrary to expectations, Kabuto did not charge toward Maril. Instead, it continued to spin atop the water's surface. Just as the spectators were left puzzled, the sea began to shift, the currents converging toward Kabuto, causing Maril to drift unwittingly in the water. "Not good. Attack quickly, Maril," Nuatan shouted urgently upon realizing the impending danger. The currents of the sea had escalated far beyond Mariliali's imagination, rendering her unable to locate the presence of the ammonite amidst the tumultuous waters. The swirling vortices began to disorient her, as the ammonite spun frantically, and the currents intensified, culminating in a colossal whirlpool that enveloped the arena. Mariliali was swept along, gradually drifting toward the eye of the vortex. Astonishingly, the competitor, Guy Leaf, had harnessed the move roll to conjure an immense whirlpool within the ocean. Mariliali was now entirely engulfed, leaving Natan with a mere glimmer of hope for a counterattack. The commentator, captivated by the unfolding spectacle, continued to narrate the event. In the audience, gasps and cheers erupted as they witnessed the battle. Ash gazed at the arena, realizing the innovative use of the aquatic battlefield. Observing Guy Leaf's commanding presence, he remarked, "Guy Leaf remains as formidable as ever, seizing control from the outset. You ought to learn from him whenever you have the chance, Ash," Brock suggested thoughtfully. Ash nodded in contemplation, but at that moment, Misty exclaimed, "Look, there seems to be a change on the battlefield." All eyes were riveted on the scene, watching as Mariliali continued to spin helplessly within the whirlpool. To describe her state as disoriented would be an understatement. Natan, noticing Mariliali being drawn towards the vortex's core, where the ammonite resided, recognized this as the singular opportunity to strike back. He urged Marillioli to respond. Yet all he received were her bewildered murmurs. A grave crisis unfolded. Marillioli appeared increasingly dazed, utterly oblivious to Natan's commands. Guyleaf, observing the disoriented Marillioli at the center of the whirlpool, felt a chilling determination surge within him as he calmly instructed, "Let us attempt the move Vortex Tornado." Boom. As soon as his words fell, a torrent of water surged upward from the vortex's heart, resembling a dragon ascending to the sky, enveloping Marillioli in its powerful embrace. The audience gasped at the sight of this watery whirlwind, as Marillioli was swept aloft, utterly defenseless against the current. In the next moment, this colossal wave arched gracefully in the air before plunging back toward the sea. Boom. The clash of the two forces sent countless droplets soaring into the atmosphere, transforming into a gentle rain that cascaded upon the spectators. At that moment, they were unconcerned about their drenched garments, their gazes fixated on the helpless Marillioli, drifting listlessly upon the surface of the water. The referee, seemingly anticipating this outcome, promptly declared, "We have a victor. Marillioli has lost her fighting capability, and the Ammonite triumphs." After enduring such a formidable assault, if Marillioli had not succumbed, one would question the validity of years spent honing the referee's discerning eye. Truly astonishing. The solitary Leaf's Ammonite dealt a significant blow to Noten right from the outset. Within mere minutes of the match's commencement, Noten's Maril succumbed to defeat. What countermeasures could Noten possibly devise to reverse this predicament? Would Leaf's formidable onslaught afford Noten any opportunities? At this moment, the Ammonite slowly emerged from the depths of the sea, its gaze betraying a hint of fatigue, as the recent maneuver appeared to have drained considerable energy. Gritting his teeth, Noten gazed at the Ammonite and retrieved Meryl's Pokeball, carefully stowing it away before producing another. With fervor, he proclaimed, "Go forth, Tentacle," as the Pokeball glimmered. Tentacle materialized before the Ammonite, its three ruby-like appendages radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sun's rays. "I cannot afford to lose this time," Noten thought to himself. Resolutely commanding Tentacle, use Poison Sting." In an instant, countless dark purple needles erupted from Tentacle, surging towards the Ammonite with fervent intensity. With a swift motion, the Ammonite maneuvered its tentacles, directing a torrent of water columns that surged through the ocean, while Tentacle scrutinized the Ammonite with unwavering vigilance. Yet, it failed to notice the approaching water columns that stealthily advanced towards it. Just as Tentacle received the command to strike, an unsettling sensation coursed through the water. The next moment, Tentacle felt a sharp pain, followed by a cry as several water columns erupted from the sea, propelling it into the air. "Water gun," Leaf commanded, observing Tentacle suspended in midair. The Ammonite, now resembling a target, leapt onto a nearby rock, unleashing a torrent of muddy water from its tentacles that converged in midair, crashing violently into Tentacle, sending it careening against the surrounding stone pillars. Wounded and overwhelmed, Tentacle let out a pained cry, plummeting from the pillars and splashing into the sea below. "Tentacle," Noten shouted in despair. The referee, witnessing Tentacle's dazed state, raised his flag and announced, "A decision has been reached. Tentacle is unable to continue. Thus the match is awarded to the Ammonite." Simultaneously, the referee cast an admiring glance at the Ammonite, silently acknowledging its prowess as an ancient Pokémon. "Return, Tentacle." Noten lamentably recalled his Pokémon, watching as Leaf turned away, having retrieved the Ammonite. Holding the Pokeball in his hand, he paused for a moment, inhaling deeply. "It's all right," he murmured softly, "you've done your best. It's just that the opponent was too formidable." Truly astonishing. The player guy triumphed over the contestant Noten with a single diminutive Pokémon, showcasing a formidable prowess that leaves one to ponder the reactions it may evoke in the upcoming competitors. How shall the next contestants respond following Guy's remarkable performance? How many have gleaned insights from the battle? Let us delve into this matter further. The announcer, with great fervor, called forth the subsequent contestants, his verbosity seemingly boundless. As Guy emerged from the winding passage and approached the audience, he quickly spotted his friends. Ash waved enthusiastically at Guy, exclaiming in delight, "Guy, that move was absolutely spectacular." "What was it?" Guy smiled gently in response. "It was merely a stroke of creativity. With time, you too could exploit the advantages of the terrain to enhance your Pokémon's capabilities, yielding unexpected results." Ash nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, indicating he would need time to fully comprehend and apply this wisdom. Just then, amidst the cheers of the crowd, the match resumed. Guy shifted his focus to the arena. Knowing that intelligence is also a form of combat, Understanding the opponent's strategies and styles can sometimes reveal their thoughts in a glance. This was a method Guy often imparted to others, though he remained curious about how they interpreted it. In the second round, Ash faced defeat against Misty. The third round of battles was upon them, with Guy and Misty remaining as contenders. Perhaps in the next round, you two shall encounter one another, Brock remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Misty, upon hearing this, shouted at Guy, "No way. I would rather not face Guy. I might as well forego the competition." Ash laughed heartily. "I didn't expect you to be afraid, Misty. Who would be like you? I possess a sense of self-awareness." Misty retorted, her gaze fixed on Ash. Looking at the matchups displayed on the screen, Ash remarked to Brock, then turned to Misty. "You are quite fortunate, Misty, to avoid Guy." Brock shook his head. No. Those who reach the third round are not to be underestimated. If one becomes complacent, defeat is all but assured. Rest assured, I shall not falter. I am a master of water-type Pokémon," Misty declared with unwavering confidence. Brock, however, eyed her with concern. While confidence is commendable, excessive pride may lead to oversight. "There's no point in dwelling on this now. Let's have breakfast before heading to the arena," Jierer suggested to the group. "Indeed," Ash agreed, realizing he had yet to eat since rising that morning, his stomach rumbling in protest. Upon hearing this, the crowd could only chuckle, the atmosphere instantly dissipated by Ash's lightheartedness. They then proceeded towards the dining hall, where they enjoyed a jovial breakfast amidst laughter. After their meal, they made their way to the competition venue, where the cacophony of sounds greeted them as they entered. As was customary, Ash and Leaf swiftly located their seats, as always near the front, a location Ash had discovered. Observing Ash navigate through the throngs of people, he scratched his head and chuckled. "I don't know how, but I just found it. Alas, life is bittersweet. Next week, evening study sessions will commence. It is truly a predicament. Everyone, please be sure to support A-Man in continuing his writing."